Chapter 45-26, Lend Me Some Red Jade. In the middle of the wilderness, the stench of blood filled the air. A calf-sized beast corpse lay in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 bony earth wolves gnawed away at the flesh of their prey and devoured their food greedily. This was a perfect hunt. Under the command of the alpha wolf, this small group of earth wolves had finally obtained a chance to fill their stomachs after starving for half a month. The alpha wolf, who was much larger than the other earth wolves, had already eaten his fill, and at this moment, he was lying lazily by the side and licking his front paw that had been injured earlier. All of a sudden, his ears stood up alertly. His golden eyes were fixed on a certain point in the space in front of it. The area in that direction was twisted and distorted. Furthermore, pitch-black lines abruptly appeared in the area like cracks that had been torn open. An uneasy feeling rose in the alpha wolf's heart, and he slowly got to his feet, baring his fangs and growling in that direction. The other earth wolves snapping for food looked over in unison, and a series of wolf howls rang out one after another in the next moment. The pitch-black cracks interweaved with each other, moving faster and faster. Then, a strange force suddenly erupted from within, and 4 figures eerily appeared out of nowhere in the vision of the earth wolves. A huge black hole that emitted the chaotic aura of nothingness appeared behind these 4 people, but under the effects of the local world principles, the black hole was quickly sealed shut again. The golden pupils of the alpha wolf contracted sharply, becoming the size of needlepoints. He let out a low howl before he turned and fled. At that moment, his beastly instincts allowed him to sense the threat of death. Thus, the earth wolves fled swiftly across the wilderness and vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. When Yang Kai and the 3 others suddenly emerged, only Yang Kai stood there without much of a reaction. The other 3, including Hua Rong, were very pale. Covering their mouths with their hands, they ran to the side and bent over to vomit out everything in their stomachs. Experiencing teleportation for the first time was not a glorious feeling. The feeling of tearing space, then traveling through the chaotic void, was akin to the sensation of one's body being broken down into countless tiny pieces and then recombined once more. Yang Kai had witnessed this scene in front of him many times, so he was unsurprised by it. Hua Rong and the others were not considered weak in the divine armament world, but they were not nearly strong enough to withstand the effects of teleportation. If not for his protection, they would have been sliced to pieces by the void turbulence. Turning to look back at the pitch-black cracks that were rapidly sealing together, Yang Kai frowned slightly. The world principles here were far stronger than he imagined. Several years had passed since he first arrived in the divine armament world, and his cultivation was now in the 9th-step heaven realm. The power of his dragon vein had also been greatly stimulated during this period. Aside from strengthening his dragon vein, Yang Kai mainly cultivated the Tao of space over the past year. He was uncertain whether it was due to the limitation of his cultivation, but his progress in the Tao of space was very unsatisfactory, and many of his space secret techniques could not be used. Nevertheless, he was titled Void Great Emperor in the Star Boundary thanks to his accomplishments in the Tao of space, so he was still capable of displaying its brilliance even though he was in the divine armament world. At the very least, escaping from Old Man Chi was not an issue. What surprised Yang Kai was that Profound Pill Sect had planned the incident involving Void Spirit Sword Sect. First, they lured him back to Void Spirit Sword Sect. Then they arranged for Old Man Chi and 2 other Spirit Realm Masters to ambush him. If his guess was correct, then Profound Pill Sect must have figured out that he had nothing to do with his fabricated master. Otherwise, there was no reason for them to do something like this. Fortunately, Wu Zhengqi had mentioned that the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect had been relocated and resettled in Profound Pill City approximately half a month ago without any casualties. That being the case, Yang Kai would need to return to Profound Pill Sect regardless of anything else. My cultivation in the 9th-step heaven realm is a little lacking. Now that I have 1 year's worth of accumulation and precipitation, it's time to advance into the spirit realm. Just now, Hua Rong walked over with a pale complexion, her face practically colorless as she asked, "What happened? Where are Old Man Chi and the others?" "We shook them off." Yang Kai responded casually and looked around his surroundings and did not know where they were. Although he could use space principles to an extent in this place, he could not control them with precision. That was why he could not guarantee his landing location or distance traveled. Randomly choosing a direction, he beckoned towards the others. "Let's go. Let's find somebody to ask for directions." Hua Rong remained confused. She could not understand how they managed to shake off the pursuit of 3 powerful Spirit Realm Masters. Following Yang Kai, she came to stand beside Yang Huai and reached out to poke him in the waist as she asked quietly, "Hey big guy. Do you know what happened just now? Yang Huai's expression was cold and he said nothing. She snapped, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? He lowered his head to look at her, his expression becoming more and more troubled. Huarong became puzzled and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? I need to throw up again. After saying that, he rushed to the side and retched again. After walking for less than an hour, the group came across a small village. Huarong went ahead to ask for information and it didn't take long before she returned and pointed in a certain direction. Heavenly Martial City is in that direction. Yang Kai nodded lightly and looked at her. Can you fly? She pointed at her colorless small face. Do you think I can fly in this state? I barely have the strength to walk right now. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow at those words and nodded. Then, let's find a place to stay for the night. None of them had any objections, so they quickly found a place to set up camp. Yang Huai hunted a roe deer, and after that, the four of them lit a bonfire and roasted something simple to fill their now mostly empty stomachs. After resting for a night, they finally recovered their strength. An hour after sunup, Yang Kai and the three others arrived at Heavenly Martial City and landed directly in front of the City Lord's mansion. Many of the guards at the City Lord's mansion immediately reacted as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Heavenly Martial City was quite prosperous, and there were many Heaven Realm Masters in the city. Even so, Huarong's unconcealed aura clearly indicated that she was a Spirit Realm Master. The guards couldn't help being fearful of her as a result. How could they dare to act rashly before figuring out the reason for the arrival of Yang Kai and the others? The City Lord of Heavenly Martial City, Miao Hong, soon received the news and came forward to check out the situation. As soon as he saw Yang Kai, he was stunned. Alchemist Yang? Yang Kai cupped his fist. City Lord Miao, it's been a long time. It really is you, Alchemist Yang? Miao Hong laughed loudly. What a rare guest. Waving his hands widely, he scolded the guards around him. Disperse. Disperse. How can you all have eyes but fail to see? He is a heaven-grade alchemist from Profound Pill sect. What do you think you're doing? When the guards saw the situation, they immediately understood that these people were acquaintances of the City Lord. Thus, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief and scattering back to their posts. Meanwhile, Miao Hong enthusiastically came forward. Alchemist Yang, it's been several years, but your noble bearing remains unchanged. You praise me too much, City Lord Miao. Yang Kai smiled in greeting. Please forgive me for coming without invitation. Miao Hong smilingly replied, You are my savior, Alchemist Yang. I've yet to thank you properly for what you did for me back then. This Miao is absolutely thrilled by your arrival. How can I be upset with you? Come, let's talk inside. It might be that he was grateful for the saving grace he received in the past or that he wanted to strengthen their friendly relations, but regardless, Miao Hong was extremely hospitable. He initially wanted to host a huge banquet to welcome Yang Kai, but to his disappointment, the latter was in no mood for pleasantries and politely declined. Inside a reception room, Yang Kai sternly said, I came here because I have something to ask of you, City Lord Miao. Upon hearing this, Miao Hong patted his chest loudly. Please feel free to speak, Alchemist Yang. As long as it is within this Miao's abilities, this Miao will not refuse. I want to borrow some red jades from you, City Lord, Yang Kai declared. No problem. How many do you need, Alchemist Yang? Miao Hong immediately agreed. His answer was very straightforward. How many do you have? Yang Kai countered with another question. Miao Hong was flabbergasted by the question, but he quickly realized that the amount Yang Kai needed might be enormous. Then again, Yang Kai was now a heaven-grade alchemist. That was not all. He was an extremely well-known heaven-grade alchemist in Profound Pill sect. He would not be lacking in funds, therefore he would not borrow money from Miao Hong if it were a small amount. After pondering for some time, Miao Hong finally answered, To be honest, this Miao has never taken an inventory of how many red jades there are in Heavenly Martial City. I don't know if I can satisfy your needs, Alchemist Yang. Why don't we do this instead? Come with me to the treasure vault. All the resources in Heavenly Martial City are stored there. Yang Kai did not refuse. He nodded and said, N. Miao Hong gestured politely and walked ahead to lead the way. Along the way, Yang Kai asked, Aren't you going to ask me why I need so many red jades, City Lord Miao? Miao Hong laughed. You are famous now, Alchemist Yang. Even this Miao who lives in Heavenly Martial City year-round has heard your name. You're a walking billboard among the heaven-grade alchemists in Profound Pill sect. Alchemist Yang, you came to borrow from this Miao because you think highly of this Miao. If it is within this Miao's abilities, I will surely help you to the best of my abilities. As for what you plan to do, that's your business. Yang Kai nodded. Rest assured, City Lord Miao. For everything that I borrow from you today, I will surely reward you handsomely. Miao Hong chuckled. We'll talk about the future when the future comes. We're here. Needless to say, the treasure vault of Heavenly Martial City was very heavily defended. There were several layers of guards protecting the place both overtly and covertly along the way. It was just that City Lord Miao Hong himself was leading the way, so these guards did not dare to stop them. When Miao Hong opened the gates of the treasure vault, a strong wave of spirit qi immediately poured out. Yang Kai stepped inside and immediately saw several small mountains of red jades. There were at least 2 or 3 million pieces in this place. Thinking about it, it was not that strange. Back then, Miao Hong had readily given Yang Kai 200,000 pieces of red jades in order to thank him for his help. How could he afford to be so generous if he did not have the backing of immense wealth? Aside from the red jades, there were also tons of spirit flowers, exotic herbs and strange ores. All the wealth accumulated by Heavenly Martial City over the years was currently stored inside this treasure vault. Take a look, Alchemist Yang. Is this enough red jade? Miao Hong asked with a smile. It's enough. Yang Kai nodded. I will need to enter retreat for a few days. Please make the necessary arrangements, City Lord. Miao Hong nodded. Good. Go ahead and enter retreat in peace, Alchemist Yang. This Miao guarantees that nobody will come and disturb you during this period. Many thanks. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Immediately after that, he issued some instructions to Hua Rong and Yang Huai. With a loud rumble, the doors of the treasure vault closed. Hua Rong and Yang Huai stood on both sides of the entrance, and even Wan Ying stood nearby, trying her hardest to keep her eyes open and remain vigilant of her surroundings. Chapter 45-27, Dissonance in his Cultivation? Glancing at the closed gates of the treasure vault, Miao Hong smacked his lips and asked Hua Rong, what is Alchemist Yang's current cultivation? Hua Rong glanced sideways at him. Why are you asking so many questions? The aggressive reply left him unable to catch his breath. Unfortunately, she was a spirit realm master, so while he might be a city lord, Miao Hong did not dare to make a fool of himself in front of Hua Rong. He could only smile flatteringly in response. Wan Ying probably couldn't bear to continue watching. Her eldest senior brother was borrowing the other party's land and red jades after all, which was why she spoke up softly from the side. Eldest senior brother is currently in the 9th step heaven realm. Even though he had guessed as much, Miao Hong couldn't help gasping at those words. When they first met, Yang Kai had only been in the 9th step earth realm at the time. Only 4 years or so had passed since then, but Yang Kai was already in the 9th step heaven realm. That was the same as Miao Hong himself. Even if heaven-grade alchemists did not lack for pills to aid in their cultivation, the speed at which Yang Kai grew was terrifying. Miao Hong had never heard of anybody who could advance from the 9th step earth realm to the 9th step heaven realm in such a short time. Seeing as Yang Kai not only came here to borrow red jades, but also to enter retreat, it was obvious that he was planning to break through into the spirit realm. The spirit realm. I've been yearning for that realm for so many years. Miao Hong had been stuck in the 9th step heaven realm for a long time. His accumulation had reached its peak, so all he lacked was 100 revolutions clear heart pill. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, his eyes immediately brightened. He had helped Yang Kai to advance into the spirit realm. If everything went smoothly, Yang Kai would surely become a spirit realm alchemist. Therefore, it would not be too difficult to ask Yang Kai to refine 100 revolutions clear heart pill for him when the time came. The key for me to advance into the spirit realm might just lie with him. Inside Heavenly Martial City's treasure vault, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged with the small mountain of red jades piled up beside him and focused his mind. A long while passed before he took out a small jade box. As soon as he opened the jade box, a Longan-sized pill entered his view. This tiny pill had cost him 10,000 contribution points. More importantly, it was the key to advancing into the spirit realm. It was 100 revolutions clear heart pill. Half a year ago, Yang Kai purchased 100 revolutions clear heart pill for Hua Rong when she needed to advance into the spirit realm. Considering that he would definitely need one in the future, he had also prepared one for himself. In any case, he did not lack contribution points in Profound Pill Sect. Having contributed various pill recipes and other alchemy-related knowledge over the past few years, By now, he had accumulated more than 100,000 contribution points in the contribution hall. It would seem that his actions at the time had been a wise choice, otherwise he would be stuck trying to figure out a way to refine the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart pill at this moment. Gathering his thoughts, Yang Kai opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. He simultaneously activated the heaven-devouring battle law, and his entire body immediately transformed into a black hole that devoured everything around him. The spirit chi contained within the red jades piled up inside the vault was pulled by an irresistible force and gathered inside his body. His flesh squirmed, his meridians swelled, and the spirit chi accumulated inside his body became larger and larger as a result. At the same time, crackling sounds rang out incessantly as the red jades quickly ran out of energy and turned into dust. Half an hour later, Yang Kai's entire body swelled up massively as his clothes and his black hair flapped wildly around him. In the short span of half an hour, he had already consumed as many as 100,000 pieces of red jade. Moreover, this was just the beginning. More and more pieces of red jades were drained clean with the passing of time. The meridians below his flesh squirmed like earthworms, looking extremely terrifying. It felt as though there were invisible shackles in his body, but under the continuous impact of the massive amounts of spirit chi, these shackles were constantly showing signs of loosening. A faint blood mist permeated the air, lingering around the sides of his body. At this time, Yang Kai was very glad that he had spent an extra year strengthening his dragon vein after reaching the 9th-step heaven realm. If he had advanced directly into the spirit realm without any forethought back then, his body might not have been able to withstand such violent force. The power of the heaven-devouring battle law was terrifying beyond imagination. Not to mention, this power would increase with the improvement of one's cultivation. Without a strong enough body as support, it would be impossible to support the influx of so much power all at once. Even at this moment, Yang Kai could feel various aches and pains all over his body, and there was no need to even look to know how many injuries he had sustained during this breakthrough. Ignoring everything, Yang Kai continued to circulate the heaven-devouring battle law and devoured the energy within the surrounding red jades without pause. Following the consumption of many red jades, he felt himself coming closer and closer to the barrier. At a certain moment, a shout came from outside the door. It was followed by several loud crashes mixed with low groans. Immediately after that, the gates of the treasure vault shattered apart and an old man slowly walked inside the treasure vault amidst the flying rubble, his hands behind his back. Snorting, he shouted, "Don't be so presumptuous." When he lifted his gaze and looked forward, his eyes immediately contracted and his expression filled with horror. Even with his experience and knowledge, he had never seen such a bizarre sight before. Yang Kai was sitting down cross-legged inside the treasure vault with a thick blood mist lingering around his body. Nobody knew what kind of strange secret art he was cultivating, but more importantly, there was a frenzy of energy gathered around his body. The energy turmoil was absolutely terrifying, almost as if the oceans themselves were all boiling. Another person followed closely behind the old man and walked into the room. Similarly, he soon froze in shock. These two were Old Man Qi and Wu Zhengqi. Yang Kai had disappeared from right in front of them yesterday. A search of their surroundings might have been to no avail, but they did not give up so easily. After all, they had received orders to bring Yang Kai back alive. There was no reasonable explanation for their empty-handed return if they gave up just like that. After a brief discussion, they sent the other spirit realm master back to report to Profound Pill Sect while the two of them, Old Man Qi and Wu Zhengqi, continued to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts. While passing through the vicinity of Heavenly Martial City, the two of them sensed an unusual spirit chi fluctuation and immediately came over to investigate the situation only to encounter Hua Rong and the others who were standing guard outside the treasure vault. Never had they expected to be so lucky as to find Yang Kai's whereabouts so easily. Even though Hua Rong and the others had tried to stop them, what could a newly advanced spirit realm master and a 9th-step heaven realm master do against Old Man Qi? They were easily knocked aside by the old man with a few casual moves. When Old Man Qi entered the treasure vault, he was greeted by the scene in front of him. Wu Zhengqi was taken aback for a moment. Old Qi, Alchemist Yang seems to be advancing into the spirit realm. Old Man Qi nodded almost imperceptibly and said lightly, "Let's wait." Old Man Qi did not attack immediately. The order Bailey Yun Sang gave him was to bring Yang Kai back alive, and if he attacked now, Yang Kai's breakthrough would inevitably be disturbed. Yang Kai would die on the spot if he were distracted at such a critical moment, which was why Old Man Qi did not dare to take such risks. As Bailey Yun Sang's personal blood warrior, Old Man Qi was well aware that Yang Kai's existence was very important to Profound Pill sect. Furthermore, Yang Kai would only be useful alive. A dead man had no value. Fortunately, they did not need to wait long. In less than an hour's time, a powerful aura erupted from within Yang Kai's body and a shockwave that was visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Everything in the treasure vault was thrown into disarray as a result. Both the expressions of Old Man Qi and Wu Zhengqi sank slightly. They had never seen such a violent and imposing breakthrough before. The blood mist suddenly dispersed, and Yang Kai abruptly jerked his eyes open. His eyes were scarlet and contained a deep-seated evil, as if they could penetrate space to look into the essence of everything in the world. Just what kind of evil art did you cultivate? Old Man Qi shouted the question with a frown. At this moment, Yang Kai gave him a completely different feeling from usual. A malevolent aura lingered around Yang Kai, making him seem like a wild beast that had finally obtained freedom after being trapped for many years and was hungry to devour its prey. He seemed like a completely different person compared to his usual demeanor. Yang Kai ignored Old Man Qi, looked down at his hands and clenched his fists lightly. It felt as though the entire world was in the palm of his hands when he slowly closed his fist. Wu Zhengqi stepped forward and shouted, "Alchemist Yang, stop going down the wrong path. Please follow us back to the sect." Yang Kai looked up at Wu Zhengqi. The corner of his lips lifted slightly, revealing a sinister smile. "The one going down the wrong path is you." Wu Zhengqi frowned. "Alchemist Yang, are you suffering from cultivation dissonance?" Yang Kai's current state felt very wrong to him. "No. I'm perfectly fine. I've never been better." While speaking, Yang Kai slowly stood up and took a deep breath. An enraptured expression appeared on his face. "Power is truly delightful." Old Man Qi's expression darkened. He is probably suffering from cultivation dissonance. Don't waste time talking to him. Capture him. Wu Zhengqi nodded lightly and shouted, "Alchemist Yang, please forgive me." As soon as the words left his mouth, his body shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow, unsheathing his blade and slashing down as he approached. The blade in his hand was a spirit armament. As the Vice Hall Master of Profound Pill Sects, the Divine Flame Hall, and a fifth-step Spirit Realm Master, it was only natural that he qualified to wield a spirit armament. The blade light was blinding as Wu Zhengqi poured his lifelong cultivation into this slash. Regardless of whether it was the angle of the blade or the timing of his attack, both were impeccable. He was confident he could split a mountain with this single stroke. At that moment, Old Man Qi's shout suddenly entered his ears, "Watch out!" Before Wu Zhengqi could figure out what was happening, his vision blurred all of a sudden. Yang Kai appeared in front of him without any warning. Immediately after that, an overwhelming and terrifying force came from the front. His figure halted for a moment in midair, and then he was violently thrown backwards. Hong! A loud rumbling crash rang out as Wu Zhengqi did not know how many walls he smashed through before he stopped skidding backward. A path of destroyed buildings was left in his wake. Using his blade to push against the ground, he managed to climb to a half-kneeling position with some difficulty. A mouthful of blood surged up from the back of his throat. Opening his mouth, he vomited blood. The spirit qi in his body was extremely agitated, and the hand with which he held his sword was bloody and trembling uncontrollably. Even the muscles along his arm had burst open. An inexplicable sense of terror flooded his heart, and his eyes widened as far as they could. It was not until this moment that he realized Yang Kai had seriously injured him in a single move. That terrifying force that struck him and the unstoppable invasion of spirit qi nearly made Wu Zhengqi think that he was facing a ninth-step spirit realm master rather than a newly advanced one. Hong hong hong. A series of explosions sounded, and every single one was accompanied by a violent eruption of sword qi. Wu Zhengqi looked up and saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Old Man Qi was a ninth-step spirit realm master, but he was clearly being suppressed by Yang Kai in the sky. Every time sword light flashed, fresh blood was drawn. Chapter 45-28 The Strongest Alchemist. Wu Zhengqi wore a horrified expression on his face. The scene in front of him was even harder to accept than the fact that he had been heavily injured by Yang Kai in one move. He had just personally witnessed Yang Kai advancing into the spirit realm. In other words, Yang Kai was only in the first-step spirit realm. Be that as it may, the strength displayed by this first-step spirit realm master was beyond his ability to comprehend. Is he even human? Yang Kai's figure flitted about erratically, and despite Wu Zhengqi's sharp eyesight, he could barely keep track of him. Sword lights flashed continuously, and every blow contained terrifying power. Even Old Man Qi, who was in the nine-step spirit realm, had great trouble parrying those attacks. Wu Zhengqi had never seen such a novel method of fighting in all his years of cultivation. Moreover, it came from an alchemist. In his impression, few alchemists in the world would study the martial Tao even if they had impressive cultivation. That was because they spent most of their energy and time on the alchemic Tao. Besides, their cultivation was basically nurtured through the use of pills. After all, the main reason they improved their cultivation at all was simply to perform better in alchemy. In this way, the strength that an alchemist could generally exert often did not match their cultivation. An alchemist in the nine-step heaven realm might not win in battle even if their opponent was several steps weaker than them. It was precisely because of this consideration that the Blood Warrior Hall existed in Profound Pill Sect and why wandering alchemists recruited bodyguards to protect themselves. However, the exact opposite was true when it came to Yang Kai. Every punch and every kick was delivered with unparalleled precision and vicious power. It was impossible to achieve this level of combat sense without being immersed in the way of killing for hundreds of years. That being said, how old was Yang Kai? He was only 18 years old when he first joined Profound Pill Sect, which meant he was only slightly past 20 this year. Where did he get such extensive fighting experience? All of a sudden Wu Zhengqi recalled something. When Yang Kai and Wei Qing formed a feud with each other over an incident in the Divine Flame Cave, both of them agreed to fight on the martial method stage. In the second round, Yang Kai had personally fought against one of Wei Cheng's bodyguards who was in the Heaven Realm, and the bodyguard had been knocked off the martial method stage in a single move. At the time, Wu Zhengqi simply assumed that Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack and the Heaven Realm bodyguard had been caught off guard. It would now seem that Yang Kai had already revealed his extraordinary talent in fighting back then, and his strength had only been exponentially magnified with the improvement of his cultivation. At this point he was definitely the strongest alchemist in the entire divine armament world. A muffled groan brought Wu Zhengqi's messy thoughts back to the present, and when he looked up again, the two figures in the sky that were originally engaged in battle had separated, now standing several dozen meters apart from each other. Old Man Qi's body was riddled with tiny wounds, making him seem as though he had been fished out of a pool of blood, and there was an incredulous expression on his face. During the brief confrontation just now, he had been at a complete disadvantage. He would have been killed by Yang Kai by now if not for his mighty strength. On the opposite side, Yang Kai held the true void sword lightly. His eyes were lowered, and his large hand holding the sword trembled uncontrollably for some reason. The veins in his forehead bulged, squirming and undulating like earthworms under his skin. His eyes had also changed to become completely blood red. His appearance looked extremely horrifying. "You should leave now, Old Man Qi. If you don't leave now, you will probably die here." Yang Kai's suppressed voice resembled the growling of a trapped beast. Old Man Qi stared at Yang Kai with a fleeting look of struggle in his eyes. He seemed to want to continue the battle, but he simply gritted his teeth and came to Wu Zhengqi's side in a flash upon recalling what happened just now. Wrapping his spirit qi around Wu Zhengqi, he soared into the sky. Just like that, a raging dispute ended in such a bizarre turn of events. All that remained was the city lord's mansion that was now in shambles. Miao Hong walked over from the side with an awkward expression and softly called out, "Alchemist Yang?" It was not as though he had been unaware of Old Man Qi and Wu Zhengqi's arrival, it was just that he arrived too late. By the time he reached this place, Old Man Qi had already barged into the treasure vault. Besides, Miao Hong was only in the nine-step heaven realm, so it was impossible for him to stop Old Man Qi regardless. What shocked him even more was how Yang Kai had fought viciously against the two spirit realm masters from Profound Pill Sect. Nevertheless, what he witnessed also told him that there was some kind of dispute between Yang Kai and Profound Pill Sect. He might not understand the reason behind this incident, but it was the truth that Yang Kai's advancement into the spirit realm had been disrupted. Both parties were not people he could afford to offend. Hence, Miao Hong was worried that Yang Kai would blame him for this incident. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Kai suddenly turned to look in his direction. The murderous intent in those crimson eyes practically threatened to erupt outward. For an instant, Miao Hong felt as though the entire world was shrouded in blood. Great panic flooded his heart and the feeling of death hit him in the face. He was so scared that he stumbled several steps back unconsciously. Then the murderous intent dissipated without warning. Drenched in cold sweat, Miao Hong looked up only to see Yang Kai standing there quietly, gripping his sword tightly. Yang Kai had closed his eyes at some point, but the frightening aura continued to fluctuate around him. It was almost as though that murderous intent would explode with an astounding impact at the slightest stimulation. What in the world is going on? Miao Hong was completely confused. Similarly, Hua Rong and Yang Huai did not understand what was going on. Although they had followed Yang Kai for several years now, it was not until today that they realized just how terrifying his strength was. They felt as though they had only gotten to know him today, and their eyes were filled with a mixture of shock and doubt. In the dark of the night, two figures flew across the sky. They were Old Man Qi and Wu Jingqi, who escaped from Heavenly Martial City earlier. Thinking back to what happened just now, the two of them still found the reality extremely difficult to accept despite experiencing it for themselves. A 5th-step Spirit Realm Master and a 9th-step Spirit Realm Master had been defeated by a newly advanced Spirit Realm Master, so much so that they were completely powerless to fight back. Old Qi, Alchemist Yang, Wu Zhengqi couldn't stand the uncomfortable silence, thus he was the first to break it. Cultivation dissonance. Old Man Qi replied solemnly, "That boy is definitely suffering from a dissonance in his cultivation." Wu Zhengqi sighed softly, as expected. He had guessed as much in his heart, but it was a truth that was difficult to accept. Yang Kai was a rare talent in Profound Pill sect. Since ancient times, no other heaven-grade alchemist among all the heaven-grade alchemists providing alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion had ever achieved a success rate as high as his. It was a pity that a talented individual like him would suffer from cultivation dissonance. How else could a person's temperament change so much? That boy retains a small portion of his consciousness still. Unfortunately, whether or not he can survive this catastrophe will depend entirely on his fortune. This is an urgent matter, we need to report back to the sect. Old Man Qi coughed lightly, and, with this old master's strength alone, he is not his opponent. We have failed this mission. Wu Zhengqi couldn't help smiling bitterly, I'm afraid the sect won't believe us even if we told them. The corners of Old Man Qi's mouth twitched. Our duty is to inform them of the truth. Whether they believe us or not is up to them. The site where Heavenly Martial City's treasure vault was originally located had been destroyed. Although the structure of the building was extremely solid, how could the building remain standing after a battle between two Spirit Realm Masters took place here? The remains were now nothing more than rubble and ruins. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood there motionlessly like a statue, his sword still in hand. The sun rose in the distance as the moon set on the opposite horizon. During this time, the aura fluctuating around Yang Kai's body slowly calmed down and the malevolent aura sweeping out in all directions gradually faded. 3 days later, he abruptly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The heaven-devouring battle law was undeniably peculiar and the drawbacks were clearly unavoidable. Yang Kai had devoured an immense amount of energy in one go during his breakthrough and almost exceeded the limits of what he could bear as a result. That was what triggered the hidden dangers of cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law, which in turn caused a great change in his temperament and aroused a wanton killing intent in him. His battle with Old Man Qi had only added fuel to the fire. If Old Man Qi had continued to fight, Yang Kai wasn't certain he could have stopped himself. The most likely outcome would have been Old Man Qi dying at his hands, forging an irresolvable blood feud with Profound Pill sect. That was not the outcome Yang Kai hoped to see. It was fortunate that Old Man Qi was a veteran who could read the situation. He immediately fled as soon as he discovered that something was wrong, thereby giving Yang Kai a chance to recover. Unfortunately, the root of the problem had not been eradicated, even though Yang Kai's situation had been temporarily stabilized. He would need to meditate and recover for a long time to resolve the hidden dangers brought about by his advancement. Regrettably, Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of Profound Pill sect as he sighed, I'm running out of time. Eldest senior brother. Wan Ying shouted timidly with an expression that resembled a frightened rabbit. She clearly wanted to approach him but did not dare to do so. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and nodded lightly, I'm all right now. Upon hearing those words, she burst into tears and plunged into his arms with her head lowered, whimpering through her sobs, You scared me to death. Eldest senior brother, what happened? Yang Kai stroked her head lightly, Something went wrong but I'm fine now. Sir. Both Yang Huai and Hua Rong walked over. The former had an expression of reverence on his face while the latter appeared uncharacteristically serious. Hua Rong had always been casual and unrestrained in front of Yang Kai. That couldn't be helped as her strength was greater than his. Still, as a bodyguard, she had been dedicated to her duties even if there had barely been any need for her to do anything in recent years. It was not until today that she discovered something shocking. Yang Kai's actual strength was many times greater than her own. Her presence as a bodyguard was completely unnecessary. Therefore, she was uncertain about how to act around him. Yang Kai gave them a slight nod before turning to the side. City Lord Miao, I need your help with something. Miao Hong was startled and immediately came forward. How may I help you, Alchemist Yang? Please help take care of my little junior sister for a few days. Yang Kai patted Wan Ying's head. Miao Hong was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately nodded in response. No problem. Please rest assured, Alchemist Yang. Young Lady Ying will never suffer any grievances in Heavenly Martial City. After a pause, he lowered his voice and asked, Alchemist Yang, are you? I'm going back to Profound Pill Sect. Yang Kai replied. The people of Void Spirit Sword Sect were there, and so was the Medicine King Furnace. No matter what, he needed to return to Profound Pill Sect. Miao Hong seemed to have expected Yang Kai's answer and nodded his head solemnly. Please be careful in that case, Alchemist Yang. Profound Pill Sect is one of the 10 great sects in the divine armament world after all. Yang Kai smiled. I know the strength of Profound Pill Sect better than you, City Lord Miao. I lived there for several years after all. Miao Hong was taken aback slightly before nodding. That's true. Afterwards, Yang Kai instructed Hua Rong and Yang Huai. The two of you will stay here to look after Ying. Yang Huai cupped his fist and quickly said, regardless of the dangers, I would like to follow you to the death, sir. Hua Rong quickly pulled Yang Huai behind her back. This big guy has always been stupid, don't listen to him. If you don't return, I'll take Ying and run away from here. Good. Chapter 45-29, Strength of 8,000 Men. As always, Profound Pill Sect was bustling with noise and excitement. That was especially true in the vicinity of the Seeking Pill Pavilion and the recruitment stage. People would gather around these places all year round. After all, there was a never-ending stream of cultivators who wished to make pill requests or attach themselves to an alchemist. All of a sudden, a figure descended from the sky and landed directly in front of the Seeking Pill Pavilion. The undeniable aura of a spirit realm master radiated from the figure, startling passers-by with the sudden turn of events. Everybody hurriedly turned to look at the figure in amazement, secretly marveling at who would be so bold as to act so presumptuously in front of Profound Pill Sect. It had to be said that Profound Pill Sect was one of the 10 great sects in the divine armament world, so no matter who came here, they had to walk up from the foot of the mountain. Otherwise their conduct would be considered disrespectful. On the other hand, the expressions of the guards on duty at the Seeking Pill Pavilion became very sullen. They quickly stepped forward to confront that figure only to become respectful upon recognizing the figure. Then they immediately cupped their fists in greeting, Alchemist Yang. Yang Kai nodded lightly and ignored them. Looking up at the reception palace located at the top of the mountain, he strode forward without hesitation as a series of exclamations rang out from behind him. Over the past few years, Yang Kai's reputation in the Seeking Pill Pavilion had flourished. Countless 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pills had been refined by him personally, and the lowest quality among them was mid-rank. Many cultivators had advanced into the heaven realm thanks to those pills, and for that reason, 8 out of 10 cultivators who came to the Seeking Pill Pavilion for a 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill would seek out Yang Kai for help. It was just that Yang Kai generally performed alchemy on Fixed Moon Peak and rarely ever appeared in person at the Seeking Pill Pavilion. That was why only people from Profound Pill Sect could recognize him. No outsiders knew what he looked like, so when they learned that this man who was almost excessively youthful was actually the famous alchemist Yang, they suddenly had the feeling that knowing somebody by their reputation was not as good as meeting them in person. When Yang Kai walked past the recruitment stage, the melodious tolling of a bell suddenly rang out from the depths of Profound Pill Sect. The bell rang 9 times in quick succession. The expressions of everybody who heard the bell immediately changed drastically. They glanced in the direction of Profound Pill Sect's headquarters in disbelief. For the bell to be tolled 9 times meant that something major was happening. There were only a handful of times where the bell had rung 9 times throughout the history of Profound Pill Sect, and every single time had spelled an impending disaster that almost destroyed the entire sect. The bodyguards of the Seeking Pill Pavilion immediately started dispersing all the people who came to make pill requests and sealing the passage leading up the mountain. It didn't take long for all the people to be chased out. Although most of the people in Profound Pill Sect were clueless about what was going on, the entire sect was now shrouded in a sense of turmoil. One man stood in front of the reception palace with a bitter smile, watching as Yang Kai walked up the mountain, his expression a little bewildered. He could not imagine how Yang Kai, who had only been an earth-grade alchemist just a few years ago, could cause such a huge commotion in the sect today. This person was the one who introduced Yang Kai into Profound Pill sect, and it was also thanks to his close personal relationship with Yang Kai that he was sent here. A cool breeze blew past as Yang Kai looked up at the man blocking his path and cupped his fist. Senior brother Gao. Gao Xen Peng looked at Yang Kai with a complicated look in his eyes and returned the greeting, Junior brother Yang. The two bodyguards behind Gao Xen Peng gripped their swords tightly, their expressions solemn. Like wolves that were about to pounce on their prey, they were ready to attack at any time. Why are you here, Senior brother Gao? Does the sect master have instructions for me? Yang Kai asked. Gao Xen Peng smiled bitterly. You caused quite a commotion this time, Junior brother. The higher-ups want to have a good chat with you. Yang Kai nodded. That was what I was thinking too. Otherwise, I would not have returned to this place. Gao Xen Peng breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you think so, Junior brother Yang. Since you're of the same mind, please surrender your sword and seal your cultivation. Then come with me to meet the sect master and the elders. Is that the sect master's will? Yang Kai asked with a raised eyebrow. Gao Xen Peng nodded lightly in response. Yang Kai sighed. I hold no malicious intentions towards the sect. Although I have indeed kept some secrets, all I really did was go with the flow. Gao Xen Peng said, I believe you, Junior brother. It's just that the current situation requires you to show some sincerity, Junior brother. Yang Kai slowly replied, the fact that I came back here is the greatest sincerity I can show. If the sect insists on doing this their way, then I will be forced to slaughter a path out of this place. To be honest, I'm reluctant to do something like that, but if I have no other choice, then that's all I can do. Gao Xen Peng's expression changed. Junior brother, please don't be so impulsive. You're only one person. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I may be alone, but I'm strong enough to represent 1,000 men. Junior brother. He raised a hand to stop Gao Xen Peng. You don't need to say any more, Senior brother Gao. Please inform the sect master and the elders that I can only persist an incense stick of time. Gao Xen Peng gave Yang Kai a deep look before he sighed heavily. I will pass the message to them. You're on your own now, Junior brother. While saying so, he turned around and headed towards a spirit peak in the distance with his two bodyguards in tow. His figure vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. Following Gao Xen Peng's departure, 8 figures emerged from their hiding places to surround Yang Kai. Every one of them wielded a spirit armament, and they eyed Yang Kai aggressively. Yang Kai turned to look around and gently nodded. The Blood Warrior Hall's heavenly guard. A bunch of loyal fools indeed. When the last word left his mouth, Yang Kai's figure abruptly became strangely hazy, and in that moment he slipped past their encirclement and appeared where Gao Xen Peng had been standing earlier. The true void sword was held in his hand as fresh blood slid down the length of its blade. The Blood Warrior Hall's heavenly guard were shocked. 8 spirit realm masters had surrounded Yang Kai, but none of them saw how he managed to break out of their encirclement, and by the time they reacted, Yang Kai was already walking away. They immediately acted to stop him, but something peculiar occurred. When they tried to push their spirit chi, streams of blood involuntarily spurted out of their bodies. All their strength quickly flowed out through their wounds, and with a series of thuds, all 8 of them fell to one knee on the ground. They were absolutely horrified. Only now did they realize that they had been injured by Yang Kai. Fortunately, while their injuries were severe, they were not lethal. They simply lost their ability to fight and could only watch helplessly as Yang Kai walked forward with a mixture of horror and reluctance to admit their loss. Nevertheless, they understood one thing clearly: with the unfathomable speed that Yang Kai displayed just now, killing them would have been as easy as waving his hand for him. The reason he wounded but did not kill them was definitely an act of mercy. Chi-chi-chi-chi. A never-ending series of sounds sliced through the air next as countless arrows flew over from all directions, pelting down on Yang Kai's location in a dense rain, each one containing an extremely terrifying force. Under such an intensive barrage, even a 9th-step spirit realm master might not come out unscathed. However, the angle and trajectory of these arrows had clearly been calculated with great deliberation, with none of them aiming at his vital spots. It was clear that even now, Profound Pill sect had no intention of taking his life. Yang Kai did not move a single step, but the sword in his hands danced and formed a barrier of sword lights. Under the urging of his spirit chi, a series of rattling and clanging sounds rang out, and every single arrow in that dense rain was cut down without a single exception. Many of the cultivators hiding in ambush turned pale with fright at the sight. In that moment of daze, Yang Kai's figure vanished from their field of vision. Immediately after that, the first scream resounded through the air. The screams of agony continued endlessly. Subsequently, the cultivators hiding in the vicinity collapsed limply in pools of their own blood. Inside the main hall, located several mountains away from the reception palace, all the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect had gathered together. With sect master Bailey Yun Sang in the lead, many elders, deacons, and protectors assembled behind him. Gao Xan Peng had just finished reporting the results of his negotiation with Yang Kai, after which Bailey Yun Sang nodded lightly and gave a wave of his hand to dismiss him. Great Elder Wu Fenghua said, "He certainly is a man who values his comrades. He came back despite knowing that he is no match for us. Unfortunately, he is a little arrogant." Yu Bo Yang frowned. "Sect master, that brat has only just advanced into the spirit realm. No matter how unusual he is, how strong can he be? Don't you think we are a little too nervous about this? We've deployed all the forces that can be deployed in Profound Pill sect. If word got out about this incident, we will be the laughing stock of the public." Bailey Yun Sang replied, "I certainly hope we are just overestimating his strength, but I don't dare to take what old Chi said lightly." Yu Bo Yang turned to glance at old man Chi and scowled. "Old Chi, are you sure that brat is so strong that even you are not his opponent? Are you sure you're not mistaken about this?" Despite listening to Old Man Chi's reports earlier, almost nobody in the entire Profound Pill sect believed him. Be that as it may, his words were stated with utter certainty. Wu Zhengqi also provided a testimony to the fact, so it was difficult for them not to believe the words of those two. Although they had agreed to deploy all the combat forces they could, Profound Pill sect's leaders still couldn't help feeling that they were being overly cautious. Old Man Chi lowered his eyes and spoke quietly. "This old man might not compare to you in the alchemic Tao, third elder, but this old man has immersed himself in battle for centuries now. That boy is the strongest master this old man has ever seen in his life. If he wanted to kill me, he could have taken my life within 10 moves. Yu Bo Yang blinked and burst out laughing. "Old Chi, why are you being so humble? You're one of the strongest masters in the divine armament world. Aside from the armament masters, there aren't many people who can kill you, let alone in 10 moves. He subconsciously believed that Old Man Chi was exaggerating about Yang Kai's strength to shirk the responsibility for failing the last mission. It was just that Old Man Chi was a highly trusted and influential individual in Profound Pill sect thanks to his position as the sect master's personal blood warrior, so Yu Bo Yang could not criticize him too much. Old Man Chi simply chose to remain silent. Reporting. A shout rang out as a cultivator sped through the sky and landed in front of them. Yu Bo Yang quickly asked, "How is the situation over there? Did you capture that brat yet?" After asking his question, he realized that the messenger looked extremely panicked. The messenger's voice trembled. "Alchemist Yang has broken through the first and second lines of defenses and is quickly approaching the third." "What?" Yu Bo Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Likewise, Bailey Yun Sang and the other elders also had horrified expressions on their faces. They could barely believe their ears. How much time had passed since Yang Kai arrived? It had been no more than 10 breaths since Gao Xan Peng came to report the situation, so how did Yang Kai break through 2 lines of defenses already? It had to be said that the Blood Warrior Hall's Heavenly Guard was in charge of the first line of defense, and they were all Spirit Realm masters. Even if they were not the strongest masters in the sect, they highly outnumbered their opponent. Moreover, they were proficient in group tactics, so even if it was Old Man Chi, it was uncertain whether he could achieve victory against them. Meanwhile, the second line of defense consisted of dozens of cultivators who were adept at archery. Falling into their encirclement would mean severe injuries at the very least, if not death. Did he break through the defenses just like that? Yu Bo Yang had not believed Old Man Chi earlier, but it would now seem that Old Man Chi had not been exaggerating. But what kind of alchemist has such terrifying combat power? Chapter 45-30, A Stick of Incense is Time. Before anybody could digest the shocking news, another person came running in with another shocking report. Yang Kai had already broken through the third line of defense and passed the reception palace. Moreover, he was currently heading straight for River Viewing Peak. Rumbling explosions came from a couple dozen kilometers away, and everybody raised their heads to look in that direction. Although they were blocked by several mountains and could not see the situation over there clearly, They could see the never-ending flashing lights that illuminated half the sky in that direction. The situation beyond the mountains gave off the vague feeling that an ancient ominous beast had escaped and was charging towards them in a bloody frenzy. They could sense the frighteningly vicious and hostile aura coming from that direction despite being so far apart. A short while later the commotion died down. River Viewing Peak had been defeated, and the 2 defense lines set up there had been completely destroyed. Yu Boyang stared forward in a daze. How is this possible? How is this possible? Likewise, Bailey Yun Sang was ashen-faced with disbelief. What happened today was simply too shocking. Profound Pill Sect was one of the 10 great sects. Be that as it may, they failed to stop a single alchemist who had only just advanced into the spirit realm even though they deployed their full strength against him. How could the power of a single person be so terrifying? Gao Xan Peng stared into the distance with a complicated gaze. Yang Kai's words from before echoed in his mind, I may be alone, but I'm strong enough to represent 1,000 men. He had assumed that Yang Kai was merely spouting empty boasts in an effort to boost his morale. Contrary to his beliefs though, it would now seem that Yang Kai was perfectly capable of representing the strength of 1,000 men. Of course, an ordinary army of 1,000 men could not have broken through the defenses of Profound Pill Sect. A short while later the 2 lines of defenses on Flying Tooth Peak collapsed. Flying Tooth Peak had been defeated. The only thing that stood between Yang Kai and the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect at this point was Purple Sun Peak. There was only one line of defense on Purple Sun Peak where a total of 30 Spirit Realm Masters from Profound Pill Sect had gathered together. Furthermore, their cultivations ranged from the lowest in the 3rd step Spirit Realm to the highest in the 8th step Spirit Realm. This was an extremely powerful lineup, enough to wipe out most sects in the Divine Armament world. It was a lineup that only one of the 10 great sects could assemble. When the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect looked in that direction from where they stood, their superb eyesight allowed them to see the large square on Purple Sun Peak where the 30 Spirit Realm Masters stood at the ready. Each of the 30 Spirit Realm Masters wielded a different spirit armament and additionally, they stood facing 8 distinct directions, forming the 8-directional Golden Lock formation. A figure stepped out from under the cover of numerous buildings and strolled over to the square. The sword in his hand was chipped in places along the length of the blade. Even an extraordinary spirit armament could not withstand the impacts of so many high-intensity battles in such a short period of time. He's injured. Yu Boyang shouted. From where he stood, he could clearly see that Yang Kai's clothes were tattered and he was covered in countless wounds with fresh blood trickling out. Everywhere he walked, he left behind an evident trail of bloody footprints. Wu Fenghua commented, after fighting so many elites of Profound Pill Sect alone, injuries are inevitable. It would be weirder for him to remain unscathed. Besides, it looks like he won't last much longer. Even the spirit armament in his hand is on the verge of being destroyed. Bailey Yun Sang nodded lightly, let us hope so. Profound Pill Sect's original intentions no longer mattered. Now that things had come this far, this battle could no longer be easily stopped. Things would only end when one party suffered complete defeat. It was just that Bailey Yun Sang himself never expected Yang Kai's strength to be so terrifying. Yang Kai only just broke through to the spirit realm. At this rate, won't he be invincible if he advances to the 9th step spirit realm? No. With the strength he has displayed so far, it can already be said that he is invincible. Who in the divine armament world can be his opponent unless the armament masters themselves take action? During their brief conversation, an intense battle had broken out on Purple Sun Peak. Dozens of silhouettes weaved about, turbulent waves of spirit chi collided with each other, and deafening explosions rang out incessantly. Such a malevolent aura. Lan Yin frowned slightly. Even though she was standing here away from the battle, she could clearly detect the evil chi radiating from Yang Kai's body. His aura was overflowing with brutality and destruction, which made her feel extremely uneasy. What kind of movement skill is that? Wu Fenghua was staring at the battle in the distance, but despite being in the spirit realm himself, he could not follow Yang Kai's movements at all. As far as he could tell, Yang Kai's figure moved about in a ghostly and erratic manner, vanishing abruptly from one spot only to appear in a completely different place without any warning in the next instant. There were no traces of his movements whatsoever. Even the 30 or so spirit realm masters on Purple Sun Peak could not do anything to him. On the contrary, the many spirit realm masters of Profound Pill Sect were flustered by their first experience against an opponent like Yang Kai. Meanwhile, Old Man Chi squinted at the fight in the distance. He could sense the evil qi surrounding Yang Kai becoming stronger, and an intense feeling of unease flooded his heart for some reason. That feeling of unease suddenly climbed to the peak when Yang Kai sliced off part of the neck of a Spirit Realm Master. That attack had nearly taken the life of that Spirit Realm Master. Sect Master, I want to investigate the current number of casualties among the cultivators in the sect. Old Man Chi hurriedly whispered in Bailey Yunsang's ear. Bailey Yunsang was completely focused on the fight in the distance, shocked by Yang Kai's elusive movement skill, so he frowned when he heard those words and asked, "Why do you want to investigate that now?" All the defense lines set up previously had been destroyed, so it was conceivable that many, if not all those cultivators had suffered tragic ends. It is related to the survival of the sect. Please give me permission, Sect Master. Old Man Chi looked extremely solemn. Bailey Yunsang glanced at Old Man Chi and was startled by what he saw. Despite spending so many years with each other, he had never seen Old Man Chi looking so solemn before. Thus he nodded slightly, "Go." Old Man Chi nodded, and with a slight shift of his body, he flew directly towards the reception palace. As a 9-step Spirit Realm Master, there was no question that his speed was incredible. It only took him several dozen breaths of time to hurry back. However, his expression was even more solemn than before he departed. "What did you find?" Bailey Yunsang asked. Old Man Chi replied, "No one has died. Everyone who participated in the battle was only wounded." Everyone was shocked by those words. Yu Bo Yang widened his eyes and asked, "Not a single person died?" Old Man Chi nodded slowly, "Not one." Everyone looked around at each other. Although several reports had come in earlier, they had only reported that the defenses had been broken through. They had not mentioned a single thing about the casualties, and nobody bothered to ask either. That was because casualties were inevitable in a battle like this. That was why they subconsciously believed that Profound Pill Sect would suffer heavy losses today. They were certain that Profound Pill Sect would take a great hit to its overall strength after this battle. Who could have imagined that not a single person had died? The brows of all the leaders in this place that were originally furrowed gloomily after hearing that the defense lines had been broken immediately relaxed considerably at the news. Regardless of the current circumstances, that was good news. Bailey Yunsang sighed, "It looks like that boy has not forgotten his kinship with us, and held back enough to not kill anybody in the sect." Wu Fenghua stroked his beard. He might be cautious about acting lest innocents be hurt. After all, the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect are in our hands. Regardless of his reasons, this is a good thing for us. Bailey Yunsang nodded. Old Man Chi, however, shook his head and said, "You're wrong, Sect Master. On the contrary, this is not a good thing for us at all." Bailey Yunsang looked over in puzzlement. "Why do you say that, Old Chi?" Old Man Chi glanced at the battlefield in the distance and explained his reasoning. "When this old master went to investigate the defense lines earlier, I discovered that young boy had extremely precise control over his strength at the beginning. Although everyone there was disabled, their injuries were not severe and they only need to recuperate for some time to recover fully. However, he seemed to be slowly losing control over his strength as time passed. The injuries he inflicted got progressively more severe as a result. If you look at the current situation, Sect Master." Bailey Yunsang looked over after hearing those words, just in time to see Yang Kai stabbing his sword into a cultivator's chest. When Yang Kai drew his blade out, fresh blood splattered everywhere. The Spirit Realm Master quickly backed away with an absolute look of horror on his face. Old Man Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, he forcibly shifted his trajectory, otherwise Rong Boy would be dead by now. The Rong Boy Old Man Chi mentioned was referring to the Spirit Realm Master who had been run through. Bailey Yunsang instantly understood. He is suppressing his murderous intent, but he is quickly reaching his limits. That's why his attacks are getting more and more brutal. Old Man Chi nodded solemnly. "That's right. This old master experienced the same situation when I fought him in Heavenly Martial City previously. If this old master had continued to engage in battle with him at the time, he would have lost control and killed me." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Do you remember the message Alchemist Gao brought back earlier, Sect Master?" Bailey Yunsang frowned. "Which message?" Yang Kai said that he could only persist for a stick worth of incense. Old Man Chi sighed. "We all thought he meant that he could fight for at most an incense stick worth of time, but it would now seem that the time limit he was referring to was how long he could retain his sanity. Once this time limit is up, he will most likely lose all sense of reason and massacre us." "What is the reason for all this?" Bailey Yunsang looked puzzled. This old master does not know, but this old master believes that it has something to do with the secret art he cultivated. That evil art has affected his heart. Sect Master, we can't afford to continue this battle. At the rate things are going, Profound Pill Sect will suffer catastrophic losses even if we manage to kill him. Seeing the hesitation in Bailey Yunsang's eyes, Old Man Chi added, Sect Master, don't forget that he is also an alchemist. He still has his alchemy flame. As soon as those words came out, a sudden thought occurred to Bailey Yunsang and he suddenly recalled the white alchemy flame. Even though his mental cultivation was very stable, he could barely resist the urge to curse out loud. Yang Kai's strength was so overwhelming that he could practically wipe out the entire Profound Pill Sect with his sword alone, which was why Bailey Yunsang had subconsciously forgotten Yang Kai's identity as an alchemist. Alchemists might not engage in battle often, but that did not mean they could not fight at all. Generally speaking, their alchemy flame was their greatest strength when engaged in battle with others. From the beginning until now, Yang Kai had not used the power of his white alchemy flame. It was obvious that he did not wish to increase the number of casualties. Otherwise, the people he injured would not be alive right now. Not to mention, that white alchemy flame was the most mysterious and most powerful alchemy flame in the divine armament world. Other people might be unaware of the truth, but how could Bailey Yunsang be so ignorant? At that thought, Bailey Yunsang did not dare to hesitate any longer and sighed softly, order them to retreat. Old Man Chi accepted the order and turned around to rush towards the battlefield. I'll go, somebody spoke up suddenly and rushed towards the battlefield ahead of Old Man Chi. Lan Yin immediately gave a startled cry, furthermore her expression was filled with worry. The battle was very fierce on Purple Sun Peak, and out of the 30 or so Spirit Realm Masters who made up its defense force, less than half of them were still able to move. All of them looked like they had seen a ghost, and their expressions were filled with abject terror. Although they could just manage to parry and block Yang Kai's indiscriminate barrage of attacks, they had no solution against his elusive movement skill. It was only a matter of time before they were all defeated. Chapter 45-31, Tacit Understanding. Sword light flashed in all directions and murderous intent permeated the air. Many of the Spirit Realm Masters who were originally in formation had already been separated and were now each fighting independently. From time to time, somebody would get injured and collapse in a pool of their own blood. All of a sudden, somebody rushed onto the battlefield and shouted in a thunderous voice, "Unfilial disciple, stop this madness at once." While speaking, he stood directly in front of Yang Kai with his robes flapping wildly around him. The true void sword abruptly halted in front of his forehead, and the fluctuating sword wave pierced his skin. Fresh blood flowed down the bridge of his nose. Their gazes met, with Yang Kai's crimson-red eyes filled with brutal hostility and destruction, causing the other party's eyes to contract involuntarily. Despite living for so many years, this man had never seen such wild eyes before. Old Man Chi is right, this brat is about to reach his limits, a limit where he can no longer maintain his sanity. Once he exceeds his limits, he will instantly transform into a killing machine that slaughters all living things. At that time, he will completely fall into a state of cultivation dissonance. Without his conscious mind, the entire Profound Pill Sect will surely fall along with him. The battlefield riddled with endless fighting suddenly fell into an eerie silence at this moment. Only the repressed groans of the fallen continuously rang out from all around them. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 or 8 Spirit Realm Masters breathed heavily and did not dare to act rashly. Yang Kai blinked. The thick crimson red in his eyes resembled fresh blood. His gaze shifted downward and landed on that person's left hand with 6 fingers. Then, a trace of confusion flashed through his eyes as though he could vaguely remember something. That person shouted again, "What are you doing, unfilial disciple? Are you planning to rebel?" That man's expression did not change in the slightest even though Yang Kai was holding a spirit armament against his forehead. It went to show his courage and boldness was not ordinary. The cogs in Yang Kai's head slowly began to spin, the thick crimson red in his eyes faded slightly, and the spirit chi surging wildly around his body gradually subsided. He tilted his head to the side and stared at the person in front of him before muttering, "Honored master?" Now that the fighting had stopped, the murderous intent that threatened to overwhelm his mind was beginning to dissipate and he regained the ability to think. Naturally, Yang Kai had never seen this man in front of him before. However, the unique characteristic of having a 6-fingered left hand was too conspicuous. Anybody capable of sight would notice such a unique feature. Besides, The only people who would appear in front of him at this time could only be part of the higher-ups in Profound Pill sect. After combining several facts together, that person's identity quickly became apparent. It was his fabricated master, Dan Qingzi. During the years that Yang Kai spent in Profound Pill sect, it was only natural for him to pay attention to any information regarding his so-called master. Unfortunately, the heaven-grade alchemists in his generation did not know much, and he was in no position to ask the elders of the previous generation for more information. Fortunately, there was Lan Yin. The two of them would occasionally encounter each other in the restricted area, and seeing as she had feelings for his fabricated master, the two had various common topics to discuss. Intentionally or unintentionally, Yang Kai learned quite a lot about his fabricated master over the years. Yang Kai's fabricated master was named Dan Qingzi. Dan Qingzi was the most outstanding and talented alchemist in Profound Pill sect. What made him so special was that he was talented in both the martial Tao and the alchemic Tao. Not only were his alchemy skills superb, but his actual strength was also immense. Thanks to his aptitude that surpassed his peers, he became extremely arrogant. When the former sect master was approaching his predestined time of death, Dan Qingzi believed that he would definitely be the one to take over as the sect master of Profound Pill sect. Who could have known that the former sect master would transfer the position to Bailey Yun Sang instead? In a fit of rage, he decided to leave Profound Pill sect. Although the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect had been searching for his whereabouts all these years, their efforts proved to be fruitless. Nobody knew where he went. Needless to say, an incident of this nature could not be publicized. That was why only the elders of the older generation knew about it, while the rest of the disciples were clueless about what happened to Dan Qingzi. Most people only knew that there was an extremely talented spirit-grade alchemist wandering outside the sect with no news from him. This information was what Yang Kai slowly coaxed out of Lan Yin through their continuous interactions over the years. It has been more than 10 years since we last met. This old master thought you didn't recognize me anymore. It turns out you didn't forget about him after all. Dan Qingzi's expression was cold and calm, but a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Nobody could remain completely nonchalant when there was a spirit armament pressed against their head with pure murderous intent radiating from it. Therefore, a clear look of relief flashed through his eyes when he heard Yang Kai calling him honored master. The crimson in Yang Kai's eyes faded bit by bit as he spoke. Disciple is heavily indebted to your kindness, honored master. How could I dare to forget you? With just a few simple words, the tense situation eased in an instant. Both of them understood each other's intentions. The so-called honored master and unfilial disciple relationship between them was nothing but a fabricated reality. Dan Qingzi had never taught Yang Kai, and Yang Kai had never studied under Dan Qingzi. This was a fact known to all parties involved. Be that as it may, the current situation required a breakthrough point in order to be resolved. The reason Dan Qingzi volunteered to come here was due to this consideration. Since Yang Kai claimed that Dan Qingzi was his master, then Dan Qingzi might as well acknowledge the statement. Now that Dan Qingzi had paved the way forward, it was only natural for Yang Kai to go along with the story. There was no need for any prior discussion. In the face of this difficult situation, both the young and the old quickly formed a tacit understanding between them. If you didn't forget, why aren't you putting away your weapon? Are you planning to kill me? Dan Qingzi shouted. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before he remembered to sheath the true void sword. Please forgive me, honored master. This disciple had no such intentions. Nevertheless, he was puzzled. He had caused a huge commotion in Profound Pill sect, and even if he did not kill anybody, he had injured many. Moreover, these people were the masters of the sect, so if any great enemy were to attack at this time, Profound Pill sect would be powerless to resist. There was no saying how Profound Pill sect planned to deal with him after he caused so much trouble. Still, there was a high likelihood that Profound Pill sect was willing to reconcile with him since Dan Qingzi went so far as to take the initiative to come here. Otherwise, there was no need for such measures. Dan Qingzi looked sorrowful. This old master knows that your actions were not intentional. Your aptitude is far too outstanding, and as a result, your cultivation improved too quickly. Not knowing restraint and not having a stable enough mental state caused you to suffer from cultivation dissonance, which in turn resulted in a drastic change in your temperament. You nearly caused an irrevocable disaster. Fortunately, the sect did not give up on you. The sect used all its power to help you restore order from chaos. Thank goodness their efforts were not in vain. Yang Kai stared at Dan Qingzi, and the admiration he felt for this old fox was almost beyond words. This old man is undeniably cunning. Not only did he resolve the tense situation in Profound Pill sect with a few choice words, he also made it seem as though I am now heavily indebted to Profound Pill sect. It was obvious that Yang Kai had come charging into Profound Pill sect all on his own. However, the story had been changed to one where Profound Pill sect had pulled out all the stops to help him recover from his state of cultivation dissonance. Yang Kai was so grateful that he almost felt like crying. He had caused such a large commotion today, and the sect needed an explanation. This story provided the best outcome for both parties. It would also stabilize the people's hearts. More importantly, Yang Kai deciphered the hidden meaning in Dan Qingzi's words. Even now, Profound Pill sect considered him one of their disciples. They had no plans of abandoning him. Yang Kai did not know whether it was Dan Qingzi's own intention or Profound Pill sect's will. Nevertheless, those details no longer mattered. The chance to remain in Profound Pill sect was exactly what he wished for. He would need to figure out another method to steal the Medicine King furnace otherwise. At that time, it would be another endless battle. Cough. Dan Qingzi lightly coughed into his fist. Unfilial disciple, have you not recovered? Why are you staring at me? Is there any untruth in this old master's words? Yang Kai quickly shook his head and declared, what you said is true, honored master. This disciple has failed and brought shame to you. This disciple will be more diligent in the future, so as to avoid another incident like today. Dan Qingzi breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you can think that way. Come with me. We will meet the sect master and the elders. Yes. Yang Kai responded respectfully, acting as though he was a meek and obedient disciple. In front of everybody's eyes, Dan Qingzi flew over to Bailey Yun Sang and the others with Yang Kai in tow as the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect watched those two with complicated expressions. Dan Qingzi and Yang Kai had not suppressed their voices during their conversation earlier. Furthermore, those standing in the vicinity were basically spirit realm masters, so every one of them had heard the entire conversation clearly. Bailey Yun Sang and the elders were all worldly masters, so how could they not understand the current situation? It was just that the sudden turn of events was beyond their expectations, so they were uncertain about how to handle a star of calamity like Yang Kai. As such, Dan Qingzi was the first to speak. Sect Master, my disciple has overcome his cultivation dissonance and regained his true nature. Bailey Yun Sang subconsciously nodded upon hearing those words. That's good. That's good. Pausing for a moment, he continued, since you've regained your senses, you should return and have a good rest now. Yang Kai cupped his fist. This disciple is grateful for your benevolence, sect master. It's just that this disciple has caused such a huge commotion in the sect. This incident will haunt me forever, so I wish to request punishment. Please approve my request, sect master. Bailey Yun Sang frowned and glanced at Dan Qingzi in puzzlement. Dan Qingzi shook his head so slightly that his movements were practically imperceptible. His response indicated that he did not know what the brat was planning either. Bailey Yun Sang frowned. It's not like you meant to cause such a commotion. You were suffering from cultivation dissonance after all. This old master understands your situation. There's no need for punishment. I hope you will be more careful in the future. That will be a blessing to the sect. Those words came from the bottom of his heart. Following this battle, he had a profound insight into the true meaning behind the word, terrifying. Despite gathering all the elites in Profound Pill sect, they could not stop a single boy who had only just advanced into the spirit realm. 80% of Profound Pill sect's forces had been heavily injured in this battle, so who could possibly bear the brunt if another battle were to break out once more? Yang Kai cupped his fist again. Your magnanimity is boundless, sect master. This junior is undeserving of your kindness. Unfortunately, the incident today started because of me, so if I don't receive any form of punishment, the disciples in the sect will surely have trouble accepting this decision. It will eventually lead to unrest within the sect. For the future of the sect, this disciple is willing to receive punishment. Bailey Yun Sang couldn't help widening his eyes to stare at Yang Kai and thinking to himself, what the hell is this brat up to? Didn't I say that I won't pursue this matter any further? Couldn't he just obediently go back and have a good sleep? Why is he bringing up such nonsense and speaking as though he is so righteous? A few of the elders frowned, but they also knew Yang Kai was not wrong. The commotion today had gotten out of hand, so it would be difficult to appease the people's hearts without a reasonable explanation. Dan Qingzi frowned and asked, what do you think is an appropriate punishment for you? Yang Kai bowed and quickly said, This disciple asks to be confined in the restricted area for 10 years to reflect on his mistakes. Honored Master, Sect Master, please approve my request. Chapter 45-32, Learning While Doing. The talented heaven-grade alchemist Yang Kai, whose aptitude surpassed all his peers, had advanced too quickly in his cultivation and built up an unstable foundation as a result. Consequently, he experienced a dissonance in his cultivation during his advancement into the spirit realm and underwent a drastic change in personality. Thankfully, the sect master and the elders did not give up on him. They went to great lengths to save him, and their efforts paid off. They succeeded in turning the situation around. What joyous news! That was the news that quickly spread throughout Profound Pill sect in a very short time. The battle that took place yesterday caused a huge uproar in the sect, so it was only natural for everyone to be aware of the incident. Nevertheless, not many people actually knew what happened to cause such a commotion. Only those cultivators who participated in the battle understood some of the truth, but even they did not know much either. In any case, this explanation did not make many people suspicious of the truth when combined with Yang Kai's violent and murderous aura at the time. Yang Kai's actions had indeed made him seem as though he was experiencing cultivation dissonance. After the war subsided, the work of rebuilding was yet another troublesome matter. The explanation given to the public was only to stabilize the hearts and minds of those inside and outside Profound Pill sect. Besides, the cultivators who were injured by Yang Kai needed time to heal and recuperate. On the other hand, the most troublesome matter besieging the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect at this moment was Yang Kai's final request to reflect on his mistakes in the restricted area for 10 years. All the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect had gathered in the reception hall for a meeting. Those in attendance ranged from the sect master down to the elders, protectors, and deacons. Even though so many talented people crowded around inside the main hall, the atmosphere was absolutely dismal and gloomy. The topic of discussion for the day was none other than the matter involving Yang Kai's request for self-reflection for a period of 10 years. It would have been fine if he had requested for any other area in the sect, but the key point was that the restricted area was where the Medicine King furnace was currently placed. Profound Pill sect had no choice but to handle this matter with great caution. Before learning the details of his background, they had allowed him to freely access the restricted area, come into contact with the Medicine King furnace, and comprehend the Grand Tao Divine Tone. Now that they knew that he had ulterior motives, how could they dare to let him come into contact with the Medicine King furnace? Unfortunately, nobody could come up with an acceptable solution on how to handle this matter. Staring at the silent crowd below, Bailey Yun Sang rapped his knuckles on the armrest of his chair. Stop pretending to be mute. Let's exchange some ideas about how we should handle this matter. Great Elder, what is your opinion? Being called upon by the sect master directly, Wu Fenghua had no choice but to express his opinion. He was silent for a moment before he said, "That boy knows the importance of the Medicine King furnace to Profound Pill sect. Seeing as he dares to make such a request with that knowledge in mind, it can be seen that he is definitely scheming something. I'm afraid that he won't give up unless we agree to his request. What's more, judging by the strength that he has displayed so far, Profound Pill sect wouldn't be able to stop him even if he wanted to barge into the restricted area forcefully." That was right. In his opinion, Yang Kai's final request was not a self-inflicted punishment but a request. It was a request for reconciliation with Profound Pill sect. Agreeing with the request was the only method to gain some possibility of reconciliation between both parties. If they refused to meet his request, there was no doubt that another battle would break out between them. How the situation would turn out after that remained unknown. In any case, there was no denying that Profound Pill sect had taken all the people of Void Spirit Sword sect captive in Profound Pill City. Even if not a single person from Void Spirit Sword sect had been harmed, Profound Pill sect was at fault in that sense. Bailey Yun Sang frowned. "Great Elder, are you saying that we should agree to his request?" Wu Fenghua shook his head. "This elder has no such intentions. It's just that this elder is of the opinion that little junior brother should not have accepted the fabricated master-disciple relationship in the first place. If not for that master-disciple relationship, we would not be facing this issue now." Before Dan Chengzi could speak, Lan Yin glared furiously. "Great Elder, have you even thought about what the consequences would be if little junior brother had not done that?" Wu Fenghua said, "Judging by the situation at the time, it would not have been difficult to stop that brat even if little junior brother had not done that. It was proven that he retained a shred of his consciousness from the beginning to the end." Lan Yin looked like she was about to argue further, But Dan Qingzi raised his hand to stop her from speaking and looked up at Wu Fenghua. You're right. He retained a shred of consciousness from beginning to end. That's why he did not kill anybody in Profound Pill Sect. That's also the reason why Profound Pill Sect only recorded countless wounded but not a single casualty in the battle yesterday. With that in mind, how should we have dealt with the incident even if we did manage to stop him? That brat is so strong that nobody in Profound Pill Sect can stop him. Do we just let him go? He has been comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace for several years now. Not to mention that he also turned over many pill recipes and alchemy techniques. Will you feel at ease if we let him go free just like that, Great Elder? Wu Fenghua considered the question carefully before he slowly shook his head in response. It was just as Dan Qingzi had mentioned. Yang Kai had comprehended so many mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace. Who could allow him to leave so easily? We can neither keep him here nor let him leave. In that case, we can only use this master-disciple relationship to tie him down. It doesn't matter whether it is real or fake. As long as he calls me, honored master, even the fake relationship will become real. Bailey Yun Sang looked pensive. Little junior brother, did you recognize the master-disciple relationship yesterday with this consideration in mind? Dan Qingzi cupped his fist. Things were too urgent at the time, so I had no time to discuss this matter with you, sect master. Bailey Yun Sang waved his hand dismissively. You have always been quick-witted. None of us can compare to you in this regard. You did the right thing. With this master-disciple relationship to bind him, that boy will be forced to act with more consideration in the future. Regrettably, that does not solve the problem at hand. Dan Qingzi said, what the sect master and the others are worried about is simply whether he has any other intentions towards Profound Pill Sect or whether he is a spy sent by another sect to spy on the secrets of the Medicine King Furnace. That's right, Bailey Yun Sang nodded. Dan Qingzi slowly shook his head. In my opinion, these are not problems at all. Everybody looked towards him and he continued, it has not been long since I returned to Profound Pill Sect, and the understanding I have of my disciple is also based only on what you've told me. But it's precisely for this reason that I can look at the problem from an outside perspective, unfettered by certain constraints. Let me ask you this, sect master, has he ever done anything malicious to the sect in all the years since he entered the sect? Never. Have you ever seen him in close contact with any other sects? Aside from Void Spirit Sword Sect, we have never noticed anything of the sort. But Void Spirit Sword Sect is where he was born, so it is understandable that he has frequent contact with them. He has comprehended various pill recipes from the Medicine King Furnace. There have been over a dozen so far. If he had any malicious intentions towards the sect, he could have selected only a few to contribute to the sect and kept more of them secret. However, I don't believe he did that. Bailey Yun Sang nodded lightly. There had been more than a dozen brand new pill recipes over the years, which was a huge contribution to the sect. Another point is the battle yesterday. There were no casualties in the sect, only countless wounded. It can be seen that he cares for the sect. Besides, if he was a spy sent by another sect, would they allow him to attack this place all on his own? Wouldn't they be afraid that an unforeseen accident might occur? Bailey Yun Sang pondered for a moment and asked, Junior brother, are you saying that he was not instructed by a third party to join Profound Pill Sect? Dan Qingzi shook his head. He joined Profound Pill Sect completely by accident. What do you mean by that? Everybody looked at him in curiosity. He asked in return, do you remember how he joined Profound Pill Sect? Yu Bo Yang considered the question. Little Gao encountered him in Heavenly Martial City during a trip there, and they ended up competing with each other in alchemy. The result was that he refined a 10 revolutions clear heart pill using our Profound Pill Sect's recipe. That's why Little Gao suspected that he obtained the pill recipe from here. After making some inquiries, Little Gao determined that you were the one who taught him in the past, little junior brother. If you had not returned to the sect without warning the other day, we probably would never have known that it was all a lie. Dan Qingzi gave a wry smile. I've always considered my talents to be above all others in the alchemic Tao, with few who are qualified to be my equal. However, after a brief chat with the brat last night, I finally discovered what it means for there to always be mountains beyond mountains. Everybody looked at Dan Qingzi in astonishment. His arrogance was well known. If not for that, he would not have left the sect in anger over the sect master's position back then. Therefore, it was their first time hearing him say something so humbling. Bailey Yun Sang asked, Little junior brother, what did you talk about last night? We talked about how he joined Profound Pill sect. Dan Qingzi breathed out a long breath. He is now my disciple, so it's only natural for me to show concern for him as his honored master. Pausing for a moment, he finally explained himself. Little Gao was correct. The pill recipe that Brat used to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill back then did indeed belong to Profound Pill sect. I'm sure you all verified that fact yourselves when he first joined Profound Pill sect, senior brothers. Wu Fenghua nodded. That's right. We verified that the pill recipe he used does indeed belong to Profound Pill sect. It's precisely because of this that we had no doubts about his origins. After all, there's no way for him to fake the pill recipe. We were convinced that you took in a disciple while traveling abroad. There is nothing wrong with the pill recipe. What little Gao misunderstood was that he learned the pill recipe from me. On the contrary, the pill recipe was taught to him by little Gao himself. The crowd was absolutely dumbfounded by Dan Qingzi's words. Dan Qingzi said, "Little Gao is outside right now. Go ahead and summon him to tell us about what happened back then. I'm sure you'll understand soon." While saying so, Dan Qingzi clapped his hands lightly. Gao Xen Peng walked in a short while later and bowed to the people in the room before he stood there obediently with his back straight. Dan Qingzi said, "Little Gao, tell us about the details of your alchemy competition with Yang Kai back then. Don't skip over even the smallest of details." Gao Xen Peng did not understand the reason behind Dan Qingzi's order, but he still answered earnestly. The incident might have taken place several years before, but the memory remained fresh in his mind. Under his narration, the scene at the time seemed to be reenacted before everyone's eyes. During this period, Dan Qingzi would also ask some key questions from time to time. A short while later, Gao Xen Peng left in confusion. Meanwhile, the entire main hall was so silent that one could have heard the sound of a pin dropping. After a long time, Yu Bo Yang finally gulped nervously before positing. Little Gao claimed that Yang Kai was always one step slower than him during their competition, from the first step of organizing the herbs to the final step of condensing the pills. Could it be that boy was learning on the spot? A series of gasps filled the air and everyone's eyes contained a light of disbelief. Alchemy was an extremely sophisticated process. From condensing medicinal liquids to the timing of adding herbs, to the control of the alchemy flame, each step required extensive experience and long-term accumulation. Even with a pill recipe, an alchemist might not be able to successfully refine a pill in such a short time. They would often experience countless failures just to accumulate enough experience before they succeeded. Learning a recipe on the spot was simply impossible, much less succeeding in the refinement. Dan Qingzi said, "I didn't believe it either, but it is the truth. I deliberately used a pill recipe I created myself to test him last night, and the result was similar to the time when Little Gao competed with him. He would always be one step behind me throughout the entire process, but he succeeded in the refinement nonetheless." All of the higher-ups in Profound Pill sect were shocked to their core. Chapter 45-33 Bargaining. What? How can anybody in this world be so talented in the alchemic Tao? Wu Fenghua was so shocked that he was a little incoherent. Dan Qingzi had used a pill recipe he created himself to test Yang Kai. In other words, the pill recipe was not known to anybody except for Dan Qingzi himself, but even so, Yang Kai had managed to replicate the pill recipe in its entirety on the spot. Something like that was too scary to even imagine. Dan Qingzi sighed. Without such aptitude, he would never have heard the Grand Tao divine tone or comprehended the mysteries of the Medicine King furnace so easily. Don't even get me started on the pill recipes that he contributed to the sect over the years. Bailey Yunsang was stunned. If that's the case, then it was Little Gao who misunderstood the situation back then. Dan Qingzi nodded. The brat was in the 9th step Earth realm at the time, so he was in urgent need of a 10 revolutions clear heart pill to advance into the heaven realm. Unfortunately, his outstanding talents in alchemy were wasted without a pill recipe. He coincidentally heard that Little Gao would be heading to Heavenly Martial City, so he tried various means to approach Little Gao. On the grounds of competing in alchemy, he successfully learned the pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. You know what happened next? He was young and weak at the time, so when Little Gao asked questions and pushed for answers, he simply went with the flow and things somehow ended with him being recognized as my disciple through a series of twists and coincidences. Bailey Yun sang and the elders looked at each other with speechless expressions on their faces. Under those circumstances, who could have imagined that the pill recipe Yang Kai mastered had been learned on the spot? The only reasonable explanation was that a senior expert from Profound Pill sect had secretly taught the pill recipe to him in the past. And this senior expert could only be Dan Qingzi, who was wandering outside the sect at the time. Bailey Yunsang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder he claimed that entering the sect had been an accident. It turned out to be true. Yu Bo-yang pondered in silence for a moment. If that's the case, then it's a good thing for the sect. We were simply worried that he might be a spy sent here by another sect to gather intelligence on the secrets of the Medicine King furnace. Judging from the current situation, he is unrelated to any other sects. On the contrary, his identity as a Profound Pill sect disciple can no longer be denied. Wu Fenghua nodded. What third elder said is correct. Besides, he has never displayed his martial strength in all the years that he joined the sect. If not for the circumstances forcing his hand, nobody would have known how strong he was. It can be seen that he is equally talented in both the martial and alchemic Dao. Dan Qingzi said, that's why the Medicine King furnace is so attractive to him, and why he made such a request yesterday. Turning to look at Bailey Yunsang, he cupped his fist. Sect Master, I think it will be fine to agree with his request. But he has to promise us something. Bailey Yunsang looked up at Dan Qingzi. What are you thinking, little junior brother? Dan Qingzi said, over the years he has comprehended more than a dozen pill recipes from the Grand Dao Divine Tone of the Medicine King furnace. If he is willing to continue contributing to the sect, then it is a good thing for Profound Pill sect. We can let him stay in the restricted area for 10 years, but if he learns something new again he must share all his findings with Profound Pill sect. Since ancient times, the Divine Armament Tournament has been held once every 100 years, but how many people have actually comprehended the mysteries of the divine armaments throughout history? How is this not a huge opportunity for Profound Pill sect? After all, nobody else has been able to comprehend anything of significance from the Medicine King furnace aside from him. Bailey Yunsang did not answer. He was silent for a long time before he said solemnly, this is an important matter that needs to be further discussed carefully. Dan Qingzi did not rush Bailey Yunsang when he heard the other party's answer. That was because he knew that Profound Pill sect had no other choice aside from this option, unless they could overcome Yang Kai through force and suppress him. While the meeting was ongoing, Yang Kai went to visit the people of Void Spirit Sword sect in Profound Pill City. Su Chang Fa had not changed in the slightest. He was still in the third step Earth realm, though after such a long time he seemed to have gotten older. On the other hand, Hong Xiu and Gu Kongning's cultivation had increased substantially. They were now in the 6th step and 7th step Earth realm respectively. They had not known what was going on when Profound Pill sect brought them to Profound Pill City, but they could vaguely sense that something was wrong. Unfortunately, Profound Pill sect was much stronger than them, so they were powerless to resist in any way. Now that they met Yang Kai again, it was only natural for them to get to the bottom of the matter. Yang Kai did not explain in great detail. He simply claimed that he asked the sect to bring them here. Seeing as Profound Pill City was a city born from Profound Pill sect, it was naturally a much better environment than the Backwater Mountains Void Spirit Sword sect used to occupy. Su Chang Fa and the others were naturally skeptical of his explanation. Over the next few days, Yang Kai accompanied Su Chang Fa and the others sightseeing in Profound Pill City. The hustle and bustle of the large city was very dazzling to the group of people who came from the rural countryside, so everything was new and interesting to them. 5 days after the battle inside Profound Pill sect, Dan Qingzi personally came to Yang Kai's cave mansion on Fixed Moon Peak. Disciple greets honored master. Yang Kai came out to greet Dan Qingzi, bowing politely. Both of them knew that this master-disciple relationship was a farce. Even so, Yang Kai did not neglect to maintain the necessary etiquette. His actions made Dan Qingzi very satisfied. Nodding lightly, Dan Qingzi said, let's go inside and talk. This way please, honored master. Yang Kai gestured with his hand, welcoming Dan Qingzi into his secluded home. Then he instructed Wan Ying to brew a pot of tea. He had sent a messenger to Heavenly Martial City 3 days earlier to fetch Hua Rong Yang Huai, and Wan Ying who had remained behind previously. Everybody took their seats and savored the fragrance of the tea. Then Yang Kai asked, honored master, did you come because the sect has decided on that matter? Dan Qingzi raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai and put his teacup down. A few days ago you caused a huge commotion and injured countless sect members. Although your contributions have been significant, exempting you from punishment will not quell the public outrage. On account of your remorse and your sincerity to ask for punishment after the fact, the sect has decided to accept your previous suggestion. Your punishment is to reflect on your mistakes in the restricted area for the next 10 years. Are you satisfied? Yang Kai hurriedly poured the tea for Dan Qingzi with a chuckle. I'm very satisfied. Putting down his teacup, he cupped his fist in the direction of the mountain peak where Bailey Yunsang lived. The sect master is wise indeed. The corners of Dan Qingzi's mouth couldn't help twitching at the sight of Yang Kai's excitement. In this world, he is probably the only person to be so happy to be punished to reflect on his mistakes for 10 years. Cough. Dan Qingzi lightly coughed. But there is one more thing you need to guarantee. Yang Kai said, Honored Master, please speak. If you learn anything from the Medicine King Furnace, you need to report your findings to the sect immediately. Of course. This disciple has always done that, Yang Kai readily agreed. Having said that, it was true that one could indeed comprehend some alchemy-related knowledge from the Medicine King Furnace. However, Yang Kai had no interest in such knowledge. Besides, the findings he turned over to Profound Pill Sect were knowledge that he had already mastered long ago. During his time in the restricted area, Yang Kai would only need to provide a pill recipe or alchemic Tao teaching that did not exist in this world to the sect every now and then. That would be enough to keep them happy. Good. Yang Kai poured tea for Dan Qingzi again. Honored Master, this disciple has one other thing that I need your help with. Dan Qingzi immediately looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. What is this matter? It was not strange for Dan Qingzi to be so wary. Even having lived for so many years, he had never met a freak like Yang Kai. How could he possibly resolve a matter that even this small monster could not? That was why he asked that question so cautiously. It is a trivial matter for the sect. Yang Kai smiled. As you know, I was born in Void Spirit Sword Sect, Honored Master. It is a small and declining sect that is not worth mentioning in front of a behemoth like Profound Pill Sect. Due to some misunderstandings previously, the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect were brought to Profound Pill City and have now settled down there. Dan Qingzi nodded. I know about this. Do you wish for the sect to escort them back? Yang Kai grinned. It is such a long journey. Don't you think that running back and forth is very troublesome? Besides, there's nothing to miss about those backwater mountains. This disciple was thinking. Since they are already here, they might as well remain. Profound Pill City is so large, so taking care of the entire Void Spirit Sword Sect should not be a problem. Right? Dan Qingzi glanced sideways at Yang Kai, a deep sense of vigilance in his eyes. Yang Kai continued, Several years have passed since this disciple joined the sect. I've noticed that there is no unified planning in Profound Pill City. There is no City Lord's mansion either, much less somebody to manage its day-to-day affairs. Why don't you assign Void Spirit Sword Sect to manage the city? Dan Qingzi immediately fumed angrily. What a large appetite you have. Aren't you afraid that you might not be able to digest what you eat? Yang Kai smilingly replied, One won't know until they actually try, but regardless, it's still better than to starve. Dan Qingzi was about to speak again, but Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt. A 50-50 split. Void Spirit Sword Sect will submit to Profound Pill Sect and help Profound Pill Sect manage Profound Pill City. The profits will be split equally between both parties. The words that Dan Qingzi wanted to speak were forced back into his mouth. He was silent for a long time before he spoke again. Profound Pill City is a large city that can generate profits every single day. It is not as if the sect is unaware of that fact. But do you know why the sect never bothered to assign somebody to manage the city? Please enlighten me, Honored Master. Dan Qingzi replied, Profound Pill City started out as a gathering place for the people who came to request pills. Rather than a city, it was more like a temporary camp back then. Over the years, more and more people came to request pills, and with the increasing popularity, the foot of the mountain slowly developed into a village, then a town, then a city. Although Profound Pill Sect could be considered quite well developed back then as well, it was far from what we have achieved today. Not to mention, most alchemists are addicted to alchemy and were consumed by it all day long. How could they have the heart to manage a city? By the time the sect developed and prospered, the situation in Profound Pill City had already stabilized. It is a huge piece of fat just waiting to be eaten, and for that reason various great forces from all sides have gathered here. The situation is very messy and not so simple to intervene in. After a short pause he added, Of course the main reason is that the sect is not lacking in wealth. Not only is there no desire to manage the city, but there is no good excuse either. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. That's exactly why it is best for Void Spirit Sword Sect to step into this position. Void Spirit Sword Sect has submitted to Profound Pill Sect. Moreover, they left their hometown behind. They need the means to make a living. Otherwise they would starve to death. Dan Qingzi stared at Yang Kai seriously, and a long while passed before he said, 30-70. The sect will take 70% and Void Spirit Sword Sect will take 30%. Yang Kai nearly jumped out of his seat when he heard those words. What a large appetite, honored master. Didn't you say that the sect is not lacking in wealth? Why must you make things difficult for Void Spirit Sword Sect? Dan Qingzi replied angrily, Void Spirit Sword Sect doesn't even have a single Spirit Realm Master. How will they manage the situation in the Profound Pill City? The sect will have to step forward in this aspect. Isn't it reasonable for us to take 70%? If we actually do this, the sect will simply be borrowing Void Spirit Sword Sect's name to take control of Profound Pill City. It can be Void Spirit Sword Sect, but it can also be any random great force. 30% is a lot already. Brat, don't be too greedy. Don't forget your place. Yang Kai responded solemnly, this disciple might be part of Profound Pill Sect, but I am also the sect master of Void Spirit Sword Sect. I am responsible for its interests. Chapter 45-34 10-Year Retreat. An hour later, Dan Qingzi finally left. A 40-60 split was the final outcome of their negotiation after a long back-and-forth argument. Yang Kai was very satisfied with the results. Although Void Spirit Sword Sect would only receive 40% of the income, that was still an unimaginable amount of wealth. It was enough to benefit Void Spirit Sword Sect endlessly. In fact, he was originally prepared to accept the 30-70 suggestion as a last resort. Thankfully, Dan Qingzi had no wish to disturb the peace that had finally managed to create. That was why he eventually backed down and agreed to the solution of a 40-60 split after arguing with Yang Kai for a while. With his assurance and facilitation, this plan would most likely be implemented without a hitch. Naturally, Profound Pill Sect would not wish to offend Yang Kai over something like this either. Not long after that, Yang Kai went down the mountain to where Su Chang Fa and the others were living to inform them about this matter. When they heard the news, they were absolutely astonished and delighted. They never even dreamt that such a blessing would happen to them in this world. Having gone sightseeing in Profound Pill City for the last few days, how could they not know the prosperity of the city? It just never occurred to them that they would be managing this place one day. In addition to their happiness, they also felt a certain level of worry about the current strength of Void Spirit Sword Sect. After all, a place like this was simply beyond what a small great force like Void Spirit Sword Sect could manage. Fortunately, Yang Kai himself had mentioned that they would be relying on Profound Pill Sect to back Void Spirit Sword Sect in this matter. One of the reasons was that they would give Profound Pill Sect a reason to take control of Profound Pill City. The other reason was that Profound Pill Sect themselves did not have the time or the energy to manage the city. Even so, Su Chang Fa was a worldly man, so how could he not know that the biggest reason for this outcome was thanks to Yang Kai's mediation? In comparison, submitting to Profound Pill Sect was not that difficult to accept. For the next half-month, the entire Profound Pill City underwent a drastic change. A large number of Heaven Realm Masters and Spirit Realm Masters from Profound Pill Sect frequently went in and out of the city. A small sect called Void Spirit Sword Sect also emerged out of nowhere. With the cooperation of Profound Pill Sect's higher-ups, Void Spirit Sword Sect quickly took control over the entire city. Needless to say, there were some obstacles along the way, but these obstacles seemed almost comical in the face of overwhelming power. Yang Kai did not participate in this endeavor and simply watched from the shadows. Once all the dust had settled, he finally entered the restricted area to reflect on his mistakes. From that day onward, nobody else saw him again aside from his two personal blood warriors and the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect with the qualifications to enter the restricted area freely. During the first 2 years in the restricted area, Yang Kai did absolutely nothing. He simply focused all his strength on removing the drawbacks and hidden dangers brought about by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. His advancement into the spirit realm had been too sudden, and he had not been fully prepared at the time. Consequently, the hidden dangers of the heaven-devouring battle law erupted without warning after he devoured a large amount of red jade, negatively affecting his mental state. That was why he showed signs of cultivation dissonance during the battle in Profound Pill Sect. Following the 2 years of meditative cultivation, his dragon vein became increasingly powerful and most of the drawbacks that emerged during his advancement into the spirit realm were resolved as a result. Although it had been an extremely dull 2 years, it was equally rewarding. Yang Kai's gains were definitely worth the effort he put in. On the other hand, the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect were growing rather anxious. That was because Bailey Yun Sang and the elders would see Yang Kai in the same posture where he just sat there without moving whenever they went to the restricted area. For a whole 2 years, he just sat there without comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King furnace. Therefore, Profound Pill sect gained nothing at all. Fortunately, the situation improved after 2 years. Hua Rong and Yang Huai constantly brought in large amounts of cultivation resources into the restricted area, and as Yang Kai's cultivation increased at a steady and safe pace, several extraordinary and powerful pill recipes were also delivered to the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect. Bailey Yun Sang and the elders were absolutely jubilant. They ecstatically began researching the various pill recipes and alchemy techniques, thanks to which the level of the alchemic Tao in Profound Pill sect soared. In addition to cultivating, Yang Kai was also refining the Medicine King furnace. This object was the manifestation of the divine armament world source strength, so refining it was extremely difficult. Despite having entered the spirit realm now, there was no way for Yang Kai to refine the Medicine King furnace completely in a short period of time. Time flew by. A period of 10 years was neither too long nor too short. 10 years was just the blink of an eye to the divine armament world, while in the eyes of Profound Pill sect, this past decade was a period of vigorous development for the sect. Originally, there were several sects known for their achievements in the alchemic Tao and the divine armament world that could compete with Profound Pill sect. During the previous divine armament tournament, Profound Pill sect had fought against these sects for the Medicine King furnace, and even though Profound Pill sect came out the winner in the end, the advantage they held was not very obvious. Now, however, the level of the alchemic Tao in Profound Pill sect was far more advanced than those sects. All the greatest alchemy sects had jointly organized an alchemic Tao conference 1 year ago. However, Profound Pill sect came out on top in both the competitions between the Earth-grade alchemists and the Heaven-grade alchemists. In particular, 7 out of the top 10 contestants among the Heaven-grade alchemists were Profound Pill sect disciples. Moreover, all top 5 spots had been monopolized by Profound Pill sect. Something like this had never happened before. The whole world was shaken when this news spread out. The other alchemy sects were reluctant to admit their loss, but they could only be resigned to their fate. Meanwhile, Profound Pill sect cheered when this news reached it. Everyone, from the sect master to the common workers, every one of them was filled with great pride. In terms of the alchemic Tao, this was the era of Profound Pill sect. When drinking, one should never forget the one who dug the well and provided the water. Needless to say, Profound Pill sect did not forget about the biggest contributor behind the scenes. The sect master and the elders gathered outside the restricted area to wait quietly. Likewise, Yang Huai and Hua Rong stood nearby with expectant looks on their faces. During the past decade, Hua Rong had advanced from the first step spirit realm to the 4th step. Her cultivation was not slow. In fact, it could even be said that she progressed extremely rapidly. Yang Huai's progress was even more astonishing. He had gone from the 9th step heaven realm to the 5th step spirit realm in this period. His cultivation speed was even faster than Hua Rong. After all, he was only in the heaven realm back when she first advanced into the spirit realm. The extreme compatibility of the secret art, his long-standing accumulation, and the endless supply of resources were the main reasons for Yang Huai's success. Of course, the primary reason for their success today was all thanks to Yang Kai. Leaving aside everything else, it would have been impossible for them to obtain so many cultivation resources without him. Void Spirit Sword sect was presently in charge of Profound Pill City, so they took in a large income every month. Even though they only received 40% of the total, that wealth was enough for a small sect to grow and develop rapidly. Aware of Hua Rong and Yang Huai's identities, Void Spirit Sword sect was generous towards these two and would share whatever good things they came across with them. Furthermore, Yang Kai had accumulated countless contribution points which Hua Rong and Yang Huai could use to exchange for large amounts of resources from Profound Pill sect. Not to mention they also had the pills that Yang Kai personally refined for them. With such an immense supply of resources, even those with the worst aptitudes in the world could shine. What more, Hua Rong and Yang Huai, whose aptitudes were fairly outstanding in the first place. Everybody waited for over an hour outside the restricted area, but there was no noticeable movement from the inside. Little junior brother, is Marshal nephew aware that his punishment ends today and he is allowed to leave? Bailey Yun Sang turned to glance at Dan Qingzi. Dan Qingzi frowned. I mentioned this to him when I visited him several days ago. Logically speaking, he should be aware of this matter. judging by the time he should be emerging soon. Yu Boyang asked, could he be comprehending something again? I seem to hear the Grand Tao divine tone, but it is too mysterious for me to understand. Wu Fenghua stroked his beard. He might also be performing alchemy. Didn't he ask for many precious herbs to be delivered a few days ago? Bailey Yunsang nodded. If that's the case, then we cannot disturb him. It doesn't matter. Let us wait here a little longer. Sooner or later he will. Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly raised his head and stared blankly at the sky above the restricted area. For some reason, an unpredictable and ever-changing seven-colored light had appeared in the sky. The light had appeared too suddenly, moreover it was extremely obvious. Seeing as none of them were blind, it was only natural for them to notice it immediately. Like Bailey Yunsang, the others all stared up into the sky blankly. Nobody knew what that light was. Lan Yin shouted, this light is coming from the restricted area. Everybody was slightly shaken by her words. Bailey Yunsang hesitated for a short while before he spoke through gritted teeth, let's go in and have a look. Originally, he had decided not to disturb Yang Kai out of consideration that the latter might be comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King furnace or performing alchemy. However, he could not help but investigate the situation now that the strange light had emerged from the restricted area all of a sudden. The Medicine King furnace was far too important after all. As soon as the sect master spoke up, the rest no longer hesitated and single-mindedly rushed into the restricted area. Upon stepping into the restricted area, they looked up only for every one of them to stare forward in complete shock. The entire restricted area was completely enshrouded in that seven-colored light. The source of the light was none other than the Medicine King furnace located in the center of the restricted area. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood in front of the Medicine King furnace, facing the crowd. The white alchemy flame danced inside the Medicine King furnace as he was throwing extremely precious herbs into the Medicine King furnace in an orderly manner, causing a faint medicinal fragrance to permeate the air. This, Yu Boyang was dumbstruck. Is he using the Medicine King furnace to perform alchemy? Dan Qingzi nearly bit off his own tongue in shock. The Medicine King furnace was the divine armament of the alchemic Tao. It contained the truth of the alchemic Tao and the ultimate mysteries of alchemy. Since ancient times, regardless of their identity, all the people who obtained the divine armament would treat it like a precious treasure and take meticulous care of it, for fear of breaking it by accident. The same went for Profound Pill sect. The Medicine King furnace had been placed inside the restricted area to keep it safe after they obtained it. Aside from the sect master and several elders, nobody else was even allowed to approach the Medicine King furnace. Trespassers would be killed without hesitation. Such a precious object. How could there come a day when somebody would use this divine armament to perform alchemy? Everybody was dumbfounded. The sight in front of them was something they never even dared to imagine in their dreams. There was no denying that the Medicine King furnace was indeed a furnace, but be that as it may, who would think to ever actually use it for alchemy? That was something nobody ever dared to consider, and yet, that very scene was happening right in front of their eyes now. That's just crazy. Dan Qingzi was about to stop Yang Kai when a wave of great curiosity stopped him in his tracks. What will happen if he performed alchemy using the Medicine King furnace? What will the pill he refined be like? As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, he couldn't help looking forward to the results instead. Everybody else seemed to have had the same idea. After overcoming their initial shock, they simply stood there silently and paid close attention to Yang Kai's movements and the reaction of the Medicine King furnace. A short while later they revealed odd expressions on their faces. They had always known that Yang Kai's aptitude in the alchemic Tao was outstanding and several elders had even seen him refining pills in the past. Nevertheless, comparing his skills back then and his skills now was like comparing clouds and mud. The difference was simply enormous. Chapter 45-35 One Step Away. Yang Kai displayed all sorts of peculiar alchemy skills and exquisite control over the temperature of the flame. Even the spirit-grade alchemists who had immersed themselves in the alchemic Tao throughout their entire lives had to admit that they could not match up to him. Every single movement seemed to contain the secrets of the alchemic Tao. It was almost as though the person standing in front of the Medicine King furnace was personally interpreting the truth of the alchemic Tao. Not long afterwards, traces of aura appeared in their minds. Even the Grand Tao divine tone that usually sounded extremely vague suddenly became clear at this moment. The mysterious Grand Tao divine tone echoed in their heads and cleansed their souls, causing the ambiguity and the chaos to become clear and recognizable in an instant. Therefore they became incredibly excited. All of them were spirit-grade alchemists. In other words, they had basically reached their respective peaks in the alchemic Tao of the divine armament world. There was no means for them to progress any further. Be that as it may, their encounter today had given them a glimpse of further possibilities, and they couldn't wait to return to their secluded homes to enter retreat. A loud rumbling sound pulled them out of that mysterious state. They returned to their senses. Whilst bemoaning the loss, they suddenly saw something even more shocking. Yang Kai was rhythmically slapping the sides of the Medicine King furnace with both hands. Every blow caused a ripple that was visible to the naked eye to spread out from the Medicine King furnace. Following the rhythmic patting, the medicinal fragrance in the restricted area became stronger and stronger. The pills were about to form. The spirit-grade alchemist stared at Yang Kai's movements without blinking, overflowing with curiosity. Nobody had ever used the Medicine King furnace to refine pills before, so just what would a pill produced by the divine armament be like? Every single person in the restricted area held their breath in anticipation, lest the air they exhaled disturbed Yang Kai's alchemy processes. After the last blow was struck, Yang Kai used his pill condensing technique. A string of 7 colored lights suddenly flew out from within the Medicine King furnace. Everybody took a closer look in that direction, and only then did they notice that what flew out of the Medicine King furnace were not lights but spirit-grade pills glowing with a 7-colored light. These spirit-grade pills had rapidly shot out of the furnace in quick succession to form a straight line, thereby creating the illusion that they were a string of lights. 9 pills. Bailey Yun Sang exclaimed, staring blankly at something in mid-air. In his field of vision, there were a total of 9 spirit-grade pills, each one perfectly round, flawless, and overflowing with spirituality. The elders were shaken to the core. 9 was the limit. In theory, each furnace of pills could produce 9 pills. Therefore, producing 9 pills in one furnace was a sign of perfection. In reality, even the most skilled alchemist rarely managed to produce 9 pills. That was because the process would require an alchemist to fully utilize every bit of the medical efficacy of the herbs during the alchemy process. Moreover, not even the slightest mistake could be made throughout the refinement. There was no doubt that these requirements were extremely difficult to achieve, and only when one's luck was extremely good could they occasionally produce such a result. Ever since Bailey Yun Sang started cultivating alchemy until now, he had only produced 2 furnaces of 9 pills. Not to mention those were heaven-grade pills. As for spirit-grade pills, even an experienced spirit-grade alchemist like himself was unable to produce 9 pills in one go. If even he was unable to do that, what more needed to be said about other spirit-grade alchemists? Looking at the pills that Yang Kai had refined just now, it was obvious that they were spirit-grade. Even so, he managed to produce 9 at once. The Medicine King furnace might have contributed to the situation. Nevertheless, the ability to perform to this extent undoubtedly showed that Yang Kai's alchemy skills had surpassed everybody here. Bailey Yun Sang couldn't help feeling old. All of a sudden he realized something odd. He observed strange patterns on the surface of these pills. Those patterns resembled the meridians in the human body. It was a mysterious sight to see. More so since he had never seen such patterns before. Under the guidance of his spirit chi, the 9 spirit-grade pills were collected by Yang Kai. Even though he had clearly refined a furnace of extraordinary spirit-grade pills, he scowled fiercely and stood there lost in thought. Nobody dared to recklessly disturb him, so they simply waited there quietly. 10 years was not a short time for Yang Kai. He had spent the first 2 years resolving the hidden dangers of the heaven-devouring battle law. Afterwards, he spent the remaining 8 years cultivating while refining the Medicine King furnace. At present he was in the 8-step spirit realm. That was not the most important thing though. The critical point was that he had nearly finished refining the Medicine King furnace. All that was left were the finishing touches. It was not due to a lack of time that he hadn't finished, however, nor was it due to some difficulties in refining the divine armament. Rather, Yang Kai was certain that he could finish refining the Medicine King furnace in the next moment if he so wished. It was just that he had a vague feeling that he would immediately be rejected by this world as soon as he took that step. At that time he would be forced to leave this place. Thinking about it, that was only to be expected. The reason he came to the divine armament world was to refine part of the source strength of this world. Once he achieved his goal, he would no longer be allowed to remain here. That was also part of the rules in this world. However, Yang Kai was not willing to leave just like this. It could even be said that he never imagined that such a situation would occur in the first place. When he first entered the divine armament world, he had assumed that he would need to wait 100 years until the next divine armament tournament to snatch the divine armaments. It could now be seen that his assumption had been wrong. Joining Profound Pill sect and coming into contact with the Medicine King furnace had given him the chance to refine it in advance. It was not easy for Yang Kai to enter this small source world though, so how could he return without getting as many benefits as possible? A vague plan suddenly formed in his mind. It was just that he would need careful planning to determine how he could implement it. Gathering his thoughts, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that everybody was staring at him eagerly, so he gently nodded and cupped his fist. Greetings, Sect Master, Honored Master, and Elders. Bailey Yun Sang couldn't care for pleasantries, so with a mixture of agitation and anxiety he asked, Martial Nephew, what kind of spirit-grade pills did you refine earlier? Can you let me see them? They are Spirit Yuan pills, which have the effect of aiding Spirit Realm Masters in their cultivation. Didn't I already hand the pill recipe to the sect? While speaking, Yang Kai took out one of the Spirit Yuan pills and handed it to Bailey Yun Sang. Everybody immediately crowded around Bailey Yun Sang as they couldn't wait to lay their eyes on the pill to take a good look. Dan Qingzi observed and emulated for a while before he frowned and said, We are familiar with the pill recipe of the Spirit Yuan pill, but why does your refining process seem a little different? Yang Kai explained, It's an alchemy technique that I created myself. I will prepare a copy for the contribution hall later. Dan Qingzi was satisfied. Good disciple. Bailey Yun Sang held the Spirit Yuan pill between his fingers and looked at Yang Kai in puzzlement. Martial Nephew, what are these patterns on the pill? Why do I get the feeling that these patterns contain something extremely mysterious? These are pill veins. Yang Kai took the spirit-grade pill from Bailey Yun Sang's hands and tossed the pill into his mouth. Crunching noisily on the pill, he finally swallowed and added, With these pill veins, the medicinal efficacies of this Spirit Yuan pill is double that of a normal Spirit Yuan pill. What? Yu Bo Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Double? Even Wu Fenghua was shocked. Bailey Yun Sang was heartbroken. How can you eat such a precious thing? Looking at his expression, Bailey Yun Sang seemed like he was tempted to rush over to Yang Kai and dig it out from his mouth with his bare hands. Yang Kai laughed, Pills are meant to be eaten. But only I can eat these. Nobody else can eat them. This is the reason. While speaking, a humming sound suddenly came from within his body. Immediately after that, Yang Kai's entire body abruptly swelled. Following the expansion of his body, it seemed to transform into a bottomless pit. An enormous wave of world energy rushed towards his body, kicking up a gust of wind along the way. Even the red jades piled beside the Medicine King furnace turned into dust in an instant. Hong hong hong. Following several consecutive rumblings, Yang Kai's body expanded and contracted several times before he suddenly went back to normal. Everybody was dumbfounded by the sight. Bailey Yun Sang stared at something by the side with a lifeless gaze. In just 10 breaths of time, at least 300,000 red jades had been drained of energy and turned into dust. Those red jades had been consumed and devoured by Yang Kai in that time. That speed was simply appalling. But, in this way the elders finally understood why Yang Kai claimed that only he could eat these pills. Ever since Yang Kai contributed the pill recipe for the Spirit Yuan pills, Profound Pill sect had refined many of these pills for the Spirit Realm Masters in the sect to consume as an auxiliary to their cultivation. The effects were remarkable and all those who ate these pills claimed that the effects were amazing. A normal Spirit Yuan pill already had such powerful effects. On the other hand, a Spirit Yuan pill with pill veins had double the effects. It was certainly not something normal Spirit Realm Masters could bear. These pill veins. How do you refine them? Dan Qingzi stared at Yang Kai excitedly, his eyes gleaming brightly. Although it was his first time hearing about pill veins, he had witnessed their terrifying strength with his own eyes. If this knowledge could be promoted in Profound Pill sect, then no other alchemy sects would have a future in the world. It is not easy to form pill veins. It is one part talent and one part effort. Of course, the most important factor is luck. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and continued, I'm sure everybody is tired today. Why don't you all come to Fixed Moon Peak tomorrow? I will teach you about pill veins in detail then. Dan Qingzi nodded lightly, Good. Bailey Yun Sang looked at Yang Kai eagerly, Martial Nephew, can I have another Spirit Yuan pill? This old master wishes to go back and study it. I want one too. Wu Fenghua immediately chimed in. Cough. This old master would like one too. Yu Bo Yang stepped forward. Seeing that the other elders were about to speak, Yang Kai hurriedly raised his hand to stop them. I don't have many in the first place. Why don't you all go to the sect master's place to discuss and research the pill together? They exchanged glances with each other. Then Bailey Yunsang nodded, good. Yang Kai immediately handed another spirit yuan pill to Bailey Yunsang. Bailey Yunsang took the pill as though he was accepting a great treasure. Taking out a jade bottle, he stored the pill carefully. After obtaining the spirit yuan pill, he eagerly said, "Martial nephew, your 10-year retreat ends today. You should go back and get some rest." After saying that, he hurried away while the rest of the elders followed closely behind him. Yang Kai called out to Dan Qingzi, "Please wait, honored master. This disciple has a question." Dan Qingzi glanced in the direction where the others were leaving and said impatiently, "What is it? Hurry up." Yang Kai secretly stuffed a jade bottle into Dan Qingzi's hand and smilingly replied, "It's nothing important. Maybe it's because it's been so long since I've seen you, honored master. I missed you very much." Dan Qingzi lowered his head to look at the object in his hands and smiled, "It's good that you are filial." He looked up again. Glancing at the Medicine King furnace, he asked, "You used the Medicine King furnace for alchemy. Will there be any issues?" Yang Kai laughed, "The Medicine King furnace is a divine armament, how can there be any issues? Besides, it was born for the sake of alchemy. It is only because the Medicine King furnace is too precious that nobody dared to do something like this before." Dan Qingzi nodded, "That's good then. You should go back and rest now. You still have much to do tomorrow." "I will see you off, honored master," Yang Kai said. Chapter 45-36, Worldwide Celebration. The sky was slowly brightening on the horizon. Dan Qingzi's sleeves fluttered as he landed halfway up the mountain of Fixed Moon Peak and looked in the direction of Yang Kai's cave mansion with a strange expression. He had been so shocked by Yang Kai's alchemy skills yesterday that he failed to notice an issue based on seniority. The brat was one whole generation lower than the elders, so how could he be so arrogant as to invite everybody over to his secluded home to listen to him preach the Tao about these new pill veins? Logically speaking, he should have reported this matter to the elders instead. Although it was said that the one who discovered the truth of the Grand Tao first was supreme, proper etiquette should not have been neglected. For that reason, Dan Qingzi had rushed over early in the morning. He wanted to advise Yang Kai to head towards the Spirit Peak where the sect master was staying instead. Going by Yang Kai's behavior yesterday, he seemed to recognize the master-disciple relationship between them. Since he considered Dan Qingzi as his honored master, then Dan Qingzi was the best person to step forward and speak to him about this breach of etiquette. Outside the cave mansion, Yang Huai and Hua Rong stood on both sides of the door and cupped their fists in greeting when they saw Dan Qingzi approaching them. Dan Qingzi looked lightly at them before walking into the cave mansion under Hua Rong's guidance. When he looked up though, he couldn't help being terrified for a moment. It turned out that Bailey Yunsang and the others had arrived before him. Not only were all the elders of the sect gathered in this place, but they were also sitting upright with thin cushions beneath them. Dan Qingzi's face twitched slightly. The scene in front of him looked very familiar. Upon a closer look, he couldn't help recalling a scene from when he was still a young boy. It was a scene from the past where he had listened to the teachings of his honored master with many of his fellow brothers. So many years had passed that this old memory had almost been forgotten. However, thoughts of those times came surging back today. The young men from back then had now become world-famous spirit-grade alchemists. Even so, the scene in front of him was almost identical to that memory from the past. The only difference was that those handsome young men were now old men with gray beards. He couldn't help feeling a little emotional. "You're here, little junior brother?" Bailey Yunsang turned back and nodded at Dan Qingzi in greeting. Dan Qingzi was taken aback. "Sect master, why is your appearance so haggard?" At this moment, Bailey Yunsang's eyes were completely bloodshot. He looked like he had not rested for weeks on end. Even his hair, which was usually kept neat and tidy, was completely disheveled, as though he had run his hands through it countless times. "Why are you all so haggard?" Dan Qingzi swept his gaze over the others only to discover that the condition of every single person in the room was no different from Bailey Yunsang. It was just that their bloodshot eyes were shining with excitement even though they looked a little tired. That was the natural reaction they got after seeing something that was extremely stimulating to them. Bailey Yunsang gave a wry smile. "The pill veins that Martial Nephew showed us yesterday are truly profound and mysterious. We couldn't learn anything at all after studying the pill for the entire night. Since you're here, little junior brother, you should hurry up and take a seat. Martial Nephew will probably wake up soon." Dan Qingzi no longer knew how to bring up what he wanted to say earlier. The initial reason he arrived so early was to advise Yang Kai to head to the Spirit Peak where the sect master lived so as to prevent any discourtesy. Who could have known that the sect master himself was already here? Judging from how everybody else was also waiting in this place, there seemed to be no complaint at all. In this world, who could make so many spirit-grade alchemists wait with such patience? In terms of status, there was nobody in the divine armament world who had this qualification. Only their yearning for the alchemic Tao could make these arrogant spirit-grade alchemists put aside their dignity. Therefore Dan Qingzi said nothing else and sat down cross-legged with the rest of them. Approximately an incense stick later, Yang Kai walked out from the inner room and bowed in greeting. Greetings, sect master, honored master, elders. To his surprise, everybody stood up and returned the bow. Taken aback for a moment, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "You are all my seniors. Please take a seat." After ordering somebody to serve tea, Yang Kai wasted no time and immediately began explaining pill veins. The alchemic Tao that he mastered far exceeded the scope of what the alchemists in the divine armament world could understand, so he only taught them about certain aspects that they could accept and comprehend. The higher-ups of Profound Pill sect listened fascinatedly. From time to time, somebody would ask a question and Yang Kai would answer them one by one. The lecture went on for 3 whole days. The group of old men sitting below were not young anymore, and although they had strong cultivation, it was very exhausting for them to remain in such an excited state over such a long period. That was especially true when Yang Kai noticed that their spirits were incredibly high even though they were obviously very tired. He was worried that something bad might happen to them, so he ended the lesson abruptly. Naturally, none of these eager alchemists was willing to let this opportunity end, but they knew that what they learned over the past 3 days was enough for them to take another step further in the alchemic Tao. Before leaving, Bailey Yun Sang suddenly asked, "Martial nephew, do the pill clouds you mentioned at the end really exist?" Yang Kai nodded. "Of course they exist. Pill clouds are another level above pill veins. It's just that pill veins can be forged through hard work and effort, but pill clouds can only occur serendipitously." Bailey Yun Sang frowned. "Even with your talents, martial nephew, do you have no confidence in refining the pill clouds?" Yang Kai shook his head in response. Bailey Yun Sang sighed softly. "I really want to see how a pill with pill clouds looks. If I could see that, I would be able to die without regrets." Yang Kai smiled. "I'm sure you'll get the chance. Who knows? Maybe you or the elders will be favored by the heavens one day and successfully refine the pill clouds as a result." Bailey Yun Sang waved his hand dismissively. "This old master knows the abilities of himself and these old fogies well. We may not even be able to fully comprehend the mysteries of pill veins, let alone pill clouds. On the other hand, your alchemy skills are superb, martial nephew. If you manage to refine a pill that forms pill clouds one day, you must show it to this old master." "Of course, sect master." Yang Kai nodded respectfully. "In addition, you are now a spirit-grade alchemist. Not only do your alchemy skills far exceed old folks like us, but you also contributed greatly to Profound Pill sect. You are more than qualified to become one of the elders in Profound Pill sect. What do you think, martial nephew?" Yang Kai was stunned. He never imagined that Bailey Yun Sang would propose something like that. It didn't matter to him whether he became an elder or not, so he simply nodded. "I will leave the arrangements to you, sect master." "Good. After so many years, Profound Pill sect will finally have another elder among our ranks. The whole world will celebrate with us." Smiling, Bailey Yun Sang stroked his beard and left. Dan Qingzi looked in the direction that Bailey Yun Sang left and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "It looks like the sect master has high hopes for you. He probably plans to let you take over as the next sect master." Yang Kai was shocked. "Does sect master have such intentions?" Dan Qingzi smiled. "Why else would he be so anxious for you to become an elder? We are old and might not have many years left to live. Be it in alchemy or the martial Tao, your aptitude is the highest in Profound Pill sect. Handing the sect over to you is the best choice." Yang Kai didn't know what to say. 10 years ago he had caused a huge commotion in Profound Pill sect and nearly burned all his bridges with them. It was difficult to imagine that he was now being trained as its successor. When Bailey Yun Sang said, "The whole world will celebrate with us," Yang Kai thought that he had only said those words out of happiness. In reality, news of his elder promotion ceremony was actually spread across the world. Profound Pill sect widely distributed invitations, inviting all the sects in the divine armament world to witness the ceremony. as one of the 10 great sects and a great force overseen by alchemists, it was only natural for everybody to show their respect to Profound Pill sect. 2 months later, the entire Profound Pill sect was overflowing with festivities. They had countless guests in attendance, and almost all the sects in the divine armament world with some influence had sent representatives. Profound Pill City was overcrowded at one point, so much so that even the outskirts of the city were not spared. Throughout history, this was the first time an elder promotion ceremony had ever become a grand event that practically involved the entire divine armament world. Representatives of the various great forces became aware of how remarkable the new elder of Profound Pill sect was at this time. If Profound Pill sect did not cherish this elder, they would not have held such a grand event. Therefore, Yang Kai's name became known across the world in a single night. Countless people were filled with curiosity about Yang Kai. Unfortunately, not much information could be inquired about him since he had been in retreat for the past 10 years. The rumors spreading among the people claimed that this new elder was the reason for Profound Pill sect's rapid development over the years. Moreover, this elder could arouse the resonance of the Medicine King Furnace and comprehend the mysteries of the Grand Tao Divine Tone. He alone had contributed dozens of pill recipes that never existed before to Profound Pill sect. His contributions had elevated the alchemic Tao of the entire Profound Pill sect by a large margin. Even the sect master of Profound Pill sect, Bailey Yun Sang, sighed at his incompetence when it came to his own attainments in the alchemic Tao. Yang Kai was worthy of being known as the greatest alchemist in the divine armament world. Needless to say, the other alchemy sects refused to recognize this title. During the elder promotion ceremony, they even went so far as to send out several spirit-grade alchemists to compete against Yang Kai in alchemy on the grounds of learning. Nobody knew the outcome of the competition, but the spirit-grade alchemists of those great forces immediately entered retreat after returning to their respective sects, and there was no further news from them afterwards. The biggest advantage of becoming an elder of Profound Pill sect was that Yang Kai could become the master of a spirit peak, owning one all to himself. He used to live on Fixed Moon Peak, but several other heaven-grade alchemists also lived on Fixed Moon Peak. Gao Xian Peng was one of them. Now that he was an elder of Profound Pill sect, Yang Kai moved to live on Limitless Peak instead. After the ceremony, Limitless Peak remained very lively. Several storehouses on Limitless Peak were filled to the brim with gifts from countless sects. There were so many precious treasures that the very sight would dazzle a person. It took Yang Huai and Hua Rong many days to organize and categorize the gifts with a group of servants. Inside a quiet room, Yang Kai played with a stone the size of a melon. Both his spirit chi and the space principle surged as he refined the object in his hand. Everything in the divine armament world was wonderful. However, the greatest inconvenience Yang Kai faced was that there were no storage tools like universe bags or space rings. Whenever he cultivated nowadays, he would consume an extremely large number of resources, and it was very troublesome to move these resources around without something like a space ring. More importantly, he could not bring much with him if he were to travel outside. He could only carry some pills with him at most. He had been searching for an opportunity to refine a space ring the entire time he had been here. Unfortunately, even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. There were no space spirit crystals in this world, so he was unable to refine a space ring. Unexpectedly, he found a strange ore among the gifts sent by one of the great forces. This strange ore had some similar properties to space spirit crystal, which might allow him to use it to refine a space ring. The white alchemy flame danced. Since this alchemy flame could be used for alchemy, it was only natural that it could also be used for artifact refining. It was just that Yang Kai did not know much about artifact refining. That was why refining this object was very challenging. Fortunately, his attainments in the Tao of space were quite profound, so refining a simple space ring should not be a problem. Chapter 45-37, Borrow the Sword. Several days later, Yang Kai looked at the hideous ring in his hand and sighed softly. There was no helping it given that he didn't know much about the Tao of artifact refining. Although he originally planned to refine a space ring, what he actually produced after all that effort was a black and crude ring with no sense of aesthetics at all. Fortunately, the practicality of the item was not bad even though the appearance was rather ugly. He had used space principles to open up a small space inside of the ore, taking advantage of its natural properties, which was enough to hold quite a number of things. Afterward, he went to the storehouse. When he found some resources that might be useful to him, he stuffed them all into the space ring. Dan Qingzi was right. Bailey Yun Sang really intended to train Yang Kai to become the next sect master of Profound Pill sect. After all, 10 years of dull and lonely retreat combined with Yang Kai's enormous contribution to the sect was enough to prove his loyalty to Profound Pill sect. Following the elder promotion ceremony, Profound Pill sect secretly built up the momentum and fervently boosted his reputation. A 30-year-old spirit-grade alchemist, the youngest elder, the future hope of Profound Pill sect. All kinds of praises were added to Yang Kai's name. For a time he was in the spotlight of the entire Divine Armament world, and the entire Profound Pill sect was incredibly proud of him. Vanishing Sword Mountain was one of the 10 great sects in the Divine Armament world. The so-called 10 great sects were not fixed, but changed with the Divine Armament tournament that was held every 100 years. Only the sects that managed to obtain a Divine Armament were eligible to be part of the 10 great sects. The title was an honorary title. It was also a symbol of strength to some extent, but that was not always the case. There was one such sect among the existing 10 great sects. The sect's overall strength was not particularly superior. It was only because they had a heaven-defying person among their ranks who managed to obtain one of the Divine Armaments in the last Divine Armament tournament that the sect was also promoted to become one of the 10 great sects. Having survived for over 1,000 years, Vanishing Sword Mountain had a long history. Moreover, they managed to obtain the Divine Armament True Void Sword on numerous occasions throughout the past 1,000 years. Accordingly, the sect was also periodically listed as part of 10 great sects. It could be said that Vanishing Sword Mountain was one of the undisputed leading sects in the Divine Armament world. Even without the protection of a Divine Armament, nobody dared to underestimate the strength of this sect. What more when the Divine Armament True Void Sword was currently in Vanishing Sword Mountain. In the dark of the night, the full moon hung high in the sky and cold moonlight illuminated the world. A ghostly figure silently appeared out of nowhere on top of a tall building. Yang Kai stood on the highest point of Vanishing Sword Mountain, looking down on the large sect that boasted an inheritance lasting over 1,000 years. The True Void Sword around his waist was currently humming like crazy. Looking down, he raised an eyebrow. The True Void Sword around his waist was something that the ancestral founder of Void Spirit Sword sect spent a lot of resources to forge in the past. It was an imitation of the genuine Divine Armament, but the sword itself was just a spirit armament. Regardless of the circumstances, there would always be a subtle connection between the replica and the genuine object. If not for that, Yang Kai would not have deliberately carried the True Void Sword with him. He could have just stored the sword in the space ring. At this point, Yang Kai had almost finished refining the Medicine King furnace. He was only one step away from completion. Once he took that last step, he would definitely obtain a portion of the Divine Armament world source strength. At the same time, this world would also produce a strong rejection force to expel him out of the Divine Armament world. At that time, he would be forced to leave even if he didn't want to. It was not easy for him to come here, so it was only natural for Yang Kai to want to acquire more benefits. The Divine Armament world source had been divided into 10 pieces, and the 10 great Divine Armaments were the physical embodiments of these pieces. If Yang Kai wanted to acquire more benefits, then he would need to refine more of the Divine Armaments. For that reason, Vanishing Sword Mountain was his first target. That was because the Divine Armament True Void Sword was here. Yang Kai was very curious as to what would happen if he refined all of the 10 great Divine Armaments. Would he be able to devour the entire world force of the Divine Armament world and expand his small universe enormously as a result? If that were the case, he figured he would immediately advance into the 7-step open heaven realm. As for whether he would be discovered, Yang Kai was not worried. His strength had reached a point where he was now unrivaled in the Divine Armament world. There was no need for him to continue living if he was discovered despite moving about so sneakily. What's more, the Divine Armament was not owned by anybody. Even if he stole the True Void Sword, Vanishing Sword Mountain would have no way of determining the culprit. The fact that the Divine Armaments had no owners was something he deliberately inquired about from Dan Chengzi. That was because he had found the situation very strange when he previously refined the Medicine King furnace. Logically speaking, the Medicine King furnace should have an owner when it was already in Profound Pill sect. In reality though, Yang Kai had not felt anybody's aura in the Medicine King furnace. Lan Yin also mentioned in the past that there was nobody in Profound Pill sect who could refine the Medicine King furnace. If that was the case for the Medicine King furnace, then it would surely be the same for the rest of the Divine Armaments. The so-called Armament Masters were simply people who had obtained the Divine Armaments. However, the Divine Armaments were nothing more than weapons that were slightly sharper than spirit armaments in their hands. They were completely incapable of bringing out the true power of the Divine Armaments. Throughout the ages, many heroes had tried to become the true masters of the divine armaments. Unfortunately, nobody had ever succeeded. There was even a precedent of being killed by the backlash from trying to refine a divine armament. From the standpoint of an outsider, the divine armaments were the manifestations of this world's source strength. If people in this world wanted to refine the source strength, they would need to have the vision and the strength to escape the shackles of this world. Otherwise, their attempts would only lead to their destruction. It was just that each divine armament also represented various grand Taos of this world, so the benefits that these divine armaments could bring were immeasurable even if they were just placed in a hall and studied. Take the Vanishing Sword Mountain's True Void Sword for example. If a person could comprehend the mysteries of the True Void Sword, they could significantly improve their attainments in the Sword Tao. Everybody in Vanishing Sword Mountain was trained in the sword. Not to mention they had obtained the True Void Sword multiple times over the past 1,000 or so years. That was why there were countless sword masters in Vanishing Sword Mountain. The True Void Sword on Yang Kai's waist continued to hum. The sound was soft, but the hearing of the masters in Vanishing Sword Mountain was sharp and keen. Nobody noticed his arrival, but they definitely noticed his presence now. A shout rang out from the shadows, "Who is sneaking around?" Numerous sword waves blasted out towards Yang Kai from all directions as soon as those words rang out. In an instant, the place where he had been standing was covered in an inescapable barrage of attacks. When the sword lights subsided, more than a dozen silhouettes had already leapt onto the building's roof. They searched the surrounding area but there was nothing there. "Where is he?" One of them was puzzled and bewildered. "Could it be that we were mistaken?" "Impossible. I saw it clearly. There was definitely somebody standing here just now." A person who can escape from beneath our noses must be a high-rank spirit realm master. Who knows why he is sneaking around? Hurry up and inform the Mountain Lord about this. With a few simple words, somebody quickly rushed off to make a report. The remaining people summoned more of their comrades to search their surroundings for anything suspicious. The entire Vanishing Sword Mountain was thrown into turmoil in a short time. Figures weaved about in the dark of the night and each one surged with spirit chi. This display highlighted the immense heritage of this sect. At the same time, Yang Kai suddenly appeared in a quiet place. The True Void Sword at his waist had already been stuffed into his space ring. The momentary connection formed from the resonance between the replica and the genuine object was enough for him to confirm the location of the actual divine armament, so at this point, leaving his True Void Sword out in the open would only invite more trouble. Yang Kai stood at the entrance to a certain mountain valley. He turned to look around and saw a stone monument by the side of the stone valley. The characters, "Sword Pedestal," were carved on the stone monument. He raised his brow slightly at the sight. The Sword Pedestal of Vanishing Sword Mountain was famous all over the world. It was also the restricted area located in the deepest parts of Vanishing Sword Mountain. It was reasonable for the True Void Sword to be placed here. Yang Kai stepped inside, his figure flitting about with no fixed pattern. Under the night sky he looked like a ghost. Muffled groans and the thudding sounds of something heavy dropping to the ground would come from the shadows from time to time. These were the sounds of the secret guards stationed outside the restricted area being knocked unconscious. It didn't take long before Yang Kai arrived in the deepest part of the restricted area. There was a sword inserted straight into the middle of a stone cistern on top of a round platform. In terms of shape and appearance, the sword was identical to Void Spirit Sword Sect's True Void Sword, and under the moonlight, the blade of the sword reflected the moonlight with a cold brilliance. Yang Kai stared at the sword calmly, seeming to hear a vague and mysterious voice in his ear. However, the voice was indistinct and incomprehensible. The Medicine King Furnace had a grand Tao divine tone. Naturally, so did the True Void Sword. While the Medicine King Furnace contained the truth of the alchemic Tao, the True Void Sword contained the truth of the Sword Tao. If one could comprehend the grand Tao divine tone in this place, one would surely reach the greatest heights of the Sword Tao possible in the divine armament world. There were 4 men with white hair and white beards sitting at 4 points around the round platform where the True Void Sword was located. The 4 of them looked extremely old. The beard of the one with the longest beard was so long that it actually dragged on the ground. One of them wore green robes, another red, another yellow, and the last one wore white. Their respective colors were very distinct. Yang Kai might have traveled soundlessly when he walked in from the outside, but his movements had not escaped the eyes and ears of these 4 people. That was why all 4 of them opened their eyes at the same time and stared at him fixedly as soon as he arrived here. It was just that Yang Kai had surged his space principles, so the space surrounding him fluctuated constantly. Even though the strength of these four old men was horrifying, they were unable to discern his true appearance. All they could see was a humanoid shadow which they couldn't even tell was male or female. The four elders had neither seen nor heard of such strange methods before, so their expressions instantly became solemn. The green-robed old man asked, "Who are you?" Yang Kai shifted his gaze from the true void sword and swept a glance over them. Then he gently nodded and said, "I've long heard that Vanishing Sword Mountain had 4 elders of the 4 seasons. Each one has strength that has reached the peak of the world. Now that I see you today, you truly are worthy of your reputation." Although none of them had made a move, Yang Kai could feel the mighty aura of the spirit chi coming from the bodies of these 4 old men. Their spirit chi was practically at the limits of this world. The red-robed summer elder quickly said, "We old men have not involved ourselves in the world for a long time, so we were unaware that people like you exist in this world. It seems that great talents are born in every generation." The yellow-robed autumn elder asked, "Why did you come here?" Yang Kai grinned, "I came to borrow the true void sword." The 4 elders exchanged glances with each other, but there was no anger in their eyes. The white-robed winter elder said, "We have been instructed to guard this place and watch over the true void sword. If you wish to take the true void sword, you will have to kill us first. Otherwise you will never take the true void sword away." Yang Kai smiled slightly, "Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young are the virtues of my generation. You are not young anymore, so you really shouldn't be acting so violent. I will leave after taking the true void sword." While saying so, he boldly strode forward. The expressions of the 4 elders changed drastically. Although they did not seem to have moved, a sword suddenly appeared in each of their hands. Then flashing sword lights attacked Yang Kai from all directions. None of them had used any fancy moves when attacking him. On the contrary, each move they made was only the simplest of forms. It was just that the terrifying spirit chi in their bodies was controlled so that every attack contained immense power. All 4 of them were among the strongest masters of this world, so it could be said that their combined strength was invincible. However, a scene that shocked them to the core appeared before them today. The hazy figure was completely unaffected by their attacks. Step by step he slowly approached the true void sword. The space around him became distorted and warped. At the same time, all the attacks aimed at him were inexplicably extinguished. Chapter 45-38 Probing. An incense stick later, a burly figure rushed towards the depths of the sword pedestal. This person was the mountain lord of Vanishing Sword Mountain, Yi Ching. Somebody had quietly infiltrated Vanishing Sword Mountain, but a search of the surroundings came up empty. That was when Yi Ching abruptly thought about the restricted area and hurried over to investigate the situation. As he passed along the path, the secret guards who should have been standing watch over the area from the shadows remained silent. His heart involuntarily sank. When he arrived at the restricted area, he raised his head to look in that direction and his expression changed drastically. The true void sword was gone. The 4 seasons elders stood surrounding the round platform, each facing a different direction and motionlessly maintaining a stance with their swords drawn as though somebody had placed a binding secret technique on them. The expressions on their faces were a mixture of shock and rage. Traces of a battle remained fluctuating wildly around them. Yi Cheng's arrival seemed to have triggered some sort of hidden switch. Following a series of rustling sounds from all directions, each of the 4 elders spewed out a stream of fresh blood and fell to their knees on the ground in unison. Shocked, Yi Cheng quickly stepped forward. "Elders, what happened here? Where is the true void sword?" An unusual red flush crept up the spring elder's face. He forcefully suppressed his churning vitality and answered the question with a look of shame. "We have failed you, Mountain Lord. The true void sword was stolen by someone." Yi Cheng was horrified. Who would have the ability to steal the true void sword from under the noses of the 4 elders? One could not fault him for feeling so horrified. The strength of the 4 old men standing in front of him had reached the peak. Any one of them could be considered an invincible existence in the world, let alone the combined forces of these 4. Summer Elder shook his head. "We don't know." The infiltrator's appearance was unclear. Judging from the voice, he was probably a man. However, his methods are unpredictable and strange. "We are not his opponent." Yi Cheng felt all the hairs on his body stand up in horror when he heard those words. According to the Summer Elder, the infiltrator had injured them and then stolen the true void sword. Not only that, but they couldn't even get a clear glimpse of their enemy's true appearance. If not for his trust in the four old men, Yi Qing would have wondered whether they carried out the robbery themselves. That person who stole the true void sword should not have gone far. Mountain Lord, please dispatch the troops to pursue him immediately. Be sure to find out the whereabouts of the true void sword. The divine armament cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of outsiders. We will take some time to adjust our breathing and catch up with the rest of you soon. Winter Elder waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and go. Yi Qing nodded heavily, yes. Then he turned around and strode away in large strides. At the same time, 1,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai flew through the air with the true void sword in his hand, quietly circulating his spirit chi to refine it. Thinking back to the battle earlier, he couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration towards the Four Seasons elders. Those four elders had reached the limits of this world and there was nobody who could stand up against their combined strength. Even with the help of his space principles, Yang Kai had nearly been injured by those four, forcing him to fight back. Fortunately, the true void sword was now in his possession. He had originally planned to store the sword in his space ring, but who could have known that the space ring was unable to accommodate this object? Thinking about it again though, it made sense. This sword was the manifestation of 10% of the divine armament world source strength after all. How could a mere space ring possibly contain something like that? In the end, Yang Kai could only carry the sword around in his hand. A short while later, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He was currently in the 8-step spirit realm, so his cultivation was no longer the same as back then. Even so, the process of refining the true void sword remained extremely slow. His brief attempt just now had given him the vague feeling that he would need to spend several years in order to completely refine the sword. Returning to Profound Pill Sect on that same night, he quietly returned to Limitless Peak and entered a secret room to focus on refining the true void sword. Even though Vanishing Sword Mountain immediately suppressed the information, news of the divine armament true void sword being stolen spread across the divine armament world in an extremely short time. Everybody who heard the news could barely believe their ears. Vanishing Sword Mountain had a long and powerful inheritance. Not to mention, there were as many masters in the sect as there were clouds in the sky. It was also said that the true void sword was guarded by the Four Seasons elders who had not shown themselves to the world in a very long time. The strength of each elder was absolutely staggering. How could anybody in the world manage to steal the true void sword from such a force? Be that as it may, paper could not contain fire forever. Vanishing Sword Mountain refuted the rumors as usual, but disciples of the sect were constantly dispatched to search the surrounding areas over the next few months. Their actions revealed clues to the people who were interested in the matter. Nevertheless, it took half a year after the news first came out before the public finally confirmed the truth. The true void sword had really been stolen. The entire world flew into an uproar. Everybody was shocked that a single person could slip through the defenses of a top-tier great force like Vanishing Sword Mountain and steal the true void sword. At the same time, they were also extremely curious about the identity of the thief. Just who had the ability and the courage to pull this off? It was a pity that the thief never revealed himself so nobody could figure out anything. Dan Qingzi and Yang Kai sat opposite each other on Limitless Peak located in Profound Pill Sect. There was a tea set placed between them, emitting a delicate fragrance. The purpose of Dan Qingzi's visit today was to learn some alchemy techniques from Yang Kai. Yang Kai was now one of the elders in Profound Pill Sect, so although he was one step lower than Dan Qingzi in terms of seniority, they were on equal footing in regard to their respective statuses. Even so, the older generation of spirit-grade alchemists in the sect hungered for the alchemic Tao. They were not bothered by matters related to pride or reputation, so they would visit him to ask questions from time to time. Likewise, Yang Kai taught them attentively. Wan Ying knelt by the side, pouring tea for the two of them. More than 10 years had passed, and the little junior sister of Void Spirit Sword Sect was now a Heaven Realm Master herself. In addition, her progress in the alchemic Tao had improved by leaps and bounds under Yang Kai's personal tutelage. She had thus become an accomplished heaven-grade alchemist. On the other hand, the other two junior brothers who followed Yang Kai to Profound Pill Sect were not quite as successful. Even so, they were both Earth-grade alchemists. So, you're saying that this master has understood the hidden dragon art wrong? After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, Dan Qingzi revealed a look of understanding. Yang Kai smiled. It's not a complete misunderstanding. It's just a slight deviation. You only need to make some slight adjustments, honored master. You will surely have twice the result with half the effort when you condense pills after making these changes. Dan Qingzi nodded, and I understand now. Pausing for a moment, he put down his teacup and nonchalantly asked, "You've been secluding yourself in Limitless Peak recently. Have you heard about the huge incident that occurred outside?" Yang Kai looked up at Dan Qingzi. "What are you referring to, honored master?" Dan Qingzi stared back with a burning gaze. "Vanishing Sword Mountain's true void sword has been stolen." "What?" Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. "Is that true? I heard the sword thief has mysterious methods and that even the combined strength of the Four Seasons Elders could not stop him." "That's unbelievable. The true void sword was stolen. I'm sure Vanishing Sword Mountain won't rest until they find the culprit." Dan Qingzi nodded. "That's right. There is a huge uproar over this incident. At the beginning, Vanishing Sword Mountain refused to admit the truth and remained very secretive about it. It's just that nothing can be kept secret forever. They have now begun to search for the whereabouts of the true void sword with great fanfare." Yang Kai smiled. "The sword thief is so strong that even the Four Seasons Elders are not his opponent. What can Vanishing Sword Mountain do even if they found the thief? Don't tell me they plan to snatch the sword back from him?" Dan Qingzi slowly shook his head. "The strength of the sword thief is frightening indeed, but what about his friends and family? Since he is alive in this world, it is impossible for him to be all alone. Vanishing Sword Mountain might not be able to defeat him directly, but they can target him from other aspects." "And that's true." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Dan Qingzi said sternly, "Vanishing Sword Mountain is extremely powerful. They obtained the divine armament multiple times over the past 1,000 years. If they discover the sword thief, a huge battle will be inevitable. Many people will die if that happens." Yang Kai nodded seriously, indicating his agreement. The corners of Dan Qingzi's brow twitched. "Brat, do you have anything you want to tell this master?" Yang Kai blinked innocently. "Is there something you don't understand, honored master?" Dan Qingzi slammed his palms against the table in a rage, causing Wan Ying to jump in fright. Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you so angry, honored master?" Taking a deep breath, Dan Qingzi glanced at Yang Kai impatiently. "Seeing as the Medicine King Furnace has the Grand Tao Divine Tone, it is only natural for the same to hold true for the true Void Sword. Anybody within a certain level of ability and in close enough proximity to the Divine Armament can hear the Grand Tao Divine Tone if they have the opportunity, just like how you heard the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao Divine Tone even though you lived on Fixed Moon Peak at the time. Several Vanishing Sword Mountain disciples are currently in Profound Pill City. One of them is Vanishing Sword Mountain's most outstanding sword child of this generation. He heard the True Void Sword's Grand Tao Divine Tone countless times when the True Void Sword was still at Vanishing Sword Mountain. If he is in close proximity with the True Void Sword, he will surely be able to sense the presence of the sword." Yang Kai looked amazed. That sword child's aptitude is amazing indeed. With him in action, the True Void Sword will surely be found soon. Dan Qingzi observed Yang Kai deeply with a suspicious expression on his face. After some time he finally nodded and said, "It doesn't matter whether you really don't know or are just feigning ignorance. This master will not say any more. Figure it out yourself." After saying that, he stood up. Yang Kai stood up to see Dan Qingzi off. "Have a safe journey, honored master." Dan Qingzi waved his hand dismissively. Walking out of Limitless Peak, he soared into the sky. Bailey Yun Sang and the other elders were waiting on Purple Sun Peak and quickly focused on Dan Qingzi as soon as he returned. Bailey Yun Sang asked anxiously, "How is it? Is it him?" Dan Qingzi slowly shook his head. "I can't be certain." Then he gave a brief recount of his probing conversation with Yang Kai earlier. Wu Fenghua was solemn. According to the information from Vanishing Sword Mountain, the strength of the sword thief is absolutely terrifying. Moreover, the sword thief has peculiar and ghostly movement skills. Sounds exactly like what that brat did back then. Aside from him, I can't think of anybody else in this world who could win against the Four Seasons Elders. Likewise, Yu Bo Yang nodded. That's right. Although he had only just advanced into the spirit realm at the time, he still managed to turn the entire Profound Pill sect upside down, leaving us virtually powerless against him. Now that more than 10 years have passed, his strength has only become even more terrifying. It makes sense for the Four Seasons Elders to be defeated. Lan Yin frowned. But what can we do if he won't admit to the crime? We can only pray that the sword thief is not him. Otherwise, a huge war will surely break out between Profound Pill Sect and Vanishing Sword Mountain. As one of Profound Pill Sect's elders, Everything he does represents the entire sect. The entire group of people was gloomy and they sighed heavily. Dan Qingzi pondered quietly, I don't think we need to worry too much. That brat is a man who knows what is important. Naturally, it will be great if this is not his doing, but if it is him, he probably has a plan. After all, he dared to attack Profound Pill sect alone for the sake of the people of Void Spirit Sword sect. It can be seen that he values relationships deeply. I'm sure he won't fool around with the lives of his friends and family. It would be the best if that's the case. I'm just worried that the Sword Child might hear the Sword's voice. There will be no good explanation for that. Chapter 4539, Divine Armament Bandit. What the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect were concerned about did not happen. The Sword Child of Vanishing Sword Mountain only stayed in Profound Pill City for 2 or 3 days before leaving. When the news was relayed back, the elders who had been extremely nervous all this while finally breathed a sigh of relief. They vaguely wondered if they had misunderstood Yang Kai. It seemed that the thief who stole the true Void Sword was not him. Nevertheless, who else in this world could achieve such a feat right under the noses of the Four Seasons elders if it was not him? Vanishing Sword Mountain went all out and pursued this matter for 6 whole years. They practically searched the entire divine armament world, but there was no sight of the true Void Sword. In the end, they could only give up on this endeavor. They withdrew most of their troops and left only a small group of people to continue the search. Be that as it may, they knew that too much time had passed since the initial disappearance. It was probably impossible to locate the true Void Sword after so long. Therefore, theft of the true Void Sword became an unsolved mystery. This incident supported the livelihoods of many storytellers in the tea houses and inns. A mysterious man had infiltrated Vanishing Sword Mountain during the night, challenged the Four Seasons elders alone, and stole the true Void Sword. This story was retold countless times, the descriptions so detailed that it was almost as if they witnessed the incident with their own eyes. Less than 2 years after the incident with Vanishing Sword Mountain finally subsided, another shocking news spread out across the world once more. The Azure Dragon Saber of the Tyrant Saber sect had been stolen. It was an eerily familiar tale. One of the 10 great sects was attacked and one of the 10 great divine armaments stolen. 8 years later, theft of the Tyrant Saber sect's Azure Dragon Saber was practically identical to theft of Vanishing Sword Mountain's true Void Sword. Similarly, a mysterious person suddenly infiltrated the Tyrant Saber sect headquarters. His figure was ghostly and his methods were unpredictable. 10 of the Tyrant Saber sect's top masters had joined forces to stop him, but they failed and the mysterious thief disappeared without a trace. In front of everybody's eyes, both man and saber simply vanished out of sight. The entire world was in an uproar again. Due to the precedent of the true Void Sword being stolen, the Tyrant Saber sect did not conceal any information about the incident. They immediately released the news about theft of the Azure Dragon Saber several days after it occurred, and at the same time, they asked the other 10 great sects in the divine armament world to help in the search. The incident this time caused a bigger commotion than the last. The theft of the true Void Sword could be explained away by claiming that the mysterious man had deliberately retaliated against Vanishing Sword Mountain due to personal grievances. However, the Tyrant Saber sect's Azure Dragon Saber had also been stolen now. That was enough to arouse the vigilance of the other 10 great sects. This sneaky thief seemed to be targeting the divine armaments. Thanks to precious experience, the other 10 great sects did not dare to take this matter lightly. After all, there was no saying whether the next one to suffer might be themselves. For a time, the entire divine armament world became turbulent. Almost everybody was searching the whereabouts of the thief. Even Profound Pill sect was no different. Bailey Yun Sang summoned the elders for a secret meeting and strengthened the protection around the Medicine King furnace. Intentionally or not, many of the elders would repeatedly glance towards Yang Kai throughout their discussion, their actions annoying him greatly. Despite several years of turmoil, the Azure Dragon Saber remained missing. Hence, the Tyrant Saber sect had no choice but to give up on their search. Such a large-scale search required extreme amounts of manpower and resources that even the Tyrant Saber sect could not afford forever. In the end, they had no choice but to accept the loss of the Azure Dragon Saber. It was the same decision that Vanishing Sword Mountain made last time. A few years later, the Ru-E Parasol of Flower Rain Palace was stolen. After another 9 years, the 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear of Cloud Moon Island was stolen. Following another 8 years, the Thunderbolt Staff of Azure Sea Pavilion was stolen. For the entire divine armament world, these were turbulent and tumultuous times. The name, Divine Armament Bandit, spread across the world. There was nobody who did not know the name. Moreover, the horrors associated with the name were so frightening that they were enough to make children cry at night. According to the rumors, this person was 10 meters tall. Not only was he a brutal and vicious man who employed extremely cruel methods, but his strength was also absolutely horrifying. Moreover, he only stole divine armaments. He came and went without a trace. No matter how many masters were there or where the divine armaments were hidden, he would be able to locate the items and effortlessly steal them. Vanishing Sword Mountain's true Void Sword was the first to be pilfered. The Tyrant Saber sect's Azure Dragon Saber was the second. After those incidents, the other 8 sects with divine armaments became on guard. When the Thunderbolt Staff of Azure Sea Pavilion was stolen, almost all the Spirit Realm Masters in Azure Sea Pavilion had gathered in their restricted area. It could be said they could not stop the Divine Armament Bandit despite giving their best efforts. In front of everybody's eyes, the Thunderbolt Staff was stolen just like that. Not to mention many people had been injured in the battle. The incident was regarded as a great humiliation for Azure Sea Pavilion. Before the 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear was stolen, Cloud Moon Island had forged replicas of the divine armament. They spent enormous resources to forge 3 spirit armaments that were placed in 3 different restricted areas on Cloud Moon Island. Meanwhile, the divine armament 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear was secretly stored in a safe area and guarded by the 3 strongest masters of the sect. However, the end result was that the 3 fake spirit armaments had been ignored. On the other hand, the genuine divine armament was stolen without anyone being wiser. In a short span of several decades, 5 out of 10 divine armaments had gone missing. The 5 great sects with the remaining 5 divine armaments were now in great danger. Seeing as nobody knew who the divine armament bandit was going to target next, each of the 5 great sects couldn't help feeling anxious. Be that as it may, there was something that anybody with a discerning eye would have noticed over the years. The divine armament bandit might have extraordinary means, but he had never killed before. All the masters guarding the divine armaments had only been injured at most. Based on this alone, it could be seen that the divine armament bandit was not as cruel as the rumors claimed. In addition, there was a fixed pattern to the timing of this person's appearance. He would appear once every 7 to 9 years, and the intervals never stretched for more than 10 years. Nobody knew the reason behind this peculiarity. Nevertheless, this pattern could be confirmed by looking at the timing when the 5 divine armaments were previously stolen. At present, 7 years have passed since the Thunderbolt Staff was stolen. A quick calculation indicated that it was almost time for the divine armament bandit to appear again. Thus, the 5 great sects still in possession of their divine armaments immediately entered a state of anxiety. Even the 5 great sects that had their divine armaments stolen also dispatched their elites. Their troops were divided and sent to the other 5 sects. The first reason was that they were asked by the 5 sects to help protect the divine armaments. The other reason was that they wanted to use this chance to capture the elusive bastard who had stolen from them. Be that as it may, those who had seen the strength of the thief knew that his means were far too mysterious. It was basically impossible for them to capture him. Their only wish was to figure out his identity. At the very least, they wanted to catch a glimpse of his true appearance. Inside the secret room on Profound Pill Sect's limitless peak, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged with his palms facing upward. He was holding a long staff with intricate patterns that was as tall as a person in his hands. The staff would flash with lightning from time to time. This was one of the 10 great divine armaments, the Thunderbolt Staff, which he obtained from Azure Sea Pavilion 7 years ago. It had taken many years, but he finally refined the Thunderbolt Staff. There was only one step left to completion. Breathing out lightly, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked around him. This was a secret room that he created himself. There were more than a dozen layers of barriers and seals inside. Moreover, he was the only person allowed to enter this place. Even Yang Huai and Hua Rong, who had served him for so many years, or his little junior sister Wan Ying, had no idea what was inside the secret room. If any outsider were to enter this place, they would surely scream in shock. That was because the 5 divine armaments that had been missing from the divine armament world for many years were stored in this room. They were the True Void Sword, the Azure Dragon Saber, the Rui Parasol, the 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear, and the Thunderbolt Staff. Each of the 5 divine armaments was wrapped in layers of barriers. There was no helping it. The divine armament naturally radiated the Grand Tao divine tone. Anybody with the opportunity could hear and comprehend the mysteries of the Grand Tao from these divine armaments if they were close enough and had the appropriate aptitude. Over the years, countless masters from other sects visited both Profound Pill City and Profound Pill Sect. Somebody would have noticed something a long time ago if Yang Kai had not taken any precautions. A good example would be the sword child who wandered around in Profound Pill City. With the protection of so many barriers, even if Yang Kai could not isolate the Grand Tao Divine Tone completely, he could dampen it significantly. There would be no problems as long as nobody came too close to the divine armaments. Yang Kai was not afraid of these so-called masters as his current strength had already exceeded the limits of this world. With the power of his dragon vein and his comprehension of the Tao of space, he could come and go freely even if he was facing the strongest enemies in the world. It was just that Profound Pill Sect would surely be in trouble if news were to spread. Even Void Spirit Sword Sect that was under Profound Pill Sect would be unable to survive safely. For the sake of Profound Pill Sect and Void Spirit Sword Sect, certain precautions had to be taken. More than 50 years had passed since Yang Kai first arrived in the divine armament world. During this period he refined 6 different divine armaments, but he never completed the final step to finish the refinement. He originally planned to gather all 10 great divine armaments. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to give up on his plan after refining the Thunderbolt Staff. That was because he could clearly sense the rejection force of the world during the process of refining the divine armaments over the years. As the number of divine armaments that he refined increased, the rejection force grew stronger in turn. At this moment he was about to hit the limit. If he went out to search for another divine armament to refine, the rejection force would immediately repel him out of the divine armament world. That was why he could no longer refine another divine armament. It could even be said that he could no longer guarantee whether he could finish refining the 6 divine armaments he already had at this rate. After spending so many years, it was time for him to harvest his gains and depart this world. At the time, how many benefits he could gain would depend solely on luck. At that thought, Yang Kai immediately stood up and left the secret room. Summoning Hua Rong over, he asked her about Profound Pill Sect's current situation. Hua Rong spoke truthfully. The deadline for the Divine Armament Bandits' appearance was quickly approaching, so the 5 sects that lost their divine armaments previously had dispatched their elite members to help guard the divine armaments of the remaining 5 sects. Not only were the Spirit Realm Masters of Profound Pill Sect inside the restricted area of Profound Pill Sect, but the people from Vanishing Sword Mountain, Tyrant Saber Sect, and several others were also present. It could be said that both inside and outside the restricted area were guarded so tightly that not a drop of water could pass through. Yang Kai pondered quietly for a moment. Under the current circumstances, it was practically impossible to enter the restricted area without being noticed. After thinking for some time though, he waved his hand to dismiss Hua Rong. At the same time he asked her to summon Yang Huai over. A short while later Yang Huai stood in front of Yang Kai, cupped his fist and spoke in a rumbling voice, "Sir." Yang Kai looked Yang Huai up and down. "Big guy, how long have you served me?" Yang Huai quickly said, "It has been 52 years since you took me out of the Blood Warrior Hall, sir." Yang Kai nodded. 52 years? You're already reached the 9th step spirit realm in that time. It's all thanks to you, sir. I have a task for you. It might be dangerous, but it shouldn't be too difficult as long as you are careful. Just like 52 years ago when Yang Kai took Yang Huai out of the Blood Warrior Hall, Yang Huai cupped his fist and shouted, "I'm willing to die for you, sir." Chapter 45-40 Catastrophe. Having obtained the Divine Armament Sun-Chasing Bow in the Divine Armament Tournament several decades ago, Grand Heaven's religion became one of the 10 great sects. The sect had many talents and as many masters as there were clouds in the sky. However, there were spirit realm masters from the sect and helpers from the other 5 great sects stationed both inside and outside the restricted area of Grand Heaven's religion at this moment. The defenses were so tight that nothing could get past them. 7 years had passed since the theft of the Thunderbolt Staff. A quick count of the years indicated that it would not be long before the elusive Divine Armament Bandit struck again. That was why none of the Spirit Realm Masters guarding the restricted area dared to slack off in the slightest. Every one of them had their vigilance raised to the maximum. In addition, they kept their eyes open wide to monitor the surroundings for any suspicious movement. In the deepest part of the restricted area, the Religion Master of Grand Heaven's religion, Chao Kong, patrolled the area with the left and right protectors. His gaze would land on the Divine Armament Sun-Chasing Bow placed here from time to time. There was a faint anxiety burning away deep in his heart, as if he could sense that something big was about to occur. Shio. The sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly came from the periphery of the restricted area. Chao Kong abruptly turned and looked in that direction. When he recognized the sound as a warning arrow released by the masters in the sect, his expression couldn't help changing. What is happening outside? I'll go and take a look. The left protector shouted before speeding off in that direction with a flicker of his body. A short while later, he reported back with a mixture of horror and excitement. Religion Master, that person has appeared. Chao Kong's eyes narrowed at those words, the Divine Armament Bandit. Yes. Left protector nodded heavily. He came after all. Chao Kong drew in a sharp breath. Although he had expected this outcome, he couldn't help feeling resentful. There are 5 sects that still have their divine armaments. Why did the Divine Armament Bandit have to target Grand Heaven's religion? Does he think Grand Heaven's religion is easy prey? Pushing aside the distracting thoughts in his head, he anxiously asked, how is the situation? The left protector revealed a hint of fear in his expression. This person is very strong. His reputation is well deserved. Our sect members are currently joining forces with the masters from the other sects to besiege him, but he has already incapacitated many of them. Chao Kong gasped. The only ones who could be stationed outside the restricted area were Spirit Realm Masters. The forces sent by the other 5 sects were also outstanding masters. Despite facing such a powerful lineup, the Divine Armament Bandit had taken out many of them in such a short time. It would seem that the strength of the Divine Armament Bandit was truly unfathomable. The left protector added, Sect Master, I'm afraid the forces outside will not be able to stop this person. He will slip past them sooner or later. Should we provide assistance? Chao Kong pondered for a while before he muttered to himself a little suspiciously, it is rumored that this person has ghostly movement skills. He can come and go without a trace. When he stole the divine armaments in the past, he never fought an extensive battle with the others. He basically left as soon as he obtained the divine armament. Why is he engaging in a big fight this time? In the middle of his monologue to himself, the realization hit him all of a sudden and he shouted, a trap to lure the tiger from the mountain. He is trying to lure us away from this place to steal the divine armament. Relay the order. Nobody is allowed to move recklessly inside the restricted area. Guard the place strictly. Don't even let a fly in. The left protector cupped his fists. Yes. Right protector. Chao Kong glanced at another person. This subordinate is here. Hurry up and inform the other sects. Inform them of the situation here and tell them that this is their only chance to capture the Divine Armament Bandit. If they fail to grasp this chance, it will be difficult for them to get another. The right protector immediately understood the religion master's intentions and quickly replied, this subordinate obeys. Turning around, he pushed his spirit chi and soared into the air. Profound Pill sect was not far from Grand Heaven's religion, only about an hour away if a spirit realm master flew at full speed. When the Grand Heaven's religion's right protector personally entered Profound Pill sect's restricted area to report on the situation, the expressions of the masters from the 5 great sects guarding the Medicine King furnace stiffened in shock at the news. Sect Master Ba Dao's gaze burned brightly. That thief has appeared at Grand Heaven's religion? The right protector nodded. Yes. The elites of each sect are besieging him right now. The religion master ordered me to come and inform you of the situation. Sect Master Ba Dao shouted through gritted teeth. Good. Very good. This old master has finally caught you by the tail. Turning around, he shouted at the top of his voice, Tyrant Saber sect, hear my command. Come with me to aid Grand Heaven's religion. We're going to capture that little thief who stole our divine armament. The other 4 sects also rolled up their sleeves, wishing they could fly over to Grand Heaven's religion to teach that elusive bastard a lesson right this very moment. The higher-ups at Profound Pill sect glanced at each other before Bailey Yunsang declared, Profound Pill sect is also willing to help. Sect Master Ba Dao raised a hand to interrupt. It's best if Profound Pill sect's forces remain here. That thief has strange movement skills, so he might wheel around and come here when he sees that the situation at Grand Heaven's religion is disadvantageous for him. It's best for this place to remain on guard. Fortunately, Grand Heaven's religion is not far from here. If anything happens, we will bring reinforcements as soon as possible. Bailey Yun Sang nodded when he heard those words. That's true. In that case, I wish you all success and victory. Sect Master Ba Dao shouted, we can't afford to delay. We set off immediately. As soon as the words left his mouth, a large group of people soared into the sky and vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. Hua Rong stood on top of Limitless Peak and gazed in the direction where a large group of people was currently leaving. After they departed, she turned around and entered the hall. Bowing, she reported, "They left, sir." Yang Kai was sitting in the main seat, and when he heard those words, he gently nodded and stood up. "Got it." As he strolled out of the hall, he turned to look in the direction of Profound Pill City. Void Spirit Sword Sect had been developing steadily under the protection of Profound Pill Sect over the past few decades. Not only were there many spirit realm masters in the sect, but the sect could also be considered a fairly powerful one in the divine armament world nowadays. He had already made preparations for Void Spirit Sword Sect's future before he sent Yang Huai into action. Void Spirit Sword Sect would continue to survive in this world even without his presence. With nothing to worry about, he moved swiftly. Eldest senior brother. Wan Ying was waiting outside. For some reason, she had the feeling that she would never meet Yang Kai again after today. Although he was clearly so close at hand, he felt so distant for some reason. Yang Kai raised a hand to rub her head and smiled, "Cultivate well and take good care of honored master and the others." She opened her mouth. "Are you going somewhere, eldest senior brother?" He nodded. "I'm going on a long journey." "When will you return, eldest senior brother?" "I haven't decided." He shook his head and continued with a smile, "Perhaps you'll see me again as soon as you wake up." "Wake?" Before she could finish her sentence, her vision went dark and she limply fell unconscious. Yang Kai handed her over to Hua Rong. "Take good care of her." Hua Rong took Wan Ying and turned around to enter the hall. The wind howled, causing Yang Kai's clothes to flap around him. He looked in the direction of Profound Pill Sect's restricted area and sighed softly to himself, "It's time to end this." He pushed his spirit chi, and a humming sound suddenly came from somewhere on Limitless Peak. Immediately after that, 5 streams of light swept through the air and came to float behind him. These 5 objects that came in different shapes and sizes were a sword, a knife, an umbrella, a spear, and a staff. The divine armaments were crude and simple in terms of appearance. Their brilliance was not obvious. Without knowing the truth, nobody would have believed that these 5 plain objects were divine armaments. There were only a total of 10 great divine armaments in the divine armament world. Any sect that could obtain one of them would receive great blessings from the heavens. However, there were 5 divine armaments gathered around one person at this moment. Such a sight was bound to cause anybody's eyes to pop out of their sockets in shock if they witnessed it. That was also the case in reality. When Yang Kai activated his space principles and appeared in the restricted area of Profound Pill Sect, Bailey Yun Sang and the elders guarding the depths of the restricted area were dumbstruck by the sight. Every one of them was staring fixedly at Yang Kai and the 5 divine armaments behind him in shock. They couldn't help feeling as though they were inside a dream. "Greetings, sect master, honored master, elders." Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting. Bailey Yun Sang murmured in shock, "Martial nephew, these objects behind you." On the other hand, Dan Chengzi jumped to his feet and scolded through gritted teeth, "I knew it was you, you damned brat. How dare you feign ignorance all these years?" Yang Kai apologized, "I'm sorry, honored master. It was an important matter and I couldn't tell you." Wu Fenghua's gaze slowly became horrified and he swallowed nervously. "Elder Yang, are those objects behind you the divine armaments that went missing several years ago?" "Why ask when you have guessed the truth, great elder?" The color immediately drained from his face at those words. Meanwhile, Yu Bo Yang slumped to the ground. "Disaster. This is a complete disaster." After hiding for decades, the divine armament bandit who stirred up the entire divine armament world turned out to be one of their sect's elders. The consequences would be horrifying if this information was spread to the public. The entire divine armament world would rally together to retaliate against them. Even Profound Pill Sect's status as the top alchemy sect would not save them from destruction. This was truly a catastrophe. Bailey Yun Sang suddenly frowned and asked, "That can't be. If the divine armaments are here with you, then the person at Grand Heaven's religion." "It's Yang Huai," Yang Kai replied. Yang Huai. The group of people were dumbfounded once more. Dan Chengzi was horrified. Yang Huai is that powerful? When the right protector of Grand Heaven's religion came to explain the situation, they had all been listening attentively. The divine armament bandit at Grand Heaven's religion had appeared and fought off countless spirit realm masters alone. Not only did he not succumb to a disadvantageous situation, but he also injured many people in the confrontation. Otherwise, Grand Heaven's religion would not have come to ask for support. With such strength, everybody immediately assumed that he was the real divine armament bandit. Who could have known that it was just Yang Huai? What are you trying to do? Bailey Yun Sang looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. You will know what I'm trying to do soon. Yang Kai smiled slightly. While speaking, he flashed over to stand in front of the Medicine King furnace. None of them managed to see how he moved, and by the time they recovered from their shock, he was already standing there. 6 divine armaments had been gathered in one place, an unprecedented sight never seen before in history. Even though they were filled with doubts and questions, the scene in front of them had rendered them speechless with shock. Yang Kai took a light breath. Pushing his spirit chi to the maximum, he reached out to grab the Medicine King furnace with his hands and quickly poured his spirit chi into it. The Medicine King furnace was the first divine armament Yang Kai refined in the divine armament world. Moreover, it was a divine armament that was related to the alchemic Tao. It was just that he did not dare to take the last step to fully refine the Medicine King furnace during his 10-year retreat back then. After so many decades, it was no time to finish what he started. Following the influx of his spirit chi, the Medicine King furnace began to hum and flash with inexplicable brilliance. It only took a moment before the Medicine King furnace was completely refined. An inexplicable and indescribable connection suddenly flooded Yang Kai's mind, giving him the illusion that he was resonating with the world itself. Under this perception, it felt as though the entire world was laid out in front of him and his perception expanded infinitely in an instant. The Medicine King furnace was part of the divine armament world source strength, so it was only natural for such bizarre reactions to occur now that it had been refined. Chapter 45-41, Aren't you worried your stomach might explode? The Medicine King furnace was completely refined. Before Yang Kai could even begin to rejoice, a powerful rejection force suddenly came at him from all directions. The force was so strong that the space around him rumbled loudly. At the same time, his figure abruptly became hazy and indistinct. It was almost as though his very existence was now incompatible with the world. This situation was within Yang Kai's expectations, however, as he had noticed this phenomenon back when he first reached the final stages of refining the Medicine King furnace. If not for that, he would not have stopped at such a critical moment to target the other divine armaments instead. Now that he had stolen the world source strength, the world could no longer accommodate his existence. If this were to happen to a living creature of this world, they would definitely be punished by the world. They would either be extinguished on the spot or survive the catastrophe and escape this world. However, Yang Kai was a 6th-order open heaven realm master. The divine armament world could not do anything to him except kick him out of this world using its world principles. The higher-ups of Profound Pill sect were stunned by the sight before them. Although nobody knew what Yang Kai had done, as what they saw had long exceeded the scope of their understanding, they could vaguely feel an enormous and overpowering will descending and staring down on this small restricted area. The phenomenon left them trembling in fear, incapable of speech. A shout reverberated across the room. Yang Kai desperately drew upon his spirit chi. His flesh wriggled when the power of his dragon vein was activated. Over the years, his dragon vein had been stimulated greatly. It was mainly used to remove the drawbacks brought by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. Activating the dragon transformation secret art might not transform him into a 4,500 meters long behemoth now, but the dragon pressure permeated the air and lingered around his body to resist the rejection force of the world at this moment. His slightly ethereal figure became more solid immediately after. Not daring to delay, Yang Kai hurriedly grabbed the true void sword and continued the refining process. In the blink of an eye, the true void sword was also completely refined by him. Now that 2 divine armaments had been refined, the rejection force increased by several times. The force caused the skin all over his body to crack open. Drenched in blood, Yang Kai looked extremely terrifying. His figure that had solidified considerably became hazy once more, a sign that he was about to be kicked out of the world. I'm running out of time. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai grabbed the 10 facets demonic shadow spear and repeated the process. The worlds will seem to be enraged by his insatiable greed, and lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking his body without warning. A series of explosions rang out as Yang Kai's skin split open and his flesh was torn apart. Soon, a strong smell of burnt flesh filled the air. When these strange occurrences took place, the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect perceived that the situation was not looking good. Thus, they quickly left the restricted area and monitored the situation with apprehensive concern. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed inside the restricted area. The rage of the world made millions of living creatures frightened and uneasy. The situation in the sky was constantly changing as heavy dark clouds filled the air like a thick quilt, making the people feel suffocated. The 10 facets demonic shadow spear was completely refined. When Yang Kai tried to reach out and grab another divine armament, however, his hand came up empty. His palm had become ethereal and disordered, almost as though he had no substance. The rejection force coming from all sides was so strong that he could no longer resist. I'm at my limit. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. It had taken so many years for him to steal the 5 divine armaments and slowly refine them. Including the Medicine King Furnace, there were a total of 6 divine armaments. He never imagined that he could only refine 3 of them in the end, powerless to refine the other 3. In this way he had wasted some 20 to 30 years' worth of effort. Nevertheless, this was not a big deal. The flow of time in the small source world was different from the outside world. For his actual body, the time he wasted was not much. He turned around to look at the world one last time, then his vision went hazy. The dizzying feeling of the world turning upside down washed over him, and a series of unpredictable lights flashed across his vision. His consciousness was pulled out of the small source world at that moment. By the time he recovered, Yang Kai found himself standing in the void with a strange vortex spinning slowly in front of him. He couldn't help shaking his head. The memories of living in the divine armament world for several decades surged in his head, giving him a wonderful sense of reincarnation. At the same time, the memories of the past slowly emerged. After some time, he finally recalled that this place was a restricted area in Yin Yang Cave Heaven, while the vortex in front of him was the entrance to the divine armament world. Back then he had entered the divine armament world through this portal. There was no time for Yang Kai to think about anything else, as his expression suddenly became serious and he quickly sat down cross-legged. A powerful force poured into his small universe, one that enriched its heritage and foundation, allowing his small universe to expand and improve upon itself. This force had no source and was seemingly born out of nothing. Nevertheless, Yang Kai knew that the force came from the divine armament world. He had refined 3 divine armaments, which was equivalent to obtaining 30% of the divine armament world source. In other words, up to 30% of the divine armament world's world force had been injected into his small universe. As this was a training experience, it was as if Yang Kai had obtained this force through diligent cultivation. There were no dangers or discomfort, and the force could perfectly integrate with his own small universe. The influx of the mighty force made his small universe tremble uncontrollably, and even his soul was shaken as a result. A short while later, the situation gradually stabilized. An examination of his body revealed that his cultivation in the 6th order open heaven realm had increased by a large margin. Although he had yet to reach the 7th order open heaven realm, the improvement was more than what he would obtain through many years of intense cultivation. Su Linggong once mentioned that there were several shortcuts when cultivating in the open heaven realm. Undergoing a training experience in a small source world was one of them. It would now seem that those claims were true. Entering the divine armament world had given Yang Kai such rewarding results. If he could enter several more times, it would be easy for him to advance into the 7th order open heaven realm. Becoming a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law sure is beneficial. Yang Kai joyfully opened his eyes only to see a topless old man covered in scars standing in front of him, staring fixedly at him. Yang Kai did not know whether it was his imagination, but he sensed that the old man seemed to be slightly displeased with him, and his expression was rather gloomy. "Greetings, ancestor." He quickly bowed. The person in front of him was an 8th-order Yin Yang Cave Heaven master and the ancestor who watched over the entrance of the divine armament world. Even Su Linggong had to behave respectfully in front of this man. Yang Kai was no more than a 6th-order open heaven realm master, so naturally he did not dare to act arrogantly in front of an 8th-order open heaven realm master. "Quite a big harvest you got, brat." The Supreme Elder spoke without emotion. Not understanding the reason for the old man's displeasure, Yang Kai simply answered truthfully, "It's all thanks to you and Martial Uncle Su, ancestor." During their conversation, a stream of light rushed over from not far away and arrived nearby in the blink of an eye. It turned out to be Su Linggong, who probably received a message from the ancestor. "You're out." Su Linggong observed Yang Kai with a measuring gaze. "How was your harvest?" "Many thanks for your concern, Martial Uncle Su. My harvest was not bad," Yang Kai replied with a smile. The Supreme Elder coldly snorted, "It's far better than not bad. The divine armament world lost 30% of its world force in one go. I've never seen something like this before." Su Linggong was absolutely shocked by the news. 30%? Are you mistaken, ancestor? The Supreme Elder's expression was so dark that he was practically dripping with gloom. This old master has managed and watched over the divine armament world for millennia. How can I be mistaken about something like this? If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. Cold sweat oozed out of Su Linggong's forehead, and he gave a flattering smile. Please calm yourself, ancestor. This junior simply spoke without thinking. There is no way you can be mistaken. Then he turned to glare at Yang Kai. Smelly brat, did you refine 3 divine armaments? Yang Kai immediately became guilty. Maybe? Although he did not understand the situation, he could sense that stealing 30% of the divine armament world's world force had displeased the Supreme Elder to a certain extent. Su Linggong slapped his forehead. What? How bold and reckless. Are you not worried that your stomach might explode? Yang Kai sniffed. I've already refined them. You didn't say I couldn't refine 3 of them, Martial Uncle Su. He did not dare to mention that he initially planned to refine 6 of the divine armaments as he was afraid that he would be killed on the spot. Su Linggong was a little speechless. I never imagined that you would refine 3 of them. Most people would be sent back after refining one of the divine armaments. How did you do it? Yang Kai replied, I obtained one of the divine armaments and refined it until only the very last step. Then I collected a few more divine armaments and repeated the process. Lastly, I refined them all at the same time. That's possible? Su Linggong was dumbfounded. The Supreme Elder snorted softly. Not just anybody can do something like that. Do you know how strong the rejection force of the world is? Even if your method works, you won't be able to refine many if you fail to resist the rejection force. To be able to refine 3 divine armaments is a testimony to your capabilities. Many thanks for your praise, ancestor. Yang Kai humbly responded. Su Linggong asked with a frown, Ancestor, does that mean that nobody can enter the divine armament world in the near future? The Supreme Elder shook his head. I'm afraid not. Losing 30% of the world force in one go is unprecedented. The divine armament world has suffered a heavy blow, so it will take at least 100 years for it to recover. Su Linggong's expression was stern. 100 years in the outside world is the same as 10,000 years inside the divine armament world. He smacked his hand against the back of Yang Kai's head, nearly sending him flying as he angrily scolded, Look at the good deed you've done, brat. Yang Kai was silent, but he thought to himself, how is it my fault? I didn't know anything about the divine armament world before I entered. Only after entering the divine armament world did I slowly figure out what to do. In any case, it was true that he had enjoyed a huge harvest, so he could not refute anything, lest Su Linggong became angry out of shame. Ancestor, this disciple has a question. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Although the Supreme Elder was sullen, he knew that it was not Yang Kai's fault. After all, nobody told Yang Kai that he could not refine several divine armaments. Upon hearing those words though, the Supreme Elder asked back, Are you curious about what is happening inside the divine armament world after your departure? Yang Kai was astonished. How did you know, ancestor? The Supreme Elder snorted. Every single person asks this question when they come out. It's only natural to form some attachment to the world after living there for decades and even centuries. It is human nature. Pausing for a moment, he finally continued, Instead of hearing it from this old master, you should witness the situation yourself. While saying so, he waved his arm lightly and the vortex in front of him suddenly displayed an image. Yang Kai looked closely and saw that the image was of the scene of profound pill sex restricted area. A figure was sitting down cross-legged inside the restricted area with a solemn expression. Upon a closer look, Yang Kai became shocked and exclaimed, Isn't that me? The person in the restricted area was identical to him in terms of body shape, appearance and temperament. There was no difference whatsoever. Why am I still there? Yang Kai was filled with doubts. Su Linggong explained, That's because he is someone that existed in that world in the first place. Chapter 45-42, It is a blessing not a curse. Existed in that world in the first place? Frowning slightly, Yang Kai vaguely understood Su Linggong's meaning. When he first entered the divine armament world, he had become the eldest senior brother of Void Spirit Sword sect in the blink of an eye. He was around 17 or 18 years old at that point. It was naturally impossible for someone like him to come out of nowhere. He must have truly existed. After all, the entire Void Spirit Sword sect had memories relating to him. But even so, why does that man resemble me completely in appearance and name? Yang Kai was a bit confused. Su Linggong explained, he may have had a different name and appearance before this, but since you have entered the divine armament world for training, the divine armament world naturally adjusted itself to you and prepared all kinds of information belonging to you. It is a fundamental adjustment so that anyone who knew him would not find you unusual. Yang Kai pondered, in that case, does that mean that I have been inside of this person's body all these years in the divine armament world? Su Linggong nodded, that is one way to see it, but it is not exactly like that. In any case, small source worlds are strange and unique places. You will get used to it when you come to train a few more times. Yang Kai nodded in understanding, then he turned his gaze to the scene in the vortex. The Yang Kai over there was a pre-existing being, so he would naturally stay behind once he left. Thanks to him worrying over how Void Spirit Sword Sect would fare once he left the divine armament world, Yang Kai had prepared many fallback plans. But now, it seems like his worries had all been unnecessary. Time flowed differently in the divine armament world than in the outside world, and the difference was huge. Yang Kai had only been thinking for a moment, but much had happened in that time. Profound Pill Sect's higher-ups had poured into the restricted area, but there was no sign of any divine armaments. Not only the 5 divine armaments that Yang Kai brought in disappeared, but even the Medicine King furnace that was originally placed there was gone. Naturally, everyone was shocked. But soon, the Grand Heavens religion and several other sects that possessed divine armaments sent news that the divine armaments in their control had all disappeared at almost the same time. Half a day later, a heavenly phenomenon appeared. 10 streams of light fell across the world, each one emitting the aura of a divine armament. It was then that the inhabitants of the divine armament world realized that a new divine armament tournament was about to begin. This was something that had never happened before. The divine armament tournament occurred once every 100 years, and it had only been around 50 years since the last one. Despite not understanding why such changes would come about, every divine armament tournament was a sweeping event that affected the course of the entire world. Every sect that was strong enough to join the fight would come out to fight for the blessings of their sect's next 100 years of progression. Naturally, the same was true for Profound Pill Sect. Yang Kai saw the group of spirit-grade alchemists and spirit realm masters from Profound Pill Sect that he led fly out in the swirling image to compete with the other great alchemy sects. Uniting their power, they fought against the other great sects and eventually took back the Medicine King furnace. After that, they fought to snatch up the divine armament 10 facets demonic shadow spear without even a pause in between. They were not targeting this particular divine armament for any particular reason, rather it was just in close proximity to them. This move seemed to have stirred up the hornet's nest. Profound Pill Sect had always been a sect that was focused on alchemy, so even if they fought in the divine armament tournament, they were only there to compete for the Medicine King furnace. After all, it contained the secrets of the alchemic Tao, so it was not very useful for the other sects even if they got their hands on it. However, this time, Profound Pill Sect's accomplishments in the alchemic Tao had greatly improved, so the result of the fight for the Medicine King furnace was decided early, leaving it with enough time to participate in the other ongoing battles. The many other great forces who were fighting for the 10 facets demonic shadow spear could not tolerate such behavior, so practically all of them joined hands to attack Profound Pill Sect in an effort to get them to back off. However, Profound Pill Sect's achievements in the alchemic Tao were not all that had improved markedly under Yang Kai's guidance. Their overall strength had risen by several levels too. Especially the 2 guards who had been by Yang Kai's side all these years. Yang Huai and Hua Rong, who had strength on par with 100 masters all on their own, not to mention the fact that there was also Yang Kai there to show his face personally. A fierce battle went on until the sky turned murky and the earth turned dark, and until both the sun and moon had lost their light. Finally, the 10 facets demonic shadow spear was seized by Profound Pill Sect. Naturally, Profound Pill Sect were the greatest winners of this tournament. Not only did they regain the Medicine King furnace, they were also able to take home the 10 facets demonic shadow spear. Throughout history, this was the first time that a single great force was able to make away with 2 different divine armaments. The power of Profound Pill Sect shocked the world, even more so the powers of Yang Kai and his 2 subordinates. They never imagined that a sect that was supposedly only known for their alchemy would be so strong, and Yang Kai himself was revered as the strongest under the heavens. Just like leaving a soul clone behind in the divine armament world, it can exert as much power as you have cultivated in the divine armament world, Su Linggong explained while pointing to Yang Kai's figure that was reflected in the vortex. Yang Kai grinned, "In that case I can rest assured." He did notice this fact when he was watching the fight earlier, as it was just like watching his soul clone exert the same powers he had cultivated in the divine armament world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so invincible. The lifespan of the beings in the divine armament world is not great, and even the most outstanding ones live only a few hundred years. Naturally, as a native of the divine armament world, your soul clone is also not free from these shackles. In a few hundred years, no matter his cultivation, he will eventually die. Su Linggong sighed, seemingly filled with some emotion. Several hundred is enough. Yang Kai nodded his head. If he could protect Void Spirit Sword Sect and Profound Pill Sect for several centuries, then his efforts would not have been in vain. There were no sects that remained prosperous forever, and there was no need for him to think about how Profound Pill Sect and Void Spirit Sword Sect would fare in a few hundred or thousand years. "Let's go," Su Linggong called out to him. "You will eventually come upon the opportunity to enter another small source world, so you can take this as a learning experience." After bidding the Supreme Elder goodbye, the pair sped off on their way. Yang Kai followed by Su Linggong's side and asked, "Martial Uncle Su, didn't you say before that there were 3 small source worlds in Yin Yang Heaven?" "Don't even think about it." Su Linggong glared at him. "You took away 30% of the divine armament world's world force after entering it once. Are those benefits still not enough for you? Do you want to ruin the other 2 as well?" Yang Kai scratched his nose embarrassedly. "I was just asking. Martial Uncle Su need not be so angry." Su Linggong coldly snorted and remembered that Yang Kai was still Yin Yang Heaven's son-in-law and the future husband of his treasured disciple, so he could not help but say, "It is not that this king does not wish to let you enter the other 2 small source worlds, but they are not as high level as the divine armament world. Small source worlds are also separated into different ranks. You can get a lot of benefits by entering and training in the divine armament world, but the other small source worlds won't give you much no matter how hard you train. Instead, you will be taking up the places of other Yin Yang Heaven disciples. For Yin Yang Cave Heaven, the losses are not worth the gains." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. "Are the small source world also separated into high, mid, and low ranks just like world fruits?" "Yes, you can say that, so you better know how to be grateful." Su Linggong nodded. Yang Kai cupped his fist. "No matter what, I must give my thanks to Martial Uncle Su for granting me this opportunity. If not for Su Linggong, then he might not have been able to enter the divine armament world and gain such great benefits. He was also a little apologetic to have severely damaged the foundation of the divine armament world. You are Chuer's future husband, so it is only natural that I would treat you well, otherwise Chuer will become condemned to the life of a widow if you were to be killed off outside." Su Linggong waved his hand generously. "How is senior sister Chu doing now?" Su Linggong coldly snorted. "She has only been confined so that she may cultivate in a quiet environment, so what do you think? It is for her benefit too. Her foundation is not stable since she has just advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm. Even if she were not punished in this way, she would still need time to stabilize her foundation. In any case, it is only 100 years. For open heaven realm cultivators like us, it is no more than the snap of one's fingers, so don't worry about it. What's more, her senior brother Qing and senior sister Su will take good care of her." "Then I can rest assured." Yang Kai nodded. "Now that this is over, I should also be returning. I will come again to visit senior sister in a century." "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Su Linggong stopped him. "Have you forgotten what mess you caused on the prison star? You will surely die if you leave like this." Yang Kai blinked. Even though it had only been just a short month in the outside world, he had spent many decades training in the divine armament world. Many of the memories he had were just like those of a past life. Pondering for a moment, Yang Kai finally recalled, Thousand Cranes Paradise. Su Linggong grunted, "Do you really think that Thousand Cranes Paradise will let you go after you beat Zhao Xing to death on the prison star?" Yang Kai sighed, "Naturally I do not. But it is a blessing, not a curse, and even if it were a curse, it cannot be avoided. It is for the best that you understand that, after all, Zhao Xing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise. He was expected to advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven realm in the future, and he had only broken through to the 6th Order less than 100 years before dying at your hands. One could say that Thousand Cranes Paradise has become incensed after this situation. You must know that anyone who can advance into the 6th Order directly is a rare talent, even for the cave heavens and paradises. Only one appears maybe every 1,000 years or so. Yes, I am aware. If it were any ordinary disciple, then it would not have mattered for them. The rules of my Yin-Yang Heavens Tao Theory Assembly were public knowledge, and Thousand Cranes Paradise is more or less still concerned about their face. Right now, the reason that Thousand Cranes Paradise is enduring this grudge is because they do not wish to sour relations with my Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. However, if you leave by yourself, Thousand Cranes Paradise will definitely make a move. With their abilities, it will not be a difficult matter for them to get rid of you without anyone knowing. When that happens, there is nothing our Yin-Yang Cave Heaven can say either. But this junior cannot hide in Yin-Yang Heaven forever. Wait a few days. I will arrange for someone to send you out. Yang Kai pondered about it but did not refuse his good intentions and just cupped his fist. Then I shall trouble you, Martial Uncle Su. After Yang Kai returned to his temporary residence, Hui Gu immediately came up to greet him. Sir. Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. Only then did he remember how he had subordinated Hui Gu using the loyalty list during the Tao Theory Assembly on the prison star, and also used his power to kill many prisoners. The several dozen years of training that he went through in the divine armament world felt as though he had lived another lifetime, leaving him disoriented about events that took place only days ago in the outside world. So much had happened that everything now seemed a bit surreal. Chapter 45-43 Zuoquan Hui. Qin Kuei had specially come to congratulate him when he learned of Yang Kai's return from the divine armament world, and even brought a lot of good wine with him. The two of them chatted up a storm over drinks, having a good time. Qin Kuei was envious that Yang Kai was able to refine 30% of the divine armament world's world force. He had also entered the divine armament world a long time ago, so he naturally knew about the situation inside the small source world. However, like all the other Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciples over the ages, he was only able to refine 10% of its source strength. It was not that he did not wish to refine 30% of its power, but rather, he could not. The 10 great divine armaments were manifestations of the world's source. Once refined, one would be repelled from the world, and forcibly staying was a difficult task. While you were in the divine armament world, Honored Master personally visited Thousand Cranes Paradise to talk about Zhao Xing's matter. However, Thousand Cranes Paradise kept an ambiguous attitude, and it seems like they will not be letting the matter go so simply. You should be wary in the future, Qin Kuei warned Yang Kai lightly while draining the wine in his cup. I know. Martial Uncle Su has already told me about this. Qin Kuei sighed. In fact, you shouldn't be blamed for this matter. It was Zhao Xing who first picked a fight with you on the prison star. He intended to kill you for glory, so as far as I'm concerned, he inflicted this misfortune upon himself. Regardless, he's dead, and Thousand Cranes Paradise will surely argue for an explanation. Fortunately, my Yin-Yang Cave Heaven is no pushover, so Thousand Cranes Paradise won't be able to take any overt actions. Remember though, a spear in the light is easily avoided, but an arrow in the dark may not be so. Nothing so far has indicated they won't use hidden means to attack you. These old foxes have lived for countless years after all, so none of them are easy to deal with. Many thanks, Senior Brother Qin, for worrying about me. I will definitely be careful in the future. Yang Kai nodded. A few days later, a great ship slowly sailed out from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. 2 flags flew high, carrying the characters Yin and Yang, the signboard of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Other than the cultivators atop the great ship, there were Yang Kai and Hui Gu, the master and servant duo. At the bow of the ship, Yang Kai cupped his fist. Martial Uncle Su, I will be off now. Su Linggong stood with his hands behind his back and nodded lightly. Go. Cultivate well when you return to the Void Land, avoid going out without reason and do your best to advance into the 7th Order as soon as possible. If you encounter any troubles, then you can get someone to send a message over, and this monarch will help you. Many thanks, Martial Uncle Su. Yang Kai also turned to Qin Kuei and Su Yingyu. Senior Brother Qin, Senior Brother Su, I leave Senior Sister Chu under your care. Qin Kuei grinned. Rest assured we will not let Chuer suffer any grievances. The Green Mountains will remain. Hurry up and shut up. Shushu. Su Linggong waved his hands impatiently. Yang Kai coughed. Farewell. The great ship set out slowly, but in a moment, it sped up, sailing as swiftly as the wind. It was so quick that in just several hours they had already arrived at Yin-Yang Territory's territory gate. A dazzling layer of light enveloped the great ship, resisting the shock and vibrations from the warping of space as they passed through the gate. When Yang Kai regained his senses, the great ship had already left the Yin-Yang territory. Of course, there were other cultivators on the ship to operate it, so Yang Kai did not need to worry about anything. He just stood on the deck, silently cultivating. Entering his consciousness, he checked on the benefits he gained from the divine armament world. In the small universe that existed within each open heaven realm master was one's Tao essence that had been accumulated throughout their lives. In the process of advancing into the open heaven realm, a cultivator's Tao seal would disintegrate and dissolve into their small universe, and the Tao seal was the condensed existence of a cultivator's own grand Tao. It could be said that a cultivator's grand Tao had completely merged into their small universe through this process. The most fundamental part of Yang Kai's small universe was the Tao of space. Other than that, there was the alchemic Tao, spear Tao, sword Tao, and so on. Right now, he was very conscious of the fact that something extra had appeared in his small universe. The Tao essence of the alchemic Tao and the spear Tao was much more condensed, but the most significant change was to his sword Tao essence. This was obviously a result he gained from his time in the divine armament world. He was able to refine the Medicine King Furnace, the 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear, and the True Void Sword, 3 great divine armaments which represented separate grand Tao had naturally been integrated into his small universe. Not only had the heritage of his small universe been strengthened, but even his Tao essence had been condensed. If there were living beings existing within his small universe, then they would have the opportunity to explore the mysteries of the grand Tao through the perception and study of these Tao essences, which would allow them to gain speedy developments in the alchemic Tao, sword Tao, and spear Tao. However, though Yang Kai's small universe had been brought from ethereal to corporeal, no different from a true high-rank open heaven realm masters, he did not intend to place any living beings inside. Even though his cultivation was not bad, there were still differences between him and a true high-rank open heaven realm master. If he encountered a strong enemy, his small universe could be shaken. If disturbed to a certain extent, the beings living inside of that small universe would definitely be affected as well, and in that situation, it would be no less than a natural disaster for them. And it was because of this consideration that even true high-rank open heaven realm cultivators seldom placed living beings in their small universes, even though they knew that the existence of such living beings inside of their small universe would help to strengthen its heritage and enhance the world force. Only those high-rank open heaven realm masters who had great confidence in their own strength, or those who do not care about the lives of ordinary beings, would recklessly choose to raise beings in their small universes. While investigating, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and raised his eyes in a certain direction. What he saw was a ship floating silently in the void. On the deck were 2 figures, one behind the other, looking in his direction with sharp, piercing gazes. Even from a great distance, Yang Kai could feel the deep-seated hatred engraved in their eyes. Yang Kai's pupils shrank slightly. "Sir." Huigu had also noticed the unusual situation and quickly moved over. "We have no idea who they are, but they seem to be very hostile towards us." Yang Kai was indifferent. "That man is an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, Zuoquan Hui." Huigu was shocked. "An inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise?" Any inner elder from a paradise or cave heaven was a high-rank open heaven realm master. Coming to his senses, Huigu asked, "Sir, is this the same man who brought Zhao Xing, the one whom Sir killed on the prison star?" And Yang Kai nodded. Because of Yang Kai's interference, each cave heaven and paradise was forced to send their 6th order open heaven realm disciples into the Tao Theory Assembly, and Zhao Xing was the representative from Thousand Cranes Paradise. In the end, he was killed on the prison star by Yang Kai. Zuoquan Hui was Zhao Xing's honored master, so how could he rest easy knowing that his disciple died a miserable death at the hands of another? Once the Tao Theory Assembly ended, he wanted to attack Yang Kai to take revenge for his disciple's death but was stopped by Su Linggong. Helpless, he had no choice but simply to leave with Zhao Xing's corpse. According to Qin Kuei, Su Linggong had specially taken a trip to Thousand Cranes Paradise for that matter, but Thousand Cranes Paradise showed an ambiguous stance. However, Yang Kai did not expect Zuoquan Hui to actually be waiting here. As a high-rank open heaven realm master, Zuoquan Hui was not an opponent Yang Kai could defeat, though escaping should be no problem. As such, he did not panic even after seeing Zuoquan Hui. What's more, this great ship flew Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's banner, so if Zuoquan Hui dared to attack him, it would be the same as smashing Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's signboard, which would trigger Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's people to try to settle accounts with him. Obviously, as an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, this point was still clear to him. Facts proved that Zuoquan Hui was not a reckless man. Though he had been waiting here even after seeing Yang Kai, he showed no intention to attack. Only, the murderous look in his eyes was exceptionally intense. He was staring so intently at Yang Kai that he almost seemed to want to stare him to death. A few moments later, they each disappeared from each other's view. Hui Gu heaved a sigh of relief. On Thousand Cranes Paradise's ship, Zuoquan Hui shut his eyes, and his face twisted into a somewhat grim look. "Honored master, are we just letting him go?" The woman who had been standing behind him this whole time asked. This woman did not show up at the Tao Theory Assembly, but her aura, which she had unconsciously been releasing, indicated she was a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. "If I do not let him go, do you expect me to force him to stay?" Zuoquan Hui took a deep breath and barked through gritted teeth. "Su Linggong, that old fart is too much." He must have suspected that this monarch would be waiting here for that brat, so he sent him off on a damn Yinyang Cave Heaven ship. "If I make a move here, then I will be waging war against Yinyang Cave Heaven. Does that mean that we can never get vengeance for junior brother Zhao?" The woman was reluctant to accept this result. Zuoquan Hui coldly snorted, "This grudge is absolutely irreconcilable, so there is no way I will let it be just like that. Su Linggong can protect him now, but he will not be able to do so forever. Come, let us return to this sect." Turning around, he walked into the cabin. The woman stood on the deck, looking in the direction where Yinyang Cave Heaven's ship left with hatred in her eyes. Only after a long time did she finally stomp away. After ordering Hui Gu to stay and keep watch on deck, Yang Kai returned to his cabin to cultivate and refine some open heaven pills. Despite knowing that Zuoquan Hui would not be so reckless as to dare make a move against Yinyang Cave Heaven's ship, Yang Kai couldn't afford to be careless. Who knew whether that old man would become overwhelmed with hatred and do something rash? Fortunately, as a Thousand Cranes Paradise Inner Elder, Zuoquan Hui was also bound by all sorts of rules and would not take the risk to provoke an existence as great as Yinyang Cave Heaven alone. So, he did not take any action at all and had long disappeared out of sight. Cultivation in the Open Heaven realm was a matter of perseverance. Even though Yang Kai had gained huge benefits in the divine armament world and increased his strength greatly, he did not simply rest on his laurels and continued to refine many Open Heaven pills on the journey back. After a short period of time, he finally returned to Void Territory. When they received news of his return, everyone in Void Territory came to greet him. Yinyang Cave Heaven's ship did not linger for long, leaving as soon as it sent Yang Kai safely back to Void Land. Even though Yang Kai tried to get them to stay, they were under orders from Yinyang Cave Heaven to not remain a moment longer than necessary. Yang Kai had no choice but to prepare some gifts for them and then see them off. Half a day later, in the main conference hall, everyone was gathered. Yang Kai sat boldly and uninhibitedly in the head position, looking out at the masses before him with a gratified look on his face. When he thought back to the time when he first took over Void Land, there were only a handful of Open Heaven Realm Masters around him, but now just Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were plentiful. The proprietress Lan Yu Rua Yuhi Mo Mei, the three mountain lords from Profound Yang Mountain that he recruited from Shadowless Cave Heaven, Mao Zhi Gengqing and Zhouya. There were also the two island masters who submitted to him on Twin Spirit Island, the couple Huayong and Shu Mudan, and now there was the new Hui Gu. There were a total of 9. And that was without counting Yang Kai himself. If he were counted among them, then there would be 10 of them. There were some 20 cultivators in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm as well. Lu Shui, Pang Duo, Gong Yang Shi, Mu Chen Xian, Jin Yuan Lang, Fan Wu Xian, as well as others who came from Abundant City and the Shadowless Cave Heaven. The ones in the Fourth Order were even more difficult to count. Right now, the Void Land could be said to be full of talents. Chapter 45-44 Lu Jing Visits. Compared to other great forces, the ratio of Open Heaven Realm Masters present in each order was quite abnormal. A heritage of 10 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was not considered weak even considering the entire 3,000 worlds. In fact, excluding the Cave Heavens and Paradises, Void Land could be said to be a top great force now. However, if a great force had 9 Sixth Order Masters, then there would generally be at least 100 Fifth Order Masters or even more. However, Void Land only had around 20 or 30. The root of all this is that all of the Open Heaven Realm members had entered Void Land halfway through and were not cultivated by Void Land itself, which threw the ratio out of balance. However, this was not a big deal. The cultivators who could sit here, regardless of their origins and previous state of cultivation, were loyal to Void Land. News of Yang Kai's travel to Yinyang Cave Heaven to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly and subsequently becoming its champion had long spread to the 3,000 worlds, so Void Land had naturally heard about it too. At the moment, Yang Kai had no idea whether to laugh or cry as he was surrounded by congratulations from all directions. Before going to Yinyang Cave Heaven, he never expected things to come to this either. However, what happened happened, and no matter what, he was now a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law. Yang Kai also introduced Hui Gu to everyone and they all welcomed him warmly. Hui Gu felt a little flattered as to be honest, he never thought that Void Land would have such a strong heritage before he arrived here. He was especially surprised by the number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like him. Without even mentioning the many 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting in the main hall, Hui Gu could vaguely feel an aura coming from somewhere deep in Void Land that made his heart clench tight. The aura was certainly hidden and obscure, but its occasional fluctuation made it impossible to ignore. This Void Land had to be much more than what he could perceive. There may be more powerful forces hidden inside. However, now was not the time to be asking questions. Since he had already come to Void Land with Yang Kai, he could slowly figure it out in the future. He suddenly felt as if he had found an amazing boss. This time, I won the Tao Theory Assembly, but I also got into a bit of trouble. Yang Kai looked at the crowd below. During the Tao Theory Assembly, I beat one of Thousand Cranes Paradise's disciples to death. Everyone was shocked to hear that. They had already known that Yang Kai was able to win the competition, but they did not learn much else besides that. It was only now that they realized what explosive things had happened during the events of the Tao Theory Assembly. The corner of Old Bai's eye twitched as he asked, what order was that man's cultivation, and what was his position in Thousand Cranes Paradise? Yang Kai glanced at him and scratched his nose awkwardly. 6th Order Open Heaven. In terms of position, similar to Chu Huashang from Yinyang Cave Heaven. Old Bai sucked in a breath of cold air. Yuhi also frowned, that sounds like big trouble. Suddenly thinking of something, she looked up at Yang Kai, is it because of this reason that Yinyang Cave Heaven escorted young master home? Yang Kai nodded sincerely, during my return we bumped into a Thousand Cranes Paradise elder. If not for Yinyang Cave Heaven's signboard, then I'm afraid he would have made his move right then and there. Yuhi was thoughtful, since that man is an elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, then he would not dare to take the risk of offending Yinyang Cave Heaven openly, which was why he held back. However, according to this situation, that man will surely not give up there. Mo Mei chimed in, did Yinyang Cave Heaven not say anything? The Tao Theory Assembly was held by them after all. They would be held responsible if anything were to happen. Senior Sister Chu's honored master, Su Linggong, personally went to Thousand Cranes Paradise to negotiate, but the latter did not give their clear opinion on the matter. In any case, it would be best if Thousand Cranes Paradise is willing to let the matter go. Otherwise there are troops for the enemy and earth for floods. Yang Kai waved his hand, I'm merely telling you this so that you may all be more careful in the future. Don't be taken advantage of by some unscrupulous people. With the current power of Void Land, there was little need for them to worry. They had 2 mature divine spirits to watch over them, and they were also protected by the 9 heavenly layers grand array. Unless Thousand Cranes Paradise was willing to mobilize several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it would be impossible for them to do anything to Void Land directly. Heavenly Sword Union that led the 100 Sects Alliance was proof of that. Everyone cupped their fists, yes. Yang Kai then turned his head to Old Bai, how is Proprietress doing now? Have you heard anything? Old Bai shook his head, she is still in retreat. Advancing to the 7th Order cannot be achieved overnight. Yang Kai nodded, pay close attention to any changes in her situation. If there is news, contact me immediately. Old Bai grinned, will do. Good, everyone disperse. Go and attend to your own matters. Second manager, arrange Hui Gu's accommodations. Bian Yuqing immediately stood up and answered, yes. Void Land was not small now, but Yang Kai still had little to manage as Bian Yuqing was taking care of everything. However, this delayed her cultivation efforts a lot. Among those who came here from the Star Boundary, many of the Peak Emperor Realm Masters had already condensed their Tao seals and begun refining resources of the various orders to make preparations for advancing to the Open Heaven Realm. However, Bian Yuqing had not even been able to condense her Tao seal yet. She had sacrificed a lot for the sake of Void Land. However, Yang Kai had his own arrangements for her, and he would naturally not neglect her. With the divine Tao water, ensuring her future of advancing directly into the mid-rank open heaven realm would be no problem. After returning to Void Land, Yang Kai had been living a comfortable and peaceful life. Besides refining open heaven pills and some other cultivation resources each day, he would either play chess with Bai Shi or walk around the Star City. Void Territory's Star City was now famous all over the 3,000 worlds, and the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was always in high demand. After all, this pill could raise the success rate of a cultivator advancing into the open heaven realm. Any cultivator with a bit of wealth would want to acquire such a pill. However, the only ones who could refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill in this world was Void Land. The other great forces could not refine this pill even if they got the pill recipe, but this couldn't be helped as its primary ingredient, world source liquid, was too rare. This was something that was created only at the birth of a new world, and in the 3,000 worlds which universe world was newly formed. The Star City brought great wealth to Void Land, which was enough to supply the cultivation needs of its many disciples. The only problem faced by Void Land was the difficulty in finding Yin and Yang element treasures for advancing into the Sixth Order. These two items were rare resources even for the major cave heavens and paradises, so finding them was extremely difficult. Even though Void Land was not short of money, it had not been able to buy many of these resources over the years. However, the great emperors who came from the Star Boundary as well as Yang Kai's wives, all needed these Sixth Order Yin and Yang element treasures in order to advance into the open heaven realm. Without these they could not advance. Currently, the Star City's top priority was to acquire these Sixth Order Yin and Yang element treasures in order to ensure a smooth advancement for the great emperors. While Yang Kai was having a headache over this matter, thinking about where he was going to find these resources, he received a piece of good news. Gathering Yuan Union's Lu Jing had come to visit. According to their deal, Lu Jing followed Yang Kai during the Tao Theory Assembly for protection, which allowed him to return safely from the prison star. Otherwise, with Lu Jing's Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, it was uncertain whether or not he would have survived in that harsh environment. Before entering the prison star, Lu Jing had agreed to pay Yang Kai with a Sixth Order Yang element treasure as a reward for keeping him safe. After the Tao Theory Assembly, Lu Jing returned alongside his elders to Gathering Yuan Union's great territory, and after much time had passed, he received no news from him. Yang Kai even thought that this guy was going to go back on his word. Yang Kai never expected Lu Jing to visit in person on this day. It seemed like even though this guy's cultivation was not very high, he was still a man of integrity. But upon further thought, Yang Kai realized that this was not strange. Gathering Yuan Union was a mercantile alliance, with merchant ships that did business with many forces across the 3,000 worlds. As merchants, trust was their greatest commodity, so they would never renege on their debts. Lu Jing was flattered that Yang Kai received him personally. In the reception hall, Lu Jing handed over a jade box. "Senior brother Yang, here is the purple Yang jade, a Sixth Order Yang elements treasure. Please accept it as this little brother's thanks to senior brother for the care he received on the prison star." Yang Kai did not stand on ceremony and reached out to accept it with a smile. "Brother Lu is too polite. What I did on the prison star was just a simple thing." Lu Jing responded, "To senior brother Yang it may just be a small effort, but to me, it is a life-saving grace. The masters on the prison star were as plentiful as the clouds. A petty Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm master like me would hardly have survived without senior brother Yang's care." Yang Kai laughed. "Brother Lu does not have to be so modest. Even though the prison star was dangerous, it was not so perilous that a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm master could not survive. Brother Lu is so generous, so obviously, Brother Lu has a high status in Gathering Yuan Union, right?" Lu Jing smiled proudly. "Currently, the Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union is my father." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I had guessed as much, but why has Brother Lu only achieved a trivial Fourth Order with such a background?" Lu Jing laughed bitterly. "Financial power is not everything. My aptitude was not high, so even reaching the Fourth Order now has taken my father a lot of energy and resources. Otherwise, with my aptitude, we would be thanking the heavens even if I could reach the Third Order." With some thought, it did seem to be so. The most important part that decided one's initial order in the open heaven realm was aptitude. Without a strong enough Tao seal, it was simply impossible for one to bear too strong of an impact, and with that, there was naturally no way of achieving a higher order. However, Lu Jing's status was also not low. His father was the Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union, which made him the young Union Master, which was not far from what Yang Kai had guessed before. Brother Lu, I have a business deal I want to propose to Gathering Yuan Union. I wonder whether Gathering Yuan Union is interested? Yang Kai looked eagerly at him with a smile. Lu Jing laughed in response. Our Gathering Yuan Union's doors are always open to new opportunities. As long as there is business to do, we are naturally interested. Young Union Master. The two Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had been standing by Lu Jing's side all this while suddenly called out to him before going down to a whisper. Union Master has asked you to return immediately after delivering the item. He says he wishes to make arrangements for your betrothal. Lu Jing's face turned dark. I have my own plans for marriage, what is he concerned about? The man responded, that is what the Union Master ordered. Young Union Master, please do not make things difficult for this humble one. Lu Jing now had an awkward look on his face. Yang Kai glanced at the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was speaking with interest. There was no way that he would not know that he was merely speaking like this because Gathering Yuan Union was unwilling to have too many entanglements with Void Land. Chapter 45-45, Lure the Snake from its Hole. Since Gathering Yuan Union mainly focused on trade, they were indeed open to all in terms of business. However, Yang Kai had killed Zhao Xing in the Dao Theory Assembly, which was an insult to Thousand Cranes Paradise. Thus, Gathering Yuan Union was not willing to draw heat onto itself. When Lu Jing came here, it was likely that his father had warned him about this beforehand. Otherwise, it was unlikely for these Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Guards to overstep their boundaries. There is no place for you to interfere when I'm speaking to senior brother Yang. Get out. Lu Jing scolded. Yang Kai raised his hand. Since brother Lu's father is thinking of arranging brother Lu's betrothal, then I will not keep you here. However, I will be troubling brother Lu to pass on a message to your father when you return. Lu Jing responded earnestly, please speak, senior brother Yang. Please report to your father that my Void Land would like to make developments in the dealing of our Heavenly Yuan stabilizing pill. If he is willing, then I will allow the Gathering Yuan Union to represent us in auctioning them. Lu Jing could not help but feel moved by the offer, and even the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Guard who spoke earlier had a surprised look on his face. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was famous across the 3,000 worlds. There was no one who had not heard of it. Many people had their eyes on this spirit pill, but Void Land was the only producer of it. Others were simply unable to refine it. Void Land Star City was able to reach such a scale solely because of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. It can be said that this spirit pill was practically the foundation of Void Land's development. If they were able to get a share in this business, then that would be a big deal for Gathering Yuan Union. They may be able to rise to even greater heights with help from this arrangement. If Void Land was willing to be generous, then what they want must not be small either. Lu Jing understood that, so he asked, may I know what senior brother Yang wishes to gain from my Gathering Yuan Union? Yang Kai smiled. Gathering Yuan Union's merchant ships are spread across the 3,000 worlds. With such a wide range of trade routes and so many eyes and ears available, finding Sixth Order Yin and Yang element treasures should be no problem, right? Lu Jing laughed bitterly at that. Senior brother Yang has given me a difficult task. Such resources are very scarce, and that is true no matter where you look. After a pause he added, how many is senior brother Yang looking for? Yang Kai answered, naturally as many as you can find. Lu Jing laughed and pondered for a moment. This is a big deal, so I am unable to make the decision. Indeed, this matter has to be referred to my father. So as to not delay matters, I will take my leave now so that I may return to senior brother Yang with news as soon as possible. Yang Kai did not keep him any longer and stood up. Let me see you off. The two left the hall side by side, and having suddenly thought of something, Lu Jing suddenly went into a whisper. Has senior brother Yang heard something recently? Yang Kai glanced at him. What does brother Lu mean? About Thousand Cranes Paradise. Thousand Cranes Paradise? Yang Kai raised a brow and shook his head. Nothing. What do you know, brother Lu? Lu Jing told him, Thousand Cranes Paradise's elder, Zuoquan Hui, has rebelled from the sect alongside those from his lineage. Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and stared straight at him. Lu Jing shrugged. I'm not joking. When it happened, one of Gathering Yuan Union's vice-union masters just happened to be doing some work at Thousand Cranes Paradise. That is when he came upon that situation. When he returned and reported the matter to my father, I happened to hear a thing or two. When did this happen? Yang Kai frowned. Lu Jing responded, counting back, it should have happened around 2 or 3 months ago. 2 or 3 months, that was around the same time as when he returned to Void Land. Why was there no news in the outside world about such a huge event? Yang Kai was confused. There is no way that Thousand Cranes Paradise would want to make a loud announcement of such an embarrassing situation. Zuoquan Hui is a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise. If he rebels from his sect, then it would mean the loss of face for Thousand Cranes Paradise. However, such a matter obviously cannot be hidden for long. Just watch, everyone will know about it within half a year. While chatting, they had already arrived at where Gathering Yuan Union's ship was docked. Lu Jing cupped his fist. Senior Brother Yang, please wait. I will report to my father about your proposal, and I will come again if there is any news. Many thanks, Brother Lu. Yang Kai nodded. After watching Gathering Yuan Union's ship depart, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as he could vaguely sense an impending storm. Zuoquan Hui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, so how could he have turned against his sect so simply? He was not the only 7th Order Master in Thousand Cranes Paradise, and as one of the 72 Paradises, they would surely have some 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters keeping watch. If Zuoquan Hui really did turn against his sect, then he would have been apprehended almost immediately. From that fact alone, Yang Kai could guess that Zuoquan Hui's rebellion was just a show they had put on for the outside world. Yinyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly was presided over by Su Linggong, who said before it began that this was not a children's game. It was a competition to choose a suitor for Chu Huashang, and no reprisals were to be pursued regardless of the lives lost during its course. Even though these words were spoken by Su Linggong, he was representing Yinyang Cave Heaven. If someone really did try and get revenge afterwards, that would be slapping Su Linggong in the face and smashing Yinyang Cave Heaven's signboard. Yinyang Cave Heaven would not let the matter rest after such an insult, and even without anyone else to stand up to the matter, Yinyang Cave Heaven themselves would put an end to it. Thousand Cranes Paradise did not wish to make the situation too stiff either and provoke Yinyang Cave Heaven's reputation for the sake of a lost disciple. However, Zhao Xing was still a core disciple and he could not die in vain. Thousand Cranes Paradise's reputation was still important to them. Zuoquan Hui's rebellion from Thousand Cranes Paradise meant he had cut off his relationship with them, and as the deceased's honored master, he could rightfully avenge his dead disciple. This matter would have nothing to do with Thousand Cranes Paradise in that case. If Yinyang Cave Heaven wished to blame anyone, then the only one they could blame was the rebel, Zuoquan Hui. Furthermore, Yinyang Cave Heaven may not necessarily come out to say anything about the matter. One was a cave heaven and the other was a paradise. Surpassing Thousand Cranes Paradise to the point where they made such a choice was already Yinyang Cave Heaven's limit, and Thousand Cranes Paradise had already taken a step back on the matter. Naturally, Yinyang Cave Heaven would take a step back as well. And this step was most likely their refusal to interfere in the feud between Yang Kai and Zuoquan Hui. After some thought, Yang Kai quickly worked out the relationships in this matter, and he could not help but sneer. Zuoquan Hui was blinded by hatred and he was most likely not going to be letting him go. Yang Kai was just about to contact Bian Yuqing when he saw 2 streams of light coming from the distance as soon as he looked up, and one of them happened to be her sect master. Bian Yuqing saluted after landing, a troubled look on her face. However, the person next to her fell to their knees and wailed, "Heavenly Monarch, please do something." Yang Kai frowned at them, quickly recognizing their identity. "You are Three Brilliance's world's world lord, Pang Xiaoyuan." Void Land was not the only great force in Void territory. There existed 7 third-class great forces and a dozen or so universe worlds, all of them with histories far longer than Yang Kai's reign in this place. Back then, when Yang Kai established Void Land, these third-class great forces in universe worlds sent their representatives over to congratulate him and even helped a lot to rebuild Void Land. So, the 7 third-class great forces can all be considered subordinate forces of Void Land, and they were considered allies. The dozen universe worlds were essentially considered subjects of Void Land who were able to send over some talents to join Void Land once in a while. Among the dozen or so universe worlds, one of them was Three Brilliance's world, and the strongest master of that world was the man in front of Yang Kai now, Pang Xiaoyuan. However, even though this man aspired to achieve the 4th Order or even 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, he was still merely in the Emperor Realm right now. "Please, Heavenly Monarch, save the people of my Three Brilliance's world." Pang Xiaoyuan kowtowed to him, bashing his forehead to the ground in loud thuds. "Stand up and speak." Yang Kai reached out to pick him up, confused. "What happened?" Bian Yuqing hurriedly explained, Someone stormed into Three Brilliance's world and began slaughtering people indiscriminately. Three Brilliance's world has sustained heavy damage. When he realized that things were beyond his ability to handle, World Lord Peng decided to come and seek help. Yang Kai's pupils shrank. Just earlier, Lu Jing had just warned him that Zuoquan Hui had rebelled from Thousand Cranes Paradise, and now Three Brilliance's world had fallen into danger. He could not help but think of something. Luring a snake out of its hole. Yang Kai's face turned grim. Void Land was guarded by 2 mature divine spirits, which was a well-known fact. There was also the 9 heavenly layers grand array. To break through such defensive power, several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would have to join hands. Even if Zuoquan Hui wanted to avenge his disciple, he would not be foolish enough to come directly to Void Land. He would have to lure Yang Kai out instead. Three Brilliance's world was just caught in the crossfire. Otherwise, how could Pang Xiaoyuan, a trivial Emperor Realm Master, be able to escape? Since Zuoquan Hui wished to lure the snake out of the hole, it was only natural that he needed someone to pass on the news. However, Zuoquan Hui was still a man from a paradise, and also a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so how could he be so merciless as to lay his hands on a universe world? It had to be known that universe worlds were the foundation of the entire 3,000 worlds. Was he not afraid of damaging his reputation with such rash actions? Bian Yuqing had no idea what Yang Kai meant by that assessment, but she could vaguely tell that something was not right. Void Land possessed extraordinary strength these days, and Three Brilliance's world was a subject of Void Land. How could anyone be so brave as to cause trouble under Void Land's eyes? They were clearly doing this on purpose. Heavenly Monarch, we must hurry. Lives are at stake. If we delay any further, then it will be too late. These vile people are strong, and I have no idea what order of the Open Heaven realm they are in, but even a single move can cause devastating damage. I'm afraid it would not take too long for them to tear apart the entire Three Brilliance's world. Pang Xiaoyan begged anxiously. Yang Kai nodded, I know. I will go immediately. With that said, he rushed to the sky while urgently telling Bian Yuqing to pass on his orders. After watching Yang Kai disappear into the distance, Pang Xiaoyuan fell powerlessly to the ground. Bian Yuqing reassured him, World Lord Ping need not worry. Sect Master will naturally deal with the enemy. You should go and rest. I still have things to attend to, so I will not be accompanying you. After calling over a Void Land disciple to bring Pang Xiaoyuan to a guest room, Bian Yuqing took out her communication bead and sent out a series of messages. In the blink of an eye, the 6th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters scattered all over gathered together. Three Brilliance's world was an Azure Universe world which was slightly larger than the star boundary. Whether it be in world energy or world principles, it was slightly better than the star boundary, so cultivating in Three Brilliance's world was much easier. Yang Kai transformed into a ray of light and kept on pushing his space principles as he closed in on his destination in merely a cup of tea's time. When he looked down from the void, Yang Kai felt so furious that his eyes could pop. The universe world which used to be azure was now covered in pits and wounds. Even from the void he could see the large cracks that spanned across the land. Black smoke was rising in the air and hot magma was erupting. Even the seawater was rolling black. Clearly the world's vitality had been damaged greatly. Chapter 45-46, Wolf in front, Tiger behind. Back then, a single emotion could stir up a huge mess in the star boundary, which almost led to the extinction of all life, so there was no need to mention what an even stronger Open Heaven Realm Master could do if they ran amok in the Three Brilliance's world. For the one behind this, all the living that exist within the Three Brilliance's world were merely ants to them, easily slaughtering them without any resistance, which showed how heartless this person was. Somewhere in Three Brilliance's world, a violent energy fluctuation emerged. Yang Kai looked over in that direction. Across a distance of several tens of thousands of kilometers, his gaze pierced through the void and could vaguely see a person wielding their power recklessly, leaving a reign of terror wherever they passed. A city, inhabited by tens of thousands, was flipped over in just a single blow, annihilating everyone in a mere instant. Courting death. Yang Kai was seeing red and his murderous intent surged. Grabbing the air, the Azure Dragon Spear entered his hand. With a thrust of his spear, space principles warped and he disappeared. Above the rubble was a figure hovering with fluttering sleeves. There seemed to be wronged spirits lingering about his ears, but the man smiled as if he was enjoying the pleasure of his wanton slaughter. Under his divine senses perception, there was another city just 1,000 kilometers away where many living beings were gathered. As he was about to make for the city, a powerful aura suddenly rushed over in his direction that sent a shiver up his spine. Turning his head back, he saw a lightning flash in the clouds, then came a raging murderous intent, erupting out for all to feel. Feeling the terror of the incoming blow, the man dared not be careless. With a great roar, sound waves visible to the naked eye rippled towards Yang Kai through the air. At the same time, the figure backed away speedily. Yang Kai continued to give chase with his spear, his strikes flowing in an unrestrained manner, covering the sky in a flurry of spear shadows that rained down on his enemy. That man, who was in the sixth order open heaven realm, was obviously very confident in his own strength, and at first he was able to block Yang Kai's attacks, but as he continued to clash, both his body and soul were repeatedly shocked. Eventually he was forced to cry out for help, "Divine Monarch, save me!" Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch? Yang Kai also finally had a look at this guy's face. He originally thought that it was someone from Thousand Cranes Paradise who was attacking this place, and there was even the possibility that he might see Zuoquanhui himself. Unexpectedly, the one slaughtering the inhabitants of Three Brilliances world actually turned out to be Prison League's League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. It was too late to wonder why Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch was here, though, as after he shouted, powerful auras hidden in all directions quickly emerged, one of which made Yang Kai's heart jump. Turning around, he saw Zuoquanhui appear with a grim look on his face, and the sword in his hand was pointed his way, quickly approaching. His thrust may have seemed simple, but it was able to break through Yang Kai's spear shadow blockade perfectly and head straight for the spot between his brow. A feeling of imminent death washed over Yang Kai as he drew in a breath of cold air and manipulated space principles, executing his near-distant horizon secret technique, infinitely stretching the space between him and Zuoquanhui. "Break!" Zuoquanhui shouted, shattering the stretched space. Then, the cold glint of his sword tip quickly enlarged before Yang Kai's eyes. Near-distant horizon was broken. Yang Kai's heart was shaken. Sure enough, the power of a seventh-order open heaven realm master was truly extraordinary, even being capable of breaking through his space secret technique with ease, which was something that had never happened before. Yang Kai was caught off guard and could only block the blow with his spear. Hong hong hong. Following a loud series of explosions, a tidal wave of energy spread out in all directions, instantly turning the destroyed city below to ashes, leaving no trace of it behind. Even the ground was cracked open with lines like that of a canyon appearing out of nowhere. Between those cracks, magma gushed out in a spectacular display. In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of golden blood and could not stop himself from flying backwards. He crashed headlong into a mountain 100 kilometers away and disappeared from sight. "Oh?" Zuoquanhui frowned, looking surprised. He was stunned that he was unable to execute Yang Kai instantly despite personally making a move. Judging by the blows they exchanged just now, the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was extremely powerful, not inferior to a master at the very peak of the sixth order open heaven realm. After a brief pause, Zuoquanhui came back to his senses. "Is this the might of Yin Yang Cave Heaven's small source world? Even so, you will die here today." He did not hesitate to break away from Thousand Cranes Paradise and even took in someone like Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, instructing him to cause carnage in Three Brilliances world, all so he could lure Yang Kai out. Now that Yang Kai was here, if he did not win this fight, then he might not have such a good opportunity again in the future. With a flick of his sword, Zuoquanhui's entire figure was wrapped in the sword light before he shot off like a flash of lightning. But before Zuoquanhui could arrive, the mountain suddenly split apart and Yang Kai's figure rose to the sky and headed straight for the void. Even though he was now in the sixth order open heaven realm, and his strength had improved greatly thanks to the many opportunities he encountered, the difference between the high-rank and mid-rank open heaven realms was like the difference between the heavens and earth. If it were any ordinary sixth order open heaven realm master, then they would probably have been killed by Zuoquanhui in the first exchange of blows. Yang Kai was able to escape from death thanks to all the hard work he put in back in the small source world. If not for his previous gains in the divine armament world, his situation now would be even worse. Even so, Yang Kai was in a dizzy state at this moment, and his small universe was in turmoil. Before coming here, he had a hunch that Zuoquanhui would be waiting in ambush. Just as Pang Xiaoyuan said, however, saving lives was like putting out a fire. If Three Brilliances world was in danger, then he did not dare to delay things, so he had no choice but to come over and stop the carnage immediately. But now, after their exchange, Yang Kai was certain that he was no match for Zhuo Quanhui, so how could he stay here any longer? What was more, if he continued to fight in this place, then Three Brilliance's world would really be done for. After all, there were still countless living beings inhabiting this place, and if Three Brilliance's world was shattered from their fight, all the living beings in this world would die without a burial. Where are you trying to run? A figure rushed over from the side, a woman in imperial robes. The woman's face was scrunched up with murderous intent and her aura flared madly. She was also a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, and with a wave of her hand, a colorful belt stretched out across the void, releasing an endless river of stars. Crashing straight into this river, it was as if Yang Kai had entered a starry sky. In an instant, north, south, east, and west had become indistinguishable. He knew that this artifact had a heaven-sealing earth-locking effect, almost like a self-contained world. If he did not break out of this trap quickly, then things will not be good once Zhuo Quanhui caught up to him. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai let out a fierce roar. Golden Crow cast the sun. A loud and clear caw broke through the air and a great sun rose up. Within the great sun, a three-legged exotic bird could be seen frolicking about. Yang Kai raised his spear to the great sun before, stabbing fiercely towards the void. The great sun exploded, and in an instant the starry sky around him grew dim. Terrifying Golden Crow's true fire swept out in all directions as Yang Kai's body flew up. When he recovered, he found himself outside of the endless river of stars, and not far ahead was a woman's figure. With her artifact broken, the woman's face was slightly pale, and there was a trail of blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. With fierce determination, Yang Kai raised his spear, preparing to impale the woman with its tip, but it was then that a heavy murderous intent emerged from behind him. Zhuo Quanhui had caught up, forcing him to have to fight back. World force collided as Yang Kai's figure tumbled through the air and endless sword chi cut his clothes into pieces. No matter how strong his body was, it was instantly covered in blood from fresh wounds. The terrifying sword intent even lingered in his wounds like maggots, burrowing into his flesh and his meridians. With a shout, Yang Kai forcefully suppressed his wounds, but when he saw Zhuo Quanhui approaching again, he had no choice but to borrow the force of the recoil, turning around and running away. Even if you escape to the ends of the universe, you will surely still die today. Zhuo Quanhui's voice came from behind him as he continued to give chase. Yang Kai wanted to escape using space principles, but the might of a seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master was so great that each time he had that thought, the strange sword chi haunting his wounds would suddenly erupt, causing him unbearable pain and making it difficult for him to concentrate, which made it even more impossible for him to escape successfully. Zhuo Quanhui was obviously on guard against his mastery over the Tao of space. He knew that if he did not contain this ability of Yang Kai's, then he would not be able to kill him. Honored Master, he's fleeing towards Void Land. The woman followed closely behind Zhuo Quanhui, looking in the direction in which Yang Kai was running. Zhuo Quanhui coldly snorted, I knew this would happen, but he won't be able to escape. As he spoke, three figures suddenly appeared before Yang Kai. From a distance, one of the men shouted, You shall not pass. Then, the three of them combined their strength to deliver an attack in his direction. Squinting his eyes, only two of the three men were recognizable to Yang Kai. One of them was Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch, another was Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch. As for the last one, he was someone Yang Kai had never met before, so he had no idea who he was or where he came from. All the same, Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He knew that these two guys would be here. In fact, Yang Kai had been on alert for them ever since he saw Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch founded Prison League on the Prison Star, and Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch were his Vice League masters. During the Tao Theory Assembly, Prison League captured Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian. Later they also captured a core disciple from Azure Nether Paradise as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Yin Yang Cave Heaven after everything ended. The end result of that was that the three leaders of Prison League were freed, and they let Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian go while Yin Xian Zhao and the great force behind him had to pay Yin Yang Cave Heaven a large sum of money. Now, it seemed like the three from Prison League who were freed were Huang Quan, Jin Gang, and Song Yan. It was only natural for that to be so, as the three of them occupied the three highest spots in Prison League. If they could obtain freedom, then they would not leave this opportunity for anyone else. Only Yang Kai could not understand how the three of them got mixed up with Zhuo Quanhui. Whether it be Huang Quan, Jin Gang, or Song Yan, all three men were veterans in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, no worse than Maozha. In a one-on-one fight, they would definitely be no match for Yang Kai. Even if it was 2 against 1, Yang Kai might still come out on top. However, there were currently 3 masters joining hands now. What's more, Yang Kai had already been hurt from the fight with Zhuo Quanhui earlier, so he could only dodge when it came to a fight against a combined force like this. However, this delay only allowed Zhuo Quanhui to close the gap between them. With a wolf in front and tiger behind, Yang Kai was in a precarious situation. Chapter 45-47 Voidlands Background. Yang Kai, when you killed my junior brother, did you ever expect to face this day? The man standing between Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch gritted his teeth and snarled at him. From what he said, it was obvious this man was Zhao Xing's senior brother. Lu Jing had previously told Yang Kai that Zhuo Quanhui had rebelled from Thousand Cranes Paradise along with his lineage, which meant Zhuo Quanhui was not alone. He had brought all his subordinates and disciples he could use with him, and this man was one of them. The unfamiliar faces he saw earlier must be the same, including the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm woman. You bastard, you will die here today. The woman's voice also sounded from behind. Looking down, Yang Kai sneered, You wish to kill me? That will depend on whether you have that ability or not. A huge lotus-like ship was rapidly approaching from the void, and before it even arrived, a dense stream of lights shot out from the ship. The woman's alarmed voice sounded through the air, Senior Brother Zhou Ti, watch out. Zhou Ti, Jin Gang, and Song Yen, who were obstructing Yang Kai's way, had also realized that danger was approaching, and when they turned around, their vision was filled with a brilliant light. One by one, terrifying attacks rained down on them. The 3 of them were so shocked that they did not even have time to think how many masters there were. They just turned tail and fled like frightened birds and beasts. The moment they made their move, Yang Kai also stabbed at Zhou Ti with his spear, ignoring the barriers of space, reaching the latter's face as soon as he lifted his hand. A dragon roar erupted from the azure dragon spear as if it had truly transformed into a giant dragon brandishing its claws and baring its fangs, seemingly about to devour Zhou Ti up in one gulp. Sensing imminent danger, Zhou Ti tried hard to circulate the strength of his small universe and formed hand seals to protect his front. Chi. Blood spluttered out as Yang Kai and Zhou Ti passed each other. When their eyes met, Zhou Ti's eyes were filled with great terror, while Yang Kai's only showed mockery. Flipping the azure dragon spear back around, he thrust out at Zhou Ti's heart with an unstoppable momentum. As the aura of death enveloped him, Zhou Ti's face became ashen, but at the critical moment Yang Kai frowned and pulled his spear back. Dang! A sword stopped the azure dragon spear, colliding with it with a terrifying world force. Grunting, blood spilled from Yang Kai's nose and mouth. Behind the long sword, Zhuo Quanhui faced him with a grim expression. With a shake of his sword, a wave of sword chi formed and flew straight in his direction. Yang Kai was forced backwards while fresh blood constantly spilled from all over his body. Dense cuts covered his skin in a horrifying display. Young Master! He shouted and dashed over to him together with Profound Yang Mountain's 3 mountain lords, Mao Zhi, Gengqin, and Zhouya. When it came to loyalty, none could trump the 3 of them. The 3 mountain lords were also powerful, all of them being established Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Back in the Shadowless Cave Heaven, they had been forced to write their names down on the loyalty list and submit to Yang Kai. However, since they had already put down their names, whether they earnestly wished to submit to Yang Kai or were simply forced to, all 3 have now rushed forward when they saw Yang Kai teeter around the edge of life or death. If Yang Kai died here, then they would be buried with him, so as soon as they saw him in danger, they all rushed over as soon as possible. With the combined power of these 5, they were finally able to block Zhuo Quanhui's strike. Seeing that he would not be able to kill Yang Kai in a short amount of time, Zhuo Quanhui wisely chose to step back. He pressed forward earlier mainly to save Zhou Ti, but now that his goal had been achieved, there was no need for him to pursue Yang Kai further. The most important thing for him to do now was assess the current situation. The fight that spanned hundreds of kilometers in the void suddenly subsided, but everyone knew that this peace was just an illusion, the calm before the storm. Young Master, are you all right? He looked nervously at Yang Kai, feeling heartbroken to see him in such a state. Yang Kai looked miserable. His clothes were in rags and there were numerous wounds littered over his body, both big and small. It was rare for him to show such a vulnerable side. I'm fine. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking in the distance with a defiant face, he sneered, Zhuo Quanhui, you want to lure the snake from his cave? Aren't you worried you'll lure a dragon out instead? Hundreds of kilometers away, Zuoquan Hui's face was still grim. Eyes sweeping over the people by Yang Kai's side, he spat, "This monarch has underestimated your void land." He knew that void land's heritage was not bad, and that they had two divine spirits watching over them. Even a master in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm like him did not dare to act recklessly, which was why he devised a scheme to lure Yang Kai out. He thought that it would be easy to kill him as long as he was able to lure Yang Kai out, but Yang Kai was much stronger than he initially thought. It was surprising that he was not able to kill him off instantly, but knowing Void Land's heritage was even more surprising. They had 9 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and more than 20 in the Fifth Order. This lineup was not in line with the information he had received previously. From the intelligence he gathered, Void Land only had 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at most. Compared to Void Land, his own side only had Zhou Ti, Huang Quan, Jin Gang, Song Yen and his female disciple. There were only a total of 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in his service, but Zuoquan Hui himself was in the Seventh Order, so he more than made up for the gap in power. Even so, Void Land was growing at a rate that shocked Zuoquan Hui. How strong were they when Heavenly Sword Union formed the 100 Sects Alliance to attack them? It had barely been 10 years since then, and they had already collected so many masters. If they let this continue on, then Void Land will definitely become a big problem in the future. But how can you stop this monarch with just the few of you? Boy, this monarch must kill you today. Zuoquan Hui shouted as he raised his sword. Yang Kai grinned, "What a coincidence, that was what I was thinking too." He shouted, "Mao Zhigung Qing, join me in this fight. I've never killed a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before, so today we will have a taste. The rest of you, corner the rest of our opponents. Don't let a single one of them escape." All of them answered in unison, "Yes." Yang Kai raised his spear and pointed it at Zuoquan Hui, bellowing, "Kill." A distance of hundreds of kilometers was merely a step away for Open Heaven Realm Masters, but in a step, in a shout, Yang Kai had already taken the lead and rushed forward. Earlier, Yang Kai had practically nowhere to escape to as he was chased up and down by Zuoquan Hui. Now the elites of Void Land had all come out to face the enemy in battle. As Yang Kai said before, Zuoquan Hui may have been trying to lure the snake out of its hole, but he had unwittingly lured out a dragon instead. Even if Zuoquan Hui was not killed in this battle, his side would still be wounded, which should teach him that Void territory was not a place for him to come and go as he pleased. A battle even fiercer than the one before broke out instantly. 6 or 7 battlefields formed in the expansive void. World forces collided with each other endlessly in a heated contest. Mo Mei confronted Zhou Ti, who was instantly pinned down and only able to struggle passively. Under normal circumstances, Mo Mei would not be Zhou Ti's opponent. After all, she had only advanced into the 6th Order a short while ago. Even if Void Land was there to support her with resources, she still needed time to build up her small universe's heritage. Zhou Ti had undoubtedly reached the 6th Order much earlier than Mo Mei, so his small universe's heritage should be more powerful. However, Zhou Ti was severely injured by Yang Kai's spear when he tried to block his path just now. In fact, if not for Zuoquan Hui rescuing him at the last moment, Zhou Ti might already be dead. With his injuries, Zhou Ti was unable to exert his full strength to begin with, so it was only natural that he would be overpowered by Mo Mei. Yu He, on the other hand, chose to fight the 6th Order woman. Both sides were on equal footing, so neither was able to do anything to their opponent. Zhouya was slightly weaker when compared to Tsang Yen, but her heritage as a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still there, so killing her would still be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, unless Zhouya herself courted death. Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan, the couple, had always advanced and retreated together, so with their combined skills, they were able to beat Jin Gang into a bitter state. Finally, Hui Gu rushed up to Huang Quan at the first chance he got with overwhelming killing intent. He was practically fighting with his life on the line without any concern about whether or not he would be injured. His reckless ferocity caused Huang Quan to jump in fright. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch should have been slightly stronger than Hui Gu. Otherwise, Huang Quan would not have been able to serve as Prison League's master. However, he was forced into a disadvantageous position by Hui Gu in this confrontation. The reason that Hui Gu was like this was because of his deceased attendant, Mo. On the prison star, he and Mo have been in each other's company for hundreds of years. The master and servant had gone through many ups and downs together, and though Mo's cultivation was not high, only 4th Order Open Heaven Realm, he was extremely loyal to Hui Gu and was even willing to offer his life for him. It was just a pity that Bai Mo ended up in Prison League's hands and was crushed before Huigu's eyes by Huang Quan. After the Tao Theory Assembly, Yang Kai got Huigu out of the prison star, and from then on Huigu made a vow to kill Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch in order to avenge Bai Mo's death. The only issue was Huang Quan had also escaped from the prison star and disappeared. Who would have thought that Huigu would be able to find Huang Quan here? Naturally, he was seeing red when he saw his hated enemy. Despite knowing that he was not his opponent, Huigu still decided to confront Huang Quan. This fight between the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters raged forth like an inferno, each side having both advantages and disadvantages. On the other hand, the fight between the Fifth Order Masters was completely one-sided. Among Zuoquan Hui's people, there were 4 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They had also appeared in 3 Brilliance's world and had followed Zuoquan Hui as his loyal disciples. None of them could have imagined that this would be their burial place. The 20-plus Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land all descended on them at once, and the overwhelming gap in numbers was enough to form a lopsided siege that suppressed them in a very short amount of time. One by one, divine abilities and secret techniques were released as world force flared. Even though the 4 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fought back desperately, they were still facing a miserable end. In just several dozen breaths of time, Zuoquan Hui's 4 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm followers fell into a dangerous position. Naturally, this fact did not escape Zhou Ti and the Sixth Order woman's attention. Their disciples and juniors were being suppressed and sent into a life-threatening situation, so it was only natural that they would want to rescue them. However, how could Mo Mei and Yuhi allow them to do so? In fact, their distraction allowed Mo Mei and Yuhi to gain further advantage over them in their battles. A few moments later, amidst a number of screams, the 4 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all killed. Their small universes shattered and world force poured out all at once. When Zhou Ti and the Sixth Order woman saw this, they were both heartbroken but helpless. After the many Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters finished off their opponents, they flew towards the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm battlefield under Old Bai's lead without even a pause. Splitting up into 4 different groups, they offered support to Yuhi, Mo Mei, and the others. Chapter 45-48 Sun and Moon Rise in the Sky. Within the Open Heaven Realm, the gap between each order was immense, and the higher the order, the more obvious the gap became. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could easily deal with the forces of 10 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters combined, and they even had the strength to fight back. Under normal circumstances, what Void Land's 20 or so Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could do was quite limited. However, at this moment their existence had become the key to victory or defeat. In the battle of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Zhouya was outmatched against Song Yen, Yuhi was evenly matched with the Sixth Order woman, and even Huigu was able to suppress Huang Quan for a short amount of time. Zhou Ti and Jin Gang were both at an absolute disadvantage. The addition of the many Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters added pressure to the enemy. They may not be able to face any one of these Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters by themselves, but they could take to the sidelines and launch sneak attacks at the right moments. In a life-or-death fight, the pesky Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely troubling and even deadly for the enemy. Old Bai even had time to check on Yang Kai's situation. He knew that the key to winning or losing today's battle would depend on Yang Kai's side. If Yang Kai could stand up to Zuoquan Hui, then this would be Void Land's win. Otherwise, any advantage on their side would be meaningless. Loud roars filled the void as spear shadows erupted repeatedly. World force was constantly reverberating as Yang Kai felt like he was constantly treading the line between life and death. This was not his first time fighting someone in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Back then, when he returned from Shadowless Cave Heaven, he led his men to destroy the headquarters of Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province in order to relieve the proprietress of her heart demon oath. They did not encounter much resistance at Boundless Altar, with their old ancestor making the wise choice of giving up their headquarters to save his disciples, leaving the Spirit Province for Yang Kai to do with as he pleased. However, Yang Kai had to face off against the old ancestor of Golden Rainbow Province, Li Luo Shui, who was in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. The two of them fought, and Yang Kai forced his enemy back, finally raising Golden Rainbow Province to the ground and successfully relieving the proprietress of her heart demon oath so that she could enter retreat in the following days in order to break through to the Seventh Order. Luo Li Shui had hastily broken through at the time, and her foundation was not stable, so it was hard to say how much strength she was actually able to exert during that fight. In comparison, Zuoquan Hui was one of Thousand Cranes Paradise's inner elders who had advanced into the Seventh Order who knows how long ago. He had deep roots in that realm and possessed a sturdy foundation, so the power that he could bring forth was far greater than that of Li Luo Shui. At the very least, Yang Kai had grown tremendously recently. His experience in the divine armament world had also greatly enhanced the heritage of his small universe, so he was definitely much stronger than he was before. If he were to bump into Li Luo Shui again, then Yang Kai might be able to deal with her without suffering nearly as much. However, the one he was facing right now was Zuoquan Hui. An indelible sense of crisis was enveloping him at all times like a sharp blade hanging over his head, about to fall on him at any moment. Each time he clashed with Zuoquan Hui, Yang Kai could feel his organs turning inside out and his soul shaking. The world force within a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe was so powerful that Yang Kai felt as if he was clashing against the entire world each time their blows met. Even with Mao Zhi and Gung Qing to share in the pressure from the sidelines, Yang Kai still suffered greatly during this fight. Even with the combined strength of the three of them, they could not gain any advantage at all. The fight had only lasted a half cup of tea's time, but Mao Zhi and Gung Qing were already bloody and showing expressions of fear. If it were not for the deaths of the 4 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters acting as a short distraction, then Yang Kai would not even have had the chance to catch his breath. The only thing that Yang Kai could be thankful for was the fact that Zuoquan Hui did not possess a divine manifestation. Even though his moves were all extremely powerful, as were his divine abilities and secret techniques, he had not shown any signs of having a divine manifestation. If he still has not cast it, that means he isn't hiding it. He must be unable to use it. It seemed that this Zuoquan Hui was still slightly worse than Tizheng of Myriad Demons Heaven. At least, Tizheng was able to use a divine manifestation. The rain of swords fell on them like a waterfall, with each sword light containing the might of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai, Mao Zhi and Gung Qing combined their efforts to resist, but the sounds of flesh being penetrated still rang out. Both Mao Zhi and Gung Qing spat blood and were forced back with faces filled with terror. They had never fought with an established Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master before, so it was only now that they realized how great the disparity between the Sixth and Seventh Order truly was. On the surface, it seemed like the three of them were joining forces to fight Zuoquan Hui, but Mao Zhi and Gung Qing knew full well that Yang Kai alone had already blocked 80% of Zuoquan Hui's assault. The rest of the attacks that they each withstood represented only 10%. Even this 10%, however, was extremely difficult for them to withstand, and they felt as if they could die at any moment. They were shocked by just how strong a master in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm could be, but were even more shocked at Yang Kai's terrifying heritage, though they were no strangers to Yang Kai's strength. Back then, at Shadowless Cave Heaven's profound Yang Mountain, they were able to experience it deeply, but they did not expect Yang Kai to be this powerful. Though also being in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Mao Zhi had already reached the peak of this realm, and with enough resources and opportunity, he could definitely try to make a breakthrough to the Seventh Order. However, his so-called peak seemed ridiculous when compared to Yang Kai. How long had Yang Kai been in the Sixth Order? If he were given time to reach the peak of the Sixth Order, could it be possible that even an ordinary Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be no match for him? How can there be such a monster in this world? Zuoquan Hui was also shocked that a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was able to last in a fight with him for so long without dying. If he had not seen it for himself, then he would never have believed that it was possible. Any time that he thought he could kill off Yang Kai, the brat would always find a ray of hope during the critical moment to escape from death. This young boy's battle sense was simply beyond words, and the heritage of his small universe was also abnormally powerful. Even at the peak Sixth Order, it should be impossible for anyone to hold off against the bombardment of a Seventh Order Master for such a long time, but Yang Kai was able to do just that. Not only was he able to hold him back, he could even occasionally strike back at him. In shock, Zuoquan Hui attacked with even more ferocity. Yang Kai, Mao Zhi and Gung Qing could immediately feel the intensity of the attacks being vented out on them becoming even more violent than before. In just a short 10 breaths of time, Mao Zhi and Gung Qing were both sent flying with blood covering their bodies. After knocking back these two, Zuoquan Hui did not try to take advantage of the momentum he gained to kill them. For him, Yang Kai was his only target, the rest were just extras. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, then it was simply impossible for the others to hold back against his attacks. All of them would eventually face death at his hands. A myriad of sword lights suddenly gathered into a beam that was being launched straight in Yang Kai's direction. In the huge void, the only thing left behind was the light of his sword. Yang Kai's pupils shrank to a needlepoint. The crisis that he was facing now was even more intense than any he faced before. He stood in the space between life and death, but rather than retreat, he advanced with spear in hand. Without a bang, the light exploded into a halo that practically encased half of the void. From the light's midst, Yang Kai's figure emerged. A bloody hole was pierced through his abdomen, but he seemed oblivious of it. There was no sadness or joy on his face as he stabbed his spear out. Zuoquan Hui's face was extremely grim. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "A foolish struggle. How futile." Blade turning, his sword buzzed. Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm World Force poured into the blade as he pointed it lightly in Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai grinned, "Your disciple is going to die." When he said this, a scream arose from the side. Zuoquan Hui quickly turned his head towards the sound, only to see Zhou Ti stumble back while holding the stub of his right arm, which had disappeared. Fresh blood was gushing out of the wound like a fountain. In front of Zhou Ti, Mo Mei's hands were constantly changing into different seals. One by one, divine abilities blasted his way. Behind Zhou Ti, Old Bai also led the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to cast their secret techniques to disorient him. Zhou Ti was in critical danger. He was seriously injured to begin with, so he was not Mo Mei's opponent from the start. Then the addition of Old Bai and the others into their battle further added to his woes. Among all those fighting on this battlefield, Zhou Ti was in the worst situation. He was barely able to resist for a while before one of his arms had been blown away. Obviously, Mo Mei was not going to allow him even a moment of respite. World force pouring out, divine abilities and secret techniques blossomed ceaselessly. Zhou Ti shouted miserably, "Honored master, save me." This cry came at just the right moment as Zuoquan Hui happened to be looking his way. When he saw that Zhou Ti was in danger, Zuoquan Hui could only grit his teeth and head in his direction. In order to avenge his disciple, Zhao Xing, Zuoquan Hui had left Thousand Cranes Paradise without hesitation, bringing along his followers in the Fifth Order and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, even offering a handsome reward to Huang Quan, Song Yen and Jin Gang for their loyalty, but he never would have expected that not only would he fail to kill Yang Kai, his own Fifth Order disciples would be the first to die. Even though those disciples were not in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, he had still been teaching them for many years, and it broke his heart to see them die such a miserable death. However, if he could kill Yang Kai and destroy Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters, then he could avenge their deaths and bring some justification to their misery. However, if Zhou Ti died, then no amount of deaths here would be able to make up for the loss. This was all about avenging the death of one Sixth Order disciple, so he could not lose another in the process or everything would be in vain. So, when he heard Zhou Ti's plea for help, Zuoquan Hui did not hesitate to turn around and rush to his aid. It was at that moment that a golden crow cried out as a powerful force fluctuated behind Zuoquan Hui. A great sun rose up, lighting up the darkness of the void. Cold moonlight also set in all of a sudden, complementing the glory of the great sun. When Zuoquan Hui turned back around to see what was happening, his eyes bulged. He saw a bizarre scene. In the void between the heavens and the earth, Yang Kai stood with his body covered in blood, hand forming into seals whilst a dazzling great sun and cold moon hung behind his back. Both sun and moon were shining together. Even with Zuoquan Hui's knowledge and experience, he could not tell what the root of this mysterious power was, but he could feel his mind and thoughts being affected by it even now. What divine ability is this? Zuoquan Hui was dumbfounded. He knew that Yang Kai was able to perform the golden crow cast the sun divine manifestation, which was the great sun hanging behind his back, but what was that cold moon? It did not look like a divine manifestation, just the projection of a divine ability. Still, under the combined light of both sun and moon, a mysterious power surged in the dark. This power was as mighty as it was incomprehensible, so much so that even a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him could not underestimate it. Chapter 45-49 Choose. Sun and moon intersected as Yang Kai activated his ability. Space and time principles surged as he pushed his palm forward. The great sun and the full moon entwined and began to spin. As the sun and moon cycled, thousands of years seemed to pass in a single instant, complementing the space principles. Thus, a mysterious spacetime strength was born. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. A sense of crisis abruptly weighed down on Zuoquan Hui. How could he even think of saving Zhou Ti at this moment? Yang Kai's divine ability was beyond the scope of what a sixth-order open heaven realm master could exert. Even for masters in the seventh order, such a method was practically unheard of. No matter how exquisite the moves that Yang Kai made before or how amazing his divine abilities were, Zhuo Quanhui did not put any of them in his eyes. After all, the power of Yang Kai's divine abilities could not make up for the disparity between their orders. Even if Zhuo Quanhui knew about Yang Kai's golden crow cast the sun, he was only a little vigilant about it. It was true that he did not have a divine manifestation, but the divine manifestation exhibited by a sixth-order open heaven realm master should not be able to do anything to him. If Yang Kai really did use golden crow cast the sun, then he had ways to deal with it. However, the divine ability that Yang Kai unleashed at this moment posed a real threat to him. A cold sword light filled the void, and the illusory phantom of a small universe emerged behind Zhuo Quanhui's back. Like a prosperous world force surged madly. In an instant, Zhuo Quanhui's seventh-order open heaven aura reached its peak. The sword tip was raised to the sky then swung down. All of Zhuo Quanhui's cultivation was poured into that one cut, with nothing held back. The sun and moon divine wheel arrived in the next instant, and the dazzling light devoured Zhuo Quanhui almost instantly. A terrifying energy burst out, and a circle of light spread out in the void, stretching for thousands of kilometers, as if the end of the world had arrived. When the shockwave spread out, everyone felt as if they were standing on a rocky boat in a wild storm that could possibly capsize at any moment. Behind Yang Kai, Mao Zhi and Geng Qing were both staring blankly ahead, and could not help but recall the scene back in the shadowless cave heaven where they were defeated by this exact move. Seeing this divine ability again even after such a short amount of time, it seemed to be stronger than on that day. Calm returned to the battlefield once the aftershocks subsided. Earlier, everyone was trying to protect themselves from the fallout of this clash, so nobody could afford to fight with others. All eyes were locked on Yang Kai and Zhuo Quanhui. The victor of this confrontation would soon be revealed, so all of them could not help but feel nervous. In the void, Yang Kai's face was pale as a sheet of paper, and fresh blood was continuously flowing out from the gaping hole at his abdomen. From his shaky stance, it was clear that he was a lamp running out of oil. On the contrary, Zhuo Quanhui's body was intact and without injuries, though his face was extremely pale. He remained in a sword-brandishing pose, but he was unmoving. Huang Quan and the others were overjoyed at this sight, because it undoubtedly meant that Zhuo Quanhui was able to block Yang Kai's divine ability. In the end, he was a seventh-order master, so this was no surprise. Exchanging glances, Huang Quan shouted enthusiastically, "Kill!" In a flash, he broke free from Hui Gu's side and rushed straight in Yang Kai's direction with Zhang Yan and Jin Gang following closely behind. The other sixth-order open heaven realm masters did not lag behind either. The only one who remained unmoving was Zhou Ti. It was a critical moment for him just now, and Zhuo Quanhui was interrupted by Yang Kai's sun and moon divine wheel before he was able to save him. With Mo Mei Old Bai and the others joining forces to bombard him with divine abilities, Zhou Ti was in a miserable state, and it was unknown whether he survived their attacks or not. 4 sixth-order open heaven realm masters attacked from left and right, but Yang Kai just stood in place, seemingly lacking the strength to even defend himself. It was at the critical moment that Mao Zhi and Geng Qing exchanged glances and rushed over. "You court death!" Yu He also shouted. Together with the Hua Yong and Shu Mudan couple as well as Hui Gu, they rushed over to rescue Yang Kai. Another fight broke out, with Void Land holding a slight advantage thanks to their greater numbers. As a result, they were able to repel Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch and his group. However, the one they were most wary of was Zhuo Quanhui. This seventh-order open heaven realm master was still here, so everyone's hearts were drumming. They did not dare to tangle too much with the enemy and only focused on helping Yang Kai retreat to the side. To everyone's surprise, Zhuo Quanhui did not move from beginning to end. He just stayed in the same pose as if he had turned into a statue. At this point, anyone with eyes could see that something was not right. Zhuo Quanhui definitely did not stop Yang Kai's divine ability unscathed. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to miss such a ripe opportunity to kill off his target. It was not until everyone led Yang Kai back to safety that Zhuo Quanhui finally staggered. A strange wave of power burst out from his figure as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Honored Master." The sixth-order open heaven realm woman was horrified. When she looked up, she was shocked to see a piece of flesh the size of a fingernail fall off from Zhuo Quanhui's face, and there were many small cracks all over his cheek, making it look like dried earth or cracked porcelain. Not only his skin but his entire body was also covered in such cracks. Looking past the peeling flesh, they could clearly see a bizarre energy surging within the wounds. Honored Master was actually injured. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm woman was thoroughly shocked and simply could not believe her eyes. A veteran Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was actually injured by a newly promoted Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Junior. This was simply unprecedented. Huang Quan and the others were also stunned in place. Zhuo Quanhui raised a hand to stop the woman from speaking. With cold eyes, he looked in Yang Kai's direction and asked, "What divine ability was that?" Yang Kai coughed violently and finally spat out a mouthful of blood before grinning. "Why do you care what divine ability that was? If it can hurt you, then it's a good divine ability." Zhuo Quanhui gently nodded. "This monarch has underestimated you. From ancient times until this day, the only Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who could exert such tremendous power is likely you." Previously, Yang Kai had already displayed power beyond Zhuo Quanhui's imagination, and he thought that Yang Kai had already been forced to his limits then. Who knew that he would be hiding such a trump card still? "Is there any point in talking about this now?" Yang Kai looked coldly at him. Zhuo Quanhui was unperturbed. "Hand Zhou Ti over to me and this monarch will leave immediately." Looking over to the side, Yang Kai saw Zhou Ti coughing up blood and looking exceptionally weak, but this guy was really quite tenacious. Even after receiving the divine abilities from Mo Mei Old Bai and several others, he actually managed to survive though he was only barely hanging on. "What, you want to exchange weapons of war for gifts of jade and silk with my void land?" Yang Kai sneered at Zhuo Quanhui. Zhuo Quanhui shook his head. "The debt of you killing my disciple is absolutely irreconcilable. This monarch will make you pay for it." Yang Kai frowned strangely at him. "You must be sick in the head. You refuse to end the hostilities with my void land, yet you still have the face to ask me to return your disciple to you?" Zhuo Quanhui responded, "If you let him live today, then this monarch will leave void territory immediately, and this monarch will not attack void territory's other universe worlds in the future. Our debt will be settled at another date. If you refuse to let him go, then this monarch might just stay a while longer in void territory." Yang Kai's face was grim. "Are you threatening me?" "If you say I am, then I am." Zhuo Quanhui looked on, unperturbed. "This monarch is a Seventh Order Master. If I truly had any intention of doing something in void territory, then you wouldn't be able to stop me." Yang Kai glanced at him. "Is this how despicable the people from Thousand Cranes Paradise are?" Zhuo Quanhui shook his head. "This monarch is no longer a member of Thousand Cranes Paradise. Nothing I do has any relation to them. Whether you are or not, you yourself know." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Zhuo Quanhui grumbled, "This monarch will not quibble with you about this. I will only give you 30 breaths of time to consider. It's up to you to make the right choice." Everyone from Void Land was angered with Zhuo Quanhui's shameless attitude, but they all knew that if a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master were truly to act recklessly in void territory, then there was nothing they could do to stop him. The Great Territory was vast, so if they could visit Three Brilliance's world today to eradicate its inhabitants, then they could very well go to Golden Sun Continent tomorrow. Yang Kai glared at Zhuo Quanhui, but the latter seemed unconcerned. After a while, Yang Kai grabbed Zhou Ti. Zhou Ti was currently looking even more miserable than Yang Kai. His arm had been blown off and his body was covered in blood. It was also not known how many bones he had broken during Zhou Ti's battle earlier, or how many of his organs had been affected. However, a cultivator in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm had strong vitality, so he would not die even with such injuries. Zhou Ti grinned meaningfully as Yang Kai grabbed him. "So what if you've captured me? In the end you still have to let me go obediently, do you not? Do you have the guts to kill me?" Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. "Pitiful weakling, you're not even worthy of my attention." Zhou Ti coldly snorted, "The winner is the king and the loser is the villain. You can say whatever you want." Zhuo Quanhui interjected, "Time's up. What is your choice?" Yang Kai looked up at him. "Do you hear the voices of the lost souls in the Three Brilliances world? How many people have lost their family and loved ones on this day? If you want me to let him go, then first ask Huang Quan to ask the innocent souls to see if they agree." Zhuo Quanhui's face changed and the Sixth Order woman behind him also looked horrified. "Who?" Golden Crow's true fire suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hand and instantly enveloped Zhou Ti. There was a scream, and the calmness on Zhou Ti's face was replaced by huge shock. He would not stop struggling or screaming. Yang Kai squeezed his neck with a decent amount of force. Without moving, he turned coldly to Zhuo Quanhui. This is just the beginning. If I do not kill every last one of you today, then the resentful spirits who died today on Three Brilliances world will haunt me for life and keep me restless forever. Zhuo Quanhui's face twitched. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch, and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch all looked shocked. If it were an ordinary Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master saying such a thing, then there was no need for them to pay too much attention to it. However, Yang Kai had already shown how strong he truly was, even being able to hurt a master in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. If they were to meet him in battle alone, then they would surely die. There was an unending scream as tears had already welled up around the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm woman's eyes. Honored Master, please save senior brother Zhou Ti. However, Zhuo Quanhui did not move. He just stared straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. Do you think he doesn't want to save him? Can he even do it? Do you think you can do whatever you want in my void territory just because you're in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm? My divine ability is not so easy to bear. Well, tell me, does it hurt? Are you in despair? This is what those innocent people in Three Brilliances world were feeling just half a day ago. Now, it's your turn to experience it. Chapter 4550 Zhou Ti's Death. Golden Crow's true fire burned intensely. Even Zhou Ti could hardly resist the power of the flames, and the harsh screams had not stopped since they began. Despite his struggles, he could not free himself from Yang Kai's grip. Zhuo Quanhui's face twitched violently, and world force was quietly surging in the dark. Another piece of flesh fell from his cracked face at that moment, and with some hesitation the surge of world force finally slowed to a halt. As Yang Kai said, it was not that Zhuo Quanhui did not want to save Zhou Ti, but that he could not. An extremely corrosive power was contained within Yang Kai's Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, and it was still wreaking havoc within his body and even his small universe, causing him much pain and throwing his small universe into disarray. That divine ability had actually immensely affected his small universe. Zhuo Quanhui had to focus most of his attention on it to suppress its erosion. Otherwise, his small universe would constantly be in chaos. At this moment, the strength he could exert was less than 30% of his peak. He was not sure that he could snatch Zhou Ti back under everyone's watch and return safely, and even if he could, he may only make his injuries worse. Honored Master, save me. Zhou Ti's miserable cries reverberated in Zhuo Quanhui's ears. The Sixth Order woman's eyes were already filled with tears, and the pain she was feeling in her heart as she watched her senior brother suffer such inhumane torture in front of her was indescribable. Everyone watched as Zhou Ti's vitality rapidly dissipated and his body gradually burned to a crisp. The Sixth Order woman could no longer hold back, and with a jerk of her body she was about to rush over to save Zhou Ti back regardless of the consequences. A sword light blocked her path though, and the Sixth Order woman turned around to look at Zhuo Quanhui and asked, Honored Master. Zhuo Quanhui slowly shook his head. The last vestiges of hope in Zhou Ti's eyes quickly dimmed down. He could vaguely understand what was going on and a bitter smile appeared on his face as he no longer tried to plead for help. A moment later, a surge of world force burst out and disappeared into the void. Zhou Ti had finally died and his small universe had collapsed. Yang Kai extinguished his Golden Crow's true fire and with a shake of his hand shattered Zhou Ti's corpse, which had been burned to ashes. Only then did he turn a cold gaze at Zhuo Quanhui. In order to avenge your disciple, you are even willing to slaughter the innocent. Did you not think that you might lose another disciple? But that matters little. One by one, I will send you all to hell so that you can be reunited there. His eyes swept over the 5 people in front of him, as if to memorize their faces and auras in the depths of his soul. Huang Quan and the other 2 were pale-faced. They thought that they could make a good living if they joined Zhuo Quanhui, but none of them would have expected to encounter such a cruel and ruthless man. If they had known this would be the situation, then why would they even choose to interfere in these muddy waters? Once they were freed from the prison star with their Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm strength, it was completely possible for them to found a sect somewhere and rule over it freely. You have killed 2 of this monarch's disciples now. This old master will not be a man if he does not kill you. Zhuo Quanhui bellowed through clenched teeth. Yang Kai sneered, You speak big words, but if you think yourself capable, then why don't you try and fight me now? Let's see whether it will be me who dies or you. Zhuo Quanhui fell silent, only glaring coldly at Yang Kai. Flying up, he carried the Sixth Order woman and quickly retreated. Seeing this, Huang Quan and his two companions also rushed to follow. Very quickly they disappeared without a trace. "Sir, do we give chase?" Hui Gu looked a little reluctant to see them leave without paying any further consequence. Huang Quan was right before his eyes, so he only hoped that he could avenge Bai Mo right here and now. Naturally, he did not wish to see the enemy leave just like that. "We can't chase them." Yang Kai shook his head. Zuoquan Hui still has some fight in him. After all, he's a Seventh Order master. He just cherishes himself too much and dares not start another battle now. If we pursue them, then it would only end in great losses for both sides. If Zuoquan Hui had acted recklessly just now, he could have saved Zhou Ti. However, that would only worsen his situation further. At that point, the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's after effects may have damaged the foundation of his small universe, causing his strength to decline. For his own safety, Zuoquan Hui was even able to abandon his precious disciple's life. To put it nicely, Zuoquan Hui was not someone who was afraid to make sacrifices, but realistically he was just afraid of death. He was worried, but, young master, what if they keep lurking around void territory? Yang Kai shook his head. That's not likely. They will not stay in void territory after their plan failed this time. They will need to find a place to rest and recuperate. Though, while they may not linger here for long, it's still better to prepare for the worst and act cautiously. Let's return to Void Land. After the battle, Yang Kai too was a lamp running out of oil. If Zuoquan Hui really intended to continue the fight, then he would have little power to resist. Fortunately, there was the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel to deter Zuoquan Hui and make him retreat this time. Soon the group returned to Void Land and each went off to rest and recuperate. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yuhi helped Yang Kai over to make a visit to Bai Shi. When old man Bai Shi saw Yang Kai's miserable appearance, he jumped in shock. "What happened to you? You look terrible." "Ichem? These injuries. This is the power of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Did you fight against one?" Yang Kai put on an embarrassed grin. "Senior has a keen eye." Bai Shi quickly beckoned him over. "Sit down." Xiao Hong and Xiao He, the two little ones, were also looking nervously in Yang Kai's direction. When they heard Bai Shi's words, they rushed over to help Yang Kai to a seat. After catching his breath, Yang Kai explained, "I must ask for Senior's help to heal my injuries this time. The sword intent of that Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master is extremely difficult to dispel, and I don't know how long it will take if I have to resolve it on my own." On the way back, Yang Kai tried to disperse the sword intent which invaded his body, but his efforts only produced minimal effects. The sword intent was latching onto him like maggots on rotting bones, and the more he tried to dispel it, the more troublesome it became. So, he went straight to Bai Shi as soon as he returned. In all of Void Land, the only one who could help him, other than Zhu Jiuyin, was Bai Shi, and the latter was much easier to talk to. Bai Shi nodded. "Naturally, this is no problem. Tend to your injuries, I will help you from the side." "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai nodded his head in thanks and shut his eyes to activate his towering evergreen divine manifestation. A green light instantly spread out in all directions, and a divine tree shrunken countless times, emerged behind Yang Kai. Its branches hung down, exuding seemingly endless vitality. Old man Bai Shi raised his brow at the sight. Even with his knowledge and experience, he had never seen such rich vitality before, causing him to marvel in his mind. The wood element that Yang Kai had condensed was definitely something amazing. With the help of this divine manifestation, his injuries could recover in the blink of an eye. As long as the sword intent was dispelled, Yang Kai would be back to his old self in no time. Putting his thoughts away, Bai Shi formed hand seals with both hands and suddenly slapped a palm on Yang Kai's body. His palm looked soft and weak, but when it hit Yang Kai's body, it sent a shocking force through it. Chi. Upon the emergence of a piercing sound, a sword chi that was visible to the naked eye came out of Yang Kai's wound and came straight for Bai Shi's face. Bai Shi opened his mouth and caught the sword chi between his teeth like a sewing needle. The needle-like sword chi was still twitching restlessly, but with some force, it cracked with a click. As palm after palm continued to slap down, sword chi was constantly forced out of the dense cuts littered all over Yang Kai's body. Only after half a day's work did Bai Shi let out a long sigh and slowly withdraw his power. Without the sword chi to bother Yang Kai, recovering from his injuries was hardly a problem. Even the hole through his abdomen could be restored in short order under the power of his towering evergreen divine manifestation and dragon vein. Another half a day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and thanked Bai Shi with a tired voice. Many thanks, senior. Bai Shi waved his hand. It was nothing. You, on the other hand. How did you end up fighting a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Yang Kai laughed bitterly and explained the events that transpired. When Bai Shi heard everything and frowned, these cave heaven and paradise people are far too unscrupulous. How could they lure you out by ravaging the lives of a lower universe's beings? That's simply despicable. However, though the 6th Order and the 7th Order are merely one order apart, the true difference in strength is vast. Yang Kai sighed. Indeed. The might of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is truly hard to resist. This junior almost did not make it out. Eyes turning in thought, he continued, Senior, though Zuoquan Hui was forced to retreat, he will not leave peacefully. Sooner or later he will be back. Even though Void Land's strength is not low, and we have as many masters as there are clouds in the sky, we have no high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Nobody can take on Zuoquan Hui. This time I was able to injure him by surprise, but it will not be as easy when he comes prepared next time. What should we do if he comes back? Bai Shi pointed a finger at him. Don't you dare have any funny thoughts about me. Even though I wish to help you with this, I have no good ideas either. My true body is too large, and right now, your Void Land still rests on my back, which only makes it more difficult to move around. I can only move freely by returning to my true body and taking on human form. Doing that, however, will destroy your Void Land entirely. Thinking about it that way, it made sense. The entire Void Land sat atop Bai Shi's body, so it was really inconvenient for him to act. Bai Shi said, rather than seek out his old man's help, you might as well look for someone else. Saying so, he silently nudged his chin in a certain direction and whispered, if she is willing to help, then taking down a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be as simple as waving a hand, would it not? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on from these words. I'm afraid I'm not able to persuade her. If she was so easy to talk to, then I would not have come to you in the first place. Bai Shi commented, if you don't try, how will you know? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded, Senior is right. Saying so, Yang Kai stood up and nodded, I will take my leave now. I will come back to visit again when I'm free. Together with Yu He, Yang Kai left Dragon Sun's Peak. Yu He then asked with concern, how are your injuries now, young master? Not too serious. Senior helped force out the sword chi inside my body, so the rest are just flesh wounds which won't take long to heal. You also consumed a lot of energy in that fight, so you should hurry back to recuperate. The future is still uncertain, so we must all maintain our peak state at all times. Earlier, during the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm battle, Yu He and the 6th Order woman faced each other. The two of them were equally matched, so there were no injuries. Even so, Yu He had used up a lot of her strength in the fight. Yu He nodded, then be careful, young master. That one is difficult to speak to. Yang Kai smiled, what's she going to do, eat me? Relax. Only then did Yu He leave. A moment later, Yang Kai stood in front of Heavenly Moon Palace with a glum look. Chapter 4551 Crazy Woman. Heavenly Moon Palace was Zhu Jiuyin's place of residence, the woman who was previously Yang Kai's protector. They had negotiated a deal with each other when Yang Kai brought her out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. However, on his last trip to Shadowless Cave Heaven, Zhu Jiuyin had agreed to escort him, which was outside the scope of their original agreement, which Yang Kai managed to get her to do on the condition that her identity as a protector would be lifted. In other words, Zhu Jiuyin was now free and no longer bound by her source oath, so Yang Kai's life or death no longer had anything to do with her. If not to take care of and instruct Shanqing Luo, someone who shared the same bloodline as her, it was hard to say whether Zhu Jiuyin would still be in Void Land now. This woman was not easy to talk to. It took a lot of cajoling to even persuade her to do anything in the past when she was still his protector, so it may not even work at all now. When Yang Kai heard about the incident at Three Brilliance's world, he guessed that it was Zuoquan Hui's doing. When he rushed to Three Brilliance's world to support them, he had also specially asked Bian Yuqing to notify Zhu Jiuyin so he could borrow her strength. However, from beginning to end, the woman never showed up. It was obvious that she had no intention of intervening in this matter. This time, it would probably be fruitless even if he begged her for help. Since he was already here though, he might as well try. With his mind made up, Yang Kai cupped his fist and shouted, "Greetings, Senior Junior Yang Kai requests an audience." To his surprise, the doors of Heavenly Moon Palace opened immediately after he spoke. Yang Kai raised a brow, wondering when Zhu Jiuyin had become so hospitable, until a spider thread suddenly shot out from within and wrapped him up. Shocked, Yang Kai tried to escape, but he was exhausted from the fight with Zhuo Quanhui and was unable to recover much in such a short amount of time. Being taken off guard, he was caught by the spider web and dragged into Heavenly Moon Palace. Then the door closed with a thud. Soon there was a series of bangs coming from the inside. A few moments later the door opened again and Yang Kai was thrown out like a ragged sack. After rolling a few times, he stood up in a miserable state with his face bruised and swollen. There were even large black marks around his eyes, naturally a result of Zhu Jiuyin's fist. Yang Kai's lungs were about to explode from anger. Still, he cautiously distanced himself from Heavenly Moon Palace's entrance before gritting his teeth and roaring, "Crazy woman! Why can't you use your words instead of your fists?" Even though the injuries were not serious, it was still a little embarrassing for Yang Kai. He was Voidland's lord after all, so it was a big loss to his face to be seen by the many disciples walking past this scene. This queen will do whatever she wants. If you have the ability, then fight back. Zhu Jiuyin's voice rang out in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai was indignant. Senior is a venerable divine spirit. This junior knows he is not Senior's opponent. However, this junior has shown great respect to Senior, and the daily offerings have also never been lacking. If there is anything that this junior has done wrong, Senior can just inform me of it. Why raise your hand against me directly? You wish to reason with this queen? Fine, this queen will reason with you. Zhu Jiuyin coldly snorted. Let me ask you, are you enjoying yourself as Yinyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law? Yang Kai's momentum withered instantly and his brow twitched. Senior found out. He cursed in his heart, wondering which bastard spread the word around. Zhu Jiuyin lived deep within Heavenly Moon Palace and essentially never left, so who could have told her about it? But after some careful thought, Zhu Jiuyin was still a divine spirit, so if she wished to seek out information, then nobody in Voidland could hide anything from her. What are you feeling guilty for? Zhu Jiuyin snickered. Yang Kai cupped his fist and cleared his throat. Senior must be joking, there really is a misunderstanding behind this matter. It was not this junior's intention. I don't care whether it was your intention or not, it happened and that's a fact. Yang Kai blinked, but what does this have to do with Senior? Zhu Jiuyin coldly snorted, Luor is so devoted to you, and yet now that she's in retreat to cultivate in seclusion, you're out picking flowers and trampling the grass. It is difficult for her to do anything about it, but as her honored master, what problem is there for me to teach you a lesson in her place? Yang Kai was speechless. If Luor found out about his most recent escapade, the most likely course of action she would take would be to find a way to drain him dry, in various ways. There was no way she would casually raise her hand at him like this insane woman. As such, Yang Kai brushed her off surreptitiously. Senior is mighty, whatever Senior says is right. However, there is another matter which this junior requires Senior's help with right now. Zhu Jiuyin did not even wait to hear what it was before stopping him. Don't even think about it, you brat. This is a problem that you brought upon yourself, so you deal with it yourself. Otherwise, if Luor were to find out that I, as her honored master, stepped out to do your dirty work for you for the problems that you yourself caused, then would she not blame me for it? Don't be like that, Senior. Zhuo Quanhui is a 7th order master. Other than you, no one in my Voidland can best him. This time we were fortunate enough to be able to force him back, but what about next time? I'll teach you a method, Zhu Jiuyin declared. Raising his brows, Yang Kai said respectfully, please teach me, Senior. Next time you meet Zhuo Quanhui, wash your neck and stick it out, then let him cut your head off. Yang Kai's face darkened in an instant. He was naive to even have hoped to gain Zhu Jiuyin's help. If you die, then Luor will not be tied down by you anymore. Where else can she not go in this vast world with this queen bringing her along? It would be much better than following a fickle man like you, only to be abandoned sooner or later. Yang Kai turned with a flick of his sleeve. Good, if you won't help, then so be it. Why slander others in such a malicious manner? Why purposefully be so infuriating? If I had known that it would be so, then I would never have brought you out of the grand ancient ruins boundary and would have let you stay there until you died of old age. There was a bang and the tightly shut doors of Heavenly Moon Palace flung open as Zhu Jiuyin appeared and beckoned. Here, come inside. Let me show you something nice. Space principles surged and Yang Kai hurriedly fled. 3 days later, Voidland's main conference hall. Yang Kai sat in the head seat with many 6th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting below. The group of people glanced up at Yang Kai from time to time. Old Bai, Chef, and the others were all trying their best to stifle their laughter, but their shoulders were still shaking uncontrollably. Yu He, on the other hand, had a heartbroken expression. Yang Kai glanced around at the crowd and said in a tone that was half exhausted, half aggrieved, "If you want to laugh, then go ahead and laugh, why hold it in? Don't choke yourselves." Old Bai and the others finally could no longer hold back and broke out laughing. Hui Gu said with concern, "Sir, have your injuries not healed? Zuoquan Hui's methods are truly despicable. How could..." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhouya next to him tugged on his sleeve. Hui Gu was puzzled. He had been focusing on healing these past few days and had no idea what happened outside. He just knew that Yang Kai came out today and was now sitting with 2 big black eyes, making him look both miserable and a little bit funny. Yang Kai cleared his throat helplessly. "Are you done laughing yet? Let's get to business." Meanwhile, he cursed in his heart. It wasn't enough that damn Zhu Jiaoyin kicked and punched him that day, but she even went so far as to use her source strength to punch his eyes, leaving black bruises that even a few days later refused to disappear. He had no idea how long it would even take for him to recover. After hiding for a few days trying to resolve the situation, Yang Kai realized this wasn't a problem he could solve in short order, so he decided to just let things be and came out to meet everyone in this state. Seeing that Yang Kai was starting to get angry out of shame, Old Bai and the others finally restrained their laughter and sat upright. "Are your injuries healed?" Yang Kai asked. Hua Yong rose. "Many thanks for Sir's concern. Our injuries were not severe, so we are all fine after recuperating for a few days." Yang Kai nodded. "You should still pay attention to the madam's health, after all, she has borne a child just recently. Go and see second manager when you return later and get some nutritional tonics to help aid in her recuperation." After many years of gestation, Shu Mu Dan was finally able to give birth to a son just half a year ago. Yang Kai had also gone to visit him, and the child was indeed born with great talent and exceptional aptitude. Shu Mu Dan was in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm after all, so the child she had been carrying for many years was not one that ordinary people could compare with. "Many thanks, sir," Hua Yong hurriedly responded. Yang Kai nodded and went on. "Guiziyan has brought news that someone has spotted 5 people leaving Void Territory, each one with powerful cultivation. There were 4 men and 1 woman, so it had to be Zuoquan Hui and his group." Everyone breathed sighs of relief. Even though there was no way that Zuoquan Hui would linger in Void Territory for long after eating such a heavy loss, it was hard for anyone to say what he would do for sure. It was only now that they finally had a solid confirmation. If a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Zuoquan Hui truly did stay in Void Territory and continued committing atrocities throughout the land, then Void Territory would have no good way of dealing with him. There is the matter of 3 Brilliance's world next. Second manager, what is the situation there right now? Yang Kai turned to Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing responded, 3 Brilliance's world has suffered a lot of damage. It is, after all, only a universe world. With the wanton destruction of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, nearly 20% of the landscape was destroyed, which has caused unrest across the entire 3 Brilliance's world. Many have died in the disaster. I have already dispatched people to 3 Brilliance's world to assist World Lord Peng in accommodating the refugees and calming the masses. However, this matter will not be resolved in a short time. If 3 Brilliance's world wants to restore its strength and vitality, then it would take at least hundreds or even thousands of years. As for the damaged landmass, there is a good chance it will never return to normal. Yang Kai said, whether the land can be restored or not is a secondary matter. The most important thing is the people. Do your best to fulfill any needs that 3 Brilliance's world may have. Yes. After a moment's hesitation, Bian Yuqing added, Sect Master, we should take what happened at 3 Brilliance's world as a precaution. Should we send people to guard the other universe worlds too? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. There are more than a dozen universe worlds in Void Territory. It would take too much manpower to guard them all. Moreover, who can we even send to guard them in our current situation? Zuoquan Hui's strength is in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. It would be difficult for anyone present to put up a struggle against him, so it's useless to go. What's more, Zuoquan Hui is still from Thousand Cranes Paradise. He has his own scruples about committing such treachery in universe worlds. Otherwise, he would not have used Huang Quan's hand to wreak havoc on 3 Brilliance's world in his place. Huang Quan's reputation is already nefarious, and it's not as if he hasn't done similar things before, so it wouldn't hurt him to do it again. Comparatively speaking, Zuoquanhui more or less cares about his own reputation still. For that reason, I think it's unlikely that he will use a similar method again. Everyone nodded lightly at his words as Yuhi commented, "If he really did do so, then Thousand Cranes Paradise will definitely suffer criticism and be forced to intervene. Even though rumors say that he and his lineage have all defected from Thousand Cranes Paradise, anyone who is not a fool will know that this is merely a cover." His actions were more or less still tied to Thousand Cranes Paradise's face, and something as low as raising one's hand against mortals is something they cannot afford to accept. Chapter 4552, Difference of Perspective. There's no need to worry about the universe worlds. Zuoquanhui has been injured by my divine ability, and it will not be easy for him to recover from it. I estimate that he will need around 3 to 5 months on the shorter end, but on the longer end, it may take him a year and a half. However, once he recovers, then he is bound to come back for us. Our Void Land still lacks the power to face a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who is determined to seek revenge. Yang Kai massaged his forehead lightly. Void Land had 2 divine spirits to watch over them, protecting their headquarters in Star City, where it was indeed safe and secure. However, it was impossible for Void Land's many inhabitants to stay cooped up all the time and not go outside. With a true body that was too large, it was more than enough for Baishi to play a defensive role, but not an offensive one in such a situation. On the other end, Zhu Jiuyin's anger had yet to subside, so she could not be counted on. If Void Land had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the situation could be greatly improved. The proprietress was currently in retreat in order to break through to the 7th Order, but no one could say for sure how long that would take. It may be a couple of years, but it can also be well over 100 years. The uncertainty was too great. Yang Kai looked down at Mao Zhe, head mountain lord. Provided with the resources, how confident are you in advancing into the 7th Order in a short amount of time? There were quite a number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present here, but in terms of cultivation and heritage, it was Mao Zhe who was closest to advancing into the 7th Order besides the proprietress. Mao Zhe had a troubled look on his face and shook his head slowly. "Sir, the difference between the 6th Order and the 7th Order is the difference between the mid-rank and high-rank Open Heaven Realm. This is not just about resources. This subordinate has not wanted for resources since following under Sir, but something still feels lacking when it comes to advancing into the 7th Order. Even if this subordinate were to go into retreat and cultivate, it would not be very effective." Yang Kai nodded. Even Mao Zhe was in this situation, so there was no need to talk about everyone else who was further away from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Without power equivalent to Zuoquanhui's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, we will always remain on the passive side in a fight with him, Yang Kai muttered. Then he looked down at everyone. "Do any of you have any good solutions to this matter?" Everyone looked at each other, all going deep into thought. Hui Gu spoke up, "Perhaps we can ask Yinyang Cave Heaven for help." Yang Kai shook his head. Zuoquanhui and his followers did not hesitate to rebel against Thousand Cranes Paradise in order to exact revenge for Zhao Xing. Though their attempt to make a cover story will only make it more obvious. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what is going on. If not for Yinyang Cave Heaven's efforts in pressuring them, then it would not stop at being just Zuoquanhui and his followers stirring up trouble in my void territory, but several 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Zhao Xing and Zhou Ti may both be in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but their status in Thousand Cranes Paradise was very different. Zhao Xing advanced directly into the 6th Order, so he had hope of one day reaching the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, making his status much higher than Zhou Ti's. Any core disciple with Zhao Xing's qualifications was seen as a treasure for any cave heaven or paradise, so they could not afford to lose them. Otherwise, the sect would do everything in its power to avenge them. The reason why Thousand Cranes Paradise did not make a big fuss about Zhao Xing's death was completely thanks to Yinyang Cave Heaven, because there was Su Ling Gong to mediate the situation. Not to mention that asking for help from Yinyang Cave Heaven would be useless. Yang Kai was personally unwilling to do so as well. It was true that he was currently a Yinyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law, but Void Land was Void Land and Yinyang Heaven was Yinyang Heaven. If they were to borrow Yinyang Cave Heaven's power in order to resolve this crisis, then it would not be long before Void Land simply became someone else's subordinate. This was not something Yang Kai hoped to see. There was a moment of silence in the Grand Hall. They could not put their hopes on Yinyang Cave Heaven, and Void Land itself did not have the equivalent power to deal with the 7th Order Open Heaven Realms Zuoquanhui. No matter how they looked at it, they could only remain passive in this situation. Sect Master, we may be able to settle this matter with an advantage in numbers, Bian Yuqing suggested thoughtfully. Yang Kai looked over at her. Explain? The others also turned their heads to her. Any ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator would probably be shaking if they were stared at by so many 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and begin stuttering, but as Void Land's second manager, Bian Yuqing, had long been in charge of all of Void Land's matters over the years, so she naturally would not be afraid of this attention. This mistress' abilities are paltry, and I do not even know what the orders of the Open Heaven Realm are like, so if there is something wrong with this mistress's opinion, then I must ask Sect Master to please not laugh at me. Yang Kai raised his hand. There is no harm in putting forth a suggestion. Since you are in the Emperor Realm, perhaps you can consider things from a different perspective from us, and that may just reveal a path forward we have otherwise overlooked. Bian Yuqing nodded and continued, Zuoquan Hui is in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, so indeed, nobody in our Void Land is his equal. However, when it comes to masters in the 6th Order and the 5th Order, our Void Land holds the advantage. Since we do not have any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, nor will any appear among us in a short amount of time, then why don't we try and surround Zuoquan Hui with 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? If 3 won't do it, then perhaps 5 will. If 5 is not enough, what about 10? If 10 still won't do it, then we'll use 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That should be enough to defeat Zuoquan Hui, right? Hui Gu laughed. 20 would indeed be enough. Even ants can bite an elephant to death, let alone 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Under normal circumstances, a master in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm can resist against the combined forces of 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters without issue. However, if Sir was among the 10, then Zuoquan Hui would definitely be at a disadvantage. Maybe we won't even need 10 in that case. Yang Kai's strength was clear to all, and it was something that no ordinary 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could compare with. In a one-on-one fight, he was indeed not Zuoquan Hui's opponent, but a few days ago with just Gung Qing and Mao Zhe's help, he was still able to put up a good fight. Though he was constantly at a disadvantage, they were not wiped out in a short time. In the end, Yang Kai was even able to injure Zuoquan Hui using his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. If 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were to team up with Yang Kai against Zuoquan Hui, it would naturally be no problem for them to suppress the latter. But where will we find 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Hui Gu laughed bitterly. All of our 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are already gathered here. Excluding Sir, we only have 9 at our disposal. Yang Kai was thoughtful. What second manager means to say is. Bian Yuqing explained, we have many great emperors as well as several of Sir's madams and the pseudo-great emperors. There is even the newly joined Xiang Ying, Fang Yu, and the others who all have the potential to advance into the 6th Order. These days they have all been refining various 6th Order materials, and what they lack now are merely the 6th Order Yin and Yang element treasures. If we had enough 6th Order Yin and Yang element treasures, then Void Land would have no problem increasing its 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters by more than a dozen. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at her words, feeling enlightened. He had been thinking of ways for Void Land to acquire a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in order to deal with Zuoquan Hui, but Bian Yuqing's idea was to have Void Land increase its 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they had enough masters in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, then that would naturally allow them to fight against Zuoquan Hui, who was in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Sure enough, those who sit in different positions have different perspectives on the same issue. Currently, there were many from the Star Boundary who were committed in Void Land to advancing directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. The Great Emperors Iron Blood, Hong Chen, Marital Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, Heaven's Revelations and Wondrous Pill, his wives Su Yan, Xianing Chang, Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo, Yuru Meng and Ji Yao, the Pseudo-Great Emperors Yang Yan, Jiao Feng, Li Wu Yi and Bing Yun, Martial Beast Great Emperor's daughter, Mo Shaoqi, Iron Blood Great Emperor's disciple Lin Yuner, and Yang Kai's younger sister, Yang Shui. There were a total of 21 people at least. The 8 Great Emperors need not be mentioned as they had already been in the Emperor realm for countless years. Their foundations were strong and they had long developed their own Dao seals back in the Star Boundary. Due to the isolation of the Star Boundary, the Great Emperors could only further polish their Dao seals to increase their strength. Once they leapt out of the Star Boundary, all of their Dao seals could withstand the impact of 6th Order powers, which gave them the qualification to advance directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, placing them on par with core disciples of any cave heaven or paradise. In comparison, Yang Kai's wives and even Li Wu Yi and the other pseudo-great emperors had much shallower foundations, so it would normally be risky for them to advance into the sixth order open heaven realm. However, Yang Kai had a treasure like the divine Tao water, which could strengthen one's Tao seal, which naturally made up for their shortcomings and allowed them to stand at the same high starting point as the great emperors. Once it truly came time for them to advance, Void Land also had the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill to help them in minimizing any risks. Then there were Xiang Ying and Fang Yu, both of whom Yang Kai had brought to his side from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Both of them were owners of divine medicines. Yang Kai had obtained 3 divine medicines from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, namely Pu by Xiong Little Mushroom and the Gourd Vine. Xiang Ying had obtained the purple bamboo that was able to break all principles, and Fang Yu had obtained the 1,000-leaf stone lotus, which improved his defenses several times over. These 2 used to be bearers chosen by divine spirits, and had received their greatest support in nurturing them. Both of them have refined sixth-order powers. However, due to their lacking aptitude, it was a huge risk for them to advance into the sixth-order open heaven realm directly. When they learned that Void Land possessed heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, Fang Yu was the first to seek out Yang Kai and take refuge with him. With Yang Kai's support, Fang Yu opened the Grand Ancient Ruins shop in Void Star City that specifically recruited the bearers who were able to come out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary alive. This happened before Yang Kai left for the Shadowless Cave Heaven. After the Grand Ancient Ruins shop became famous, it did manage to recruit some bearers, among which was Xiang Ying. Including these 2, Void Land had 23 prospects. 23 people were expected to advance into the sixth order open heaven realm in the near future. If all of them could succeed, then adding the current 9 that they had, then the number of sixth order open heaven realm masters that Void Land possessed would become terrifying. And that was not counting those from the Dragon Clan, who also came with Yang Kai from the Star Boundary. The cultivation of the Dragon Clan was different from ordinary cultivators. Even though they also needed a lot of cultivation resources, they refined their own bloodlines and source rather than splitting heaven and earth apart in their bodies to enter the open heaven realm. Once a Dragon Clan member's bloodline reached a certain purity and concentration, the power that they could wield was no less than that of those in the open heaven realm. Any mature divine spirit would also have power on par with a high-rank open heaven realm master. However, it took a lot of time for a Dragon Clan member to refine their bloodline and source, much longer when compared to the advancement of human cultivators into the open heaven realm. After all, the Dragon Clan members themselves lived much longer lives. Even Yang Kai himself had no idea how the Dragon Clan purified their bloodlines further. Other than taking dragon blood pills, he was not sure of any other way. So, in recent days the Dragon Clan members had all been running over to Dragon Sun's Peak to seek Old Man Baishi's tutelage. Tracing back his roots, Baishi also had a dragon vein, so he was able to give some guidance to the younger dragons to help them in their cultivation. Chapter 45-53, Secrets of the Black Prison. The Dragon Clan couldn't be counted on in such a short amount of time, but those with the potential of advancing into the sixth order open heaven realm were worth looking forward to. Yang Kai looked down towards Bian Yuqing. Second manager, how is our Void Land doing on resources? Are the great emperors making progress on their cultivation? Bian Yuqing nodded. In general, they are doing well. With the Star City prospering, Void Land has no shortage of materials. At least 80% of our earnings are used to barter for cultivation materials in each order, and it is enough to supply the cultivation needs of the sect. We have also stockpiled many sixth order 5 elements materials. The only tricky ones are Yin and Yang element treasures, which are truly too rare. Counting the sixth order Yang element treasure that Lu Jing of Gathering Yuan Union brought the other day, the Yin and Yang element materials we have now are only enough to provide for the advancement of 3 people. 3 people? Yang Kai nodded lightly. Compared to the demand of 23 people, this number was truly too small. He pondered for a moment before asking, if resources weren't an issue, how long would it take for the great emperors to advance to the sixth order? The great emperors all have deep foundations and their Tao seals are firm and stable, so they are also able to refine materials quickly. If we had abundant resources, then all the great emperors would be able to advance into the sixth order open heaven realm within a decade. The faster ones may only take 3 to 5 years. Yuhi frowned at that. Even 3 to 5 years is still a bit long. Yang Kai waved his hand. Indeed, it is a long time, but the victor in this fight cannot be decided in a short amount of time either. We have to look at things from a long-term perspective. What's more, whether it is for the sake of dealing with a fight like this or not, it does not change the fact that Void Land is lacking in 6th order yin and yang element materials, and something has to be done about that. Yuhi nodded. Young master is right. Yang Kai sat up straight and raised his voice. Good, the problem before us is clear. Where are we going to find so many 6th order yin and yang element materials? If you have any good ideas, let's hear it. Bian Yuqing suggested, we can continue to offer a premium in exchange for the materials in the Star City, but I don't think it will do much good. After all, we have been doing the same thing for a long time now and have only been able to acquire a few 6th order yin and yang element materials. Yang Kai said, we must continue it even if the results are not good. After all, any piece is better than none. Bian Yuqing nodded in response. Mo Mei added next, perhaps we can look for the cave heavens and paradises? Why don't we go directly to them and ask to purchase the materials we need? Those cave heavens and paradises have ruled over the 3,000 worlds for many years, so they are bound to have accumulated some reserves. Yuhi shook her head. It's useless. In the entirety of the 3,000 worlds, materials in the 6th order and above have always been scarce. Even if those cave heavens and paradises were able to accumulate some of these resources, they would rather stockpile them as strategic reserves. It would be impossible for them to sell them off to others so simply, much less now that we are in a confrontation with Zuoquan Hui, who has Thousand Cranes Paradise behind him. Huigu narrowed his eyes. Then, does that mean that there's really no other way? Bian Yuqing asked. Sect Master, didn't you meet with the young Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union the other day? Since they are a trade company, they should have a way to get such materials, right? Yang Kai nodded. Of course, Gathering Yuan Union definitely has their own methods. Even though 6th order yin and yang element materials are scarce, they will surely be able to get their hands on some. However, the possibility of us working with Gathering Yuan Union is low. They may not be willing to take the risk of offending Zuoquan Hui and Thousand Cranes Paradise to do business with us. If it were a few days ago, then there would still be some possibility of the two of them cooperating with each other. However, after the big fight with Zuoquan Hui, and the killing of the 6th order Zhou Ti, Gathering Yuan Union will surely hear the news soon. And Gathering Yuan Union had already revealed some fear of Thousand Cranes Paradise, so it made it even more unlikely for them to cooperate with Void Land after what happened. Mo Mei muttered, it would be great if there was another Universe Cave Heaven or Universe Paradise like Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Those high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would surely leave behind a rich inheritance after their death. Yang Kai laughed. Even the Universe Paradises and Cave Heavens left behind after the deaths of those high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters may not contain what we need. Blood Monster Cave Heaven was the greatest example. Indeed, Yang Kai obtained many great things in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but he really did not find that many yin or yang element treasures, which showed just how rare these things were. I do know of a place that may have what we need, and in a good volume too. Old Bai, who was sitting at the side the whole time, suddenly spoke. Where? Yang Kai quickly turned over to look at him in high spirits, at the same time cursing himself for being so muddle-headed. Old Bai's chef and accountant were originally the proprietress' subordinates, and First in itself was in the intelligence-gathering business, so they were the best people to ask if there was anything they needed answers for in the 3,000 worlds. The others also looked towards Old Bai. After some hesitation, Old Bai began, do you still remember Luan Bai Feng? Yang Kai raised a brow. Luan Bai Feng from the Black Prison? Yes, her. Old Bai nodded. Naturally. Thinking back, Yang Kai had met with this woman twice. The first time was when she followed Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master Kong Feng when he led the 100 Sect Alliance to attack Void Land. It was during those events that Yang Kai learned that this woman had extremely high attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, so she was invited by Kong Feng to crack Void Land's 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. She also proved herself to be extremely strong and competent as she was almost able to dispel the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array completely. After the defeat of the 100 Sects Alliance, Kong Feng was killed, and Luan Bai Feng disappeared without a trace. Later, when Yang Kai went to Shadowless Cave Heaven, this woman appeared again and blocked his way together with Heavenly Sword Union's new Union Master, Shen Liang. Shen Liang was killed in that conflict, but Luan Bai Feng escaped again. Yang Kai had a deep impression of her. Firstly, Luan Bai Feng's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays were truly high, and the other was that she was also very good at keeping herself alive. Once she saw that the situation was not right, she immediately retreated. 2 successive generations of Heavenly Sword Union's Union Masters died in battle, but she escaped both conflicts. However, Yang Kai did not know very much about her. He knew only that she was the leader of a great force called Black Prison. Now that Old Bai brought her up, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little puzzled. Is there something special about this woman? Old Bai shook his head. No, there's nothing particularly special about her. What's special is the Black Prison. Everyone looked towards him, but only He had a thoughtful look on her face. Among the many Open Heaven Realm Masters present, more than half of them came from Blood Monster Cave Heaven's Abundant City. Before meeting Yang Kai, generations of them had been living in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, unable to escape due to the blood principle restriction placed on their ancestors. There were also those who were brought out by Yang Kai from the Shadowless Cave Heaven who did not know much information about the current state of the 3,000 worlds. He knew a few things but not as much as Old Bai did. The Black Prison is called the Black Prison because it was a naturally formed prison with all sorts of natural arrays within. Its environment is also extremely harsh, so one could say that unless one were very familiar with the place, it is all but impossible to leave alive after entering. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder Luan Bai Feng has such high attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays. To live most of one's life in a place that was filled with countless naturally formed arrays, one would only be killed if their attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays were not high. The Black Prison is such a dangerous place that even if a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master were to step foot into it, they may still not be able to escape safely. Rumor has it that even high-rank Open Heaven Masters may not be Luan Bai Feng's opponent inside the Black Prison, as she can borrow the strength of all sorts of grand arrays there to display a strength far greater than her own. Old Bai went on, so, in all the 3,000 worlds, Luan Bai Feng and even Black Prison itself have become well known. After all, not every 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master has the heritage and ability to kill masters in the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai nodded lightly. To be able to manipulate and control such impressive grand arrays. She's a remarkable woman indeed. But, what sort of place is this Black Prison? Old Bai shook his head. I do not know either. After all, I have never been there myself. I only know that the place is very strange, and its dangers are no less than the shattered heaven. Why would she choose to stay in such a dangerous place? Yang Kai was confused. Old Bai laughed. Men, or in this case, women, die for wealth just as birds die for food. If the Black Prison did not have something attractive enough, why would Luan Bai Feng stay there and not move? Black Prison is rich in a very special cultivation resource, and because it is fully black, it is called Black Stone. Maozhe was curious. What's so special about this black stone? Old Bai shook his head. There's nothing special about the black stones themselves, but it is a different story when it comes to what is contained within them. A piece of black stone may contain nothing, or it may be hiding 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, or even 7th or 8th order cultivation materials of various elements. Everyone drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. Hua Yong could not help but look wide-eyed at Old Bai. Even 7th and 8th order materials can be found in these black stones. Old Bai nodded seriously. That is what the rumors say. Nobody has seen it for themselves, but it has been confirmed that a good amount of 5th order and 6th order materials have come out of these black stones. Yang Kai was shaken. There is no shortage of wonders in the 3,000 worlds. Zhou Ye frowned. If that is true, then as a cultivator who is merely in the 6th order Open Heaven realm, how did Luan Bai Feng gain control over the Black Prison? For a place as rich in resources as that, wouldn't even the cave heavens and paradises covet it? This question raised doubts in many of their minds. Old Bai smiled. Senior Sister Zhou is right. If Black Prison were just an ordinary place, then Luan Bai Feng would not be qualified to control it. It would have long been taken over by the cave heavens or paradises. However, the Black Prison has its peculiarities. Not to mention, the major cave heavens and paradises themselves have abundant wealth already. Who among them do not have their own resource production areas? The Black Prison may not even be worthy of their attention. Secondly, even if the Black Prison is rich in materials, they are extremely difficult to mine. Black stone is something that only those in the Open Heaven realm are strong enough to mine, and supposedly, the deeper you go into the Black Prison, the higher the order required to mine the resources. The harsh environment in the Black Prison should also be taken into account. There are dangers everywhere, and a cultivator's life may be lost at any moment. Even if they were fortunate enough to escape, their cultivation would still constantly be nibbled away by the natural arrays if they lived in such a place for long, which would eventually cause their small universe to shrink and collapse. a fate even worse than death. After a pause, Old Bai went on, the price to mine black stone in Black Prison is the cultivation and vitality of an open heaven realm master. This was not something that those cave heavens and paradises could afford to do, otherwise they would be universally condemned. Chapter 45-54 Xin Peng. Those who mine black stone in the Black Prison become our slaves. Due to the harsh environment of the Black Prison, open heaven realm masters do not have long lifespans there, so the demand for or slaves has always been great for the Black Prison. Or slaves come from many different channels. Some are open heaven realm masters who committed great sins and were then bought by Luan Baifeng at high prices to become lifelong slaves. Others were malefactors captured by Luan Baifeng, and there were even those who were simply seized. There are also losers of conflicts between two great forces. While speaking, Old Bai shot a glance at Huigu. Senior brother Huigu has been staying in Yinyang Cave Heaven's prison star this whole time. In comparison to Black Prison, the prison star's conditions are extremely hospitable. The Black Prison is many times harsher than what he knows. Cold sweat ran down Huigu's head to hear that. Inwardly, he was feeling glad that Yinyang Cave Heaven did not have any agreements with Luan Baifeng. Otherwise their convicts may have all been sold to the Black Prison, and they would become nothing more than withered bones. Yang Kai descended into thought as he speculated, if that is so, does that mean that Luan Baifeng had other intentions in mind when she came along with Kong Feng's 100 Sects alliance to Void Land? Old Bai nodded. Kong Feng and Luan Baifeng have had several business dealings in the past, so they are well acquainted with each other. He personally invited Luan Baifeng to crack the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. Naturally, the most compelling reason for Luan Baifeng to agree was the ore slaves she could obtain. If Void Land was defeated back then all of the Open Heaven Realm Masters would have been taken back to the Black Prison where they would mine black stone for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately for her, both she and Kong Feng did not expect the heritage of our Void Land to be so great. They tried to steal a chicken but failed and lost their rice too. Yang Kai stroked his chin. In that case, this Black Prison is worth a trip. Luan Baifeng has been running Black Prison for so many years, so she must have accumulated a good amount of resources by now. If we can bring her to our side, then the crisis that our Void Land is facing will be solved in no time. Old Bai shook his head. I don't suggest you find her directly in the Black Prison. I mentioned before that the Black Prison has countless natural arrays inside of it. Even if you are strong, you may not be able to find her even if you made it inside. And if you do manage to find her, you may not be her opponent. Yang Kai looked at him. Then what do you think we should do instead? To advance with stillness. Old Bai explained concisely, if there is anyone in this world most interested in the battle between great forces, then it has to be Luan Baifeng. There is bound to be a loser in every battle, and any Open Heaven Realm Master defeated can become an or slave she so needs, so she is happy to intervene in such fights, betting in advance the side she takes will win. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Now that Zuoquan Hui has engaged our Void Land in a head-on confrontation, we will not be able to hide the battle that took place here a few days ago from prying eyes. News will spread sooner or later, and Luan Baifeng has caused trouble twice for our Void Land. No matter her original intentions, she has already formed a grudge with us. With so many Open Heaven Realm Masters here, we are definitely a huge temptation for her. Old Bai nodded. If news reaches her ears, she will definitely come out to help Zuoquan Hui. Yang Kai got up at once. We must not delay things. I will go to the Black Prison now. We are too late. I may not be able to intercept her. He hurriedly spoke up. Young master, I will go with you. Yang Kai waved his hand. This I can do alone. Zuoquan Hui may have left Void territory, but he will definitely leave spies to monitor our every move. I may still be able to act quietly alone, but moving with more people will make it more difficult. In my absence, I will leave you all to take care of Void territory. Zuoquan Hui will most likely not raise his hand again on the lower universe worlds, so all you have to do is stay here and watch over the sect, then everything will be fine. Do not fight him head-on before I return. Everyone cupped their fists. Yes. Even though He was worried, she knew that Yang Kai was right. With his attainments in the Tao of space, Yang Kai could move freely and easily by himself. She would only be a burden if she went along with him, so she did not argue his decision. Many days had already passed since the battle, and nobody knew when news of it would reach Luan Baifeng's ears. However, once Luan Baifeng learned that Zuoquan Hui was personally launching an attack on Void Land, she may not be able to resist the urge to get involved in the struggle. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai did not dally for even a moment. As soon as he left orders for his subordinates, he set out. Using space principles, Yang Kai could come and go secretly without fear of being discovered by anyone. While traveling, he continued recovering from the wounds he suffered in the previous battle, and in just a few days he arrived at the local territory gate. Divine sense stirring, Yang Kai made sure that no eyes were watching him at the territory gate before diving in. After passing through the territory gate and arriving at the adjacent Great Territory, Yang Kai concealed his aura as soon as possible. If Zhuo Quanhui left any eyes behind to monitor the situation, then they would most likely be near the territory gates which led to Void Land. Yang Kai looked around for a moment but did not find anything to be concerned about. Most likely, Zhuo Quanhui had not had enough time to leave any of his men here. After all, it had only been a few days, and he had the injuries incurred from the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel that required his full and immediate attention. Since he found no eyes on him even after reaching this place, Yang Kai was able to breathe easy and began acting more boldly. The 3,000 worlds were vast, and as a lone man he was just like the water flowing in the sea. Nobody could even dream of catching his tracks. Even though he had never been to the Black Prison before, Yang Kai was not worried about losing his way with his universe chart in hand. Passing through one great territory after another, Yang Kai urged his space principles on, and in just 1 month was able to reach the great territory neighboring the Black Prison. The great territory that the Black Prison was located in was marked as the Black Territory on the universe chart. The great territory that Yang Kai was in at this moment was only separated from the Black Territory by a single territory gate. After passing through that gate, he would be able to reach the Black Territory without issue. But before he could ascertain what the situation on the other side of the territory gate was like, Yang Kai did not dare to rush in headfirst. If he accidentally came across a trapping array, it was possible that he would reveal himself, which would force him into a direct confrontation with Luan Baifeng. No matter what, fighting in someone else's territory would always leave one at a disadvantage. What was more, the greatest problem Yang Kai faced today was whether or not Luan Baifeng was even in the Black Territory. If she were not here, then everything would have been for naught. Even if she were here, Yang Kai still could not guarantee that Luan Baifeng would come out from the territory gate that he was in front of right now. From the universe chart, Yang Kai could see that there were as many as 5 territory gates leading to the Black Territory that were connected to 5 different great territories. If Luan Baifeng were to leave Black Prison, then there was only a 20% possibility of her coming out from this territory gate. So, in Yang Kai's opinion, the most important thing to do right now was to find out Luan Baifeng's whereabouts and lure her out of the territory gate that he was at. Though this was not going to be an easy task. It required patience and cunning. For the next few days, Yang Kai rested in the area around the territory gate. He had decided to wait here for up to 2 months, and if nothing were to come out of this exercise, then he would take the risk of heading straight into the Black Prison to find out where Luan Baifeng was. Fortunately, a person's aura suddenly appeared near the territory gate after just a dozen days. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged cultivating nearby, looked over at the territory gate just in time to see a black-robed man leave from the territory gate. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This man had obviously just come out from the Black Territory, and the fact that he could freely leave meant that he was one of Luan Baifeng's confidants. From the aura fluctuations coming off of this person, Yang Kai could also tell that he was in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. After passing through the territory gate, the black-robed man gently shook his head to shake off the discomfort he was feeling. Then, after ascertaining the direction, he sped off into the void. However, after going for just a short distance, something blurred in his vision and a figure blocked his way ahead. The black-robed man was stunned and defensively shouted, "Who goes there? What do you want?" The man ahead grinned at him, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He suddenly reached out and grabbed him before chuckling, "Come over here, I have some questions that I'd like to ask you." A few moments later, the black-robed man stood respectfully before Yang Kai with a meek expression. Yang Kai looked in satisfaction at the 2 characters on the 8th page of his loyalty list, written in fresh blood, Xin Peng. With Yang Kai's current strength, dealing with a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a simple matter. This 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Xin Peng did not even have the opportunity to struggle before he was subdued by Yang Kai. This man was also very sensible. Knowing that he was not his attacker's opponent, he immediately begged for mercy. After asking him a few questions, Yang Kai had him leave his name on the loyalty list. There were 9 pages in the loyalty list, and 8 had been used thus far. Only one page was left, and for this very last page Yang Kai intended to leave it blank for Luan Baifeng. Xian Peng was in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, so it was reasonable to say that he was now not qualified to have his name placed on the loyalty list. Yang Kai used to be weak and did not have many subordinates that he could use, so he did not have the qualifications to pick and choose his followers. That was why he chose to accept Qin Tianfei Heihe and Yun Xinghua. Now, the masters among his subordinates were as many as the clouds, so it really was a waste for a trivial Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master to take up space in his loyalty list. However, Luan Baifeng was just barely worth the last slot he had. Yang Kai carefully put the loyalty list away before glancing over at Xian Peng. Since you've already left your name on the loyalty list, then you should be able to feel that your life or death is now in my hands. With just a thought, I can decide whether you live or die. Xian Peng's sweat dripped down like rain as he quickly pleaded, "Mercy, sir. Please be merciful. This subordinate will follow sir's lead and obey sir's orders." Yang Kai said indifferently, "Since I've taken you under my wing, then I naturally will not ask you to die." Xian Peng raised his eyes meekly at Yang Kai. "Then, is there anything that sir needs this subordinate to do?" "I have a question for you. You said that Luan Baifeng was inside the black prison, did you not?" Xian Peng quickly nodded, "Yes." "Can you be sure? Don't lie to me." "It's definitely the truth, sir. This subordinate received orders from the warden to purchase some things just a day or two ago." Yang Kai was happy to hear that answer and nodded, "Good." Obviously, there was no way that Xian Peng could lie under the effects of the loyalty list, so Yang Kai was sure that Luan Baifeng was currently inside the black prison. It seemed he had not made this trip for nothing, which made the 10 or so days he spent waiting here worth it. "How many Open Heaven realm masters are in the black prison?" Yang Kai asked. Xian Peng thought about it for a moment before asking, "Including the Or slaves." "Including the Or slaves and otherwise?" Xian Peng gave a quick answer. "Including the Or slaves there are almost 200. Otherwise there are only a little over 30. Chapter 45-55 Interesting news. Yang Kai was speechless. Based on what Xian Peng said, there are around 200 Open Heaven realm masters currently in black prison's confinement. This was no small number, as no ordinary great force would generally have such a high concentration of Open Heaven realm masters. However, most of them were merely the Or slaves and Luan Baifeng's subordination, so there was no need to pay them much attention. If anyone did enter into a conflict with Luan Baifeng, there was no way they would help. The only ones who had gained Luan Baifeng's trust and could come and go freely in the black prison numbered around 30 people. "How many are in the Fifth Order? What about Sixth Order?" Yang Kai asked. Xian Peng answered, "Reporting to sir, the warden is the only one in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm in the black prison. As for those in the Fifth Order, there are 7 of them. The rest are below the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm." Yang Kai was surprised. Luan Baifeng is the only Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master in the black prison. He thought that the black prison would have several Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters at least, so this was a surprising answer. However, this did make the rest easier. Xian Peng laughed bitterly. "The warden is a very paranoid person. Even after being in charge of the black prison for so long, she never allowed her subordinates to advance into the Sixth Order. Any with the potential and signs of advancing will be thrown into black prison's depths to mine." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "What a ruthless woman." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai started with another question, "What were you asked to buy on this trip?" Xian Peng answered what it was. Yang Kai nodded, "Go to the Star City to finish your mission. I will wait here for you." Xian Peng had no idea what Yang Kai was planning to do, but he did not dare to ask too many questions, so he hurriedly responded, "Yes. Then please wait here for a few days, sir. This subordinate will go and return quickly." A moment later, Xian Peng left. Yang Kai stood alone in the void, rubbing his chin and pondering. Right now, he had gotten confirmation that Luan Baifeng was inside the black prison. Now, all that was left to do was to lure her out, and he also had to make sure that she would leave from this territory gate. After studying the universe chart, Yang Kai felt much more assured. Even though the Black Territory had a total of 5 different territory gates that connected to different great territories, if Luan Baifeng really had intentions to help Zuoquan Hui to stir up trouble for Void Land, then there was a great possibility that she would leave from this territory gate. After all, this was the closest territory gate to Void Land. If she were to choose a different route, then it would take her a trip through at least 2 extra great territories to get there, which would delay her a great deal. Now the most critical thing left was to lure Luan Baifeng out. Yang Kai had some certainty that she would come, but he also did not dare to be too sure. 6 days later, Xan Peng returned from the Great Territory's Star City. Yang Kai, who was hiding, showed himself and gave him detailed instructions. Xan Peng nodded incessantly, putting Yang Kai's orders to mind, and a short while later, he jumped into the territory gate. A day later, inside a palace, Xan Peng stood submissively inside. Reclined on the long chair before him was Luan Baifeng. She was sitting in a lazy manner with a pipe in hand. Faint smoke drifted out from the furnace. With eyes half shut out of comfort, Luan Baifeng's nose quivered faintly as the smoke entered and left her nose. "Have you bought what I asked?" Luan Baifeng asked. "Yes, I bought it, Warden." Xan Peng answered respectfully and took out a space ring, offering it to her with both hands. A woman dressed like a maidservant next to Luan Baifeng came forward to take the space ring before returning to her position. "You've worked hard," Luan Baifeng responded indifferently, her long phoenix eyes still semi-shut. "It is this subordinate's honor to serve." Xan Peng flattered her with a big smile, but he did not excuse himself immediately because he knew that Luan Baifeng would always ask for something else whenever he was sent to procure items from the Star City. Luan Baifeng made a lazy hum in response before asking, "Did anything interesting happen outside recently?" Staring down at his toes, Xan Peng nodded. "Indeed, there are a few things." "Speak." Luan Baifeng played with the wisps of smoke in front of her with a jade finger, eyes looking distant. "Firstly, the result of Yinyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly is out. The one who took first place was Void Land's Lord, Yang Kai." "Huh?" Luan Baifeng's narrowed eyes opened slightly, and a cold light emerged in them. That Yang Kai actually won first place? How could he, someone in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, achieve something like that? Are the disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises all wastes? Even though she was not present when Yang Kai advanced into the Open Heaven realm, she would naturally keep herself apprised of his situation now that she had made enemies of Void Land. So, it was not strange for her to know that Yang Kai was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Xan Peng answered, "Warden, this subordinate heard that Yang Kai is not in the Fifth Order, but the Sixth Order." "Sixth Order?" Luan Baifeng's eyes widened again. Then she snorted, "Where did you hear that rumor? He was merely a Fifth Order when he broke through, that much is certain. The high-rank Open Heaven realm masters of several Cave Heavens and Paradises saw it with their own eyes, so how could that be false? This subordinate does not know where the mistake began, but that man is indeed in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, there is no doubt about that. And during Yinyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly, he even killed a man called Zhao Xing." "Zhao Xing?" Luan Baifeng's finger paused, a contemplative look appearing on her face. "That name sounds familiar. What sect is he from?" This subordinate heard that he is from Thousand Cranes Paradise, and is even a core disciple who broke through directly to the Sixth Order. Luan Baifeng's eyes, which were narrowed this whole time, widened into circles, and her stern gaze was fixed on Xan Peng standing below, who instantly began sweating from the mountain-like pressure placed on him. Hearing Xan Peng's story, she finally remembered who this Zhao Xing was. Indeed, he was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise, and when he successfully advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm a few decades ago, many great forces went to congratulate him. Even she had brought a gift over. "Is that true?" Luan Baifeng questioned sharply. Xan Peng stammered, "This news has already spread among the general populace. Whether it is true or not, this subordinate does not know, but everyone is saying the same thing." Blinking, Luan Baifeng muttered to herself, "Waves do not form without wind. This is a matter that concerns Thousand Cranes Paradise's face. If it were not true, then Thousand Cranes Paradise would definitely step out to curb the rumors. However, the rumors have already spread to the masses, so it is most likely true. Zhao Xing advanced into the Sixth Order several decades ago, but Yang Kai actually managed to kill him? Is he really in the Sixth Order too? But how did that happen?" She thought about it for a while but still could not figure out how Yang Kai could suddenly jump from the Fifth Order to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Suddenly, she laughed like flowers trembling on a branch, her voice crisp and pleasant to the ears. She laughed for a while before collecting herself. How would Thousand Cranes Paradise stay still after Yang Kai killed Zhao Xing? Has Void Land been razed to the ground by them yet? Not yet, Xan Peng shook his head, because Yinyang Cave Heaven intervened as Zhao Xing's death occurred in the Tao Theory Assembly. There is no way that Thousand Cranes Paradise can openly exact revenge for Zhao Xing. In the end, his honored master, Zuoquan Hui, deserted Thousand Cranes Paradise while bringing along the disciples under him. Zuoquan Hui deserted Thousand Cranes Paradise? Wan Baifeng was shocked. However, a person of her stature and experience only had to think for a moment before understanding the sequence of events. That old fox. Continue. Zuoquan Hui led his disciples to Void Territory in order to kill Yang Kai. However, not only was he wounded after entering into a big fight with him, another sixth-order disciple under him called Zhou Ti was killed during the battle. Wan Baifeng was even more stunned at this revelation. Zuoquan Hui was wounded? Did you hear that wrong? Xan Peng shook his head. That is what they are saying outside, and the rumors are still going strong in the Star City. If Warden does not believe it, she can send someone to inquire about the matter. Wan Baifeng shook her head. It was not that she did not believe Xan Peng's words, she just wondered whether there were any mistakes with those rumors or not. After all, Zuoquan Hui was a seventh-order master, so how could he be injured so easily? Having suddenly thought of something, she began. It was the doing of Void Land's two divine spirits, wasn't it? Only the two divine spirits would be able to hurt a man like Zuoquan Hui. Xan Peng answered respectfully, this subordinate does not think so. From beginning to end, the two divine spirits were never mentioned in the rumors. Rather, it was the huge number of sixth-order and fifth-order open heaven realm masters from Void Land. Just the number of those in the sixth order was 9. In order to save his disciple, Zuoquan Hui was caught off guard and injured. 9 sixth-order open heaven realm masters? The more she listened, the more confused Wan Baifeng became. She had been to Void Land before, and if there were 9 sixth-order open heaven realm masters there at that time, then how could she have been able to return alive? And how many years had it been since the 100 Sects Alliance besieged them? How could 9 sixth-order open heaven realm masters suddenly appear? Right now, Zuoquan Hui must still be recovering from his injuries. In this subordinate's opinion, a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents will soon take place between Zuoquan Hui and Void Land now that 2 sixth-order disciples of the former have been killed. Wan Baifeng nodded lightly. Zuoquan Hui is still in the 7th order open heaven realm after all. Naturally, if he lost face, then he must get it back. Otherwise, how will he still maintain his footing in the future? She waved him off. You're excused. Yes. Not daring to say anything more, Xan Peng bowed and left. Wisps of smoke were still fluttering from the pipe, but Wan Baifeng was not as interested in it as before. There was an inexplicable glint in her narrow phoenix eyes as if she were thinking about something. The maidservant next to her began softly, Mistress, should this subordinate go out and verify the rumors? Wan Baifeng shook her head. Rumors are not to be believed. There's no finding out the truth unless we find Zuoquan Hui and ask him about what happened in person. The maidservant answered, but if Zuoquan Hui is still in recovery, he must be in hiding. Who would be able to find him? Wan Baifeng rubbed her fingers subconsciously. That's right. Who will be able to find him? However, it is true that Void Land is troublesome. She also kept tabs on Void Land. After all, a grudge had formed between them, so who knew whether or not Void Land would find an opportunity to come to the Black Prison to seek revenge. Void Land had gradually been growing stronger, and back then those guys from the 100 Sect Alliance went rushing over to apologize one by one while bearing gifts. Meanwhile, Wan Baifeng remained in the Black Prison. The environment here was treacherous, and there were also the countless natural arrays she could take advantage of. She did not care too much at first, but now it seemed that Void Land had grown to the point where it could threaten her. She alone would not be able to solve this hidden danger called Void Land, but perhaps she may be able to seek out Zuoquan Hui in order to cooperate with him and eradicate this scourge with his help. Chapter 4556 Subduing Wan Baifeng. The air was quiet, and a 1,000,000-kilometer area around the territory gate was like a forbidden zone that nobody dared to approach. Even those who were in a hurry were unwilling to get too close. Everyone knew that this was the entrance to the Black Territory, and they also knew how ruthless a woman Wan Baifeng was. If they were to bump into her along the way, then they just might be captured and brought to the Black Prison to become her slaves. Yang Kai remained alone, quietly waiting. The bait had been cast, but he could not be sure of whether the fish would take it or not. He had only agreed with Xan Peng that if Wan Baifeng were to leave the Black Prison from another territory gate, he would find a way to inform him about it. That would also give Yang Kai time to adjust his plans. 5 days had passed since Xan Peng returned to the Black Territory, but there was still no movement at the territory gate. On the sixth day, however, the heavens seemingly heard Yang Kai's pleas and a ship suddenly sailed out of the territory gate. Yang Kai, who was watching for any movements from afar, saw the ship as soon as it appeared. What was certain was that, indeed, it was one of Black Prison's ships. However, he did not make his move immediately because he could not guarantee that Luan Baifeng was aboard. Concealing his aura and figure, he continued to watch closely. At a certain moment, a brilliant light suddenly shot out from the ship. Naturally, it was the signal that he had agreed on with Xianpeng. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and his body flashed, lunging towards the boat at the speed of lightning. In the uppermost cabin of the ship, Luan Baifeng was sitting on her chair, twirling her finger around her hair with a contemplative look on her face. She had no idea why, but she had been feeling restless since leaving the Black Territory, as if something bad was about to happen. This feeling made her extremely alert. It was at that moment that a clear energy fluctuation rippled out from a certain part of the ship. She quickly turned her head to the window and from the corner of her eye, caught a stream of light erupting and illuminating a large space. Luan Baifeng's face paled. Spreading out her divine sense, she quickly detected a person leaving the ship and heading out at high speed. Xianpeng. Murderous intent blazed in Luan Baifeng's eyes as she shouted his name through gritted teeth. Even though she had no idea why Xianpeng would betray her, the blinding secret technique from before was obviously some sort of code agreed upon by Xianpeng and some other party. Before she even had any time to think about the situation, Luan Baifeng quickly felt a familiar aura rapidly approaching her and a voice boomed, "Luan Baifeng, suffer death." Yang Kai? Luan Baifeng was startled by the voice and turned her head towards the direction where the aura was coming from. She had encountered Yang Kai twice before, so naturally she was familiar with his aura. There, in her vision, she saw Yang Kai rapidly approaching just as she had expected. Luan Baifeng's first thought that it must be some sort of trap, and that Voidland's army was ambushing her. She could possibly be surrounded at any moment and killed. However, from what she could detect, there was no army, only Yang Kai alone in this place. Brat who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. You court death. Luan Baifeng began to move as she screamed, leaping through the window as she formed a set of hand seals and pushed her world force before throwing out a palm at the approaching enemy. Even though she did not understand why Yang Kai would come to ambush her by himself, she did not want to miss such a golden opportunity. If she was able to capture Yang Kai, then she would be able to offer him up as a great gift to Zhuo Quanhui. Then once the battle against Voidland was over, her words would hold much more power, allowing her to get more slaves from Voidland. Even though she did not use her full strength, it was still not something that an ordinary Open Heaven Realm Master would be able to withstand, not even for one in the Sixth Order. She had advanced to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm many centuries ago, so the heritage that she accumulated was extremely rich. Faced with this palm, Yang Kai simply met it with a sneer as he shouted, "The one who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth, is you." World force erupted and their auras clashed as the two figures rapidly approached each other. Luan Baifeng's face changed and her eyes went wide. Xianpeng was right, this brat is really in the Sixth Order. The moment their world forces collided, Luan Baifeng was able to sense this clearly. The world force possessed by her opponent was definitely not something that a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator would be able to bring out. Yang Kai was definitely a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and not an ordinary one at that. Luan Baifeng had never felt this sort of oppression from any other Sixth Order Master before. When her own world force was faced with her opponent's power, it was smashed apart like it was dry weeds or rotten wood. It was her total defeat. Jolting in realization of the situation, Luan Baifeng no longer dared to hold back. With her small universe's illusory phantom flickering behind her, she immediately went all out. However, she was still unable to block her opponent's attack. Yang Kai's palm practically crushed and flattened all the obstacles in front of him. Breaking through the force of Luan Baifeng's palm, he quickly cut their distance of 1,000 kilometers to zero. In the next instant, the large palm enveloped in world force struck Luan Baifeng's towering chest. Her ribs sank down from the force as a look of horror and shock emerged on Luan Baifeng's face. Fresh blood spurted out of her mouth, and her aura deflated significantly. They were both in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, but she could not even withstand a single palm from Yang Kai and was severely wounded with just one hit. However, this woman had presided over the Black Prison for so many years, so she naturally had some real ability. The moment she sensed she was at a disadvantage, she immediately used the force of the recoil to put distance between her and Yang Kai. At the same time, her wrist turned and revealed an array plate. Launching it straight in Yang Kai's direction, she shouted, "Open!" The array plate activated, and the killing array that was engraved into it spread out in a flash, enveloping hundreds of kilometers in an instant. A violent power erupted from it, transforming into countless attacks that changed the area within the radius into a slaughtering field. Wan Baifeng did not pause, however. Although her array plate was powerful, judging from the strike that Yang Kai displayed earlier, she knew it would be impossible to stop him with just that. Her array plate would delay him for a couple dozen breaths at the most. Still, that was enough time. She had barely left the Black Territory, so with a few dozen breaths she could still return. As long as she could cross the territory gate, with the help of the countless natural arrays present within, she could exert a strength that was far beyond her own. Forget Yang Kai being a 6th Order master, even if he was in the 7th Order, once he was inside her territory, he should not even dream of leaving unscathed. Having suffered such a huge loss out of nowhere, the hatred gathered in Wan Baifeng's heart had already reached the heavens, so even while she was escaping, she was already thinking of how she was going to take revenge on Yang Kai for this. However, only 100 kilometers away from Black Territory's territory gate, Wan Baifeng suddenly stopped and stood in awe, staring at the figure that blocked her path. Yang Kai stood with a spear in hand that was pointing forward as he grinned widely. "Since I already know about your attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, how could I not be prepared to deal with you?" "How did you?" Wan Baifeng was in disbelief. "You think you were able to trap me in that killing array? The Tao of Space is too profound for a woman like you to comprehend." Yang Kai snickered. "You want to return to the Black Territory? That's not an option." Wan Baifeng ground her teeth. At the same time as when her body drifted backwards, she summoned 3 more array plates into her hands. However, before she could even toss out the 3 array plates, Yang Kai had disappeared from in front of her. A great sense of crisis loomed over her. Wan Baifeng raised her hand and was about to ignore everything else to throw down the array plates when she felt a sting in her wrist. Her vision became a blur, and Yang Kai was already in front of her, his broad chest practically pressing against hers as his hot breath blew on her face. "I have a great use for you alive, so don't force me to kill you." Wan Baifeng looked down to see that her hand that was holding the array plates had been pierced through by a spear and was covered in blood. A cold feeling flooded her from her head down to her toes as Wan Baifeng froze in place. Her eyes quivered, and her mind was a chaotic mess. How could someone who was merely in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm possibly be this strong? She could not even fight back in front of this man. It could almost be said that her life or death was in the palm of his hand. Raising her head, Wan Baifeng stared at Yang Kai, who was right in front of her, gritting her teeth and asking, "What are you going to do?" Yang Kai grinned. "I told you I need you alive, so don't be so nervous. If you obediently cooperate with me, then naturally, there will be no harm to your life." Wan Baifeng blinked. "You want to cooperate with me?" "A wise person will submit to the circumstances." Yang Kai nodded. Then he took out the loyalty list and said with an amiable expression, Come, leave your name and your blood essence here." Wan Baifeng glanced at the loyalty list and her pretty face sank. "Loyalty list? This thing is in your possession?" "It's good that you know it, that saves me the effort of having to explain." Yang Kai smiled. Wan Baifeng sneered, "If I leave my name on the loyalty list, then won't I be under your control forever, never to have freedom again?" "Indeed. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'd rather die." Yang Kai looked indifferently at her. "You only have one chance, so choose well. If you pick the right answer, then you get to live. Otherwise, you die." Wan Baifeng turned her head away and snorted, taking up the stance of a woman who was prepared for death. Yang Kai nodded. "For a woman to have such a backbone? Many men cannot compare to you. That is worth admiring. In that case, let me send you on your way." At the end of his sentence, Yang Kai brought his hand down on Wan Baifeng's head, and Golden Crow's true fire burst from his palm, instantly turning her into a ball of fire. Miserable screams filled the air as Wan Baifeng's entire body was enveloped by the pitch-black Golden Crow's true fire. Of course, there was no way for her to die in a short time thanks to her strong vitality. However, her cultivation, which was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, was not enough for her to extinguish the Golden Crow's true fire. In the face of doom, she was cursed to endure indescribable torment and suffering. "You're really going to kill me?" Wan Baifeng asked as she screamed in agony. After all, Yang Kai told her earlier that he had a use for her alive, Yet now he was actually trying to kill her in the blink of an eye. His mood changed faster than one could flip pages in a book. Yang Kai remained silent as he watched her indifferently with a cold look in his eyes, as if he were seeing her off from this plane of existence. Wan Baifeng panicked. Death was a terrifying thought, and though she knew that Yang Kai was merely trying to force her hand with this method, she was still frightened by his ruthlessness and determination. If this were to continue, then she might really die. "Please spare me, I'll do as you ask," Wan Baifeng shouted. When Yang Kai raised his hand and grabbed at her again, the blaze of the golden crow's true fire that enveloped Wan Baifeng's body seemed to have a life of its own and quickly returned to his palm. "You should have said so earlier, then you wouldn't have had to suffer so much." Chapter 45-57, Entering the Black Prison. A short while later, Yang Kai received the loyalty list back from Wan Baifeng's hands with great satisfaction. There on the final page was Wan Baifeng's name written in 3 large, bright red characters. From the time that Qin Tianfei volunteered to put himself on the loyalty list at the very beginning until now, all 9 pages had been used up. On each page was blood essence used to write the name of each person. Qin Tianfei, Heihe, Yunxing Hua, Mao Zhi, Gengqing, Zhouya, Huigu, Xn Peng, Wan Baifeng. Unless one of them died, a new blank page would not appear in the loyalty list. And out of the 9, as many as 5 pages were taken up by 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which helped Yang Kai on many occasions. Without the loyalty list, Yang Kai would not have had the confidence to bring the 3 mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain out from the shadowless cave heaven. Without the loyalty list, there was no way he could safely cooperate with Huigu, much less subdue Wan Baifeng on this day. The loyalty list was a mysterious artifact with great binding force refined by a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master that had been nicknamed Loyalty Demon many years ago. The list was made using the flesh and bone of the divine spirit, Xieji. However, the power of the loyalty list depended on who was using it. Even though Qin Tianfei also held the loyalty list back then, he was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm, so the loyalty list was of little use in his hands. However, things were different when it was passed on to Yang Kai's possession. "So, that's how it is. No wonder Xn Peng had the guts to betray me." Wan Baifeng glanced at the loyalty list with a grim look on her face. She saw Xn Peng's name on the loyalty list just now, dispelling all her doubts. It was only natural that Xn Peng would obey Yang Kai's orders since he was under the loyalty list suppression. Yang Kai chuckled, "Don't look so reluctant. It'll be much better for you to join me than to stay holed up in the black prison. There's a big world out there, so if you're free you should go out and have a look." Wan Baifeng coldly snorted, "The winner is the king and the loser is the villain. Anything you say is right." Yang Kai then took a glance around and commented, "These subordinates of yours don't look very loyal." Wan Baifeng was livid. She had not come out alone today, she had brought some other subordinates with her, but when she was fighting Yang Kai, none of them came forward to help her. Of course, part of it was because Yang Kai had moved so quickly that they did not even have the time to react, but if they were truly loyal to her, then they would naturally have come to save her by now. In fact, they had only been watching from afar on the ship without any intention of coming closer. They had even taken a stance where they might leave at any moment. "What are you all staring at? Scram." Wan Baifeng's stomach was full of grievances. A dozen Open Heaven Realm Masters of different orders rushed into the ship in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Wan Baifeng turned to look at Yang Kai. "Are you satisfied now? My name is already on your loyalty list. Now whatever orders you have for me, just voice them. There's no hurry. What's more important is to heal your injuries first. I can't bear to see a beautiful woman like you burned like this either." While saying this, Yang Kai used his towering evergreen divine manifestation. Wondrous green branches dropped down, enveloping Wan Baifeng with rich vitality. Earlier, under the golden crow's true fire, Wan Baifeng had tried her best to resist, but she was still burnt all over, with her exposed skin covered in appalling blisters. They looked terribly painful, but Wan Baifeng did not say a word about it, which showed how strong her endurance was. Now, with the surge of vitality from the towering evergreen, Wan Baifeng's surface injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. While resisting the tingling sensation caused by the technique, Wan Baifeng turned her face away. "Do not expect this queen to thank you for such a small favor." She had a calm expression on her face, but inwardly she was quite shocked. Her burns came from the golden crow's true fire, yet the wood element divine manifestation that Yang Kai used was actually able to produce such visible restorative capabilities. Just what order would element power did he condense when he was advancing to the open heaven realm? Yang Kai was calm. Now that you have submitted to me, I will naturally treat you well, so I do not expect any thanks from you either. Luan Baifeng frowned and shut her eyes, enjoying the rich vitality that was healing her wounds. A moment later she suddenly spoke, Xen Peng was instructed by you to draw me out, so how much of what he said is true, and how much of it is false? What he told you is basically the truth, Yang Kai responded with indifference. Luan Baifeng's eyes widened in surprise. So, it's true that Zuoquan Hui was injured. Indeed. Luan Baifeng's brows furrowed in thought for a moment before she nodded lightly. You must have been the one to injure him. Your abilities are a little better than what I expected. Even after fighting Yang Kai personally, Luan Baifeng still could not understand how someone in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm could be so strong. Zuoquan Hui was careless and underestimated his opponent, which allowed me to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, how difficult do you think it is to wound a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master? Your Void Land and Zuoquan Hui have already tossed aside all semblance of civility, yet you choose to run all the way here instead of staying back and watching after your sect? I may be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm too, but not even 10 of me can match up against Zuoquan Hui. If you are expecting to use me as a countermeasure to deal with Zuoquan Hui, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Unless, did you come here just to take revenge? After all, I did give you trouble twice in the past. Yang Kai laughed. Void Land is as strong as iron. Even without me there's nothing Zuoquan Hui can do to it. I didn't come here for you this time. Rather than that, it's the Black Prison that I'm interested in. There are plenty of supplies in the Black Prison, and I happen to be in need of cultivation materials. Luan Baifeng clenched her teeth and snarled, shameless. Yang Kai chuckled and took back his towering evergreen. Think what you'd like. Now let's go. Bring me into the Black Prison. Luan Baifeng glared viciously at Yang Kai before turning around reluctantly. Follow me. After the pair returned to the ship, Xen Ping ran back as well. He seemed very embarrassed to see Luan Baifeng again, but she did not even spare him a glance. This woman knew too that the reason why her ship would have capsized on calm seas this time was partly to do with Xen Peng, but Yang Kai was the main culprit. Even if she wanted to kill Xen Peng for revenge, Yang Kai would not allow it, so there was no point in doing something useless. On board the ship, the other dozen Open Heaven Realm Masters were all looking at Yang Kai in awe. They saw with their own eyes how powerless Luan Baifeng had been when she was forced to submit to Yang Kai, so they had an inkling about just how powerful this man was. The boat was not too far away from the Black Prison, so it only took a few moments to return. After passing through the territory gate, they soon arrived in the Black Territory. A dim light enveloped the entire sky. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai looked up and saw there, far away, was a great sun that was giving off light. However, unlike an ordinary sun star, this one gave off the impression of a dying old man. There were even black spots forming on its surface from time to time. Yang Kai had refined the Golden Crow's true fire and had the divine manifestation, Golden Crow cast the sun, which was why he was constantly haunted by an indescribable feeling ever since stepping into the Black Territory. He could clearly feel that the Black Territory's sun was about to die. It was not that he had not experienced the death of a sun star before. Back then, when he was escaping Seven Wonders Land, he witnessed with his own eyes as a sun star went out, and it was there that he obtained the Golden Crow's carcass, which in turn allowed him to refine the Golden Crow's true fire. However, he never expected to see such a similar scene again after so many years. Perhaps hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of years later, the Black Territory's sun star would also burn out. There was only this one sun star in the entire Black Territory as far as the eye could see, so once the sun star was extinguished, the entire Black Territory would be plunged into cold darkness. The dying great sun enveloped the entirety of the Black Territory in an air of solemnity. This Black Territory does not seem very large, Yang Kai noted his observations after looking around. Luan Baifeng subconsciously twirled her hair with her finger as she commented casually, the Black Territory wasn't large to begin with. Compared to the other great territories, you can even say that it's pitifully small. There's even only one sun star. What other great territory have you seen that's like this? Yang Kai nodded lightly, you're right, I've never seen one like this before. Luan Baifeng continued, legends say that the Black Territory used to be similar to other great territories. It was vast, but for some reason it slowly shrank to the size it is now. Perhaps, once the final sun star goes out, the entire Black Territory will cease to exist. However, it's thanks to this that the Black Territory was left untouched. Otherwise, how do you think that I, a woman, would be able to occupy such a piece of land? The environment here is harsh, so those under the open heaven realm are simply unable to survive. Only those above the open heaven realm can live here. If it were really any kind of prosperous place, then it would long have been taken over by other great forces. Yang Kai deeply agreed with her sentiments. Looking up, he saw the large and small celestial bodies floating silently in the void. The smaller ones were maybe a few dozen kilometers in diameter, while the larger ones may even be compared to the star boundary. However, the ones that could be seen were all filled with pits and cracks. Some were even split into pieces. Those pits and cracks were clearly traces left behind by cultivators. These are, Yang Kai frowned. Luan Baifeng explained, all the objects in the Black Territory are technically or stars that give birth to black stones. What you see are the mined out or stars, and these are only from the outermost region. Yang Kai understood and was just about to ask her more questions when Luan Baifeng waved her hand. Do not disturb me right now. We have already arrived at the area covered by the natural arrays. If you want to die together, then speak freely. Otherwise, keep your mouth shut and don't poke around with your divine sense. There are many peculiarities in this place. Yang Kai rubbed his nose embarrassedly and kept silent. When he looked around, he saw that all of the open heaven realm masters on the ship all had stiff looks on their faces, as if something very bad was about to happen. All eyes were fixed on Luan Baifeng, and at this moment, the woman had a grave look on her face as she kept forming new hand seals while guiding the ship through the void. A few moments later, Yang Kai clearly sensed a terrifying power lurking around them. This power felt like it was sleeping, yet could be woken up with the slightest disturbance, bringing about a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering disaster. Since he had received Luan Baifeng's reminder earlier, Yang Kai did not dare to probe his surroundings either. He was stunned that the Black Territory actually turned out to be this ferocious, and he had no idea how Luan Baifeng was able to survive in a place like this. Chapter 45-58 Treasure Trove. The Black Prison was a dangerous place where countless natural arrays were hidden, but this was only what things were like in the outermost region. If one went deeper, then the dangers would only increase. However, under Luan Baifeng's guidance, the ship navigated through the void unharmed, passing one array after another, but not in a straight line. Sometimes Yang Kai felt as if they had gone in one large circle and sometimes felt they were even spinning in place for a long time. There did not seem to be any standard pattern to it. In the end, they were met with no dangers on their journey. This must have been a well-traveled route for Luan Baifeng, which was why she knew where all the risks were and was able to avoid them perfectly. About a day later, a ruined spirit province suddenly came into view. Obviously, this spirit province was also a fragment of an or star. It was not very large, much smaller than Void Land, but from a distance traces of man-made structures could be seen. On the spirit province stood a series of connected palaces. The ship landed in front of the palaces, where a maidservant in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm came out to greet them. The woman was surprised and asked, "Why has Madame returned so quickly?" Luan Baifeng's face was dark, but she did not even say a word since she herself was too embarrassed to tell her that she had been ambushed on the trip and even subordinated by someone else using the loyalty list. The maidservant could obviously sense that something was not right with the situation. She glanced curiously at the unfamiliar Yang Kai, but she was smart enough not to ask anything else. "Get out of here, all of you. Go to your work. If anyone dares let a single word slip about what happened today, I'll make sure they'll suffer a fate worse than death." Luan Baifeng bellowed at her subordinates. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, quickly disappearing without a trace. "You are also excused." Luan Baifeng waved off the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm woman, who simply bowed to her and retreated back into the main hall. Soon Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai were the only ones left. She glanced at him before turning around and leaving in a certain direction. While looking around curiously, Yang Kai followed behind her. After walking for a while, he could no longer hold his curiosity back. The environment in the Black Territory is indeed harsh, but there are also rumors that if one stays here long enough, their world force will continuously leak out, eventually leading to their small universe's collapse and a complete loss of cultivation. "How come I'm not feeling anything?" Luan Baifeng responded without even turning back. "Of course you can't feel it here. This is only the outermost region. If that damned effect were to happen even here, how would I be able to live here? Once you go deeper into the Black Territory, you'll naturally be able to experience it. Stopping her feet, she turned around and said in an inciting manner, "Do you want to go and try it right now? The deeper you go, the more obvious the feeling becomes." Yang Kai grinned, "Even if I decide to go, I'll definitely drag you along with me." Wan Baifeng's face darkened. After a cold snort, she turned back around and continued leading the way. A short while later, the two of them arrived before an exceptionally well-built palace that was enveloped in clear traces of layers upon layers of barriers. Wan Baifeng took out a jade token and poured her power into it before swaying in front of the entrance of the palace. A light shot out from the token and, following that, the doors of the palace opened with a click. After leading Yang Kai into the palace, Wan Baifeng did the same thing and opened 3 more doors in succession, each one heavier than the last, with traces of arrays activating each time. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in awe. "Your skills in the Tao of Spirit arrays are truly spectacular." To this day, the most accomplished master in the Tao of Spirit arrays that he had encountered was undoubtedly Grandmaster Wu Liang, who had arranged the 9 heavenly layers grand array, but when comparing the two, Wan Baifeng was superior. During the siege of the 100 Sects Alliance on Void Land back then, Wan Baifeng had attempted to crack the 9 heavenly layers grand array after unraveling its mysteries. Even though the 100 Sects Alliance suffered heavy losses in the end, resulting in the death of Kong Feng, it was not as a result of Wan Baifeng's inability to break the grand array, but rather their unpreparedness against their enemy. Void Land's heritage was simply too strong. The fact that Wan Baifeng was able to work out some of the 9 heavenly layers grand array's mysteries in such a short amount of time was a testament to her mastery of the Tao of Spirit arrays. As the two of them were talking, they arrived at another grand hall, inside of which was white jade shelf after white jade shelf with no end in sight. On the shelves were an assortment of oddly shaped containers of different materials, many of which were made of rare jades and ores themselves. "What is this place?" Yang Kai asked, raising a brow. Wan Baifeng coldly snorted, "Why ask when you already know? Don't you need a lot of cultivation resources? They're all here." Even though he already had his guesses, Yang Kai still smiled happily when he heard what Wan Baifeng said. "So, this is your treasury? Very good." Divine sense surging, it enveloped the entire grand hall in an instant, taking in everything. Despite his mental preparations, Yang Kai was still shocked by Wan Baifeng's wealth. The cultivation materials placed here numbered at least 10,000. This was a terrifying number. Even though Void Land could still pull out such a humongous amount of cultivation materials, that was only natural because they had a whole star city which saw merchants from all corners of the 3,000 worlds patronizing them every day, bringing huge amounts of resources with them. For a lone woman like Wan Baifeng to have amassed such a fortune was simply terrifying. However, since she occupied a treasure trove like the Black Prison, it was only natural for her to have accumulated such wealth after all the years she spent here. "What is the order of the supplies here? And what about the quantity?" Yang Kai asked with glowing eyes. Wan Baifeng did not like the look on his face. After all, it was hard to feel good about seeing one's treasures being snatched away by someone else all of a sudden. Still, she turned away and muttered, "Those below the 4th order are unqualified to be stored here. The materials placed here are all either in the 4th order or above. On the left are the 4th order materials, roughly 8,000 pieces in total. The center shelves are for 5th order materials, about 2,000 of them. On the right are the 6th order materials. There are almost 200 pieces, but I haven't counted them recently." Yang Kai clicked his tongue in awe. "You're probably the richest woman in all the 3,000 worlds." Firstly, without even mentioning materials in the 4th and 5th order, she actually had around 200 pieces of 6th order materials. It had to be known that each piece would cost at least 15 million open heaven pills each. 200 pieces would be worth at least 3 billion. That much money belonging to a single person. How could anyone in the 3,000 worlds compare with that? While speaking, Yang Kai's body had instantly moved towards the area where the 6th order materials were placed, and he began looking through them with interest. Suddenly, he turned his head towards the last white jade shelf and asked, "Is this a 6th order material too?" Only a single container was placed on the final white jade shelf, which made it seem conspicuous. Wan Baifeng's face twitched. She was practically gnashing her teeth as she forced each word out. "That's a 7th order treasure." Yang Kai raised a brow and said with glowing eyes, "Before coming here, I heard that the Black Prison's black stones could even produce materials in the 7th and 8th order. So it is true?" Wan Baifeng affirmed, "Of course it's true, however the number is extremely low. After all these years of occupying the Black Prison, I've only ever encountered a single piece. Yang Kai nodded. Since there is one, that means there will be more. Sure enough, the black prison is really a treasure trove. With that said, he picked up the container that was holding the 7th order material and opened it up to take a look, discovering that it was a 7th order metal element material. Nodding lightly, he casually tossed it into his small universe. Even though 7th order materials were extremely precious and rare, it was not as if he had never seen them before. In fact, most of the materials that he condensed belonged to the 7th order or even above that to begin with. His biggest goal on this trip was to find the 6th order yin and yang element materials, which was what Void Land needed the most right now. Turning his gaze to the more than 200 pieces of 6th order materials, Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and began examining them one by one. There were so many here, so surely some of them would be what he was looking for. When she saw what Yang Kai was doing, Luan Baifeng turned her face away in anger and scorn. Once he began going through the 6th order materials though, the expectation and joy on Yang Kai's face began to die away. By the time he searched through all of the 6th order materials, Yang Kai's brow was deeply furrowed. There were no problems with the 6th order materials themselves, as each piece was so pure that it was completely befitting the cultivating needs of any open heaven realm master. Only there were hardly any which were of the yin and yang element, the ones he truly needed. He was able to find one 6th order yin element material, but that was it. Besides that, there were also only 2 yang element materials. Out of the 200 pieces of 6th order materials, only 3 of them fit his needs. Even though he knew that the yin and yang element materials were scarcer than those of the 5 elements, this ratio was still extremely unsatisfactory. Turning his head to look at Luan Baifeng, Yang Kai saw that she was currently gnashing her teeth at him. If not for the restrictions placed on her by the loyalty list, then she would likely have pounced on him to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Nobody would be in a good mood after seeing the wealth that they had been accumulating for so many years taken away by someone else in the blink of an eye. What are you looking at? Luan Baifeng grumbled. Yang Kai blinked his eyes before he suddenly grinned. That's not right. What's not right? Luan Baifeng frowned. You've been occupying the black prison for so many years, so surely this can't be everything you've gathered so far. Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. Is this still not enough? How much do you think I have? No, it doesn't add up. Yang Kai shook his head. Yes, 6th order yin and yang element materials have always been difficult to find, but there's no way that there are only 3 meager pieces. You must have hidden the rest elsewhere. With his eyes fixed on Luan Baifeng's space ring, he reached his hand out. Show me your space ring. Luan Baifeng was furious. Yang Kai, don't go too far. Hand it over. Yang Kai looked sternly at her. Luan Baifeng gritted her teeth and her chest heaved for a while before she removed her space ring and threw it at Yang Kai, as if to take her anger out on him this way. Yang Kai grabbed it and searched it using his divine sense. After a while, he tossed the space ring back to her. There were quite a lot of good things stored in Luan Baifeng's ring, and their value could even be described as shocking, but he did not find what he needed. Satisfied now? Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief, wondering whether he had made a mistake. After a moment of silence he began, the loyalty list can ensure one's loyalty. Those who have written their names down on the list cannot resist the holder's demands, but I have never used this ability on anyone. That is because I believe that since they have come under me, they should at least have a basic level of trustworthiness. Luan Baifeng, let me ask you one last time. Other than in your treasury here, are you hiding any materials elsewhere? Think about your answer before you speak. Don't force me to use the loyalty list. Chapter 4559 Luan Baifeng's Secret Stash. 4 eyes met, and Luan Baifeng was furious as she snarled, the greedy will not meet a good end. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. As expected, you're hiding more. He nodded lightly. Even cunning rabbits have 3 nests. It's normal for you to have hidden some elsewhere. This woman left most of the resources here to act as a treasury on the surface, but she had secretly hidden the truly valuable things elsewhere so that even if someone did catch sight of this treasury, they may not think more of it. However, now that Yang Kai was even bringing out the loyalty list, Luan Baifeng would not be able to hide it even if she tried. World force surging, the illusory phantom of a small universe expanded, instantly enveloping the treasury. By the time the illusory phantom disappeared, everything in the treasury had been absorbed into Yang Kai's small universe. Luan Baifeng looked at this scene with astonishment before furrowing her brows. For an instant she could feel a profound aura coming from inside Yang Kai's small universe just now. What was more, the small universe of a sixth-order open heaven realm master should still be ethereal and intangible, so how could it contain so many items? But before she even had the time to think about it, she saw Yang Kai grinning at her. What are you being so upset about? Our fates are tied now. If anything happens to me, then you won't be safe either. Would it not be good for you too if you handed these things over to me so that I can grow stronger as fast as possible? Wan Baifeng was livid, but she kept silent. Come on, lead the way, Yang Kai patted her shoulder excitedly. Whether Wan Baifeng was willing or not, she was unable to refuse Yang Kai's request now that things had already come to this. So, she had no choice but to lead him to the place where she hid her treasures. To Yang Kai's surprise, her private treasury was not located in this shattered spirit province, but somewhere else. Two figures flew out together, heading deeper into the black prison. After flying for 4 whole hours and passing dozens of natural arrays, the two of them finally appeared at a certain place. Wan Baifeng stood still and Yang Kai followed suit. Looking up, there seemed to be nothing before them. He could not even find anything suspicious nearby. This is the place? Yang Kai asked. Wan Baifeng was still angry and did not feel like responding to him, but she raised her hand and tossed out array flags one by one in all directions. Following her actions, Yang Kai could clearly feel some energy ebbing and flowing around them, echoing Wan Baifeng's movements. A few moments later, Yang Kai looked in amazement at a tiny spirit province fragment just a dozen kilometers ahead gradually materializing and revealing itself. This spirit province fragment was only a couple of kilometers across, which was pitifully small. It also seemed completely empty without the slightest hint of any vitality. However, this was the best place for one to hide one's treasures. If not for Wan Baifeng's actions, then Yang Kai would never have been able to sense that a shattered spirit province was actually hidden here. The Tao of spirit arrays is truly a profound thing. Did you hide this place using an illusion array? Yang Kai asked in awe. Wan Baifeng continued her movements and grumbled, this illusion array existed here all along. I have merely deciphered it and used it for myself. Even that is amazing. After a short while, the spirit province fragment was fully revealed. Without even calling out to him, Wan Baifeng directly closed in on it in a flash. Seeing this, Yang Kai followed her. Looking around, there seemed to be nothing special in this spirit province, but Wan Baifeng walked in front of a stone wall and began working on opening another array. Soon, the stone wall slid open, revealing a dark cave. Everything is inside. Go and get it yourself if you want it, Wan Baifeng cut through Yang Kai with a sharp gaze. Yang Kai laughed, many thanks. He had no worry that Wan Baifeng would trick him here. It was simply impossible for her to do anything that may harm him under the influence of the loyalty list, so he walked into the cave with ease. An incense stick's time later, Yang Kai reappeared with a satisfied look on his face. Let's return. After a pause, he looked at Wan Baifeng. You don't have any other private treasuries left, do you? Wan Baifeng had to take a deep breath to suppress the blood welling up in her chest. Shutting her eyes, she responded in exasperation, none. I was just asking, Yang Kai chuckled. Then they went back to where they came from. Another 4 hours went by and they were back at the original shattered spirit province. After asking Wan Baifeng for a room and telling her not to disturb him without good cause, Yang Kai went inside and checked his harvest for this trip. He had not inspected what Wan Baifeng had stowed away in her private treasury yet, but since she had hidden it elsewhere, it must be things of great value. Obviously, 6th order yin and yang element materials had to be part of it. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in the room with the goods hauled back from the cave placed around him. There were only several dozen items, which was not many compared to the main treasury, and just like the ones he saw before, all the materials had been stored in separate containers. Yang Kai casually picked up a jade box that was the size of a palm and opened it. A pure searing power came rushing out. As he felt the rich power fluctuating, he rejoiced. This was clearly a 7th order fire element material which looked like a fire spirit crystal. Obviously, however, it was much more valuable than an ordinary fire spirit crystal. The very first material had given Yang Kai a small surprise, which made him even more eager to check out the others. After picking up another item, he was a little disappointed. It was merely a 6th order water element material, so he just casually tossed it into his small universe. He picked up another one, and this time, it was exactly what Yang Kai was looking for, a 6th ordering element material. There were only several dozen items, so it did not take much time to go through all of them. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai had already gone through everything. Everything here was clearly what Luan Baifeng had prepared for her own personal use. There were a total of 9 complete sets of 6th-order materials, which were valuable enough to buy a small city. Any 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master would be able to refine these directly after picking them up to enhance the heritage of their small universe. Besides that, there were also as many as 5 7th-order materials. Even though there were no yin and yang element materials among them, they were worth an astronomical amount by themselves. As he expected, it was right of him to have chosen to come to the Black Prison. After offering a high bounty for the materials at the Star City for such a long time, he was only able to gather enough materials for 3 people to advance into the 6th Order directly. However, just Luan Baifeng's 2 treasuries contained enough to supply 10 cultivators. With this, the resources they needed to advance 13 people from Void Land into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm had been settled, which was enough to solve their most urgent problem. However, since he came to the Black Prison, Yang Kai naturally would not be satisfied to just go back. There was little he had to worry about in Void Land right now. Zuoquan Hui's injury would take a long time to recover, so there was no way that he would come back to cause more trouble for a while. As such, Yang Kai still had some time to spend doing other things. If he could get more 6th Order yin and yang element materials, then that would naturally be for the best. Even if he were not able to get them, he had to find a way to get them. For that reason he was very interested in the black stones. After putting all his loot away, Yang Kai walked out of the room to find the physically and mentally exhausted Luan Baifeng. Black stone. Luan Baifeng was lying lazily on a chair while the 5th Order maid was crouching in front of her, gently massaging her calves. Yang Kai sat uninhibitedly by the side and nodded, "Yes. I heard that all of these materials have been mined from those black stones. I want to see what those black stones are like." Luan Baifeng knew that there was no use arguing with him, so she could only ask the girl in front of him, "Has the latest batch of black stones arrived?" The woman responded softly, "They were brought back 3 days ago and they are breaking the stones now. If Madame needs them, I can have some of them brought over now." Luan Baifeng was about to nod when Yang Kai raised his hand, "No need, I'll go and take a look by myself." Luan Baifeng frowned when she heard this, but she still stood up and nodded, "Come, I'll take you there." After following her for a short while, the 2 of them arrived at an open square where a dozen Open Heaven Realm Masters were busy, world force fluctuating from their bodies. Yang Kai looked over and saw that each of them had dark stones of different sizes in front of them. The small ones were only about the size of a palm, but the large ones were as large as a water vat. Not far away from them was a pile of similar-looking stones. "So, these are the black stones?" Yang Kai asked. Luan Baifeng nodded, "N." While the 2 of them were speaking, the Open Heaven Realm Masters who were hard at work had clearly noticed Luan Baifeng's arrival, so they all stopped what they were doing and greeted respectfully, "Madam Warden." Luan Baifeng waved her hand, signaling for them to continue, and they did. Yang Kai watched for a while and said in astonishment, "The black stones are dissolving." The Open Heaven Realm Masters were all controlling the world force inside of their bodies to wrap around the black stones in front of them. As time passed, the black stones gradually became smaller, but nothing seemed to break off or flow away from them. It was as if the dissolved parts of the black stone had just disappeared into thin air. Black stones are bizarre things. Only the world force of those in the Open Heaven Realm is able to dissolve them. As for why that is, I have never been able to figure out, Luan Baifeng explained. What's more, these black stones may contain cultivational resources inside of them, or they may contain nothing at all. While speaking, she pointed to one of the Open Heaven Realm Masters who were working at the side, and Yang Kai looked over at him. He saw that despite the fact that the black stone disappeared without a trace in his hands, nothing seemed to be left behind. The man shook his head in disappointment before picking up another piece of black stone and continuing the process. "These or slaves will mine black stones from the ore stars before bringing them back here to extract resources contained inside of them. That is what the process is, basically. Every last piece of material found in the Black Prison has not been easy to come by." While saying this, she glared at Yang Kai, "And now it's been given to you for nothing." Acting as if he did not hear her, Yang Kai frowned. "Is there no way to determine which pieces of black stone contain materials and which don't?" He watched them for a moment and found that it took a lot of effort for the Open Heaven Realm Masters to dissolve the black stones. If it could be ascertained beforehand which pieces of black stone contained resources, then it would save a lot of time and effort. Chapter 4560 Taking a Trip. Hearing him say this, Luan Baifeng grabbed a wash-basin-sized black stone and tossed it to Yang Kai. You can try it yourself, but I have no way of verifying it. Yang Kai accepted the black stone from her and weighed it in his hand, discovering that it was not as light as he expected it to be. After squeezing it with some force, no marks or traces seemed to have been left on the piece of black stone. He was considered to be very strong now, so even if it was not crushed, any piece of raw ore would still crack open if squeezed in his hands. However, this black stone was obviously very different in makeup and was also extremely resilient. Divine sense surging, Yang Kai tried to investigate the insides of the black stone, but it actually repelled his divine sense completely, so it was impossible to find out whether something was hidden inside or not. Yang Kai was surprised. Currently he was in the 6th order open heaven realm, so his divine sense was extremely strong, yet it was still rejected by the black stone. Just what is this thing? After contemplating for a moment, Yang Kai activated his demon eye of annihilation, and his left eye immediately turned into a gold vertical slit. Looking at it now, he could see something different. Inside of the black stone he was holding was the fluctuation of a vague and indistinct pale yellow energy. Seeing this made Yang Kai's heart stir. The demon eye of annihilation worked. Even though he had no way of seeing clearly into the black stone, he could be sure that something was inside of this piece, and it was likely an earth element material. As for what order it was, he had no way of ascertaining that. He would have to dissolve the black stone to find out. The demon eye of annihilation had the ability to see through all illusions, and alongside the black purgatory eye, they made up myriad demons' heaven's core divine abilities. These were extremely profound eye techniques, and even in myriad demons' heaven, only the most elite disciples were qualified to cultivate them. Yang Kai had obtained his demon eye of annihilation when he was still very weak, and he never knew these secrets either before meeting Tizheng. However, since it was one of myriad demons' heaven's 2 core divine abilities, the demon eye of annihilation naturally had its own profound traits. Even though his divine sense was unable to penetrate the black stone and assess the situation within, the demon eye of annihilation could break through some of its barriers and penetrate straight into its essence. However, Yang Kai's cultivation of the demon eye of annihilation was not very high, so he could only vaguely see what was inside. If it were truly someone from myriad demons' heaven who cultivated these secret techniques, then they would obviously be able to have a clearer look inside. His movements did not escape Luan Baifeng's eyes, who was looking at him with some surprise. You cultivate an eye secret technique too. What's wrong with that? Yang Kai withdrew his demon eye of annihilation and turned to look at her. Luan Baifeng shook her head. It's nothing. Were you able to see anything? No, Yang Kai responded casually. Even though Luan Baifeng could tell that he possessed an eye secret technique, she naturally might not be able to recognize it as a myriad demons' heaven secret technique, so Yang Kai would not try and explain it to her. However, in order to prove whether or not his ability was right, Yang Kai urged his world force to his palm, enveloping the black stone in it. Rapidly it shrank in size. With his 6th order open heaven realm cultivation, especially his world force, which was much richer than an ordinary 6th order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai was able to dissolve the black stone at a ridiculously fast rate. The wash basin-sized black stone in his palm completely disappeared before a stick of incense could even fully burn out, and a piece of yellow crystal gradually emerged from it. Luan Baifeng looked on in surprise at it and muttered, 4th order earth element. You are quite lucky indeed. Yang Kai casually played with the earth-colored crystal in his hand and said, what is the probability that a piece of black stone would contain cultivation materials? Very small, Luan Baifeng responded. If you're lucky, then it's about 30%. Otherwise it may not even be 1%. 30% is too low. Yang Kai shook his head. Out of 10 pieces of black stone, at least 7 would be empty. How much time and energy would that waste? That's why I told you that none of the resources here came easy. Did you think this place was really so full of treasures that you could just bend over and find a piece? Luan Baifeng snorted, but then she frowned. What are you even looking for? You have already taken away the stash that I have been gathering for so many years. Is that still not enough for you? Yang Kai shook his head. It's not enough. I still need more 6th order yin and yang element materials. Luan Baifeng frowned. If you are using it for your own cultivation, then you could just refine using 5th order materials. Even though it will be a little slower, 5th order materials are not as hard to find. Why restrict yourself to only the 6th order? She obviously thought that Yang Kai was seeking out so many sixth-order cultivational materials for his own use. Yang Kai laughed. Naturally, I can use fifth-order materials for my own cultivation, but what if someone needs to advance into the sixth-order open heaven realm? Luan Baifeng was taken aback for a moment, and then her eyes widened. How is that possible? How could your void land have so many people advancing directly into the sixth order? It had to be known that any cultivator that could break through directly to the sixth order open heaven realm had hopes of reaching the eighth order open heaven realm one day, so their numbers are extremely limited. Even in the cave heavens and paradises, such disciples only appeared once every 1,000 years or so. Yang Kai had already plundered plenty of sixth order yin and yang element materials from her, which was enough to meet the advancement needs of 10 whole people, so how could he still be needing more? Yang Kai did not bother to explain it since it was useless to say anything. Now that Luan Baifeng had come under his banner, she would naturally understand that he was not just boasting once she saw Void Land's heritage for herself. Don't just stand there, help them out. Get these black stones dissolved and see whether you can find what I'm looking for, Yang Kai called out to her. Even though there were a dozen open heaven realm masters currently working to dissolve the black stones, they were not very efficient. Dissolving these black stones was something that happened faster the higher one's cultivation was, and it was likely related to the potency of one's world force. Luan Baifeng looked at him in disbelief, obviously still shocked by what he just said. There probably won't be any sixth-order materials in these black stones. No need to bother. Huh. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her. Why do you say that? Brushing her hair back behind her ear, Luan Baifeng answered, I've been in the black territory for so many years, so I still have some amount of experience. There are countless ore stars in the black territory, and the deeper the ore star, the greater the chance of it producing higher-order materials. The ones we collected here are mainly mined from the ore stars near the outer region, so one would be lucky to even find a fifth-order material. If you don't believe me, you can check them yourself. Yang Kai had noticed it as well. Out of the resources that Luan Baifeng's subordinates found from the black stones here, it was true that the highest one only reached the fifth order, and the amount was very small. He could not help but frown. Then, where did you find the ones in the sixth order, and even in the seventh order? Luan Baifeng explained, naturally they came from the deeper ore stars. Previously I had several sixth order or slaves among my subordinates, and those things were mined by them. Unfortunately, no one is able to go into the deeper ore stars since they've passed away, so we are naturally unable to get to them. Yang Kai understood. Is that why you were so eager to intervene when Heavenly Sword Union was stirring trouble in my void land? Luan Baifeng remained silent. Yang Kai stroked his chin. So to say, in order to obtain sixth-order materials, there is no other choice but to go deeper into the black territory to mine them. You could say that. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, let's go. What? Luan Baifeng looked at him in shock, seemingly doubting her ears. What are you thinking of doing? We are going to go to the ore stars where the sixth-order materials are produced to mine out the black stones. While speaking, Yang Kai reached for Luan Baifeng, grabbing her by the shoulders, then turning around and flying off. Luan Baifeng was agitated and anxious as she shouted, Let me go, I'm not going there. Yang Kai broke out into a fit of laughter. Since you are under my command now, that's not up to you to decide. You bastard. The dozen open heaven realm masters who were hard at work watched dumbfounded as their usually terrifying and overbearing warden was carried away by Yang Kai like a little chick, cursing all the way and disappearing in the blink of an eye. As if they had seen a ghost, cold sweat ran down their foreheads. In the void, Yang Kai enveloped his world force around Luan Baifeng, who was clearly uncooperative, her expression as cold as ice. Do you really need to make a face as if you just lost your parents? We're just going on a mining trip, not to have you killed. Yang Kai laughed. Luan Baifeng answered coldly, Naturally, it is because you do not understand the dangers deep inside of the black territory. Even after managing this place for so many years, I still dare not say that I know the black territory like the back of my hand. There are countless natural arrays in this place. Once triggered, neither you nor I would be able to escape easily. Yang Kai nodded. That is why I will have to depend on you on this journey. I'm not very proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays, but if I die here, you will not get away either. Luan Baifeng gritted her teeth. I have never met a man as shameless as you before. Inwardly she was drowning in regret. If she had known this would happen, then she would not have told Yang Kai that sixth-order materials could only be found in the deeper ore stars. She had moved a rock only to smash her own foot. However, although Wan Baifeng's words were harsh and unpleasant, she was still quite sensible and flexible. Otherwise she would not have surrendered so easily. She knew that she could not resist, so after throwing a small tantrum, she cooperated obediently. She knew that if she were to slack off here, then with Yang Kai running all around the black territory triggering the arrays, something bad would happen sooner or later, and then she herself would have to suffer for it. After a half-day's journey, Wan Baifeng suddenly spoke. The area we have arrived at will start to get more dangerous. Do not leave my side no matter the cost. Otherwise, if you were caught up in a powerful array, even I would not be able to save you. Got it? Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Then Wan Baifeng suddenly rubbed her eyelids with her fingers. Looking over, Yang Kai saw that her eyes were suddenly glowing with a purple light, exuding a demonic charm. Yang Kai raised his brow. It was not until now that he finally learned that this woman actually cultivated an eye-secret technique too. That was the reason why she said what she did when she saw him use the demon eye of annihilation. She must have noticed Yang Kai's gaze because Wan Baifeng explained, I was born with this eye-secret technique, I did not cultivate it. It doesn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, but it seems to have a natural advantage in deciphering arrays. Yang Kai was enlightened. So that is how you became so proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays. Wan Baifeng's eye-secret technique had a natural advantage when it came to cracking arrays, and having lived in this black prison for so many years, observing and emulating the many natural arrays in this place, even someone unlearned in the Tao of Spirit arrays would be able to grow into a master in time. Wan Baifeng coldly snorted, how else do you think a poor little girl can survive in the 3,000 worlds alone? A little girl? Yang Kai could not stop himself from laughing. Wan Baifeng glared menacingly at him. Chapter 4561 Inner Region or Star. Wan Baifeng had been active in the Black Territory for many years, and though she could not say that she knew this place like her own backyard, she was still much more familiar with it than Yang Kai. Under her guidance, their journey progressed without incident. While following the woman, Yang Kai also brought out his demon eye of annihilation so he could keep an eye on the situation around them. Sure enough, the demon eye of annihilation was amazing. Yang Kai could obviously see traces of some arrays around them, but since he was not proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays, he could only see them, unlike Wan Baifeng who could not only see them but could also see the appropriate method in cracking them. Several times, Wan Baifeng clearly led him into a natural array but mysteriously they did not trigger. After moving forward a while longer, a mysterious aura appeared in the void. Under the guidance of that aura, Yang Kai could feel the world force inside of his small universe leaking out. Yang Kai made an exclamation of surprise and quickly shut his small universe, but it was to no avail as world force continued spilling out from his body. It's useless. Clearly Wan Baifeng noticed his actions. The first danger of the black prison is the arrays you can find everywhere, but the second is this strange aura. Once enveloped by this aura, no matter what order the open heaven realm master is in, they can't stop their world force from flowing out of their bodies. Right now, we are only at the edge of where we come in contact with this aura. The deeper we go, the stronger the aura becomes, and the faster our world force leaks out. I would advise you to start replenishing yourself now. Otherwise, the further we go, the more difficult it will be. Saying so, she grabbed a handful of open heaven pills and stuffed them into her mouth, swallowing them down and silently refining them. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but he did not take her words too seriously. Right now, even though the world force inside of his body was leaking, it was at a very low rate so he could ignore it for now. What was more, he also wanted to know what was going on with this aura, and why such changes would happen in his body because of it. He calmed his mind and tried to search for an answer but came up empty. However, he was reminded of his experience in the shadowless cave heaven. There was a formless astral wind that he encountered there, the essence of which was a powerful divine ability that swept across the entire shadowless cave heaven. Occasionally, it blew through the shadowless cave heaven and entered the small universes of open heaven realm masters inside, wreaking havoc with their world force and shaving it away. Unlike the strange aura found in the black prison, the formless astral wind could be regarded as a gush of a foreign power that entered one small universe and ground down some of the small universe's heritage. The situation here in the black prison was that the heritage of one small universe would constantly leak away. In the shadowless cave heaven, Yang Kai relied on his towering evergreen to resist the formless astral wind, but he had no idea whether this element divine manifestation would have any effect on the situation in the black prison. With this in mind, Yang Kai immediately released his towering evergreen, and a vibrant green light emerged, brimming with rich vitality. The ancient tree appeared and its branches hung low, wrapping around both Yuan Baifeng and himself. As soon as this secret technique was used, the strange aura that had been surrounding them in the void was kept at bay, and the leakage of world force from their small universes also stopped. It worked. Yang Kai was overjoyed. As he expected, the wood element power that he condensed from the essence of the immortal tree was truly extraordinary. Not only could it stop the encroachment of the formless astral wind, but it was also able to keep out the strange aura that filled the void. However, when he thought about it, the immortal tree was a supreme treasure of an exceptionally high order, so it was not strange for it to have such amazing effects. Now, a big problem of theirs was solved. What did you do? Yuan Baifeng looked at Yang Kai, eyes wide in shock. She could clearly feel the change in herself during that instant. The world force which had been slowly pouring out of her body suddenly stopped escaping. She could not even feel the strange aura anymore. Isn't this divine manifestation supposed to only heal? Previously, Yang Kai had also used the towering evergreen to heal her injuries after she had been burned by his golden crow's true fire. Now, it seemed like this divine manifestation may not be as simple as just a mere healing method. For years, she had been trying to find a solution to the strange aura that was omnipresent in the Black Prison, yet she never found a single clue. She did not expect that she would be able to find such a miracle in Yang Kai on this day. Not only can it heal injuries, but it can also be used defensively. Yang Kai gave a simple explanation. Yuan Baifeng looked at him with bright eyes. How long can you hold this divine manifestation for? Does it consume a lot of energy? Yang Kai chuckled. If it's only to cover the two of us, then it does not consume much energy. I should be able to keep it going for a long time. Right now, as he was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, his heritage was also mighty. Being limited to just a small area, the towering evergreen did not consume too much of his strength to maintain, to the point it could even be called negligible. What was more, he had countless open heaven pills inside of his space ring, so it was not like he was unable to replenish what he was consuming. Yuan Baifeng looked at him with complicated eyes. The problem that had been bothering her for hundreds of years was finally resolved today, so naturally, it would not be right to say that she was not ecstatic. Only once she remembered the current situation she was in, as well as her status, that joy dimmed considerably. After all, even if she could mine the ore stars deeper within the Black Territory now, whatever she could find would still belong to someone else and have nothing to do with her. Her mood suddenly plummeted, and she stayed quiet during their journey, simply using her eye secret technique to check for the spirit arrays that surrounded them, continuously leading Yang Kai forward. Half a day later, Yuan Baifeng said, "Another hour more and we will be reaching the no man's land. My subordinated or slaves were unable to stay there for long, so it has been many years since anyone has gone to mine the ore stars there." Yang Kai nodded. Is that where all the 6th Order and 7th Order materials were mined? Most of them are. Of course, a few pieces were found in the outer region. Even though the ore stars on the outside are a little lacking in terms of their output, finding 6th Order materials is not impossible, just very rare. Yang Kai turned to look at her. I heard that the ore slaves under your subordination are either captives or prisoners of war. In that case, they must not be loyal to you, so how can you ensure that they will not pocket any of the resources they find? Yuan Baifeng was frank. World force must be consumed in order to mine the ore stars. Subsequently, just going deep inside the Black Prison would mean that their world force is constantly being depleted, so where would they have the spare world force to dissolve black stones once they got there? What's more, even if they did secretly dissolve some black stone, they are still not guaranteed to find anything. Since that's the case, it's better for them to exchange for open heaven pills from me using the black stone that they've mined. If they're lucky enough and mine enough black stone, it's completely possible for them to exchange enough open heaven pills for their own use. It did make sense. The black stones may not necessarily contain anything, and the ore slaves would have to spend a lot of effort dissolving even one piece while there was a high chance of getting nothing in return. For the ore slaves that live here in the Black Prison, every last thread of world force was extremely precious to them. As for running away, there was little hope of that happening. The Black Territory was surrounded by natural arrays. If they were to accidentally trigger one of them, then the chances of surviving were slim to none. Even compared to the Shattered Heaven, this Black Prison was no less dangerous. While they spoke, Yuan Baifeng looked up ahead and declared, "We're here. That ore star ahead is the deepest one that my ore slaves have been able to mine so far. No one has ever reached deeper before." Looking over, Yang Kai saw a dark or star floating in the void. This or star was truly not small, even bigger than the star boundary itself. Like all the or stars in the Black Territory, it was filled with cracks and pits without any vitality. Luan Baifeng led Yang Kai to a certain spot on the or star, and at first glance he was able to see the traces left behind from a previous mining expedition. Obviously the work of the Sixth Order or slaves that were here long ago. However, even Sixth Order Open Heaven Masters could not survive long in this environment. In the months and years they spent mining, their world force never ceased escaping their bodies, weakening the heritage of their small universes. In the end, their small universe collapsed, leading to their deaths. What are you planning to do now? You're not planning to mine black stone here, are you? Luan Baifeng looked askance at Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed. Do you have any other good ideas? If not, then get to work. Don't tell me that you don't know how to mine after living here in the black prison all these years. Luan Baifeng was furious. You ran all the way here just so you can mine black stone yourself? Are you stupid? Even if you did manage to gain anything out of this, it's hard to guarantee you'll be able to get your Sixth Order Yin-Yang element materials. Yang Kai stroked his chin and thought, what you say makes sense, but there's one part where you're wrong. Where? Luan Baifeng frowned. You'll be the one mining black stone, not me. Yang Kai wagged his finger in front of her eyes. Luan Baifeng blinked and gawked. Then what are you going to do? Yang Kai said matter-of-factly, supervise. Luan Baifeng's lungs were about to explode from anger. Keep dreaming. You may kill me, but I won't allow you to humiliate me. Hurry up and get to it. You know you can't go against my orders, so why make a fool of yourself? Luan Baifeng glared viciously at him with eyes that seemed like she wanted to eat him alive. It was clear that she was not willing to compromise on this issue. However, when Yang Kai took out the loyalty list and gave the order, she had to mine regardless of how reluctant she was. While exerting her divine abilities without restraint, sending debris flying everywhere, she cursed through her teeth, feeling extremely aggrieved. There were a number of ways to mine black stone on an or star, and Yang Kai quickly understood after watching for a while. Since the black stone itself can block the probing of one's divine sense, it was easy to see where they were just by spreading out one's divine sense. Wherever the divine sense was being blocked, that was where the black stone was located. Then, using secret techniques, as long as one controlled their strength, they could simply blast apart the surrounding rock to obtain black stone. Luan Baifeng was a powerful Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so she was naturally efficient at mining black stone. Even though Yang Kai said he was going to supervise, he wasn't being serious. After observing and studying what Luan Baifeng was doing for a while, he also began mining. Only then did Luan Baifeng's anger subside slightly. Now, with their united strength, it took only a short 3 days for them to mine 100 pieces of black stone. According to Luan Baifeng, her or slaves would be lucky to get 5 or 6 pieces of black stone in a single day in a place like this. Usually, they would only come away with a couple of pieces per trip or even less. Out of 100 pieces, at most 30% would contain anything, while most of the black stone was empty, so Yang Kai just tossed them aside. In the end, Yang Kai harvested 27 materials from different orders. Chapter 4562, Sudden Thought. You can see inside the black stone? Luan Baifeng looked in shock at Yang Kai. The two of them had mined over 100 pieces of black stone after working for 3 days, most of which Yang Kai tossed after just a glance. In the end, only 27 pieces were left behind, and all of them contained cultivational materials without exception. That only proved one thing. This is impossible. Still refusing to believe her eyes, Luan Baifeng grabbed a piece of black stone that Yang Kai had thrown aside. This piece of black stone was only the size of a palm, not very large. Circulating her world force around it, it took only a few moments to dissolve the black stone, but there was nothing inside. Are you truly able to see into the black stones? With the facts now placed before her eyes, Luan Baifeng had no other choice but to believe it. What exactly is that eye technique that you're using? Yang Kai did not answer. He only frowned. Even though he had obtained 27 pieces of cultivation materials, Luan Baifeng was right. The order of the materials produced on the deeper or stars were slightly higher than on the outside, as 3 pieces were in the 5th order. It was unfortunate that they were unable to find any 6th order materials, much less any 6th order Yin or Yang element materials. Luan Baifeng, on the other hand, cheered up unexpectedly. If you truly can see into the black stones, then it will save a lot of time, and the rate of our output will be increased. However, Yang Kai shook his head. It's too slow. Wan Baifeng was surprised. You still think it's too slow? How fast do you want it to be? Yang Kai told her, you and I have been working here for 3 days and this is all we got. It is simply not worth the effort. Wan Baifeng frowned. If you want to get materials of the sixth order yin and yang elements, then it will naturally depend on your luck. You don't expect this or star to be full of the materials you need, do you? Naturally, I never thought so. Yang Kai shook his head with a frown. This is just different from what I expected. Wan Baifeng pondered for a moment. Then she pointed into a certain distance. Perhaps you can bring your search to an even deeper or star. The one we are standing on now is the farthest my subordinated or slaves have ever reached. We never went deeper, but there is no saying that the materials found in the black stones that are found in your stars even deeper won't be of higher order. Yang Kai looked in the direction where she pointed, only to see the void littered with countless or stars of all different sizes. After some thought he shook his head. No need. The mining speed with only the two of us is too slow. Who knows when we will be able to find the things I need. This won't do, that won't do. Wan Baifeng was inexplicably angry. Then why don't you go back and bring my slaves here to mine? With your divine manifestation protecting them, they won't die in a short amount of time no matter how low their cultivation is. It should be enough to do something at the very least. Yang Kai shook his head. Wan Baifeng's suggestion was even less feasible. He could probably shelter a couple dozen more without any trouble. However, it would be impossible for him to shelter all of her or slaves. It would consume too much energy if he had to maintain his divine manifestation for a long time. What was more, it was impossible for him to stay here forever, sheltering the slaves using towering evergreen. He had no idea what the situation in Void Land was right now, so he had to return as soon as possible. Right now he had already obtained enough materials for 10 people. Including the 3 sets he had back at Void Land, they had enough resources to meet the needs for 13 people to advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Perhaps he could return for now before waiting slowly for the Black Prison to mine more resources. If he was lucky, then he might be able to find more of the materials that he needed. However, that thought only entered his mind for a moment before he dismissed it. Wan Baifeng had already told him that her personal collection of resources were basically mined from this or star that they were standing on long ago. The rate of any 6th order materials appearing in the outer or stars was simply too low. Yang Kai sighed, feeling that his way of thinking was too naive. As he was about to leave, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned to look into the void. Wan Baifeng looked over in confusion and saw Yang Kai frowning at first. Then his expression changed. Seemingly having thought of something, his spirit was lifted. You? Wan Baifeng eyed him warily. Yang Kai grinned. Of course. Bringing the slaves over is too troublesome, and there's no way I can shelter them forever. However, we can bring in star back instead. Wan Baifeng was dumbfounded by his whimsical idea, and she narrowed her eyes at him and asked for confirmation. Bring in star back. Yang Kai was inspired though and explained excitedly, this strange aura does not exist in the outer region of the Black Prison. At least not the place where you usually live. If we can bring out an star from the depths, then it can be mined without fear, and we would not have to worry about our world force leaking out. You must be crazy. Wan Baifeng stared at Yang Kai as if she were looking at a fool. Why don't you take one back and show me then? How would we know that it's impossible if we don't try? Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and observed the situation ahead. I noticed it when we arrived here, but there are both big and smaller stars in the Black Territory. Naturally, there's no need for us to even consider bringing back the larger ones, especially since we might not even be able to move them. However, if we could find one at just the right size, we could bring it back. Wait, you're not joking? Wan Baifeng was convinced that Yang Kai was serious now, and she was dumbfounded by that. Who's joking with you? While saying that, Yang Kai circulated his world force and wrapped it around Wan Baifeng, heading deeper into the void. Since he was determined to bring back an star, then naturally, the deeper it came from, the better. That was because the boon was richer and the order of the materials was higher the deeper the star was. All along their journey, Wan Baifeng maintained a dumbfounded expression. She could hardly keep up with Yang Kai's whimsical way of thought. After countless years of living in the Black Prison, she had never once considered bringing an star from the depths of the Black Prison back to the outer periphery, not because she had never thought of this idea, but because it was impossible. Even with her strength in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, it was difficult to stay in these depths for long, not to mention the fact that the ore stars were generally humongous. Who could carry them away? But not only did Yang Kai have that idea, he was even prepared to give it a try. On the way, Yang Kai was constantly muttering, "This one's too big, we probably won't be able to take it back, but this one's too small. It will not last long even if we bring it back. It's simply not worth it. Why isn't there one that's neither too big nor too small?" Annoyed by his constant babbling, Luan Baifeng rolled her eyes. It was not known how long they flew through the Black Territory's depths, but Yang Kai was unable to find a suitable target. Then, at a certain point, a strange aura suddenly penetrated Towering Evergreen's defensive barrier, instantly enveloping the two of them. Both Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng grunted in unison. They could feel the world force inside of their small universe flow out of them like a broken floodgate. Luan Baifeng's face changed dramatically. Yang Kai was also shocked at the sudden change and quickly stopped in his tracks before retreating backwards for 1,000 kilometers. Still horrified at their encounter, both of them exchanged glances. Luan Baifeng was first to break the silence as she asked hesitantly, "What just happened?" Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he did not know. However, when he checked, 10% of the heritage of his small universe had been drained away in that brief moment. Even though he had no idea how Luan Baifeng was faring, she must have suffered much more than he did, because even her face had gone slightly pale at this moment. Her aura was unstable and it was obvious that she had just lost a lot of strength. "Is it that your divine manifestation is unable to stop the encroachment of that aura anymore?" Luan Baifeng asked tentatively. Yang Kai quickly shook his head. "If that were the case, then the world force in our small universes would still be flowing out right now." But just now, just recalling what happened made Luan Baifeng shudder. The experience was simply too frightening. Under the envelopment of that aura, she could not help but get the illusion that she was powerless to resist and would be drained of all her strength within a few breaths. Yang Kai looked into the distance. There must be a critical point that if we pass, even my divine manifestation won't be able to defend against the Black Territory's power. He shook his head. "We can't go any deeper than this. This is my limit. If we go any deeper, then both of us will die." He felt shocked inside. What exactly was the strange aura that was present in the Black Territory that even the divine manifestation he cultivated from the immortal tree's essence was unable to resist against it? It had to be known that his towering evergreen could even pass through the formless astral wind without issue, but could this aura actually be even more dangerous than the innate divine ability of the formless astral wind? "You've been in charge of this place for so many years, how could you not know what is inside the Black Territory's depths?" Yang Kai frowned. Luan Baifeng shook her head. "Without you, it would be impossible even for me to reach this deep. It seems like there's a big secret hidden inside of this Black Territory." Yang Kai sighed. However, no matter what might be hidden up ahead, Yang Kai would naturally not step over the line again now that he knew where it was. It would not be too long to wait until his cultivation was higher to explore the secrets hidden deep inside of the Black Territory. "You should recover your energy for now. I'll see if I can find a suitable ore star. I might need your help when that time comes," Yang Kai ordered. Luan Baifeng did not stand on ceremony and took out handfuls of open heaven pills, swallowing them as she began refining them in order to make up for what she lost just now. Even though Yang Kai also lost some energy, his heritage was much greater than Luan Baifeng's, so losing that much energy did not impede him from continuing his search. He traveled in all directions, constantly searching. However, he searched and searched but still could not find a suitable ore star. All of them were either too large, making it too troublesome to take them away, or too small, making it not worth the effort to begin with. 2 days later, when Luan Baifeng opened her eyes again, her complexion was rosier. Obviously, she was able to recover some of her strength. "Did you find anything?" She looked at Yang Kai and asked. Even though she had been meditating in order to restore her energy this whole time, she was not completely oblivious to what was happening around her. She could sense all of Yang Kai's movements the past 2 days, and she could vaguely feel that Yang Kai had come to some sort of decision. "Here, come and take a look with your eye secret technique. What sort of spirit array is that?" Yang Kai pointed to a certain direction in the void. He could see that there were traces of an array using his demon eye of annihilation, but his proficiency in the Tao of spirit arrays was not high enough to determine what type of array it was. Luan Baifeng immediately activated her eye technique, and after studying it for a short moment she said, "It should be an illusion array." "An illusion array." Yang Kai frowned. Then, he brought her to another place and pointed to the void in the front. What about this one? Yuan Baifeng observed it for a moment before responding, "This is a trapping array." Yang Kai shook his head and brought her to another place. Chapter 4563 Power of the Killing Array? This is a killing array and I can't decipher it. We'd better stay away from it. If we get caught up in it, then it would be disastrous for both of us. A purple light flowed in Yuan Baifeng's eyes as she observed the area in the distance. However, Yang Kai seemed cheerful to hear her answer, "This is it." Saying so, he dragged Yuan Baifeng along and flew off into the distance. "What are you trying to do?" Yuan Baifeng could not resist the urge to ask. Previously, Yang Kai had the whimsical idea of bringing back Inner Star with him, and now he was looking for a specific spirit array for some reason. The way his thoughts jumped around was truly unpredictable. Yang Kai replied casually, "Most of the ore stars here are too large for the two of us to bring back alone, so we have to think of another way." As they were talking, the two of them arrived before an ore star. Yuan Baifeng looked at the ore star and sneered, "So your idea is to bring such a small one back? Fine. This one is small, but it will take about a month to mine. Maybe we can get something good out of it." Yang Kai did not speak and just took a deep breath. Even though air did not exist in this void, Yang Kai's chest still swelled up from his actions. A dragon roar suddenly reverberated in Yuan Baifeng's mind, and dragon pressure spread out, which shocked her greatly. After that, a crackle could be heard and Yuan Baifeng could not help but feel her vision lifting constantly. There, in plain view, she saw Yang Kai covered in a golden light, and in a very short amount of time, he transformed into a literal giant. He had dragon scales from head to toe, sharp dragon claws and a swaying dragon tail. A dragon beard fluttered under his jaw, and there were even 2 dragon horns growing atop his forehead. A terrifying pressure pressed down on her chest like a giant mountain, making her tremble with unease. Yuan Baifeng's vision could not help but freeze. Before this giant that stood several thousand meters tall, Yuan Baifeng simply felt as little as an ant. Yang Kai looked down at her and leaned down slightly, extending a giant dragon claw to her and shouted majestically, "Climb up!" Looking at the claw, which was countless times larger than her own body, caused Yuan Baifeng to gulp regardless of her tough mental fortitude. Stiffly, she raised her feet and stepped onto Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai straightened up again and gently placed Yuan Baifeng on her shoulder before urging, "Stay close to me. Don't stray too far." Yuan Baifeng immediately grabbed onto one of the raised dragon scales on Yang Kai's shoulder and nodded repeatedly, just like a naive but docile little girl. Without the shelter of Yang Kai's wood element divine manifestation in these depths, it would not take long for the world force to be drained from her body entirely, so there was no need for Yang Kai to command her as she would stick close to him regardless. However, Yang Kai's actions gave her a vague awareness that he was going to be doing something big soon. And that was exactly what happened. Hot dragon breath blowing in and out of Yang Kai's nostrils, he shook his head faintly and stretched out his hand, summoning a spear into it. The azure dragon spear had also become incomparably large at this moment. With a light shake of the azure dragon spear, Yang Kai circulated his energy and thrust the spear out towards the small ore star. The void shook as dazzling spear light erupted out. Yuan Baifeng even wondered whether the ore star would immediately shatter into pieces under this thrust. However, Yang Kai clearly did not mean to blow up the ore star before him. So, he thrust his spear with just enough force that when it was applied to the ore star, the latter shook violently and began moving forward. All the ore stars in the Black Territory were stationary relative to each other, yet Yang Kai's power had been so violent in that moment that it was enough to push forward an ore star of such a scale. However, the speed was not very fast. Yang Kai followed the ore star and thrust his spear forward again. Again and again he prodded the ore star with his spear, and the repeated blows made the small ore star go faster and faster. Yuan Baifeng could clearly see that Yang Kai was not only pushing the ore star forward with his own strength, but also adjusting the direction of its advancement. Surprised, she looked up to see a massive ore star up ahead. It was obstructing Yang Kai's path, so if this went on, then the 2 ore stars would collide sooner or later. Yuan Baifeng suddenly came to her senses. "Are you trying to break apart that big ore star using this smaller one?" After gaining an understanding of what he was trying to do, Yuan Baifeng could not help but feel shocked by Yang Kai's crazy ideas. This was a method she had never thought of before. Of course, she did not have the means to even execute it either. It was not worthwhile to bring a smaller star back with them, and they could not move the larger stars. However, if the bigger star can be broken into smaller pieces, then it might be just right for him. Under Yang Kai's successive pushes, the small or star was able to reach a certain speed. Suddenly he collected his spear and stopped in place, looking ahead and shaking his head. The size difference between them is too great. The larger or star won't be broken by it. Wan Baifeng frowned. If you knew that, then why are you still wasting your effort? Yang Kai grinned, but he did not explain. As if to verify Yang Kai's words, the small or star soon collided with the surface of the larger star. There was no sound, but they could see a huge circle of dust rise up from where they collided as the smaller star was shattered by the impact. A huge crater had also appeared on the surface of the larger star that was surrounded by cracks. Under the transmission of such a terrifying force, the larger star, which had been sitting still in the void, began moving forward at a considerable speed. It worked. Yang Kai's brows were raised in joy. What worked? Wan Baifeng did not understand. However, when she looked up again, her pupils suddenly shrank. The direction that it was going was exactly the large killing array that she identified before. So that's what you're trying to do. Wan Baifeng finally understood. Yang Kai's series of actions confused her, and it wasn't until now that she finally realized what he was trying to accomplish. She could not help but frown. Are you so sure that the killing array will work? Yang Kai shook his head. There's no way to be sure, but we have to try regardless. Naturally, it would be for the best if it worked, but otherwise, we can just bring back a smaller star. It's better than nothing. Since he had already said so, Wan Baifeng had no choice but to listen. The larger star did not move nearly as fast as the small one. Despite the force transferred onto it from the collision earlier, it was still a very larger star, so it was naturally impossible for it to gain much speed from that. In the vastness of the void, it did not seem that far away from the killing array, but it still flew for several hours before slowly arriving at its destination. Wan Baifeng activated her eye-secret technique with interest and began observing the situation. Regardless of Yang Kai's ultimate goal, she was very interested in the spirit arrays located deep within the Black Territory, and she wanted to know what sort of magnificent sight would erupt from it when something triggered it. Perhaps she could take this as an opportunity to explore the profound mysteries of the spirit arrays located in these depths. Yang Kai was also paying close attention. His goal was to bring back one of the stars here, but since he could not take back one that was too large, he had to find a way to make it smaller. In the end, whether his goal could be achieved or not, he was not very sure. He only hoped that the might of the killing array was not too much, but also not too weak either. Under the careful observation of the two, the larger star finally rushed straight into the killing array's range. Lights of all colors suddenly emerged in the clearly empty void. At the same time, both Yang Kai and Wan Baifeng could clearly feel a destructive aura releasing from inside the killing array. It was as if a sleeping dragon was disturbed by an unexpected guest and awakened from its slumber in a rage. Silently, the larger star seemed to suffer an indescribable blast. Dust rose up from the surface as large swaths of the surface were shredded off. One after another, long cracks spanning millions of kilometers appeared out of thin air. The entire star shrank at a rate visible to the naked eye as every inch of its surface was attacked indiscriminately. As the star traveled deeper, the power of the killing array was stimulated further. The energy fluctuations coming from that place grew stronger and more terrifying by the moment. The star was becoming smaller and smaller, and in just a dozen breaths of time, it had shrunk by a large amount. Inside of the killing array, the barren mountains and land separated from the star drifted about and were ground into dust under the destructive force. Wan Baifeng's face was slightly pale, and the purple light flowing in her eyes had also reached its brightest point. She muttered to herself, "Incredible. This power. It's simply unfathomable." Yang Kai also had a very solemn expression at this moment. Even though Wan Baifeng always stressed that the arrays present deep within the Black Territory were very strong, it wasn't until now that he understood just how much he underestimated them after seeing it with his own eyes. Such a terrifying killing array would kill even him in less than 10 breaths. Suddenly, a bright light blossomed. Just like a stunning sword wave, it cut through the star and disappeared in a flash. But what shocked Yang Kai and Wan Baifeng was the fact that the entire star had been split into two after the light passed through it. The star was actually split apart. One side was clearly bigger than the other, but the cut was still almost clean. The larger part was about 70% of the star, while the smaller part made up the rest. The cut was so neat and smooth that it seemed as if it had been sliced with a knife. The killing array was still in full bloom, so the two halves of the star continued to shrink in size. It took a while before the explosive force of the grand array slowly subsided. The killing array has been exhausted. Wan Baifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai could sense it too. Even though his demon eye of annihilation had no way of discerning what type of spirit array was, he could still detect some of its traces. The traces of the killing array that previously existed there had been extinguished, which undoubtedly meant that it had been destroyed. However, the price it paid was that the huge star was worn down and cut into 2 pieces. However, this was exactly what Yang Kai hoped to see, so everything was still going according to plan. Chapter 45-64 Return. Maintaining his half-dragon form, Yang Kai rushed to the larger half of the ore star and pressed the tip of his azure dragon spear to one of its sides, shouting, "Help me!" Wan Baifeng understood what he wanted to do and shifted over, raising her hand to press the end of the azure dragon spear to give Yang Kai a boost. The ore star had been split into 2 after it fell into the killing array's range. Yang Kai did not bother with the smaller half and allowed it to float about freely. Perhaps its fate was to end up in one of the other arrays, eventually being reduced to nothingness. The remaining piece was the larger one. After being cut and shaven down, it was less than half of the original size of the ore star, but it was just perfect for them to bring back. In his half-dragon form, Yang Kai possessed immense physical strength, but even with Wan Baifeng's added help, it still took them a lot of effort in order to change the ore star's direction of movement. After a few moments of continuous pushing, Yang Kai said, "It's almost there." While saying that, he landed on the ore star in a flash while bringing Wan Baifeng along, allowing the ore star to fly forward. He did not dare to speed up the pace that the ore star was moving at further. After all, there would be many arrays on their way back. He still had to adjust the direction at certain points, and if the ore star was moving too quick, then it would be too late to stop it if a dangerous array were to appear in front of them. Yang Kai took out some open heaven pills, swallowed them down, and refined them in order to restore his strength, all the while looking thoughtfully behind him. Wan Baifeng was also focused on recovering her strength. Even though she only exerted a little bit of energy from beginning to end, it still took a lot of effort in order to change the trajectory of the broken ore star. "What are you looking at?" Wan Baifeng followed Yang Kai's gaze and asked curiously. Though he bordered on what she would define as crazy, she held much admiration for Yang Kai after seeing what he was able to achieve. If everything went well, then it would take less than a month for them to bring this broken piece of ore star back to the outer periphery. Then she could bring her or slaves over to mine the black stones in peace. However, Yang Kai was perhaps the only person who could achieve such a feat. As for others, they may not be able to do it even if they were in the high-rank open heaven realm. Before meeting Yang Kai, she had never seen anyone that was able to stop the encroachment of the strange aura present in the black territory before. Your attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays are not low. Were you able to discover anything from that killing array just now? Yang Kai released his dragon transformation secret technique and returned to his original form. Wan Baifeng pondered for a moment before responding solemnly, "Did you see something?" "If I could see something, then why would I still have to ask you?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "However, I have the nagging feeling that the killing array was not as simple as it seemed. That light at the end looked very much like a sword wave." "A sword wave?" Wan Baifeng was stunned. She had an expression of uncertainty. "You're not trying to say that killing array was man-made, are you?" Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully, "If that truly was a sword wave, then I'm afraid it might be man-made." "Impossible." Wan Baifeng shook her head. "The might of that killing array is too terrifying. Who would be able to set such a terrifying spirit array? And even if it were man-made, who would have the time to do something so meaningless? Don't forget, there are natural arrays present all throughout the Black Territory." "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "There are so many arrays that if someone truly did arrange one here, it would be shocking indeed." After a pause, he added, "And also, you have been staying here for so many years, yet you have never understood what this strange aura that fills the Black Territory is, correct?" Wan Baifeng did not deny it. "I tried to study it at first, but I couldn't figure out any clues." Yang Kai frowned. "I heard before coming here that this black prison was a natural prison. Is that a rumor that spread after you took over this territory, or has that been around since the beginning?" "It has been called that since long ago. It has nothing to do with me being here." Wan Baifeng also frowned. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Kai looked pensive. "I'm not sure either, but since the saying that this black prison was a natural prison had been circulated since a long time ago, if this place truly was a prison, were any prisoners held here in the past?" Then, could it be possible that those natural arrays that we saw are actually... Wan Baifeng shuddered. Don't say any more. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Yang Kai chuckled. What are you worried about? We're just having a casual chat. Of course, these are all just speculation and do not mean anything. Wan Baifeng's face looked grim. If it truly was as you said, then what kind of prisoners are being held in the depths of the black prison that require so many layers of arrays to restrict them? How terrifying must their cultivation be? Yang Kai stroked his chin in thought. That is true. If there truly existed someone so terrifying, then there was no way that they would be captured. Maybe I was just overthinking it. Wan Baifeng looked deeply at him and suddenly burst into a fit of anger. Are you trying to scare me? Yang Kai snickered. You yourself have small guts and you're trying to blame others? Without waiting for Wan Baifeng to snap back at him, he ordered, enough chit-chat. Hurry up and watch the front. If we accidentally crash into an array, it would be too late to cry then. You're the one who's going to cry. Wan Baifeng was pissed. However, despite how she reacted, she still activated her eye secret technique and looked towards the void in front. Along the way they encountered all sorts of arrays of all different types, but whether it be Yang Kai or Wan Baifeng, they both had eye secret techniques that could detect their presence early on, so they were able to change the direction of the ore star in advance. Though the journey ahead was fraught with trouble, they did not encounter any actual risk. A full month later, the two finally returned to the outer periphery of the Black Territory. The main reason it took so long was because they did not dare to speed up the ore star too much in case there were any incidents that they were unable to deal with in time. It took a lot of effort for the two of them to stop the ore star just 10,000 kilometers away from the main Shattered Spirit Province, despite it already having lost half of its initial speed during their trip. As soon as the ore star was in place, Wan Baifeng sent out a command. An incense stick of time later, Xan Peng led a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters over. After landing on the broken or star fragment, all of them were shocked beyond words. They had been living here for countless years, so they knew well what the situation was like in the outer periphery. However, it had been many years since any unmined or star had existed in this outer region. All of them have been mined beyond recognition, and some had even shattered into dust. So, the sudden emergence of a craggy or star was naturally surprising. Warden, this is... Xan Peng looked around curiously and confirmed that this ore star that he was standing on was one that he had never seen before. This is the ore star that Baifeng and I brought from the Black Territory's depths. Yang Kai gave a casual explanation. Wan Baifeng immediately turned over to glare at him. Being called Baifeng did not sit right with her. Many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters' mouths hung open, all of them stunned as if they could not believe their ears. Yang Kai did not explain much either. He just turned to Wan Baifeng and said, call over all your slaves and tell them to begin mining. Wan Baifeng snorted in response, but she still passed down the order. A few moments later, many Open Heaven Realm Masters took off, clearly in preparation to bring the ore slaves over. Looking over at her, Yang Kai asked, how long do you think this ore star will last? Wan Baifeng thought about the answer for a moment before answering. It should last for at least 2 or 3 years. The environment here is comfortable, and there is no need for the ore slaves to worry about their world force leaking, so they will be able to dedicate more time and energy to mining. 2 to 3 years. That sounds about right, Yang Kai nodded. Even though what he brought back was less than half of the original size of the ore star, there should be a good amount of cultivation materials present within it. After all, this ore star came from very deep within the Black Territory. It should not lack 6th order materials, and there was the possibility of finding materials of the 7th order or even 8th order. As long as they could fully mine this ore star, it should be enough for Void Land's use for the time being. Once the day came when this ore star was exhausted, there was no harm in running into the depths once more to bring back another in the same way. Now that he had Wan Baifeng serving him, the entirety of the Black Prison was his personal treasury. Other than him, no one had the right to put their hands on the resources found deep inside of the Black Prison. Since everything is settled, I will return to Void Land. I'll leave the rest to you to handle. Head to Void Land once every half year and hand me the mined materials, Yang Kai ordered. Wan Baifeng was surprised. Leaving already? Yang Kai smirked. Have you grown attached to me already? As if. Wan Baifeng spat, but then she simmered down a little. But isn't your Void Land in conflict with Zuoquanhui right now? It can't be easy dealing with a 7th order Open Heaven Realm Master, right? Yang Kai nodded gravely. Yes. The strength of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master is truly powerful. Recalling his fight with Zuoquan previously, he had to admit that there was a huge gap between himself and a master in the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. Last time he was only able to injure Zuoquan with his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel because the latter was careless. If they were to fight again and if Zuoquan was any more prepared than he was before, it would make it very difficult for Yang Kai to injure him again. Wan Baifeng quickly said, "I'll go with you. I'm still a 6th Order Master at the very least. I should be able to provide you with some help." Yang Kai looked at her in surprise, not expecting such an offer from her. However, he had no intention of bringing Wan Baifeng away from here. Void Land had 9 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so having one extra wouldn't make much difference. Right now, the matter of gathering resources in the Black Prison was his top priority, so he wanted Wan Baifeng to keep watch here. "You're not that loyal, are you?" Yang Kai grinned at her. Wan Baifeng snorted, "What good would it do me if you were to die? That's why I have to keep an eye on you." It was easy to garner that she had been insincere just from this sentence alone. From her words and expression, Yang Kai instantly understood why she would take the initiative to offer her help. Perhaps the bold speculation that he made on their way back from the Black Prison's depths had scared her a bit, and now this woman didn't feel safe here, which was why she was in such a hurry to leave with him. To be honest, that speculation was just a casual thought Yang Kai had. Even he felt that the idea was ridiculous, but he did not expect Wan Baifeng to take it so seriously. "If you leave, then what about?" Yang Kai frowned. Wan Baifeng reminded, "Xan Peng has already signed your loyalty list, so there is no need for you to worry if you keep him here to oversee the mining process. Later, I will teach him all the techniques required to enter and leave the Black Prison, and in case anything happens he will report to you." She had already arranged everything, so Yang Kai could not refuse her. What's more, Wan Baifeng was a veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with excellent combat capabilities he could make use of if he brought her back. So, he eventually nodded, "In that case, we shall act according to your suggestion." Immediately, Wan Baifeng called Xan Peng over and said a few words to him. She also handed him several jade tokens. Chapter 4565 Collusion. Flying Smoke Territory was the great territory adjacent to Void Territory, so the two could be considered neighbors. There was a second-class great force located in Flying Smoke Territory that was not considered too strong, Flying Smoke Temple, and it was from them that Flying Smoke Territory's name came about. The temple master of Flying Smoke Temple was called Wuxia Shan, a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. When Seven Wonderland occupied Void Territory, they had many conflicts with this Flying Smoke Territory. Such feuds between neighboring great territories were common in the 3000 worlds. Back then, Seven Wonders Land's foundation was severely damaged when Su Huang wrestled control of their grand array away from them. Even several of their protector venerables were killed. Qi Qiao Heavenly Monarch was also severely injured in that event. Naturally, Flying Smoke Temple was unwilling to miss this opportunity to attack. Wuxia Shan gathered all his troops to march against Seven Wonders Land before they could recover and slaughtered them. Yang Kai had just returned from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary at that time and was being hunted down by Scarlet Star's head manager Zhao Baichuan and his men. Nearing the end of his rope, Yang Kai remembered Seven Wonders Land, so he used the array jade given to him by Su Huang before the latter's death to sneak into the shopping district of Seven Wonders Land. Somehow, Zhao Baichuan and his men who were in pursuit of Yang Kai ended up conspiring with Wuxia Shan to attack Seven Wonders Land, killing all their Open Heaven Realm Masters and seizing control of their land. Wuxia Shan had his foundation in Flying Smoke Territory, so he naturally would not stay in Seven Wonders Territory for long, so he ended up returning with a large amount of loot. Zhao Baichuan and the others stayed in Seven Wonders Land, planning to use it as a base to revive Scarlet Star. Unfortunately for Zhao Baichuan, his beautiful dream was cut short when Yang Kai led his men out of the shadows to attack them, catching Scarlet Star survivors off guard and unprepared. After that battle, most of Scarlet Star's members either died or escaped, leaving only Qin Tianfei behind, who had even offered up the loyalty list to keep his life. It was then that Yang Kai took over Seven Wonders Land and became its new ruler, later renaming it Void Land. Looking back on it now, Flying Smoke Temple and Wuxia Shan actually had a lot of merit in Yang Kai's successful takeover of Void Land. Only Wuxia Shan had no idea what he had done at that time. Subsequently, Void Land emerged and rapidly grew in prestige. Wuxia Shan had also come to Void Land himself in order to meet Yang Kai and try to form connections with him. After all, they were neighbors, so it would make everything more convenient to have a good relationship. However, Yang Kai was mostly cultivating in retreat or outside, so Yu Xiushan failed to meet him even after visiting twice. When Heavenly Sword Union led the 100 Sects Alliance to attack Void Land, Flying Smoke Temple also participated, but during that fight, Yu Xiushan was beaten back until he was thoroughly traumatized. The result was needless to say. Kong Feng died during the battle and the 100 Sects Alliance collapsed. Flying Smoke Temple also suffered heavy losses, with Yu Xiushan fleeing with heavy injuries. Flying Smoke Temple was one of the great forces that took the initiative to come to Yang Kai's door to apologize. They scraped together everything they could afford as an offering, and fortunately for them, Void Land had no intention of settling accounts. Everyone in Flying Smoke Temple lived nervously for several years before they finally began to breathe a bit easier. Yang Kai led Luan Baifeng all the way from the Black Territory back to his territory through the Flying Smoke Territory route. Currently, Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng were both concealing their auras and figures as they stood several thousands of kilometers away from the territory gate, watching over the situation there. This territory gate was the one connecting Flying Smoke Territory and Void Territory. In other words, they need only pass through this territory gate to arrive at Void Territory. However, there were several great ships just outside of the territory gate at this moment but not passing through it. Yang Kai could clearly see that these great ships were trying to block off the territory gate. He saw a ship head over to pass the territory gate but was stopped by the great ships forming the blockade. Both sides seemed to have gone through a simple discussion, then the ship had no choice but to turn back. Yang Kai frowned at this sight. He had the vague sense that this had to have something to do with Zuoquan Hui. He had only left Void Territory for half a year and the situation had seemingly changed again. As for what exactly that change was, he could not say for now. A little less than half a year should be enough time for Zuoquan Hui to recover. He had eaten a big loss last time, and even lost his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm disciple, Zhou Ti, at Yang Kai's hands. Now he would definitely try to take revenge. Follow the ship and find out what exactly happened. Yang Kai could not go himself, so he had no choice but to order Luan Baifeng to head over. Luan Baifeng spat disdainfully, but she still flew out obediently. Yang Kai waited in place for more than 2 hours before seeing Luan Baifeng return. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai asked. Luan Baifeng said with a strange expression, "Those ships blocking off the territory gate are Heavenly Sword Union ships. They say that nobody who wishes to enter Void Land is allowed to pass." Heavenly Sword Union? Yang Kai raised his brow. Why have those trash jumped out again? What are they blocking off the territory gate for? He was now burning with rage. When Heavenly Sword Union led the 100 Sects Alliance to attack Void Land, basically all of the great forces involved had come to apologize with gifts after he razed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province to the ground. Only Heavenly Sword Union did not make any noise about the matter. Yang Kai was busy with Inyang Cave Heaven's Dao Theory Assembly previously, so he had wanted to wait until it ended before dealing with Heavenly Sword Union, only to be delayed by Zuoquan Hui, who came over to give him trouble, ending up in him being caught in his current mess. Naturally, he had no time to care about a trivial Heavenly Sword Union. However, Yang Kai never expected that the latter would come to his doorstep to flaunt their presence before he could even do anything. Luan Baifeng looked at him with a deep gaze. "Do you know who the current Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union is?" Yang Kai could not help but frown when faced with her strange tone. "Who?" "Zuoquan Hui," Luan Baifeng muttered. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly understood. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, is it? Zuoquan Hui rebelled from Thousand Cranes Paradise, and with his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he is more than qualified to become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. Obviously, Heavenly Sword Union could want for nothing than to be under a master like him. That means those bastards are colluding. Luan Baifeng nodded. Now that Zuoquan Hui is the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, the people of Heavenly Sword Union will naturally obey his orders. The reason they are blocking off this territory gate is so that they can stop any outsiders from entering Void Territory in order to cut off the foundation of your Star City. Yang Kai coldly snorted. That man has wicked ideas, but what use is this? It's not like this territory gate is the only one to my Void Territory. It's not as if his Heavenly Sword Union has blocked off all the territory gates, right? Luan Baifeng shook his head. There's no need to block off all of them. They only need to show their stance and spread the news. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Even though he was stronger than Yuan Baifeng and had forced her to submit using the loyalty list, Yang Kai could not compare with her in terms of experience and vision in the 3,000 worlds. After all, she was a veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with many centuries of experience. Compared to Yang Kai, a fresh face in the outer universe, she would often have the ability to see farther. Yuan Baifeng explained, Zuoquan Hui is one of Thousand Cranes Paradise's inner elders. With his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, his name echoes loudly across the 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, your void land is nothing more than a rising star. Even though you do have some reputation, most of it is only based on your Star City's specialty products. Tell me, if the two of you clash, who will the outsiders lean towards? Yang Kai frowned. Naturally it would be Zuoquan Hui, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yuan Baifeng nodded, and a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master can exert more power than just their own personal strength. There is also the terrifying connections and imposingness that they have built up over the years. If it were anyone else, how could Heavenly Sword Union give up the position of Union Master so easily? However, Zuoquan Hui was able to obtain it at will, which shows the trust that Heavenly Sword Union has in him. Now that he has become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union and has come to block the territory gate of Void Territory, he's trying to tell the world at large that he intends to go to war with Void Land. How do you think people will react if they find out? How do you think the merchants in your Star City will react? Yang Kai's expression darkened. Yuan Baifeng continued, Zuoquan Hui is smart. This way he can isolate your Void Land without sacrificing a single soldier, and your Void Land's resource supply will be cut off. Perhaps, even your Star City will find it hard to maintain itself over time. You have so many people in Void Land and all of them need to cultivate, do they not? Without resources, how are they going to do that? No matter how many resources Void Land has accumulated, it will eventually run dry. Cunning old bastard. Yang Kai ground his teeth. He truly has a wicked mind. It's an open conspiracy. Yuan Baifeng said bluntly, even if you know his intentions, there is nothing you can do to stop it, unless your reputation can overshadow his. That is why he does not need to block off all of Void Territory's entrances. He just needs to make a show here, and the news will soon spread all throughout the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai coldly snorted, my Void Land is no soft persimmon either. If he wants to gnaw on my Void Land, then first let's see whether he has strong enough teeth for it. Yuan Baifeng nodded repeatedly, I know your Void Land has 2 great divine spirits to watch over it, but that old man Baishi is not mobile, so he won't be able to do much in such a situation. The only one you can count on now is that Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. If she makes a move against Zuoquan Hui, then your situation will naturally be solved. The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched. Just thinking about Zhu Jiuyin filled his stomach with grievances. With her identity as his protector now voided, Zhu Jiuyin had become even more fickle than before. She would rather see him suffer than to care about him at all. If she had been willing to join the fight last time, then how could Zuoquan Hui have escaped from Void Land? However, Yang Kai also knew what Zhu Jiuyin was worried about. It was not a matter as simple as whether she joined the fight or not. After all, Zuoquan Hui was from Thousand Cranes Paradise. If she were to kill Zuoquan Hui, then she would definitely have to worry that Thousand Cranes Paradise would come to settle accounts with her in the future. No matter how strong a divine spirit was, they were not invincible. Take the 8th Order Masters of the major cave heavens and paradises. Which one of them was any weaker compared to a mature divine spirit? Zhu Jiuyin had come from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and had no foundation to speak of at all in the outside world. If she were truly to catch the eye of Thousand Cranes Paradise, then her days would not be easy. After a deep thought, Yang Kai asked, how long has it been since Zuoquan Hui became Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master? It should be several months now, Yuan Baifeng answered. Several months. That was to say that Zuoquan Hui left for Heavenly Sword Union to recuperate after being injured by him. It seemed that he had long intended to bring Heavenly Sword Union under him. It did make sense. Void Land did not possess any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they did have plenty in the 6th Order. After Zhou Ti died, there was that 6th Order female disciple and the 3 from the Prison Star among Zuoquan Hui's subordinates on that level. Even though they were all strong, they were lacking in numbers, and it was necessary for him to rely on external forces. In this case, Heavenly Sword Union was undoubtedly the best choice. Chapter 4566, Clash. You worked with Kong Feng before. Do you have any idea how many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters there are in Heavenly Sword Union? Yang Kai asked. The biggest advantage that Void Land had right now was their superior numbers of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If even that advantage was nullified, the situation would become tricky. On the surface, only 4 appear to show themselves. Right now 2 have died, so only 2 are supposedly left. However, Heavenly Sword Union has a long history, so it is hard to say exactly how many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters they are hiding in the shadows. Those 6th Order Masters in hiding are old veterans who spend all their time cultivating in retreat, their goal to spy into the path of the 7th Order. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Heavenly Sword Union was one of the top second-class great forces, so the number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm members they have will definitely not be too small. After all, even Golden Rainbow Province had a hidden old ancestor. When Yang Kai attacked Golden Rainbow Province, Li Luo Shui had just broken through to the 7th Order and almost made him eat a big loss. Compared to Golden Rainbow Province, Heavenly Sword Union had an even deeper and broader heritage, so it was not strange for them to be hiding some old monsters. It seemed Zuoquan Hui's strength had greatly increased after receiving Heavenly Sword Union's full support. Even with more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it was likely that Void Land would not have that much of an advantage anymore. Yang Kai pursed his lips, feeling a headache setting in. Sure enough, beating the snake to death to avoid future calamity comes along with endless consequences. Also, you must not forget, Zuoquan Hui has his own connections too. The people that Void Land has to fight in the future will not only be Heavenly Sword Union. There is most likely going to be more. Yang Kai nodded grimly. What are you planning to do? Luan Baifeng turned to look at him. Let me think about it. Yang Kai fell into deep thought. From the looks of this situation, Void Land and Heavenly Sword Union had yet to break out into an open conflict. When Zuoquan Hui infiltrated Void territory to set up an ambush, firstly, he did not expect Void Land to be so strong, and secondly, it was because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. There was no way a 7th Order Master would slip up trying to plot against one in the 6th Order. However, Void Land's heritage gave him a huge surprise, and Yang Kai's abilities were also far beyond what he imagined possible. In the end, not only did he fail in his plot, he even lost a 6th Order disciple and was wounded in the process. Now that he controlled Heavenly Sword Union, the powers Zuoquan Hui could mobilize was far greater than just the subordinates he brought before, yet he did not send any troops to Void Land. That was obviously because he was also concerned about the 2 divine spirits keeping watch over Void Land, but mainly he was worried about Zhu Jiuyin. It seemed that Zhu Jiuyin still had some use even without having to lift a finger. At the very least, her presence was a deterrent that was enough to keep Zuoquan Hui from acting rashly. Otherwise, there was no need for him to block off the territory gate. Zuoquan Hui could have just led his men into Void territory like last time and started a war. Combined with what Luan Baifeng told him before, Yang Kai now vaguely understood what Zuoquan Hui's plans were. He was truly prepared to swallow up Void Land. There are so many people in Void Land that even if all they did was sit idly and ate on their mountains, they would one day run out of resources. When that time came, they would be forced to go out by themselves, and that would be the best time for him to make a move. Considering all this, Yang Kai was actually quite relieved. This was also what he wanted to see. The longer the fight dragged on, the greater the advantage would be for Void Land. Licking his lips, Yang Kai looked up at Luan Baifeng. You were planning to help Zuoquan Hui, weren't you? Luan Baifeng fidgeted. That's right. If I follow a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, then even if I can't taste the meat, I will at least get a share of the soup. Yang Kai grinned. Then go. I believe that Zuoquan Hui would also be happy to see you join him. Luan Baifeng blinked her eyes and answered in a daze. Are you asking me to be a spy? You don't dare? Yang Kai raised a brow. Luan Baifeng scoffed. What's there for me to worry about? Everyone knows that there are grievances between me and your Void Land. It is only normal for me to hear the news and come to join him. Obviously, Zuoquan Hui will not be suspicious of anything. Exactly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Luan Baifeng asked, if I do find out any important information, how am I supposed to report to you? There is no need to contact me in the near future. Zuoquan Hui will most likely not be starting anything yet either. Once the real fight starts, there will be opportunities for us to communicate. Luan Baifeng nodded. Good. What about you? Yang Kai turned towards the territory gate. Naturally, I'm returning to Void territory. Luan Baifeng followed his gaze and asked with some concern, are you planning to fight your way through? What if Zuoquan Hui happens to be here? You are not his opponent. Why don't you take the long way around and return through another territory gate? Yang Kai laughed. Zuoquan Hui is a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Where would he have time to idle around here? Even if his injuries are healed, he must still be recuperating somewhere. Not to mention even if he is here. Do you think I can't run if I can't beat him? Wan Baifeng stared blankly at him. If any other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were to say that, she would definitely scoff at them. Despite there only being a difference of a single order, the 6th Order and the 7th Order Open Heaven Realms were worlds apart in terms of true strength. It would only require the raise of one's hand for a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to deal with someone in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but if it was Yang Kai, then be careful lest you let the ship capsize on calm seas. Yang Kai nodded. You should find a place to hide for now. Wait until the dust settles before you go to Zuoquan Hui so you don't rouse his suspicions. If Wan Baifeng tried to join up just after Yang Kai got into a fight in Flying Smoke territory, Zuoquan Hui would definitely investigate it. I know. Wan Baifeng nodded. You should watch out too. If things take a turn for the worse, leave immediately. Yang Kai left her with a few more instructions before disappearing in a flash. Wan Baifeng tried to follow his traces and at first, was able to detect which direction Yang Kai had gone, but it did not take long for her to lose track of him. She quietly withdrew 10,000 kilometers before all of a sudden, she felt a strong energy fluctuation burst out from behind her. When she turned around to look, a great battle had broken out near the territory gate. The ships floating in the void had all gone up in flames, illuminating the area as if it were daytime. Obviously, Yang Kai's fight with those people had begun. Several figures were engaged in battle near the territory gate. One by one, divine abilities and secret techniques were unleashed, shaking the void and flipping the world. There were 5 people surrounding Yang Kai, 4 of whom were old acquaintances. One of them was the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm female disciple under Zuoquan Hui, as well as Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch, and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch. However, the last one was an elderly man Yang Kai was unfamiliar with. Yang Kai guessed that he must be one of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union. To fight 1 against 5 was a little strenuous even for Yang Kai. Other than the woman, whose heritage was a little shallower, the rest of his enemies were all veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and the world force that they were exuding from their bodies was extremely rich and imposing. Each one of their divine abilities also contained great power. If it were not for mastery of the Tao of Space and his Azure Dragon Spear's might, Yang Kai would have long been defeated. There was still a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters under the 6th Order surrounding him in all directions, forming an impenetrable wall. Everyone was moving quickly, tightly surrounding the chaotic battlefield. It was hard for these weaker cultivators to keep their positions under the fallout from the battle, so it wasn't long before their vitality began roiling, shocking them greatly. If this was the aftershock of the battle, then how could they still survive if they were caught up in the real battle? Huang Quan and the others were similarly shocked. Last time when they followed Zuoquan Hui to ambush Yang Kai, they had not fought the latter head-on. Even though they knew that he was highly skilled, they did not know the true extent of Yang Kai's strength. However, they were finally able to fully realize how powerful he was at this moment. His Azure Dragon Spear stabbed forward and retreated as quickly and unpredictably as a ghost, and it was simply impossible for them to catch its traces. Even while uniting their strength, they were unable to gain a decisive advantage. What's more, they dripped with cold sweat each time they were faced with one of Yang Kai's counterattacks. Though on the surface, Yang Kai seemed like he was being suppressed and could do little to fight back, his every counterattack was wrapped in the aura of death, leaving the 5 people on their toes the whole fight. Huang Quan and the other 2 from the Prison Star, as well as the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union, struggled to keep Yang Kai in check as they tried to extend their advantage and simply hold him in place. However, the 6th Order woman seemed to have gone crazy as she bombarded Yang Kai with attacks indiscriminately. Even her eyes were dyed crimson. The scene of her senior brother Zhou Ti's death had been haunting her for the past few months. With the killer in front of her, it was only natural that she would fly into a murderous rage, wanting nothing more than to rip Yang Kai's corpse into 10,000 pieces and avenge her senior brother's death. Her reckless behavior forced Huang Quan and the others to have to divert a large part of their energy in order to make up for the openings she left. They tried to give a few words of advice during the battle, but she simply was not listening to any of it. Huang Quan and the others were almost going mad at this situation. They all felt miserable, as if someone was dragging them down despite all their best efforts in working together. However, Huang Quan and the others did not dare allow her to get into any trouble. Otherwise they would have no way of explaining themselves to Zhuo Hui. Yang Kai, you killed my senior brother, and now I must take your life to avenge him. The woman gnashed her teeth and screamed at him after a failed strike, but her hands did not stop moving as she continued, releasing her world force recklessly. Yang Kai raised his spear to block her assault before replying with a barrage of thrusts, pushing against his 5 opponents all at once. Gaining some breathing room, he snickered and taunted, "Is your senior brother the one called Zhou Ti? Jim, let me think about how he died. That's right, I burned him to death with Golden Crow's true fire, and your honored master, Zhuo Hui, did nothing but watch. He should have been able to save him, but he didn't. Do you know why?" The woman's eyes became even redder, and there seemed to be tears welling up in them. She could not help but recall the scene of Zhou Ti's demise, and his pitiful screams and pleas for help were still echoing in her ears. Tears quickly blurred her vision, but her moves continued to grow in ferocity. "Don't listen to his nonsense, he's just trying to distract you," Huang Quan yelled. "It's because your pathetic honored master was trying to protect himself from further injury." Yang Kai was fighting one moment and retreating the next, laughing wantonly. If he saved Zhou Ti, then his injuries would become more serious. However, he could have done it if he wanted to. "I'm not a match for him after all. I'll kill you." The woman's world force was fluctuating violently, clearly showing her disturbed mood. She also separated from the rhythm of the other 4 and lunged straight at Yang Kai. A cold light flashed past Yang Kai's eyes, and the azure dragon spear was thrust out at an unpredictable angle. A black dot the size of a bean suddenly appeared at the tip of the spear. Space principles flared as he thrust out towards the woman. "Rupture. Watch out." Huang Quan had been vigilantly guarding the woman the whole time, so he immediately unleashed a divine ability towards Yang Kai as soon as the woman made her move. Jin Gang and Sang Yen both hastened to remedy the situation as well, while the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union blasted out a divine ability towards Yang Kai, attempting to save the woman by forcing the enemy back. Chapter 4567, just the beginning. In a chaotic exchange of blows, the mighty powers of divine abilities exploded all around. Yang Kai's face had turned slightly pale and he retreated 100 kilometers back, suppressing the blood that was roiling up inside of his chest. Huang Quan and the others were guarding the 6th Order woman and confronting Yang Kai from a distance, but all of them were covered in a cold sweat. If they had not rescued her at that moment, then Zhuo Hui's female disciple would have been severely injured if not dead. Cursing inside their hearts that sure enough, women were the source of all trouble, they still did not dare to loosen their guard. It was at that moment that a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from deep inside Flying Smoke territory. The aura was clearly very far away, yet it could clearly be felt by everyone here. The Divine Monarch has come. Huang Quan and the others were all overjoyed. They knew that Zhuo Hui, who was recuperating in retreat all this while, must have sensed the energy fluctuations from their battle and rushed over to support them. Yang Kai's face darkened. Looking up towards the source of that aura, he could vaguely see a huge illusory phantom closing in rapidly, and that phantom was a terrifying face that was large enough to cover half the void. He sighed. He had originally planned to take down another one of Zhuo Hui's generals even if he were to suffer an injury while doing so, but now it seemed like that was impossible. Zhuo Hui was coming and he had to make his escape now. After glaring at Huang Quan and the others, Yang Kai turned around and left. "Stop him!" Huang Quan shouted as he already began rushing in Yang Kai's direction. As long as they could keep Yang Kai here, then when Zhuo Hui arrived he would definitely be killed without a doubt. "Those who stand in my way must die." Yang Kai raised his spear and thrust it out. A spear aura blossomed, and screams of agony broke out among the many Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounding him. Those Open Heaven Realm Masters who were surrounding the fight were all under the 6th Order, so how could they hope to block Yang Kai's path? A hole was opened up before him, leaving a dozen corpses drifting across the void while the rest of the group fled in all directions with frightened faces. By the time Huang Quan and the others rushed over, Yang Kai had already plunged straight into the territory gate and disappeared, leaving Huang Quan and the others with helpless looks on their faces. They did not have the guts to follow him into void territory. Who knew whether Yang Kai would suddenly turn his spear back against them if they traveled to the other side? If they went in under such circumstances, it would be no different than stepping through the gates of hell. After standing quietly in place for an incense stick, Zuoquan Hui finally arrived. Sweeping a glance around the wreckage, he coldly snorted. Huang Quan and the others all hung their heads, not daring to speak. Where did Yang Kai come from? Zuoquan Hui asked. They all looked at each other, but all of them shook their heads, not knowing the answer. They never thought that Yang Kai would show up in flying smoke territory either. If they had thought of this possibility, then they would have been more vigilant. Wastes? Zuoquan Hui cursed angrily. Many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters did not dare to raise their heads after being scolded by Zuoquan Hui. They had their complaints, but considering that Zuoquan Hui's mood had been terrible recently, none of them dared to make a sound. Zuoquan Hui had an angry fit by himself before he flicked his sleeve and left. Seeing that he did not insist on chasing Yang Kai into void territory, Huang Quan and the others breathed sighs of relief. Inside, they regretted that they ever joined Zuoquan Hui in the first place, and now they had to suffer his temper just after being freed from the prison star. The gains simply did not make up for the losses. Inside void territory, Yang Kai stopped to observe the Star City from afar. The dock was as bustling as ever. However, while there were people lining up to enter the Star City in the past, this time, it was people in the Star City who were lining up to leave. Of course, there were still those who were entering the Star City, but the number was very small, which was extremely inconsistent with the previous situation at the Star City. Yang Kai had expected this, but he did not expect the situation to develop so quickly. It seemed that no ordinary great force dared to provoke Thousand Cranes Paradise or Zuoquan Hui. When Yang Kai appeared at the void dock, Jin Yuan Lang, who was responsible for overseeing this area, immediately came over to greet him. With a worried expression, he cupped his fist. Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded lightly in response. Let's talk somewhere quiet. Follow me, Sect Master. Jin Yuan Lang gestured with his hand and led Yang Kai into a quiet room. Before Yang Kai could speak, Jin Yuan Lang sputtered. Sect Master, that Zuoquan Hui has released news that he is now absolutely irreconcilable with our void land, and vows to raze our sect to the ground. When the merchants in the Star City heard the news, many of them began scrambling to leave. I saw. Yang Kai nodded. How long has it been since the message was released? How many have left? Jin Yuan Lang thought for a moment. The news came out more than a month ago, and now 10% of the merchants have left Void Star City. I'm afraid that number will only grow. The governor has sent word that many businesses in the Star City are packing up to leave. We're not making it difficult for these merchants who are trying to leave, are we? Yang Kai asked. Jin Yuan Lan shook his head. Second manager said that we cannot force them to stay if they have the intention to leave. So, all of them have been allowed to pass freely. That is why they are only checked routinely at the dock and released without any trouble. Second manager did well, Yang Kai praised. The people in the Star City were all from different great forces, both big and small, so it was only natural that they would fear a high-rank Open Heaven Master like Zuoquan Hui. If Void Land tried to force them to stay, then it would only draw criticism and ire, so they might as well just let everyone leave on good terms. But Sect Master, if this goes on, then the foundation of the Star City will be shaken. The popularity that we have built up with so much effort will all go up into smoke. Yang Kai waved his hand. It's not that serious. There will be businesses that won't leave. After a pause he added, how many merchants do you think will stay? Jin Yuan Lang shook his head. That is hard for me to say. I am only in charge of watching over the void dock. Sect Master should seek Governor Mo for such questions. Void Star City had a governor's office, where Mo Mei was assuming command. As they were talking, they heard Mo Mei's voice emerge. We should be able to keep about 30% of them, possibly less. Yang Kai looked over and saw Mo Mei walking in, then bowing elegantly, welcome back, Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded and gestured towards a seat. Sit. Mo Mei took her seat and explained, my subordinates informed me that Sect Master appeared at the dock, so I came over to take a look. Has Sect Master's trip been fruitful? Yang Kai left half a year ago without raising any noise, but the higher-ups of Void Land were still made aware of his movements, so they all knew that he had gone to the Black Prison to seek out Luan by phone. It was a decent harvest. Yang Kai nodded and smiled. I brought back many good things from this trip. Mo Mei's eyes lit up and she giggled. Sure enough, nothing is impossible for Sect Master. It was just luck. Yang Kai waved his hand casually. Let's talk about the Star City. How can you tell that 30% will stay? Speaking of business, Mo Mei's expression also turned serious. Of course, there are merchants in the Star City who are afraid of Zuoquan Hui and Thousand Cranes Paradise's resounding presence, and do not think highly of our void land. However, as merchants, there are still those with the instinct to pursue profit. That is why there will still be brave ones who will remain. We will have to see what happens. Besides, not all are afraid of Zuoquan Hui. There are a few who do not put him in their eyes, such as Yinyang Cave Heaven's Dao Temple and Azura Cave Heaven's Azura Arena. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The ones behind these two businesses were both cave heavens, so there was indeed no need for them to fear a measly Zuoquan Hui. The rise of our Void Star City is due to the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, a spirit pill that only we can sell. There will always be people who will stay, so 30% is my estimate, though I can't be sure. Mo Mei smiled. Still, the Star City's popularity will take a plunge with so many merchants leaving, and before the conflict with Zuoquan Hui is resolved, it will be impossible for us to restore our previous prosperity. No matter. Even though this Star City is my Void Land's foundation, we have still accumulated a lot of supplies over the years. It should be enough for us to use for a short period of time. As long as we win this war, the Star City's popularity will be restored sooner or later. Sect Master is right. Mo Mei nodded. Second Manager had also gathered us to discuss this matter. With the resources that Void Land has accumulated up until now, there is no need for us to worry for the next few years. The next few years? Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had brought enough materials for 10 people to break through to the Sixth Order during this trip. If the Great Emperors continued to do their best, then there was no reason for them not to be able to advance in the next few years. When that time came, Void Land would naturally gain the qualification to compete with Zuoquan Hui. Sect Master, I have an idea. Mo Mei looked at him. Speak. The merchants in the Star City have signed contracts valid for differing numbers of years to rent the shops in the Star City. Now that they have left of their own accord, the contracts are naturally null and void. This will suddenly create an influx of unoccupied shops and stalls. Yang Kai nodded. That is inevitable. What is your suggestion? Mo Mei smiled. Naturally, I cannot solve the problem with the unoccupied shops, but for those who are willing to stay, can't we provide them with some concessions and benefits, such as reducing their rent and taxes? At least, we should let them know that our Void Land is not ungrateful. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and agreed, that's a good idea. Also, if those who left ever want to return to the Star City, they will have to pay a higher rent and tax compared to the others. Mo Mei was surprised. Would that not backfire? Yang Kai laughed. The Star City belongs to our Void Land. They can come if they want to, but if they don't, then no one will force them. There's nothing wrong with this arrangement. Every step in a first-class Star City was paved with gold, and it was very difficult for a great force to rent shops in good locations. Void Star City had the qualifications to be called first class, and it had taken them several expansions to get to their current size. In the past, those merchants would fight desperately for the best locations. Now that Void Land was suffering external problems, those merchants were free to leave, but if they wished to return, then they would have to accommodate Void Land's mood. Mo Mei smiled. You are the Sect Master, so your word is law. I will arrange for someone to take care of it. Yang Kai nodded, and go. Once Mo Mei left, Yang Kai turned back to Jin Yuan Lang. For those who wish to leave, there is no need to denounce them. Just let them all go. Sooner or later they will come crawling back. Jin Yuan Lang cupped his fist. This subordinate will obey. The situation in the Star City was not stable right now, but there was also no need for Yang Kai to pay too much attention to it. When an external threat makes its presence known, everyone has the innate instinct to protect themselves. Getting up and walking out, Yang Kai looked up into the void. This fight had just begun. Chapter 4568, Comprehending the Spacetime Strength. Void Land was surrounded in a grim atmosphere. Everyone was desperately cultivating so that they could play their part in the approaching Great War. For the disciples with lower cultivation, this was a battle that would determine Void Land's fate, and the fighting could break out at any moment. Their cultivation was not high, but they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of Void Land. Yang Kai worked hard to bring them out of the star boundary and gave them the chance to see the vast and colorful world of the outer universe, giving them a place to reside and a peaceful environment to cultivate. Now, someone wanted to destroy that. Nobody was willing to let it happen. Anyone who wished to do so would have to do it over their dead bodies. Surprisingly, a month went past, but everything remained peaceful. 2 months, then 3 months passed, but it was still the same. However, that was just what Void Land's disciples wanted, more time to cultivate, though the supplies that were being handed to them each time grew smaller and smaller. The Star City's population had taken a serious hit, and each day, large droves of merchants left. Now Void Star City was no longer the bustling city it once was. Walking through the Star City, the traffic was sparse and most businesses were shut down. In a matter of months, Void Star City had lost more than 70% of its initial tenants, which was higher than Mo May's initial estimate. Its popularity plummeted and the merchants left, which meant that the Star City's income was significantly reduced, and the rate at which it could gather cultivation resources also slowed greatly. Even though the Star City had accumulated a good amount of wealth for Void Land, it would not last them for more than a few years at this rate. In order to plan for the future, Bianyu Qing, the second manager of Void Land, had no choice but to ration cultivational resources. A large amount of supplies were given to those who were expected to advance into the open heaven realm within a short time, such as the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors, so it was only natural that disciples with lower cultivation were being allocated less now. The more than 10,000 materials that Yang Kai brought back from the Black Prison entered Void Land's treasury, relieving their resource woes for the near future. Bianyu Qing was especially pleased and surprised at the 6th order Yin and Yang element materials he brought that were enough for 10 people's use. Including the 3 sets that Void Land had originally, they now had enough resources to help 13 cultivators advance directly into the 6th order open heaven realm, and it was foreseeable that more than a dozen 6th order open heaven realm masters would appear in Void Land soon. Not to mention the fact that the mining operation was still going on back at the Black Prison. The ore star that Yang Kai spent a lot of effort bringing back from the Black Territory's depths would grant them plenty of resources in the coming 2 to 3 years. Void Land's material situation would be greatly improved once the ore slaves in the Black Prison had finished mining that half of the ore star. The fact that Zuoquan Hui has remained quiet for months without any intention of attacking Void Land all but confirmed Yang Kai's theory that the former intended to wage a protracted war against Void Land. This was exactly what Yang Kai hoped to see. Void Land had only been around for a short time, and what it needed most was time. The disciples needed time to grow, and the great emperors also needed time to break through. For any other great force, they would definitely be forced into a very passive situation under such circumstances. Once their Star City's population fell into a slump and without enough resources to support them, any great force would sooner or later run out of supplies even if they did nothing but wait idly. Then, they would have to find ways to go out and find resources to continue cultivating. This time could be as long as 5, 10, 20, or even 50 years. Zuoquan Hui could afford to wait. Open Heaven Realm Masters had extremely long lifespans, so even 100 years was just a snap of one's fingers, let alone to plot against a rising great force like Void Land. In Zuoquan Hui's estimation, it would take at most 5 years to cripple Void Land financially. Then, without resources to cultivate, Void Land's members would fall into disarray and be at his mercy. So, he need not block all the territory gates into Void territory. He only needed to put in an appearance and release the news to be able to cut off Void Land's resources and put them on pins and needles. Such a plan would work on any ordinary second-class great force. If Zuoquan Hui were to use this method against Heavenly Sword Union, it would not be able to hold up for long. Such was the influence wielded by a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. One man alone could stand against 10,000. However, Void Land was no ordinary second-class great force, and this was something that Zuoquan Hui did not anticipate. Inside his bedchamber, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, refining Open Heaven pills while studying the mysteries of space-time strength. Behind him, a great sun and round moon rising and setting could be vaguely seen. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was a divine ability that he had discovered only after advancing into the Open Heaven realm. In terms of raw power, it wasn't much stronger than his Golden Crow Cast the Sun, but the new spacetime strength it exuded was extremely profound, and even he himself had barely scratched the surface of its mysteries. If the divine ability was compared to the divine armaments of the divine armament world, that Golden Crow Cast the Sun was undoubtedly a top-class divine armament, easily able to pierce a hole through one's body when stabbed. Sun and Moon Divine Will could similarly be compared to a divine armament, but unlike Golden Crow Cast the Sun, Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was laced with poison. Not only could it pierce a hole through someone, it would also corrode their vitality on contact, which made it that much more powerful. It had not been long since Yang Kai advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and he had done so by using a world fruit. So, even though he gained great benefits from the wind spirits in the astral wind divine ability and from Yin-Yang Heaven's small source world, increasing his heritage and making him much more powerful than ordinary 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was still a long way from advancing into the 7th Order. Without advancing into the 7th Order, there was no way for him to compete head-on with Zuoquan Hui. The only weapon that Yang Kai had against Zuoquan Hui right now was his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. This was something that Golden Crow Cast the Sun had no way of comparing to. When the war broke out in full with Zuoquan Hui, Yang Kai would be the only one capable of dealing with him, which showed how crucial the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's existence was. While stuffing open heaven pills into his mouth, Yang Kai immersed himself in that spacetime strength, unable to extricate himself. Right now, Voidland's resources and supplies were under strict rationing with the full allocation rights handed over to Bian Yuqing, who heavily skewed the flow of resources towards the cultivators who were nearing their advancement into the Open Heaven realm so that they could ensure that they would have more Open Heaven realm masters on their side when the Great War came. In the coming battle, only Open Heaven realm masters would be qualified to participate. If the Emperor realm cultivators went out, none of them would survive. That meant that the Open Heaven realm masters could only use Open Heaven realm pills to cultivate. Even Voidland's Lord Yang Kai was no exception. Refining Open Heaven pills was the least efficient method for an Open Heaven realm master to cultivate, but it was also the simplest and most common. Basically, no Open Heaven realm master could avoid refining large amounts of Open Heaven pills during their lives. Inside the second manager's office, Bian Yuqing, who had already been working hard for more than half a month, was rushing back and forth. As the steward of the entire Void Land, Bian Yuqing was usually busy enough, but the situation now had become even more serious due to the addition of both external and internal problems. Previously in High Heaven Sect, there was Hua Qingxi to take charge of the overall situation, and all she had to do was pick up the slack here and there. Now that they had come to Void Land and with Hua Qingxi still back in the Star Boundary, the burden was on her shoulders alone. She had given a lot for the sake of Void Land, more than any other person. She could not even get any time for her own cultivation, which resulted in her seeing little growth despite all the time that had passed. She had not even been able to condense her Dao seal yet. However, she was happy to take on this responsibility. If it was not for the support that Yang Kai gave her back then, she may have died long ago before even reaching the Emperor Realm. How could she even have the opportunity to see the sights of the Emperor Realm, much less gain such great power in her current status as second manager? After consulting with Yang Kai, she selected a few apprentices from among the lower disciples and nurtured them to the greatest extent of her abilities so that they could share the managerial pressure with her. Only time was still short, and those few apprentices were not ready to take on real responsibilities yet. Whenever this happened, she would inevitably think of Ko Wu. She could barely remember his face after all these years, but she would never forget the way that disciple who had sacrificed himself to protect her when she was in mortal danger. If only Ko Wu were still alive, he would have become her greatest assistant. She had barely sat down to rest for a half cup of tea's time when a disciple rushed in, one of those that she had been training to become her right hand recently. What is it? Despite her exhaustion, Bian Yuqing still availed herself mentally. The situation in Void Land was very tense right now, and she could not afford to loosen up for even a moment. The disciple blurted in a panic, "Something unusual has happened within Sect Master's chambers." Bian Yuqing's exhaustion was tossed to the back of her mind and she rose with a start. What happened? This was a matter concerning Yang Kai, so her heart jumped to her throat in an instant. If anything were to happen to Yang Kai, the pillar that held Void Land up, then Void Land's foundation would truly be lost. The disciple shook his head. "I'm not sure. I just saw it from afar when I was passing by. Second manager should head over as soon as possible." Bian Yuqing moved out without dallying for a moment, transforming into a bolt of light that shot towards Yang Kai's chambers as quickly as possible. Before she could even get close though, Bian Yuqing saw the unusual situation witnessed by that disciple. With Yang Kai's room at the center, the space in the surrounding area spanning a couple of dozen kilometers was in chaos. As if a mirror had been shattered and put back together by a child, light folded and interlaced, and everything inside of this warped region became distorted beyond recognition. She could vaguely feel a profound aura coming from inside this altered space. What is going on? Bian Yuqing was shocked. She could feel that the power fluctuations were extremely chaotic, but also extremely profound and mysterious. When she extended her divine sense to investigate, She simply could not probe into what was going on inside. Instead, she only felt dazed and confused. A number of disciples had already noticed the unusual scene and stopped to watch from afar, all of them with worried looks on their faces. Bian Yuqing did not dare to intrude, so she landed just outside the strange phenomenon. The chaotic void entered her vision clearly as pieces of space folded in on themselves, twisting and reassembling themselves. Her vision was so blurred that she could not even see what was happening inside this anomaly. Shua. A figure suddenly landed beside her. Bian Yuqing turned her head to see Yu He and quickly called out, "Left protector." Yu He's face was grave. Obviously, she had heard what was going on and had rushed over to investigate. Yu He nodded lightly and asked urgently, "Second manager, what is going on?" Chapter 4569 Enlightened. Bian Yuqing shook her head. "I've only just arrived and I don't know what's going on either. Didn't Sect Master say anything to you before going into retreat?" "Nothing." Yu He frowned anxiously. "It must just be an unusual cultivation session." "Left protector can't see anything either?" Bian Yuqing was slightly shocked. Right now, she was only in the Emperor realm, so it was normal for her to not be able to see what was going on inside. After all, she was lacking in insight and strength. However, if even the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm Yu He could not see through the chaos, then the situation must be quite unusual. Could it be a cultivation dissonance? When that thought came up, Bian Yuqing's face went pale. Yu He seemed to have realized her concern and comforted, "Don't worry too much, it's not what you think. Young Master is probably just comprehending something. And hurry off to Dragon Sun Peak and invite Senior Baishi to come. With his eyes, he should be able to see something." Bian Yuqing nodded, "I'll go at once." Two mature divine spirits resided in Void Land, Zhu Jiaoyin and Baishi. The former always secluded herself, having little to no interactions even with Yang Kai. Second manager Bian Yuqing could only meet Zhu Jiaoyin if the latter was in the mood. However, Baishi was different. Despite being a venerable divine spirit, he was very amiable. Bian Yuqing would also visit Baishi occasionally. Knowing his temperament, it should not be difficult to invite him over. After rushing to Dragon Sun's Peak, she found Baishi, who was currently occupied with teaching Xiao He and Xiao Hong. After informing him about the situation, Baishi did not dare to dally either and rushed over to the site with her. In just a few moments, Baishi arrived, dragged over by Xiao He and Xiao Hong. "Senior." Yu He bowed elegantly. Everyone in Void Land was very reverent and appreciative of this kind-hearted divine spirit. Baishi answered and looked up ahead. "Please take a look, Senior. What is going on over there with our young master?" "No need to worry." Baishi waved his hand and looked on solemnly. After a while, he made an exclamation of surprise. Staring straight at a certain spot in the void, he revealed a look of astonishment and surprise. Yu He and Bian Yuqing stood by, not knowing what he had seen, but not daring to speak up and interrupt him either. Another while passed and Baishi suddenly raised his hand, probing the area in front. In front of everyone's eyes, when Baishi reached out into the chaotic space, his hand actually disappeared from everyone's view out of nowhere. A moment later, Baishi pulled his hand back. Neither Yu He nor Bian Yuqing could hold themselves back from gasping in amazement because when Baishi's hand reappeared, the old man's wrinkly hand was wrapped in a crystal-clear material similar to a layer of porcelain with a strange power surrounding it. Baishi observed his hand for a moment and suddenly laughed. "Interesting." With a shake of his hand, the porcelain-like shine quickly faded, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Senior, is young master in any danger?" Yu He asked nervously. Baishi mused, "It's nothing you need to worry about. He is quite clearly comprehending some sort of divine ability or secret technique. And it is most likely related to the Tao of space and the Tao of time, which is why such a bizarre spectacle has appeared." Yu He and Bian Yuqing exchanged glances, then breathed sighs of relief. "Keep an eye out on the situation and let me know if anything else unusual happens." After saying that, Baishi led the two children back. "Let me see you off, Senior," Bian Yuqing quickly offered. After sending Baishi back, Bian Yuqing hurriedly returned, dispersing the disciples who had gathered to watch the sights and ordering them to clear the area within several dozen kilometers of Yang Kai's palace while she and Yu He kept a close eye on the situation here. In the coming month or so, the space around Yang Kai's home remained in a chaotic state of flux, but subtle changes did appear over time. Yu He and Bian Yuqing caught sight of very peculiar things in the chaotic space more than once. From time to time, visions of human figures would appear, and occasionally, it seemed like someone was fighting inside. However, since time and space were in such chaos, nobody could see anything clearly. The two were not even sure whether what they saw was real or an illusion. This situation continued for several more months. One day the strange occurrences suddenly disappeared as if they had never even existed, restoring the local space to its original state. Bian Yuqing and Yu He, who had been keeping watch nearby all this time, exchanged glances before both of them made their way towards Yang Kai's chambers. Inside his room, Yang Kai opened his eyes, still deep in thought. He had managed to gain a lot during this retreat. Since creating the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he had not had the time to properly look into the mysteries contained within it. However, now that he had some free time, it was just right for him to perfect this divine ability. However, Yang Kai discovered a problem when he reached this point. His understanding of the Tao of Time lagged behind his understanding of the Tao of Space. After all, the Tao of Space was his foundation, and though he dared not say that his grasp of it was perfect, it was as good as it could be for his current realm. His Tao seal had been condensed with the Tao of Space as its foundation, which later became the foundation for his small universe. However, it was different for the Tao of Time. Yang Kai had cultivated the Time Fly Seal divine ability many years ago, but only superficially understood the Tao of Time. Later, when he arrived at the ruins of the ancient battlefield between Flowing Time Great Emperor and Great Demon God, he witnessed the reverberations left behind from their great battle, gaining much inspiration from it. After a successful advancement into the open heaven realm, the sun rose and the moon set in an endless cycle within his small universe. The passing of time became far more vivid and enabled him to take a great leap forward in his comprehension of the Tao of Time. However, when all was said and done, his proficiency in it still could not compare with his mastery of the Tao of Space. If he were to divide comprehension of the Taos he held into different categories, then from lowest to highest, it would be arranged something like superficial contact, peering through the doors, taking initial steps, traversing a familiar path, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others within sight, summiting the peak, transcending the mundane, and eventually shocking history and amazing the present. In comparison, Yang Kai had barely reached the 7th level of mastery in his Tao of Space, possibly touching upon the 8th. However, he was only barely at the 4th level of mastery when it came to the Tao of Time, and that was only thanks to the special good fortune of his small universe. Otherwise he would likely be stuck in the 2nd level. Space-time strength was a mix of two different principal strengths, so the difference in Yang Kai's grasp on the Tao of Space and Tao of Time limited the power he could display. He could only exert space-time strength equal to his level of mastery over the Tao of Time when he executed the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. This was similar to advancing into the open heaven realm. A barrel could only hold as much water as the shortest plank of wood it was made from. If Yang Kai was able to raise his grasp of the Tao of Time, then the Sun and Moon Divine Will would definitely become even stronger. After months of study, Yang Kai finally saw the path extending towards the Grand Tao, and his eyes glowed. He had not been prepared to spend so much time on the Tao of Time, as comprehending a Grand Tao relied on both quality and quantity. The Tao of Space alone was enough for him to study for a lifetime, so if he wasted his time on studying and cultivating the Tao of Time, it may not necessarily give him any benefits. However, now it seemed that he truly had to spend some effort studying it. This was the only way he could increase his strength within a short amount of time. And it was not too difficult to cultivate the Tao of Time. Flowing Time Great Emperor also made his name as a great emperor through his mastery over the Tao of Time, and currently, his two legacy disciples lived in Void Land, as did the Flowing Time Temple which contained his inheritance. What was more, Yang Kai could loosely be described as an in-name disciple of Flowing Time Great Emperor. In fact, Flowing Time Great Emperor had split his mastery over the Tao of Time that he passed on in his inheritance. Doing this would result in less immediate benefits to his disciples, but it would also allow them to better understand their own abilities and shortcomings, which would allow them to set their own course. Yang Kai had never encountered another master who had split their mastery over a Grand Tao with such detail before. Now enlightened, Yang Kai got up and slowly walked out. As soon as the door was open, he was greeted by the worried gazes of Yu He and Bian Yuqing. Yang Kai had long felt their presence, so he was not surprised to see them waiting outside, and gently nodded. "I managed to discover some things, but it seems I've made you worry." "Young master seems to have made good progress." Yu He smiled. She could feel subtle changes in Yang Kai's aura after not seeing him for the past few months, but she could not say what those changes were. "It was decent." Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, "How has Void Land been doing?" Bian Yuqing hurried forward to report to him. When he heard that everything was fine and that Zuoquan Hui had not made any unusual moves, Yang Kai put his heart at ease. More than 10 months had passed since Zuoquan Hui blocked off the territory gate, but he never mobilized his troops during this time, only making his presence known in flying smoke territory and putting pressure on void land. Yang Kai knew that this guy was wary of Zhu Jiuyin's presence, but Yang Kai was also happy that the other side remained idle. There are 2 things that I must tell Sect Master. And go ahead. Yang Kai nodded as he walked outside. Bian Yuqing hurried over to follow him and reported, firstly, someone called Xen Peng has come from the Black Territory, saying that it was under Sect Master's instructions to deliver supplies here every 6 months. Yang Kai raised his brow. How did he get here? Where is he now? When he was returning from the Black Territory, Yang Kai himself had been stopped on his way back through flying smoke territory. If Xen Peng managed to reach void territory, then it was likely he came from a different route. Bian Yuqing said, he has already returned. It seems like he came over from a different great territory, but he brought a lot of good things with him. Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled. If even second manager says they are good, then it must really be good. There were 2 6th-order Yin element materials and 1 Yang element material. Besides that, there were 34 6th-order materials of other elements, 262 5th-order materials, and over 1,000 below the 5th order. So much. Yang Kai was visibly moved. Despite knowing that the ore star that he brought back from the Black Territory's depths was sure to hold great riches, he never thought that it would be so bountiful. It had only been half a year, so how much would they be able to obtain if the entire half of the ore star was mined out? And that was merely half of an ore star. What would happen if he could mine all of the ore stars in the Black Territory? There were even 2 7th-order materials. Bian Yuqing added. Yang Kai's brow jumped upon hearing that, but then he felt a twang of regret. The half-an ore star he had brought back from the Black Territory's depths had been ground down by a great amount when it was pushed into the killing array, and he had no idea how many of its resources were lost during that ordeal, especially the 6th-order and 7th-order ones. However, this was the only way things could be done if Yang Kai wanted to mine those black stones. Those or slaves were simply unable to hold up for long in the depths of the Black Territory. Chapter 4570 Chaos gives rise to Yin and Yang. With no way to deal with the strange aura permeating the depths of Black Prison, they would inevitably incur losses when mining the ore stars located there. The amount of resources that Xen Peng brought over on this trip could not be described as large, but the quality was excellent. Without even mentioning the 2 7th-order materials, there were a total of 34 6th-order materials alone, with 2 6th-order Yin and 1 Yang element materials. The latter were exactly the materials that Void Land was most in need of right now. For the current Void Land, this was not exactly big news, but it was not small news either. However, knowledge about Xen Peng's visit was limited to only a few people. What else? Yang Kai gathered himself and asked. Gathering Yuan Union's young Union Master, Lu Jing came to visit a month ago, and has been waiting for Sect Master to exit retreat since his arrival. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. At this juncture, almost over 70% of the Star City's merchants had left. Even for those who chose to remain, a good many of them were still on the fence. The great forces with cooperative relationships with Void Land were all wishing they could cut off contact lest they draw unwanted fire to themselves. Why would Lu Jing rush over here to see me during this time? Is he acting in the Gathering Yuan Union's name or is he here by himself? Is he alone or with someone else? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing responded, apart from a few guards he is alone. Yang Kai nodded, now having an understanding of the situation. An hour later, inside the reception hall, Yang Kai met Lu Jing. After exchanging pleasantries they took their seats. Brother Lu, what can I help you with on this visit? Yang Kai looked at him curiously after taking a sip of tea. Lu Jing responded with some awkwardness, I have failed to make good on senior brother Yang's favor, and I originally did not have the face to return because of that, but I had to come regardless because I owe senior brother a life-saving grace. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, why are you talking about that? Lu Jing said, I have spoken to my father about senior brother's proposal. Originally he seemed quite interested but, things changed. He sighed deeply with a helpless expression on his face. Yang Kai smiled, that's how business is. There is no need for it to sour our relationship just because the deal did not go through, so pay it no mind, brother Lu. Last time, when Lu Jing came by, Yang Kai tried using distribution rights for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill as a bargaining chip in order to negotiate a deal with Gathering Yuan Union. Originally, he figured that since Gathering Yuan Union's merchant ships were spread across the 3,000 worlds, it would surely not be difficult for them to gather up some rarer resources. If Gathering Yuan Union could truly help him acquire the 6th order yin and yang element materials that he needed, then Void Land would not be at a disadvantage even if they exchanged some Heavenly Yuan stabilizing pills for them. At that time, Void Land and Zuoquan Hui had not broken out into a full confrontation yet. Though less than a year had passed since then, things had changed greatly. Void Land fought a great battle against Zuoquan Hui and his disciples, in which Zhou Ti was killed. Zuoquan Hui subsequently became Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master, then spread word of his feud with Void Land far and wide. Anyone who was slightly well-informed would naturally have found out about what happened. Gathering Yuan Union was a mercantile-based sect, so it was only natural for them to be very well-informed, which explained why Lu Jing said that things had changed. Even though his father was interested in the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, he also had to watch out for the stance of Zuoquan Hui and Thousand Cranes Paradise behind him. So, how could he dare to work with Void Land at such a time? However, Yang Kai did not care about that anymore. After heading to the Black Prison and bringing so many resources back, Void Land's immediate needs had already been satisfied, so they did not have to worry about cooperating with Gathering Yuan Union anymore. Lu Jing looked even more embarrassed now and hung his head low. Senior brother Yang's generosity is admirable. Yang Kai waved his hand and laughed. Brother Lu is exaggerating. Without the harvest from the Black Territory, he may have been slightly disappointed by how things turned out. However, with the Black Territory as a backup for resource production, the problem he had already been solved. Lu Jing raised his head and cupped his fist. Additionally, I have also come with a request. Yang Kai sat up straight and gestured for him to continue. Pray tell, Brother Lu. Lu Jing said, I would like to rent some shops in Void Star City and open a trade company. Yang Kai's face became serious. Is this Brother Lu's idea, your father's, or Gathering Yuan Union's? Moving into Void Star City was not a good choice in these times. There was no need to mention the merchants who stayed since they were originally established in Void Star City to begin with. Whether they left or stayed, Zuoquan Hui was in no position to question or rebuke them for their choice. However, to move in at this juncture would likely be interpreted by outsiders as a gesture of goodwill towards Void Land, which was no different than drawing fire upon oneself. There was no way that a business alliance as large as Gathering Yuan Union would not be able to see that. Lu Jing responded, This has nothing to do with my father or Gathering Yuan Union. I am solely responsible for this decision. Yang Kai looked deeply at him, clearly not believing him. Despite being the young Union Master, Lu Jing's cultivation was still only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm. If his father had any objections to this idea, he had thousands of ways to keep Lu Jing from acting. How could he possibly have allowed his son to wade into these muddy waters? Since Lu Jing was here, then someone must be supporting him from behind. As a whole, Gathering Yuan Union likely would not support him in such a move. In which case, that must mean that as the Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union, his father had at least given his tacit agreement for Lu Jing to proceed. Doing things this way, however, meant that even if Void Land were to ultimately lose the war, Zuoquan Hui would have no reason or be in any position to give Gathering Yuan Union any trouble. It was not appropriate to speak about such matters openly, but it was fine as long as all involved understood the subtleties of the situation. As a result, Lu Jing was not deliberately trying to deceive Yang Kai. After a short pause, Yang Kai said, Brother Lu, you should know what the current situation is like in my Void Land. Coming to our Star City at a time like this is not the best choice. Lu Jing smiled. I understand what Senior Brother Yang is trying to say, but for a merchant, danger also signifies opportunity, does it not? He winked playfully at Yang Kai as he said so. Well, as long as you've made up your mind, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lu Jing was no child. As a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and the young Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union, he could make his own judgments and decisions. There was no need to coddle him with advice. Receiving Yang Kai's agreement, Lu Jing perked up and asked, Senior Brother Yang, how many shops can you offer me here in Void Star City? Yang Kai laughed, How many does Brother Lu want? Lu Jing said generously, The more the better, naturally. The best would be if you could offer me a whole street or two. Now Yang Kai was even more sure that Gathering Yuan Union's Union Master was behind this move. Otherwise, Lu Jing would not have the guts to make such a big request. You really don't hold back. Yang Kai laughed. After some thought, he continued, I will contact the governor's mansion about this matter later, then you can go there and discuss it with Governor Mo yourself. Right now, the Star City has many empty shops to offer, so we will definitely be able to satisfy your requests. In that case, many thanks, Senior Brother Yang. Overjoyed, Lu Jing stood up at once to bow. There's no time to lose, I will head to the governor's mansion at once. Clearly he was also eager and impatient to start his own business. And Void Star City was a place with the opportunity for him to do so. I will send someone to go with you. Yang Kai contacted Bian Yuqing and had her arrange for someone to take Lu Jing over to the Star City. Naturally, Lu Jing thanked him again. While waiting for his escort to arrive, Lu Jing added, By the way, Senior Brother Yang, about the things you were looking for last time. Gathering Yuan Union is unable to provide you with them for now, but I do know of 2 places that are rich with 6th order Yin and Yang element materials. Yang Kai asked with great interest, Oh? Where? Lu Jing casually blurted, The first place is the Black Prison. Yang Kai should have met a woman named Luan Baifeng before, yes? Yang Kai burst out in laughter inwardly, but on the surface he kept calm and nodded repeatedly, Yes, more than once. Then that makes things easy. The Black Prison produces something called black stone, and these black stones can contain cultivation materials of all different orders and elements. If Senior Brother Yang could take over the Black Prison, then you will naturally have no need to worry about cultivation materials anymore. Lu Jing looked at him. Only? There are many natural arrays all over the Black Prison. Even though Luan Baifeng is only in the 6th order, not even a 7th order master can best her inside the Black Prison because of her mastery over the Tao of Spirit arrays. If Senior Brother Yang is truly interested, then you must be careful of Luan Baifeng. I know a thing or two about the Black Prison situation, Yang Kai nodded. Inside he thought to himself, Not only do I know about it, I just came back from the Black Prison recently after carrying out an or star from its depths. After a pause, Yang Kai asked, What about the other place? Lu Jing's expression became a bit serious when he mentioned the Black Prison and Luan Baifeng. Clearly, he knew the oddities present within the Black Prison as well as Luan Baifeng's strength. However, his face turned even more serious when he continued, Has Senior Brother Yang heard of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer? Yang Kai's face also turned solemn. Chaos gives rise to Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang give rise to the 4 symbols, ancestors of all divine spirits, burning light and serene glimmer? According to ancient legends, at the beginning of existence, there was only chaos, which later gave rise to Yin and Yang, which became the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, the oldest divine spirits in the world. It was only after the 2 beasts transformed into the 4 symbols that divine spirits like the dragons and the phoenixes appeared. It could be said that the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were the progenitors of all divine spirits. That was to say, they were the shared ancestors of all divine spirits. These 2 were terrifying existences that were highly likely to be even stronger than the giant spirit gods. Back then, Yang Kai obtained a divine spirit record which listed the ranking of all the divine spirits in the 3,000 worlds. The book listed the dragons and the phoenixes at the top, but the burning light and serene glimmer's introductions appeared at the very beginning of the manuscript. Only, the author of the book did not believe that these 2 beasts still existed in this world, and that was why the dragon and phoenix clans were ranked first. Yang Kai was surprised when he read this, but he did not think much of it. The one who really brought up the burning light and serene glimmer to him later was the proprietress. At that time, Yang Kai was looking to advance into the high-rank open heaven realm directly and was in search of a source of high-rank Yin and Yang element materials. That was when the proprietress brought out her universe chart for him to see. Inside the universe chart, there were several great territories that were blank without the markings of any great force. Not even universe worlds existed there. According to the proprietress, those great territories used to be thriving places, but the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were naturally opposing forces. Since fire and water did not mix, the continuous clash between the 2 eventually tore those great territories apart. The great territories then became areas forbidden for all life, dead territories so to speak. Whether it be a 7th order or even 8th order open heaven realm master, none could survive after they entered that place, so nobody had any idea what the situation was inside of these dead territories. Even the proprietress herself had only heard others mention rumors about them, and there was simply no way of confirming whether the burning light and serene glimmer truly existed. Naturally, Yang Kai would not dare to provoke existences as terrifying as them. Even 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters went silent after entering the chaotic dead territory. He was only a trivial Emperor Realm Master back then, so how could he dare to have any extravagant thoughts about them? However, he never thought that he would once again hear the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmers names, this time from Lu Jing. It was clear that though Lu Jing's cultivation was low, he was still well informed. Chapter 4571, Achieving Mastery Through Comprehensive Study. As Yang Kai's thoughts began to drift, he heard Lu Jing say, "The burning light and serene glimmer were born of opposing attributes and fought incessantly, filling the void with the elements yin and yang. It was said that yin and yang element materials condense in places where they have passed, and are of a very high quality at that." Is this news reliable? Yang Kai's brow furrowed. It was not that he did not trust Lu Jing, but how could Lu Jing know something that even the proprietress could not find out? Sure enough, Lu Jing laughed embarrassedly, "I have only heard someone else mention it. Maybe it was just a rumor. After all, nobody has seen it for themselves." Yang Kai thought to himself, if you're not sure, then why say it? However, Lu Jing was clearly only trying to give Yang Kai a hint. It was up to Yang Kai to decide what he wanted to do with that information. Within a few moments, Bian Yuqing brought someone over and Yang Kai sent Lu Jing out. There was no need for him to worry about anything happening at the Star City since Mo Mei was there to take care of it. For now, allowing Lu Jing to build up a new trade company in the Star City may not be of much use to Void Land, but in the long run, it could help with leveraging the power of those supporting Lu Jing from behind, gathering Yuan Union. After the fight here was over, the Star City would begin to develop again, and this would be of great benefit to both sides. After Lu Jing's side was settled, Yang Kai headed to Water Spirit Land without delay. A large number of people that were brought over from the Star Boundary were housed in Water Spirit Land, including members of the Dragon Clan. There was a huge lake in Water Spirit Land, and at the very center of that lake hovered a palace that was just like an island. Yang Kai moved to the front of the palace and looked up, where he saw the characters, Flowing Time Temple, shining brightly. A white shadow rushed out of the main entrance and ran circles around Yang Kai like a puppy, saying excitedly, "Adoptive father, what are you doing here?" Another beautiful figure appeared subsequently from the Flowing Time Temple, standing gracefully and smiling at Yang Kai, bowing, "Big brother." Two more rushed out of the Flowing Time Temple, one a beautiful girl and the other, a fierce elderly man with an unkind frown. It was Lu Yen and Xiong Qi. "Master." Lu Yen called out to him softly. "En?" Yang Kai responded. Then, slapping his palm down, he stopped Yang Xiao who was turning circles around him, instantly freezing him in place. After rubbing Yang Xiao's head, his white hair became a mess. Yang Kai beckoned, "Let's talk inside." Then, grabbing Yang Xiao by the scruff, he carried him inside. Yang Xiao's calves trembled and he looked to Yang Shui for help, but the latter stuck out her tongue at him. As the brightest star of the Dragon Clan's younger generation, Yang Xiao was afraid of next to nothing beneath the heavens. Even Great Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Zhuan, his true parents, could do nothing about him. The Dragon Clan's two great elders had once thought their son could never be born, and had subsequently spent many years mourning their loss, so when he finally was born, they doted on him greatly. How could they even think of restraining him? The only one the boy feared was Yang Kai. Since arriving in the outer universe, Yang Kai had been busy all year round and had little time to spare, so the two did not see each other often. Yang Xiao had no idea what his adoptive father had come to do this time, but he could not think about what he had done wrong during this recent period either. At most, he pulled a single hair from Old Man Baishi's beard when he was receiving a lesson from him. That old man didn't tell on me, did he? Yang Xiao's heart was beating in fear. Adoptive father, have some tea. Yang Xiao was very attentive after entering the Flowing Time Temple and offered up tea on his own initiative. Yang Kai glanced at him and took a seat without standing on ceremony while the other three stood in front of him. After accepting the tea and taking a sip, he put on the dignified air as an adoptive father and asked straightforwardly, "How has your cultivation been going?" Yang Xiao hurriedly answered, "I have been to Senior Baishi's home frequently, listening to his lectures about refining one's bloodline. Feels like I learned a lot." Yang Kai nodded and put down his teacup, "Then tell me more about this lesson." Yang Xiao was stunned for a moment, but then his mouth became like a tumbling river, blurting everything that he learned. Yang Kai listened for a while and nodded, "Good. Senior Baishi is an extremely old and wise divine spirit who carries a potent dragon vein. His experiences are extremely beneficial to the cultivation of the dragon clan. If you are free, then you should go to his place more often and pay your respects. Until the dragon altar is found, Senior Baishi will be the only guiding light for the dragon clan's rise. Yes, adoptive father is right. Senior Baishi is highly respectable. Father and mother also tell me to see him often. Next time I hear you disrespected Senior Baishi, I will send you back to the star boundary. Yang Zhao's eye twitched, but he still acted like a good boy. Your son won't dare to do it again. Shuer, how have you doing recently? What stage are you in right now? Yang Kai looked up at his biological younger sister. If possible, Yang Kai would have preferred to guide Yang Shui in her cultivation personally, but he had constantly been on the move recently. With so many matters requiring his attention, he simply had no time to spare. Yang Shui smiled. I was just able to condense my wood element. Yang Kai raised a brow. Where did you start from? The water element power. Water gives life to wood. Since coming over from the star boundary, you have condensed your own Dao seal in two powers, the water element and the wood element. That is quick progress. Let me see. Yang Shui had only been cultivating for a short time after all. Even though her aptitude was outstanding, the progress of her cultivation was still not comparable to many of the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors. She could not even match Yang Kai's wives in certain aspects. After all, when Su Yan was still in the emperor realm, Yang Shui had not even been born for long. Saying so, Yang Kai reached a hand out to Yang Shui, who put her own hand onto his palm in a docile manner. After circulating his energy and doing a quick check, Yang Kai nodded. A stable Dao seal is the greatest safeguard one can have when advancing into the open heaven realm. Your foundation is solid, but still lacking when compared to others, so you must not advance recklessly. Strictly speaking, for those who came from the star boundary, apart from the great emperors who had remained at the peak of the emperor realm for a long time and whose Dao seals were stable enough for them to break through to the sixth order open heaven realm directly, were still a little lacking, even the pseudo-great emperors. There was no need to mention Su Yan and the others, unless they were willing to spend a lot of time solidifying their own Dao seals. However, this was no trouble with the divine Dao water and the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill in Yang Kai's possession. Of these two items, the first could strengthen one's Dao seal, allowing cultivators an even broader future. The second could then protect them during their advancement into the open heaven realm, greatly reducing the risks that could come with breaking through. Without these two items, there was no way that Void Land's heritage could be as strong as it was today. I will do as Big Brother says. Yang Shui nodded obediently. Also, the wood and water elements that you have condensed are the gentlest of the 5 elements. That is why it took little effort and little risk to condense them. However, wood stokes fire, and the fire element power that you will have to condense next will not be this simple. When that time comes, your Dao seal will have to withstand a much greater impact than ever before, and if it can't hold up, the consequences will be dire. Yang Shui nodded and said, I will definitely prepare myself well before proceeding. Yang Kai then turned to Lu Yan and Xiong Qi. The cultivation of a divine spirit is mainly to develop one's bloodline, which is different from human cultivators, so you will have only yourselves to depend on. Xiong Qi nodded before commenting. Even though Senior Baishi is a dragon kin, he said that the cultivation of a divine spirit's bloodline is similar in almost all circumstances, so we also often go to his home to listen to his lectures. Yang Kai nodded. That's for the best. Lu Yan asked, has Master come for something this time? Yes, just a small matter. Yang Kai looked at Xiong Qi. I need to study the Tao of Time, so I may need to use Senior Flowing Time's legacy inheritance. There's no problem with that, is there? Xiong Qi followed Flowing Time Great Emperor as his mount, and with the latter's passing he was tasked with passing down Flowing Time Great Emperor's legacy inheritance, and was fortunate enough to find Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. However, the legacy inheritance was not something that could be borrowed lightly, so Xiong Qi had to be informed beforehand. Xiong Qi pondered for a moment before responding. Naturally, others may not ask for it, but it is no problem for Sir. You can ask the 2 young masters about the inheritance. Yang Kai nodded. In that case I will not hold back. Yang Kai spent the next few months in the Flowing Time Temple, discussing the Tao of Time with Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. The 2 of them had accepted the full legacy inheritance of Flowing Time Great Emperor, so their proficiency in the Tao of Time was not low, almost at the traversing a familiar path level, which was exactly where Yang Kai was as well. However, they had not been cultivating for as long as Yang Kai had, and Yang Kai had also taken a giant leap forward in his understanding thanks to the evolution of his small universe. The fact that they were now on equal footing with him was a testament to the two young ones' efforts. The Tao of Time was as esoteric as the Tao of Space, perhaps even more so it took a while for Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to explain all of the mysteries they inherited from Flowing Time Great Emperor. Combined with the insight that he had gained from his own cultivation over the years, Yang Kai was naturally able to gain a lot of benefit. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui also benefited a lot from this discussion. Much of Yang Kai's insights and ideas were things he had discovered on his own through his personal experiences. He was now a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so his insight was generally more profound compared to Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Standing at a higher realm allowed him to see a broader picture. Often, his thought-provoking words would cause Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to fall deep into thought. Time passed quickly as they cultivated and discussed with each other, and all three of them were able to make significant improvements in the Tao of Time. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. If Yang Kai was said to merely be at the fourth level of master regarding the Tao of Time when he arrived, then after his discussions with Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, he had now reached the fifth level, mastery through comprehensive study. The same went for the two younger ones. Yang Kai had no idea what level of mastery Flowing Time Great Emperor had reached. After all, he made the Tao of Time the foundation of his cultivation. However, at the very most, he did not surpass the sixth level. Flowing Time Great Emperor was certainly a great genius, but he was only a great emperor back then who did not even reach the Open Heaven realm. Thus, his cultivation could not be compared to Yang Kai's. Yang Kai was pleased with this harvest while both Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were also pleasantly surprised by their gains. Gaining a deeper mastery over the Tao of Time also solidified Yang Shui's Tao seal considerably, and naturally, the divine abilities that she performed through the use of time principles also became more powerful. Just the Time Fly seal had become twice as strong as it had ever been. Half a year later, Yang Kai returned to his chambers in order to improve his Sun and Moon divine wheel and spacetime strength. He had already thoroughly absorbed the legacy inheritance left behind by Flowing Time Great Emperor, and the rest was now up to him to study. It would be difficult to gain anything more now through external means. Even though he did not have the chance to use the Sun and Moon divine wheel again to see the results of his labor, Yang Kai felt that there would definitely be a significant improvement compared to the past. Chapter 4572 Beneath a big tree there is cool shade. 3 years had passed since the territory gate between Void Land and Flying Smoke territory had been blockaded. Void Land had spent most of those 3 years in closed-door cultivation and consuming countless materials. Now the results were clear for all to see. The most obvious result was that there were more than 500 new Open Heaven Realm Masters. On average, several or even up to a dozen people advanced into the Open Heaven Realm every month. The cultivators from the Star Boundary were naturally not as fast. Most of them were still building up their foundations to prepare for advancing into the Open Heaven Realm, while most had not even managed to break through to the Emperor Realm yet. The newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Masters all came from Blood Monster Cave Heaven's Abundant City. Back then, when Yang Kai brought a few thousand people back from Abundant City, their cultivations had been perpetually limited to the peak of the Emperor Realm due to the special environment and blood principle restriction of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, making it impossible for them to explore the mysteries of the Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai brought them out and lifted the blood principle restriction, giving them the freedom to surpass that limit and providing them with a favorable cultivation environment so that they no longer had to worry about anything. For those cultivators who had long gained the qualifications to advance into the Open Heaven Realm yet were unable to break through due to their circumstances, it was only natural that group after group of them suddenly shot through to the Open Heaven Realm. Mo Mei and the others were able to advance into the Open Heaven Realm very quickly, which added more than 300 new Open Heaven Realm Masters to Void Land in one go. However, the potential of Abundant City's cultivators had not been exhausted yet. Over the years, the cultivators who came from Abundant City advanced into the Open Heaven Realm one after another, constantly strengthening Void Land's heritage. The majority of those who broke through later did not reach high orders. Even those in the fifth order were few and far between. Most of them were either in the third order or the fourth order, but there were many of them, and there was still the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to guarantee their safety. 4 other great forces, even the Cave Heavens and Paradises, it was impossible for them to guarantee that any of their disciples would succeed in breaking through into the Open Heaven Realm. But Void Land could. Even those who advanced into the third order open heaven realm were able to obtain a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Advancing into the third or fourth order was not difficult to begin with, so where would there be any chance of failure with the help of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill? So far, the total number of open heaven realm masters in Void Land had already broken through to the 4-digit mark. It was foreseeable that more cultivators from Abundant City would be joining the ranks of the open heaven realm masters in the coming days. Yang Kai had long expected this result, but when Bian Yuqing reported the figures to him, he was still unable to stop himself from beaming with joy. He remembered that when he first stepped into the 3,000 worlds and landed in Seven Wonders Land as a worker, he had to do so much meticulous planning and careful accounting for just a few to several dozen open heaven pills. How could he have imagined that he would one day have over 1,000 open heaven realm masters under his command? To bring a force of this caliber out in the world, which great force in the 3,000, save for the major cave heavens and paradises, would be able to compete with them? Void Land was filled with great talents, and now had a mighty army equipped with the finest arms. No matter how much Void Land tried to hide this, with so many people advancing into the open heaven realm, traces would surely leak out. Heavenly Sword Union, under Zhuo Quanhui's command, had obviously planted some spies outside of Void Land, and they even had some henchmen planted in the Star City right now. Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing knew this, but they had no way to pluck them all out and naturally had no way of getting rid of them. Perhaps stimulated by the constant appearance of newly advanced open heaven realm masters, though Heavenly Sword Union had been idle in the first year, they had begun making tentative moves starting from the second year. Every so often, ships bearing Heavenly Sword Union's banner would wander within Void territory. Even though they did not dare come too close to Void Land nor attack the universe worlds, they still scared the smaller forces under Void Land so much that they were all constantly trembling in fear. In addition to Void Land, Void territory housed 7 other third-class great forces, all of which could be described as subordinates of Void Land that survived by relying on their protection. Third-class great forces did not even have mid-rank open heaven realm masters in their ranks, so when they saw Heavenly Sword Union ships loitering around their doorstep, they were naturally all distraught and rushed to Void Land for help. Void Land dispatched troops many times to support their subordinate forces, but by the time they arrived, Heavenly Sword Union ships had already disappeared from sight. After several repetitions of this behavior, Bian Yuqing was determined to set up a patrol of open heaven realm masters to monitor the situation in Void territory. With this, small skirmishes would break out eventually as both sides were bound to meet. Void Land had the home advantage in these fights, and the number of open heaven realm masters under them was also massive, so they naturally had the advantage that basically allowed them to win every fight. The tentacles that Heavenly Sword Union plunged into Void territory to probe the situation inside had all been cut off without bringing back any gains, but they still continued blocking the territory gate leading from Flying Smoke territory to Void territory, showing no intention of starting an all-out war. It was clear that they were still hoping to snuff Void Land out by dragging things out. In actuality, Heavenly Sword Union's decision couldn't be called a mistake. 3 years had passed and the resources accumulated by Void Land had been greatly reduced due to this chokehold. Now there was also little income flowing in from the Star City, and with so many more open heaven realm masters to support, the rate at which their supplies depleted also increased. Void Land's resources wouldn't be able to last much longer. Even though a large shipment of supplies was sent over from the Black Prison every 6 months, it was still hard to make ends meet. Moreover, after 3 years had passed, the half of the ore star that Yang Kai brought out from the Black Prison's depths back then would be depleted, and it would be impossible for them to obtain such a large quantity of supplies from the Black Territory again unless Yang Kai made another trip to drag out another ore star. However, how could Yang Kai leave without worry now that the situation was so unpredictable? Bian Yuqing had no choice but to try her best to make adjustments to try and make Void Land supplies last for as long as possible. Inside his chambers, Yang Kai looked at Bian Yuqing with astonishment while holding his teacup. "Is what you say true?" Bian Yuqing nodded solemnly. "Sect Master, how could I joke about such a thing? Iron Blood Great Emperor has already sent someone over to contact us and says that he will need a 6th order Yang element material in 2 months. Yang Kai could not stop his brows from rising in excitement. That means that Senior Iron Blood is about to advance into the open heaven realm. Bian Yuqing nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. "I've checked the records of the taken supplies. Since coming to Void Land, Senior Iron Blood has taken 1 piece each of the materials of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all in the 6th order. Less than half a year ago, another 6th order Yin element material was taken, so this 6th order Yang element material is the last one. Good. Yang Kai put down his tea and stood up, looking even more excited than if he himself were advancing. He then began pacing about the room. This is the first person from the star boundary to advance into the open heaven realm, and to advance straight into the 6th order at that. We must help Senior Iron Blood forge a clean path. And did he say what we needed to prepare? Bian Yuqing shook her head. Senior Iron Blood has only sent someone to tell us that he needs a 6th order Yang element material in 2 months. He did not say anything besides that. Yang Kai pondered. We definitely have to prepare a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. Go and look for one and find one of the best quality. Make sure nothing goes wrong in Senior Iron Blood's advancement into the open heaven realm. And also... After blurting out a bunch of instructions, he looked up to see Bian Yuqing staring at him with an astonished expression. Yang Kai blinked his eyes. Did you get all that? And what are you staring at me for? Bian Yuqing smiled. I have noted everything down, but if anyone unaware were to see Sect Master's reaction, then they would think that one of the madams was about to have a child. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry at that. Advancing into the open heaven realm is much tougher than giving birth to a baby, and for the first one at that. After some thought, he could not help but lament, how fast. It had not been very many years since he brought everyone from the star boundary to the outer universe, so he never expected Iron Blood Great Emperor to actually be able to advance into the open heaven realm so soon. That was even quicker than he himself. However, it did not seem strange after Yang Kai thought about it. He had to seek out every material by himself when he was trying to advance into the open heaven realm, which consumed a lot of time and effort. However, it was different for Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others. They only needed to worry about cultivating since Void Land had everything in store for them already. All they had to do was keep refining, and refining again. As long as their bodies were able to bear it, and as long as they could ensure that their foundation was firmly laid, there were simply no worries to be had for them. This was what it meant when one said, beneath a big tree there is cool shade. In fact, Yang Kai's situation was far more commonly seen in the outer universe, and that was true even for the disciples of those cave heavens and paradises. They may not have to find materials for themselves, but if they wished to use the sect's resources, then they had to exchange for them with the appropriate contributions, which would still inevitably take time. And, of all the great emperors, Iron Blood was the first to advance into the open heaven realm, which was both unexpected and expected. Back then, Iron Blood Great Emperor was the strongest in terms of abilities, so it was not strange for him to have progressed so quickly. Besides Senior Iron Blood, what about the others? How are they doing? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing answered, other than Senior Iron Blood, the ones improving the quickest right now is Senior Hong Chen and Senior Martial Beast. Both of them have already begun refining their 6th material. Senior Serene Soul is also almost there. I believe he is about to complete the refinement of his 5th material. Then there is Senior Flower Shadow and Senior Ice Feather. Lastly, there is Senior Wondrous Pill and Senior Heaven's Revelations. Yang Kai nodded, that makes sense. Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelations are both not proficient in combat, so it is inevitable that they are slower than the rest. Though they were all great emperors, there were still differences between them. Despite all of them coming from the star boundary to Void Land, the speed at which they could advance into the open heaven realm was indicative of the differences between them. Yang Kai then asked about the pseudo-great emperors, to which Bian Yuqing responded one by one. These results were satisfactory to Yang Kai. There was no need to ask about Su Yen and the others, as he would personally visit his wives from time to time to investigate and give them pointers himself, so he naturally knew more about them than Bian Yuqing did. If I had to point out anything, it would be that Fang Yu and Xiang Ying are also about to advance into the open heaven realm. The same goes for a few of those who were recruited from the Grand Ancient Ruins shop. They are not lacking when compared to the great emperors. That is normal. Yang Kai nodded. They had already condensed various elements while they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and they also received the personal guidance of divine spirits, so it is only natural that their rate of refinement would not be slow. And other than Fang Yu and Xiang Ying, who else has requested 6th order materials? Fang Shuer and Xiang Yin were both divine medicine owners with excellent potential and were keen on advancing into the 6th order. Yang Kai had also allowed them to do as they wished, and they had the full support of Void Land. Chapter 4573, Zhu Qing's Rapid Development. The other bearers that were recruited from the Grand Ancient Ruins shop had all been forced to refine Sixth Order or even higher materials by the divine spirits supporting them, but most of their aptitudes were not good enough to directly advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. For the long term, it was best for them to take one step down and advance into the Fifth Order instead. The divine spirits of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary would not think about the long-term development and future of their bearers. They were merely helping their bearers to refine higher order elements just to strengthen them up and give them an advantage in the spirit-seizing war. As for whether or not there would be hidden dangers to these actions, why would the divine spirits care? However, in general, Fang Yu and Xiang Ying would both face more risk than the great emperors in their ascension to the Sixth Order. They did not possess the deep heritages of the great emperors, nor the divine Tao water to reinforce their Tao seals. Even if they were able to refine Sixth Order materials now, the dangers they would have to face in the future would only become greater. Otherwise, why would they join Void Land? There were so many great forces in the 3,000 worlds, and with their aptitude, it would not be difficult for any of them to enter any of those great forces, but they were attracted here by the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. It was foreseeable that the barrier that they must break through in order to ascend into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm would be a barrier of life or death. Success would mean life and failure would result in death. They had no other choice. Apart from these two, the rest understood their limits and did not apply for any Sixth Order materials, but rather opted for materials of the Fifth Order. Bian Yuqing replied. We might not have much else in Void Land, but we do have plenty of Fifth Order materials. Yang Kai nodded. With the divine medicine Gourd Vine, it would only take them a month to collect a complete set of Fifth Order materials. As long as they were given enough time, Void Land would definitely see no shortage of Fifth Order materials. However, in the short term, Void Land's resources would be scarce until the crisis forced upon them by Heavenly Sword Union was lifted. As the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly saw two tiny figures rushing in from the outside. It was Xiao Hong and Xiao He. Just like in their original forms, Xiao Hong had a fine appearance in human form like molded porcelain or well-cut jade, but Xiao He looked as crooked and appalling as ever, drooling from time to time. Yang Kai smiled. What brings the two of you here? Has Senior sent you? Xiao Hong said urgently, Young master, quickly go and take a look, something is not right with the young madam. Grandpa sent me to call you over. Yang Kai's face turned serious and he got up. Which young madam? Bian Yuqing's face also became serious. That is, the one with the red hair. Xiao He added from the side while sucking up the drool that was dripping down his face. Red hair? It's Yu Qing. Yang Kai had no idea what happened, but since Bai Shi called for him, then it must be serious. Not daring to delay, he manipulated space principles and disappeared from where he stood. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived at a platform on Dragon Sun's peak. There were a large group of people gathered here, all of whom were from the Dragon clan, forming a circle. It was not known what they were looking at, but when they heard the noise, Great Elder Zhu Yan, Second Elder Fu Zhuan, Third Elder Fu Xian, and Fourth Elder Zhu Kong all turned their heads to look at him. Adoptive father. Yang Xiao quickly shouted. Yang Kai, you're here. Zhu Yan nodded lightly at him. What happened? Heart hanging from his throat, Yang Kai moved through the crowd. Bai Shi, who was standing inside, did not turn around. He stood there, hunched over, reassuring him, no need to be nervous. It's nothing bad. In fact, it's good news. What do you mean? Yang Kai was confused. See for yourself, Bai Shi pointed. Yang Kai looked over and saw Zhu Qing sitting down cross-legged, surrounded by a blood mist. The blood mist was just like a living being that lingered around her. Inside, Zhu Qing had a peaceful expression on her face as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. And Yang Kai carefully observed the blood mist surrounding Zhu Qing's body and could feel the might of her dragon vein coming from it. You sense it, don't you? Bai Shi asked. Yang Kai answered tentatively, Qing'er's dragon vein is growing stronger? Exactly. Bai Shi nodded. Why is this happening? Yang Kai did not understand. Zhu Yan explained, just now we were listening to Senior's lesson on refining our bloodline. Fifth Elder must have had an epiphany. That's a good thing, right? Yang Kai asked tentatively. Of course it is. Bai Shi nodded. The growth of a divine spirit is a constant metamorphosis, and each transformation brings about great improvements. The same is true for the Dragon Clan. Qing Girl is now in the process of that metamorphosis. Yang Kai finally put his worries aside and grinned. Many thanks for your tireless guidance, senior. Baishi waved his hand. I merely offered them directions. The reason this little girl was able to see a result so quickly is because of her pure bloodline. And out of all of you young dragons, this girl has the purest bloodline. Young dragons. The dragon clan elders all had awkward looks on their faces, but since it was Baishi who said it, none of them dared to refute him and accepted it in silence. So, what makes one a mature dragon? Yang Kai asked. Baishi shook his head and laughed. There is no such thing as a mature dragon, only a grand dragon. After a pause he added, to be able to evoke their original forms and take on a body over 10,000 meters long, that is the limit one must exceed to be called a grand dragon, and only a grand dragon can be as powerful as a high-rank open heaven realm master. 10,000 meters long. Zhu Yan was astonished. He was the great elder of the dragon clan, so it was reasonable to say that he was the strongest one. Not even Zhu Qing could compare. However, his body was currently only 1,000 meters or so in length. He was still far away from reaching 10,000 meters. Yang Kai was also secretly speechless. When he executed his dragon transformation secret art, he could reach a few thousand meters in length, which he thought was amazing enough. However, he never thought that he would still be thousands of meters away from becoming a grand dragon. But of course, his situation was not the same as a true dragon, so his size alone was not enough to tell how strong he was. Reaching 10,000 meters is just a basic requirement for one to become a grand dragon. As one's bloodline continues to evolve, even 100,000 meters is not impossible. Baishi's words were astounding. The young dragons were all stunned by what they heard. In terms of age, which dragon clan member here had not lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years? But for the growth of a dragon, the depth of their bloodline had always been the greatest standard. This was true for not only the dragon clan, but for all divine spirits. While they were talking, the blood mist around the surface of Zhu Qing's body became denser and denser. Previously they could still see Zhu Qing through the blood mist, but now the red mist was so thick that they could no longer see the inside. This is quicker than expected. Baishi exclaimed. Is there something wrong with that? Yang Kai became nervous again. Not for now. Baishi shook his head. However, this old master has noticed a problem even before this. Among you young dragons, this girl has the densest bloodline. Reasonably speaking, since you all came from the same place, there should not be such a great difference. Has she taken some sort of precious treasure that can purify one's bloodline? The dragon clan elders all turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was puzzled by their stares. What's wrong? Baishi was also confused. Zhu Yan lightly coughed. When he raised his hand, his dragon aura surged, isolating the inside from the outside and keeping the rest of the dragon clan members out, leaving only a few elders behind. There were not many members of the dragon clan to begin with, only around 20 or so in total. Apart from the elders, all the rest of the dragon clan members were looking over curiously, but they could not hear any sound, so they had no idea what the elders were talking about. Do you really have no idea, or are you just feigning ignorance? Zhu Yan glanced at Yang Kai. What am I supposed to know? Yang Kai was baffled. Fu Xian stood aside with a slight blush on her cheek, staring down at her toes. Zhu Kong, on the other hand, had raised his eyes to the sky as if there were a pretty little female dragon flirting with him. Fu Zhuan, on the other hand, was as blunt as usual. Amused, she looked at Yang Kai and asked, think about it, how did Zhu Qing become the fifth elder of the dragon clan? Yang Kai stroked his chin. Is it because of me? Fu Zhuan sighed. Of course it's because of you. Zhu Yan interrupted them. Of course it's not all because of you. To become an elder of our dragon clan, an exceptional bloodline is necessary. Strictly speaking, Zhu Qing was not the most outstanding dragon on my dragon island at the time, and the purity of her bloodline was nothing exceptional. However, since meeting you, the purity of her bloodline has been increasing at a rapid rate. That is the biggest reason why she had become the fifth elder of our dragon clan, even surpassing the old ones like us. I'm more than certain she told you why we sent so many of our female clan members to you at that time. After meeting me, Yang Kai pursed his lips, reminiscing about their past encounters and those female clan member attempts at him. He said a little embarrassedly, Great Elder means to say. Zhu Yan coughed lightly, you have the ability to purify the bloodline of the dragon clan. Otherwise, how would the fifth elder able to achieve so much so quickly? Yang Kai glanced at the other dragon clan elders and blushed a little. Zhu Yan said, we have discussed this issue before. Baishi was looking left and right. After listening for a while, he finally reacted and made a sound of realization. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Don't listen to them, senior brother. It's just baseless nonsense. Qing'er was surely able to reach an epiphany because of your great guidance." Bai Shi waved his hand and laughed. That would only be possible if she had exceptional potential to begin with. Regardless, this is not something that is taboo for us to talk about. As far as I know, such practices are common in the dragon clan. The union between a dragon of a stronger bloodline and a dragon of a weaker bloodline will indeed be able to help the one with the weaker bloodline to purify theirs. Zhu Yan's eyes lit up. "Senior, that also occurs in the outer universe." Bai Shi nodded. "Of course. Not only is this true for the dragon clan, but also for the rest of the divine spirits. So, the purer one's bloodline, the higher their status. Only, no matter what divine spirit clan it may be, their numbers are extremely low, and there were even fewer of them to be found in one same group. The dragon clan's numbers are still quite numerous in comparison, and that is why it is more obvious." Zhu Yan's eyes were already glowing as he was staring at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Yang Kai could not help but feel goosebumps rising all over his skin as he asked nervously, "What advice does Great Elder have for me?" Chapter 4574, Spring Scenery. Void Land's current situation isn't good, Zhu Yan suddenly sighed. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. It still has not reached the point when life and death are at stake. Zhu Yan nodded. Although that is true, being targeted by a high-rank Open Heaven Master is still a terrible predicament. Yang Kai thought he was worried about Void Land's future, so he quickly consoled, "Great Elder doesn't need to worry, I have a way to deal with this." "I believe you." Zhu Yan nodded. "The star boundary situation was horrendous back then, but you let us out of it, we fought our way out. No matter how bad the current situation is, it's still less dangerous than the star boundary situation back then." Though Zhu Yan suddenly changed the subject. "However, having more Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land is not a bad thing, right?" Great Elder is right, we've already begun to move to increase our numbers, and things are progressing quite smoothly. In another 2 months, Iron Blood Great Emperor should be attempting to advance to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. This was exciting news. The more masters there are, the better. Especially my dragon clan, if we can grow, each of us will be comparable to a high-rank Open Heaven Master. At that time, what can Emir Zuoquan Hui amount to? Zhu Yan said proudly before turning to look at Yang Kai sincerely. "However, you also know that the growth of a divine spirit is extremely slow, the same goes for those from the dragon clan. After following you from the star boundary to Void Land for so many years, only the 5th Elder has made some significant progress, while the others have basically been stagnant, so you'll have to spend more effort to assist them." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable as he asked hesitantly, "What does Great Elder want me to do?" Zhu Yan made a fist and coughed lightly. "You're also a member of the dragon clan after all, so you can't favor one over the other. You have to treat everyone equally, am I right? Us men and married women won't count on you, but look over there are still a few young women who haven't married yet." The corners of Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help twitching slightly, while Fu Xian, who was standing to the side, blushed to the tips of her ears. Turning her head, she quickly stated, "Shaoqi is waiting for me, I'll go take a look at her." Saying so, she stomped her foot and soared into the sky. Zhu Yan's words were extremely clear, so how could those present not understand what he was saying? Fu Xian was simply too embarrassed to stay. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Great Elder, you're pushing me into a fire pit. The number of pure-blooded female dragon clan members is far fewer than the number of men, each of them is akin to a treasure. If the men hear what you said, they will chop me into 18 pieces." Zhu Yan added in a serious and righteous manner, "When compared to the future of my dragon clan, what do personal sacrifices count for? If any of them dares to say anything, I'll rip their heads off. We have talked about this before. Furthermore, I'm sure these little girls will be happy to do this. Have they not already made their stances clear?" No, this is not appropriate." Yang Kai quickly waved him off. Zhu Yan wanted him to become a dragon stud. How could he do such a thing? There were only a few unmarried women left in the dragon clan, 4 or 5, that's it. There's nothing inappropriate at all. Zhu Yan assumed the posture that he was the law and his word would be final. Everything else can be discussed, but this matter concerns the future of our dragon clan, so you'll have to listen to me. In any case, your wives are all cultivating in retreat right now and you rarely get to meet them. You're also a young man with a strong physique, so don't you feel lonely?" Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. you're the Dragon Clan's great elder, is it alright for you to speak like this? If your clansmen were to hear this, where would your prestige go? Fu Juan, who was standing to the side, interjected with a smile, if we can really allow the Dragon Clan to have a few grand dragons, even if its prestige goes down the drain, so what? Yang Kai stared at her in shock. Second elder, why are you saying such things? He turned to Zhu Kong and asked, Fourth elder, don't you have anything to say? Zhu Kong muttered to himself for a moment before reaching out to pat Yang Kai's shoulder and sighing, many thanks in advance for your hard work. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He looked towards Bai Shi for help, however the old man who had been observing everything for a long time, just stroked his beard and encouraged, if you plant the crops until the field's well, you'll definitely gain something. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, feeling like someone had just stabbed him in the back. Seeing Zhu Yan about to speak again, Yang Kai quickly raised his hand and stopped him. Great elder, the Dragon Clan's future cannot depend on me alone, but I can promise you that I will find the Dragon Altar as soon as possible. If I can find it, the Dragon Clan will no longer be trapped here, and its future will be bright. Zhu Yan was stunned for a moment before stating, the Dragon Altar is the Dragon Altar while you are you. We are not certain when we'll find it or if we ever will. So let's talk about you first. How could Yang Kai be willing to continue this discussion? Putting on an act, he took out his communication bead and looked at it before raising his brow and saying, something happened in Star City, I'll go take a look. He turned to Bai Shi and requested, Senior, please look after Qing'e. Nodding, Bai Shi assured, rest assured if there is any change I will inform you right away. Yang Kai thanked him before escaping towards the Star City. Seeing him flee, Zhu Yan was also helpless while Fu Juan heaved a sigh, we were too impatient. We frightened him off. Zhu Yan grinned meaningfully, a man's heart always longs for spring sceneries, how could such a good thing scare him? This isn't the first time this has happened. Perhaps he's still just too happy to say it out loud. Fu Juan glanced at him casually, oh, is that so? Zhu Yan quickly coughed and replied, I'm an old man, so naturally I won't act like those young ones. Fu Juan coldly snorted, so what do we do now? Zhu Yan thought about it for a moment, then waved his hand to remove the barrier and swept his eyes over the clan members in front of him. Boys leave, girls stay. We have some things to tell you. The male members of the Dragon Clan looked at each other in dismay. Although they were all somewhat curious since the Great Elder had spoken, they didn't dare to remain any longer and quickly left, leaving 5 female Dragon Clan members behind. Zhu Yan gave Fu Juan a look, and the latter immediately stepped forward and whispered to the 5 female dragons, occasionally pointing towards Zhu Qing. Some of the female dragons had their eyes shine brightly, seemingly eager to give it a try, while some had their faces flushed shyly. Meanwhile, the nearby Zhu Kong let out a long sigh. The Star City's popularity was low as nearly 80% of the merchants had left long ago, causing the situation to deteriorate. Even the Void Dock, which used to be extremely lively, was now deserted. Yang Kai drank a few pots of tea in the governor's mansion until his stomach was full. Mo Mei had no idea why Yang Kai had suddenly come to her place, but she just quietly accompanied him and didn't ask any questions, diligently reporting to him about the Star City's recent situation, whereas Yang Kai perfunctorily listened. Half a day later, Yang Kai thought that it was about time, so he finally stood up and stated, please take care of the Star City, I'll go back first. Sect Master, rest assured, I will definitely take good care of the Star City, goodbye. After returning from the Star City, Yang Kai went to find Bian Yuqing to discuss the matter of Iron Blood Great Emperor breaking through to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm in 2 months. Although they couldn't help much, this was not a small event, so they had to make some preparations. At the very least, he had to isolate the energy fluctuations during the breakthrough so that others would not be able to spy on him. Otherwise, if Zhuo Quanhui found out about this, he might not be able to hold himself back and attack. Void Land's top priority now was time, and second was supplies. After settling some details with Bian Yuqing, Yang Kai returned to his palace. Just as he pushed open the door to his room though, Yang Kai frowned and looked towards the bed, only to see that there was something hidden inside it. He could clearly feel someone's aura and breathing. Frowning, Yang Kai walked over to the bed and looked down. Before he could see who was hiding here, 2 snow-white arms reached out from under the blanket and wrapped around his neck, pulling him down. Yang Kai quickly held onto the edge of the bed to steady himself. A pair of bright eyes stared straight at him as if wanting to eat him alive. Fu Ling? What are you doing here? Yang Kai asked, staring at her. Yang Kai had a deep impression of this loose purple dragon. When he first entered Dragon Island in the Star Boundary, he had seen many things she was involved in that nearly blinded his eyes. Before then he had only heard that those of the dragon race lived in an impure and obscene manner, but he thought that only applied to the males. It could be said that Fu Ling had opened a new window for him. Brother-in-law. Fu Ling called out sweetly with eyes filled with affection. The great elder sent me here to serve you. After she had raised her hands, Yang Kai found that the thin blanket couldn't cover her naked body at all. She wasn't wearing anything. Great elder asked you to come? Yang Kai was both amused and annoyed. Zhu Yan really wanted to treat him like a dragon stud and had sent Fu Ling over without any warning. Of course. Fu Ling blew her orchid breath at Yang Kai's face as she gently pursed her red lips, assuming a seductive look. Brother-in-law, I also want to be like big sister Qing and grow into a grand dragon as soon as possible. Brother-in-law, can you help me? Yang Kai quickly nodded. Let go of me first, I'll help you. Fu Ling's beautiful eyes lit up as she cheered in joy. Brother-in-law is the best. A moment later, with an exasperated shout, Fu Ling, who was wrapped up in sheets like a dumpling, was tossed out of the palace. Before she could land on the ground, the enraged Fu Ling transformed into her true form, a giant purple dragon. Shaking her head and flicking her tail, she breathed out a purple dragon breath which caused the defensive array around the palace to flicker. After venting her anger, Fu Ling left in a huff. From that day on, whenever Yang Kai showed up in Void Land, there would always be a female dragon who would appear and follow him. Not every one of them was as unrestrained as Fu Ling. Some of them were bold and hot while others were shy and tender. Nonetheless, being entangled by so many female dragons made Yang Kai feel helpless. However, Yang Kai could never agree to be a dragon stud. Not in the past and not now. Zhu Qing's achievements today were not done in a day or two, but rather because he had been nourishing her for a long time. If he really went along with Zhu Yan's plans, Yang Kai would probably have no time for anything else and would be stuck pleasing those female Dragon Clan's members with his heart and body indefinitely. If Yu Ru Meng and the others found out about this later, Yang Kai was certain that he would never have any good days ahead of him. So, although his heart wavered, he refused to give in. Thus, regarding this matter, even Zhu Yan and the others were rendered helpless. After all, one could not force an ox to bend its head to drink. Chapter 4575, Iron Blood's Breakthrough. In Void Land's Wood Spirit Province, where there were endless mountain ranges with jagged rocks covered in lush forests. On a certain spirit peak, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged and staring at another spirit peak 100 kilometers away. He had been sitting here for more than 2 months now. With these two spirit peaks as the center, a radius of several hundred kilometers had been marked as a restricted area and no unauthorized personnel were allowed to approach. A streak of light flew over and landed beside Yang Kai as a sweet fragrance spread in the air. It was none other than Yu He. As their eyes met, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yu He, standing quietly beside him, asked in a low voice, gazing into the distance, "Young master, how is the situation?" "For the time being there shouldn't be any big issues. We just need to see when Senior Iron Blood will be able to completely refine the Yang element material. As long as he completely refines it, he will be able to split heaven and earth apart and form his small universe." After a short pause he asked again, "Has everything been arranged?" Yu He replied, "Everything has been arranged. Second manager is bringing them over right now." Yang Kai nodded. 2 months ago, Iron Blood Great Emperor had received his 6th order Yang element material and was preparing to break through to the open heaven realm. Yang Kai had also made many preparations for this and had especially found many open heaven realm masters to teach him about the things he needed to pay attention to in order to break through smoothly. This kind of experience was exactly what Iron Blood Great Emperor needed. With this guidance he would be able to avoid many risks. It had been almost 2 months since Iron Blood Great Emperor began refining his final element material, so it should be about time for the results to be revealed. He was the first cultivator from the Star Boundary to ascend to the open heaven realm. This was extremely significant to the current Void Land and the people from the Star Boundary as a whole. Therefore, Yang Kai arranged for some people to attend the ceremony. These people were all preparing to break through to the 6th order, so being able to personally observe and emulate Iron Blood Great Emperor's breakthrough would be of great benefit to them in the future. When Old Bai was breaking through to the 5th order open heaven realm, the proprietress had specially brought Yang Kai to watch for precisely this reason. As the two were speaking they saw a large group of people flying towards them. When they got close, all of them landed on the ground. There were more than 20 of them. The ones in front were naturally the great emperors from the star boundary: Hong Qin, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, Heaven's Revelations, and Wondrous Pill. Next were Yang Yin, Li Wu Yi, Bing Yun, Xing Yu Zhu, and the other pseudo-great emperors. After them were Yang Kai's wives: Su Yin, Xianing Chong, Shanqing Luo, Shuiyu Yuru Meng, and Ji Yao. Yang Shui, Mo Shao Qi, Lin Yuner, Xiang Ying, and Fang Yu also came. Everyone greeted him one by one, but there was no time for small talk as everyone's eyes turned towards Iron Blood Great Emperor. After observing for a while, Duan Hongqian furrowed his brow and asked, "What's the situation over there?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "He's probably still refining the last material, but it should be about time. We'll know in half a month at most." Duan Hongqian nodded slightly and suddenly smiled. "I didn't expect that we would also be able to break through to the open heaven realm." They were trapped in the star boundary and unable to see the vastness of the outer universe. Only by leaping out from there did they realize how small the world they lived in truly was. However, everyone understood that the greatest contributor to everyone's success today was undoubtedly Yang Kai. If he hadn't provided them with an unlimited amount of cultivation materials, even if they had jumped out to the outer universe, they might not have had a good result. Since their arrival from the star boundary, the great emperors rarely gathered together as they were usually busy with their own cultivation. If Yang Kai hadn't asked them to attend this event, they would still be in retreat. Now that they had gathered together, there was naturally a lot to talk about, so it didn't take long for them to start chatting. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them and instead shot a glance at his wives before walking to the side. Seeing this, the several women quickly followed. Although Yang Kai would often find time to guide Su Yin and the others in their cultivation, most of the time, they would be in retreat, so they rarely saw each other. As such, it was only natural for them to feel a little lovesick. There were many people gathered here, and since it was inappropriate to show too much affection in public, Yang Kai simply checked the cultivation progress of each of the women one by one, answering all of their questions in detail and allowing them to benefit greatly. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was talking to his women, suddenly turned his head in the direction of Iron Blood Great Emperor and shouted, "It's starting!" The muttering on the spirit peak suddenly quieted down as everyone turned their attention to the platform where Iron Blood Great Emperor was sitting cross-legged. Bit by bit, an extremely profound aura suddenly started rising. "Is the arrangement over at the Star City done?" Yang Kai turned his head and asked. Yuhi quickly replied, "Everything has been arranged. Mo Mei will personally keep an eye on it so there won't be any mistakes." Yang Kai nodded, "Start the array." Yuhi accepted the order and summoned the array jade. Immediately, her hands danced around as the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was activated. The 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array that enveloped Void Land was extremely powerful, but the more powerful the Spirit Array, the more energy it consumed to operate. Normally, the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was not fully activated, especially now that Void Land was lacking in resources. At this moment, under the control of Yuhi, the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Arrays Bewildering Array, Illusion Array, and Barrier were all activated. When Iron Blood Great Emperor broke through to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, there would inevitably be a great disturbance. If there was no Grand Array to isolate him, it was highly likely his breakthrough would be spied upon by outsiders. Heavenly Sword Union was like a tiger eyeing its prey right now. It was unknown how many spies they had planted in Void territory in the Star City, but once news of someone breaking through to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm spread, they would naturally hear about it. Yang Kai didn't know what Zuoquan Hui's reaction would be, but just in case he had to be careful. Void Land still needed more time. In the blink of an eye, the entire Void Land was covered in a thick layer of mist. Looking from afar, it was impossible to see anything within. Inside Void Land, the movements of Iron Blood Great Emperor became more obvious, and a series of muffled thuds slowly and rhythmically rang out from the void, as if a giant invisible hand was beating a war drum. Everyone focused all of their attention on him, not missing a single detail. Watching others advance to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm was extremely helpful to their future cultivation, so no one dared to relax. Advancing to the Open Heaven realm was a process of a cultivator splitting heaven and earth apart within their body to form a small universe. This process was extremely dangerous because, in order to break through to the Open Heaven realm, one needed to first shatter their Tao seal and melt it into their small universe. If the Tao seal was shattered and the small universe was unable to form, then their entire life of cultivation would be wasted. If one succeeded, they would be reborn and soar into the sky. If they failed, they would lose everything and would die without a corpse. There were only two endings when breaking through to the open heaven realm. One was to live, the other to die. There was no middle ground. As such, there were many Emperor Realm cultivators in these 3,000 worlds who already had the qualifications to break through to the open heaven realm, but did not dare to take that final step. The great emperors all wore solemn expressions. Compared to Iron Blood, their foundation was almost the same. Perhaps Iron Blood was slightly better, but not by much. Whether or not Iron Blood could successfully advance to the Sixth Order was the key. If he failed, it would be a great blow to the great emperors from the star boundary. If even the great emperors were like this, there was no need to mention the others. As such, everyone present was nervous. Seeing this, Yang Kai consoled, Senior Iron Blood has a deep foundation and his Dao seal is firm. Now that he has the protection of the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, it shouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the open heaven realm. There's no need to be so nervous. Mo Huang shook his head and commented, "Who dares to say that nothing unexpected will happen on our path of cultivation? Even if someone had traveled 99% along the path, before he or she had reached his or her destination, the slightest carelessness may lead to unpredictable consequences." Yang Kai had wanted them to not be so nervous, but after hearing Mo Huang's words, he could only nod and say, "Senior Martial Beast is right." As time passed, the yin, yang and five element powers gradually rose and fell, mutually reinforcing and suppressing one another. On the spirit peak, the atmosphere was heavy as everyone knew that Iron Blood had reached a critical juncture, so how could they be in the mood to speak? Yin, yang and the five elements continued cycling without end, occasionally showing signs of disorder, causing everyone to be on edge. Fortunately, Iron Blood Great Emperor's foundation was quite deep, so although there were some twists and turns during his advancement, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't control it himself. Yang Kai paid close attention and was prepared to step in at any time. He didn't know if he could help others when they encountered difficulties during their breakthrough to the open heaven realm, or if he could assist them in any way, but he could only prepare in advance. At a certain moment, the flaring aura suddenly disappeared, shocking everyone. They thought that something terrible had happened to Iron Blood Great Emperor. However, soon after, a strange feeling slowly spread out. When they probed, they sensed that the place where Iron Blood Great Emperor was standing was a chaotic mess, as if everything in this world had been turned into nothingness. Yang Kai's brow rose as he recalled the scene of him breaking through to the open heaven realm. How could he not know that Iron Blood Great Emperor had reached the final step? He couldn't help feeling excited. A fierce shout suddenly rang out from Iron Blood Great Emperor's side, "Open!" A violent rumbling sound rang out as chaos erupted and heaven and earth split apart. The aura of the newly born universe world spread out in all directions like a thunderstorm, spreading fierce gales and causing everyone's clothes to flutter. "Success!" Duan Hongchen exclaimed softly, his eyes glowing with envy. "Ha ha ha ha!" Iron Blood Great Emperor laughed heartily, "Amazing!" Martial Beast Great Emperor curled his lips, "Show off." Although he said so, there was still pride in his eyes. After all, they were all great emperors, and with Iron Blood reaching the open heaven realm, he would soon be able to catch up. Yang Kai's tense heart finally relaxed as he let out a long sigh and smiled, "Everyone, please come with me to congratulate him." Saying so, he took the lead and flew forward while the others followed closely behind. A distance of 100 kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. Iron Blood Great Emperor stood there, gently clenching his fists. His face filled with confidence as if he could grasp the entire world in his palm. Yang Kai could understand what he was feeling. On the martial Dao, the gap between the Emperor realm and the open heaven realm was a big leap, a qualitative change that was difficult to describe, especially with Iron Blood Great Emperor breaking through directly to the Sixth Order open heaven realm. At this moment, the strength he possessed was thousands of times greater than before. Chapter 4576, Alerting the Enemy. At the Star City's Void Dock, a small ship, after receiving a routine inspection, slowly sailed out before quickly disappearing into the void. After the ship left, Mo slowly walked out from her hiding place and glanced in the ship's direction, asking, "Who does that ship belong to?" The disciple who was responsible for inspecting the ship reported, "It's the transport of Gathering Smoke Territory's Blizzard sect." Mo immediately took out her universe chart and examined it for a moment before coldly snorting, "Gathering Smoke Territory and Heavenly Sword Territory are adjacent to each other. They didn't leave sooner or later but chose to leave at this time. What a loyal bunch." As she spoke, she turned her head in the direction of Void Land and saw that it was currently wrapped in a thick mist. She knew that Iron Blood Great Emperor from the Star Boundary was definitely preparing to break through to the Open Heaven realm, otherwise, the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array would not have been activated. It was known that there were spies from Heavenly Sword Union in the Star City. She had discussed this matter with Yang Kai before. Just like how he had arranged for Luan Baifeng to join Heavenly Sword Union, Heavenly Sword Union would have certainly done the same. However, there were still many merchants and residents who remained in the Star City, so it was impossible to determine which ones were spies. Iron Blood Great Emperor breaking through to the Open Heaven realm had clearly alerted Void Land's enemies. When the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was activated, the entire Void Land was covered by it, giving the impression they were trying to hide some kind of big secret. When the spies in the Star City saw this, they would definitely report it to Heavenly Sword Union, giving Void Land an opportunity to track them. What Mo Mei saw now was completely in line with Yang Kai's speculations. Not long after Void Land's 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was activated, Blizzard Sect's ship left the Star City. Why did they leave if it wasn't to send a message? It should be noted that the Star City's Void Dock had been completely deserted all this while, no one had come or gone. So Jin Yuan Lang and his group of disciples who were responsible for overseeing the Void Dock had grown quite idle and bored. Elder Fan. Mo Mei called out. Fan Wuxia quickly stepped forward and cupped his fist, greeting, "Governor. Keep a close eye on this place, there's definitely more than one rat. If anyone wants to leave you can detain them first. If they have any objection, tell them to come to the governor's mansion and talk to me." "Yes." Fan Wuxia replied solemnly. Mo Mei glanced at the deep void again, wondering how much they could gain from tracking these people down. At the same time in Void Land, a group of people gathered around Iron Blood Great Emperor and listened to him describe the feeling of breaking through to the Open Heaven realm. Although Yang Kai had previously asked many veteran 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters to teach them some things they needed to pay attention to in order to advance to the Open Heaven realm, having someone who just broke through like Iron Blood Great Emperor teach them was naturally more effective. Perhaps one of them might encounter a similar situation as Iron Blood Great Emperor when they made their attempt. At that time, if they were well prepared, it would be easier to deal with. After a full day and night, everyone still hadn't had enough, so Yang Kai had no choice but to interrupt them. Senior Iron Blood just broke through and needs to consolidate his foundation. Let him rest for a while. Hearing this, everyone finally gave up. There was a huge leap in strength from the Emperor realm to the Open Heaven realm. The sudden increase in strength required some time to gradually adapt to. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Iron Blood to display his full might when facing an enemy. Iron Blood Great Emperor's ascension to the Open Heaven realm was a good start, meaning that the cultivators from the Star Boundary had now finally stepped onto the stage of the 3,000 worlds. In 3 to 6 months, Yang Kai believed that Void Land would have at least 3 or 4 more 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters. Bustling World Great Emperor, Martial Beast Great Emperor, and even Fang Yu and Xiang Ying's advancement to Open Heaven realm was only a hair's breadth behind Iron Blood Great Emperor. Perhaps it was because they had been stimulated by Iron Blood Great Emperor's breakthrough, but everyone returned to their respective rooms and immediately entered retreat. As expected, the 2 Great Emperors, Bustling World and Martial Beast, as well as Fang Yu and Xiang Ying, both requested Bian Yuqing to provide them with the last 6th Order Young Element material they needed soon after. Bian Yuqing naturally agreed. After everything was settled, Bian Yuqing came to Yang Kai's side and whispered a few words to him. Yang Kai slightly narrowed his eyes and nodded, "Let's go take a look." The two of them quickly arrived at a secret room. Jin Yuan Lang immediately cupped his fist and greeted, "Sect Master, Second Manager." Yang Kai nodded slightly and swept his gaze across the crowd, only to see 3 people standing side by side in front of him, 2 men and 1 woman. They looked a little panicked, but they were trying very hard to appear calm. Jin Yuan Lang took a few steps forward and gave a simple report. Yang Kai raised his brows slightly, "Gathering Smoke Territory, Blizzard Sect." Jin Yuan Lang continued, "Governor Mo has already checked. Gathering Smoke Territory is adjacent to Heavenly Sword Territory. I've been following their flying ship for a long distance. Their destination should have been Flying Smoke Territory." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He then pulled up a chair before sitting down and lifting his head to look at the 3 people in front of him. The Blizzard Sect members were led by the elderly man in the middle. This man had good insight, as when he saw a 5th Order Open Heaven realm master like Jin Yuan Lang acting so respectfully towards Yang Kai, He immediately guessed Yang Kai's identity and cupped his fist. This must be Voidland's lord, Sir Yang. Yang Kai agreed with a nod. It is this Yang. The elderly man furrowed his brow and asked, May I ask Sir Yang whether my Blizzard sect has offended Voidland in any way that would cause you to detain us? Yang Kai asked lightly, You really don't know? The elderly man maintained a calm and composed manner. Please enlighten me. Yang Kai stared at him for a moment before replying, Since you don't know, you don't need to know. With a flick of his finger, world force suddenly converged. Pah! The elderly man's head exploded as red and white matter sprayed out in all directions while blood spurted out from the neck like a fountain. Bian Yuqing, who was standing behind Yang Kai, suddenly trembled, obviously frightened. It wasn't that she had never seen a dead person before, but she hadn't expected Yang Kai to act so decisively and take the old man's life without any warning. Jin Yuanlang was also stunned for a moment, but soon a smile appeared on his lips, giving him a menacing look. Since Blizzard Sect was willing to act as Heavenly Sword Union's spy, they were enemies, so there was no need for them to show any mercy. Yang Kai's actions were to his liking. As the old man's small universe collapsed, the power of the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm suddenly dissipated as the headless corpse staggered and fell to the ground. Yang Kai looked up at the remaining two and asked, What do you know? The remaining man and woman were only in the Third Order Open Heaven realm. Seeing their leader being killed so ruthlessly, their faces immediately went pale and their courage shattered. The man's legs started trembling as he begged for mercy. Sir, please spare my life. If there's anything you need, please ask. I will tell you everything I know. As if he was afraid he would die if he spoke too late, he quickly replied. Yang Kai turned to look at the woman again. The woman's face turned pale as she quickly expressed her stance. This mistress is the same. If Sir has any questions, feel free to ask. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. That's better. After pondering for a moment, he stated, The one who tells me the most will live, the other will die. Elder Jin, take one of them away. Yes. Jin Yuanlang accepted the order and reached out to grab the man, ignoring his pleas for mercy and resistance as he took him away. Yang Kai turned to the woman and calmly continued, You should understand what I want to know. The woman nervously gulped as her breathing became erratic. Her chest heaved up and down and she put on the best flattering smile she could as she gently nodded, This mistress knows. Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask any more questions, she began speaking. She was frightened out of her wits, which caused her words to be extremely disorganized. Moreover, she was afraid that she would reveal less than her companion, so she said whatever came to her mind. Yang Kai listened with an indifferent expression, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. The more he acted like this, the more panicked the woman became. After a long time, the woman finally stopped and looked at him with a timid expression. As expected, these people from the Blizzard Sect were spies planted by Heavenly Sword Union in Void Star City. Blizzard Sect originally had a shop in the Star City, so before Heavenly Sword Union sealed the territory gate, they contacted them and asked them to monitor the movements of Void Land. They had ordered them to report every piece of news they found. Previously, when they saw Void Land's 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array activate, they too were unable to see what was happening inside, so they thought that something big had occurred. As such, they prepared to go to Flying Smoke territory to report the situation, but they didn't expect to fall into Yang Kai's trap. Is that all? Yang Kai looked up at her. The woman quickly shook her head. Yes, sir. This mistress and the others also didn't want to do this, we were forced to do so. Gathering Smoke territory and Heavenly Sword territory are neighbors. If we didn't comply, Heavenly Sword Union would definitely not spare us. My Blizzard Sect really has no intention of becoming enemies with Void Land. Yang Kai ignored her pleas and continued, The people that Heavenly Sword Union planted in the Star City are definitely not just your Blizzard Sect. Who else is there? The woman thought about it carefully before shaking her head. This mistress has no idea. Think carefully before you answer. Otherwise, if your fellow brother says more than you won't have a chance to see tomorrow's sun. The woman's eyes immediately turned red. Sir, this mistress really doesn't know. Please spare my life. This mistress is willing to do anything to repay Sir's kindness. Please take pity on me. Saying so, she actually knelt down, crawled up to Yang Kai and craned her snow-white neck to look at him. This immediately caused her deep ravine to be visible through her collar. Bian Yuqing couldn't stand her pathetic look and coldly snapped, You may not know, but don't you have any suspects? After hearing her reminder, The woman thought about it seriously for a moment before reporting the names of the two other forces. This mistress doesn't know if they are or not, but I've heard that they have many connections with Heavenly Sword Union. Yang Kai nodded, I see. Giving Bian Yuqing a look, she immediately turned around and called out. A short while later, Jin Yuan Lang walked in with the man in his arms before carrying the woman away, ignoring her pleas. Chapter 4577, War is about to start. Half an hour later, Yang Kai walked out of the secret room with Bian Yuqing following closely behind him. The two Third Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Blizzard Sect had already told him everything they knew, and after cross-referencing the information they had revealed, Yang Kai did not find anything suspicious. So, questioning them any more would be pointless. Sect Master, what should we deal with those forces? Bian Yuqing asked softly. In order to survive, the two Blizzard Sect members had mentioned several forces, but they couldn't be certain if these forces really had colluded with Heavenly Sword Union. Perhaps they were just speculating, or perhaps they were just spouting names in order to appear more useful. As such, dealing with these forces was quite troublesome. Send a message to Governor Mo to keep an eye on them, and if there's any sign of trouble, Yang Kai paused for a moment before coldly continuing. We'd rather kill and be wrong than let them off. Bian Yuqing quickly responded, yes. She also knew that what Void Land lacked the most right now was time. As long as they had a little more time, the number of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters they had would grow. When the battle broke out with Heavenly Sword Union, every Sixth Order Master would be an indispensable force. So, concealing information right now was the top priority. Otherwise, if Zuoquan Hui found out about the situation here, he would definitely launch an all-out attack. Last time, Zuoquan Hui's lineage alone had forced Void Land to send out all its top experts. So now, with Heavenly Sword Union's help, if Void Land didn't have more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it would be difficult to resist. What should we do with those two? Bian Yuqing asked again. Detain them for now, Yang Kai replied casually. He didn't take the two Blizzard Sect members seriously, but since they wanted to make an enemy out of Void Land, he would not show any mercy. After the war here was settled, he would just throw them into the Black Territory. Luan Baifeng would be more than happy to acquire more slaves. After the order was passed down, the Star City also began to make arrangements. Sure enough, 3 days later, they caught another spy who wanted to leave Void Territory. After interrogating them and confirming that there was no mistake, they also detained them. Yang Kai didn't know how much longer Zuoquan Hui could endure. He had led Heavenly Sword Union to seal off the territory gate for over 3 years now, which wasn't necessarily a long time, but it wasn't short either. Theoretically, it was enough time for a newly established force to run out of supplies. Void Land had only risen recently, so unlike the cave heavens and paradises that possessed inheritances that spanned countless centuries, it did not have a rich stockpile of resources. Now, even the Star City income had been cut off, so the only reason it was able to persist until now was because of the benefits brought about by the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. From Zuoquan Hui's perspective, he was in an invincible position. As long as he waited patiently, Void Land would one day be unable to hold back and rush out to seek a way out. At that time he would be able to deal a heavy blow to Void Land. However, there was always a limit to his patience, and it was impossible to completely seal off news from Void Land. Although Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much about the Star City, many people were still in Void Territory observing Void Land. Once the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was activated frequently, it would definitely arouse Zuoquan Hui's vigilance, and at that time he would definitely try to probe the situation. As such, Yang Kai felt that Void Land would at most be safe for another year or so. But a year was enough. 3 months later, bustling World Great Emperor broke through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, and quite smoothly at that. Another month later, Martial Beast Great Emperor also did so, which came as no surprise. In another 2 months, Fang Yu and Xiang Ying both broke through, not facing too much danger. Immediately after Fang Yu and Xiang Ying, Flower Shadow and Ice Feather Great Emperors broke through. At this point, the number of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land had reached 16, not including Luan Baifeng in Heavenly Sword Union or Lan Yu Rua who was in secluded retreat. Although 7 of these 16 had just advanced to the Open Heaven Realm and were unable to display their full strength for a short period of time due to the instability of their cultivation, they were still in the Sixth Order Masters. As the saying went, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In addition, there were more than 100 cultivators who had advanced below the Sixth Order in Void Land during this time. It could be said that a wave of advancement to the open heaven realm had been set off. Just as Yang Kai had expected, the frequent activation of the 9 heavenly layers grand array had alerted Zuoquan Hui. After the enemy scouts hiding in void territory sent word back, the peace that had been maintained for several years was finally broken. Sect Master, a large number of ships suddenly appeared from Flying Smoke Territory's territory gate leading to Void Territory. They were confirmed to be from Heavenly Sword Union, and Mountain Lord Mao, who was watching over things there, engaged in a brief clash with the enemy. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yang Kai was examining Zhu Qing's condition when Bian Yuqing suddenly rushed over and anxiously reported. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, "How is the situation?" After returning from the Black Territory to Void Territory that day, Yang Kai had Mao Zhi Gung Qing and Zhou Ye lead a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters to guard the territory gate. On one hand it was to block spies from leaving towards Flying Smoke Territory, while on the other hand, it was to monitor the situation of Heavenly Sword Union. Over the past few years, Heavenly Sword Union had made quite a few attempts to check the situation in Void Territory, but all of them had been easily resolved by Mao Zhi and the others. Since Zuoquan Hui had decided to starve Void Land to death, he naturally wouldn't start a war so easily before the time was right. This time, the situation was clearly different from the previous small-scale investigations. Bian Yuqing shook her head and replied, "The situation is serious but not critical. Heavenly Sword Union sent several Sixth Order Masters, forcing Mountain Lord Mao and the others to retreat. The territory gate fell into Heavenly Sword Union's hands." "Is everyone all right?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Although Void Land was now filled with powerful forces, every Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a rare and needed talent. A few low-order Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives in the clash, but not many. The other party seemed to only be probing the region, so Mountain Lord Mao and the others were able to retreat safely. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before commenting in a mournful tone, "In a battle between two armies, injuries and deaths are inevitable. When the Star Boundary united to fight against the Demon Realm, millions of cultivators and billions of innocents lost their lives. The entire Star Boundary had been plunged into misery and suffering during that time. Now that they were fighting against Heavenly Sword Union, Yang Kai was naturally prepared for such losses." "Did Zuoquan Hui show up?" Yang Kai asked again. Bian Yuqing slowly shook her head and rejoiced. If he showed up personally, Mountain Lord Mao and the others would definitely not have remained unharmed. Although Mao Zhi and the other two were veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they were definitely not Zuoquan Hui's match even if they were to fight together. Last time they had been able to defend against Zuoquan Hui because Yang Kai had been the one to bear most of the pressure. "Coward!" Yang Kai sneered. Zuoquan Hui was obviously afraid of the divine spirits of Void Land, so he didn't dare show his face easily. However, this was also in line with Yang Kai's intentions. From this point alone, even if Zhu Jioyin didn't actively participate in the war, she would still be a great deterrent. "Sect Master," Bian Yuqing's voice was somewhat hoarse, "is the war about to begin?" Although she was mentally prepared, when this day really came, Bian Yuqing couldn't help but be nervous. As someone from the Star Boundary, she had never forgotten how tragic the Two Worlds' Great War had been. "It is." Yang Kai took a deep breath and turned his head. "Senior, I'll have to trouble you to look after Void Land and the Star City." Nodding, she replied, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of these two places for you. If you can't defeat the enemy, just come back. With this old master here, they won't dare act rashly." "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai expressed his gratitude before turning to Zhu Qing. But before he could say anything, Zhu Qing stepped forward and stated, "I'll go with you." Yang Kai flatly refused. "No." Zhu Qing's bloodline had improved dramatically as a result of her dragon vein being greatly purified and condensed, allowing her to transform into a 3,000 to 4,000 meters long dragon. However, when Yang Kai checked her strength, she was only able to display the might of someone around the Third or Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. A true Grand Dragon was said to be at least 10,000 meters long, so although Zhu Qing's transformation this time had greatly increased her strength, there was still a big gap between her and a true powerhouse. It was likely that she would need to undergo another great transformation before she could truly become a Grand Dragon. On the other hand, in a battle between two armies, the situation was chaotic, and a Third or Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could die at any moment. How could Yang Kai allow her to enter the battlefield? Zhu Qing looked at him quietly. "I am the wife of Void Land's Lord. If I didn't have the ability to participate, it would have been fine, but now that I have the necessary strength, if I still have to hide in the rear, what will others think? If those disciples who are desperately bleeding and dying for Void Land came to know about it, what would they think? They will definitely think that I'm a turtle. To the side, Bai Shi couldn't help but shrink his neck. He wanted to say something but decided to hold back. Zhu Qing continued, all these years, we sisters have been cultivating hard, but have never been able to help you much when you were out roaming the world. Now that I have this opportunity, I want to do something. We can't live under your wings forever, always allowing you to shield us from the wind and storms. Big Sister and the others must be thinking the same and working hard for this goal. Yang Kai had a belly full of words but couldn't say them. Even though he was still reluctant, his heart was filled with warmth. In any case, if I want to go, even if you don't allow me to, I'll go myself unless you lock me up, Zhu Qing proclaimed angrily. Yang Kai stared at her for a moment before suddenly smiling and nodding. If you want to go, you can go. Zhu Qing stared at Yang Kai in shock. You're not lying? She hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree to her request so easily. I'm not lying. Yang Kai replied seriously before turning to look at the old man. Senior, please take care. Saying so, he wrapped his arm around Zhu Qing's waist and flew off. A moment later, numerous large and small ships flew out from Void Land, transforming into streaks of light as they headed towards the territory gate. Void territory was vast, so it would take at least 10 days to half a month to reach the territory gate. If Yang Kai was alone, it wouldn't have taken him so long, but now that there were a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land accompanying him, their speed was naturally slower. Inside a room aboard the Falling Lotus, Zhu Qing was lying on the bed, her clothes in disarray and her hair disheveled as she was sweating profusely. Lifting her head, she rebuked with great difficulty, Aren't we going to war? If others find out, what will we do? Yang Kai grinned and replied, It will take some time to get there, so we can't waste time. Senior said that I can help you purify your bloodline, and with each transformation your strength will grow, so I must work hard. Zhu Qing was already in a daze, unable to speak, her entire body glowing with a faint red light. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little annoyed. If I had known this would happen, I would have worked much harder and not wasted so much time before. Chapter 4578, Take the Initiative to Attack. The enormous territory gate was stretched across the void, slowly rotating in an endless cycle. Outside the territory gate stood a grand palace. This palace was a combination of defensive, offensive, and flight-type artifacts. Both inside and outside the palace, one could see cultivators walking back and forth. Yang Kai led the many Void Land Open Heaven Realm Masters to a nearby place and immediately spotted the palace. Heavenly Sword Palace. Old Bai whistled and exclaimed, They even brought this thing out. They really want to settle down in our void territory. Have you seen it before? Yang Kai tilted his head and asked. Although there were many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land, and there were even 16 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, in terms of experience and knowledge, none of them could compare to those from the First Inn. For many years they had followed the proprietress around, collecting all kinds of information about the 3,000 worlds. There were very few things they didn't know about in the outer universe. Old Bai replied with a shake of his head, I haven't seen it before, but I've heard of the famous Heavenly Sword Palace. Back then, in order to forge this artifact, Heavenly Sword Union nearly went bankrupt, yet it still took them nearly 100 years to complete it. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Heavenly Sword Union could be considered a top second-class force, yet they had almost gone bankrupt and spent so long to refine a single artifact. From this, it could be seen just how much Heavenly Sword Palace had cost them. The more they spent on it, the more it could not be underestimated. Although he had not personally witnessed the power of Heavenly Sword Palace, Yang Kai could still feel that it had an impregnable defense and unstoppable offensive power. This kind of artifact had already exceeded the scope of an ordinary artifact. It was a weapon of war. With such a powerful weapon, Heavenly Sword Union's morale would definitely soar. In comparison, Void Land seemed somewhat shabby. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, noting that Void Land's forces had taken up position about 1 million kilometers away from the territory gate. This distance wasn't far, but it was definitely not close either. 4 Open Heaven Realm Masters, it would not take them long to cross such a distance. Moreover, there were no obstructions in the void, so if their eyesight was good enough, they could even see individual cultivators across this kind of gap. Ships of all sizes were scattered across the void. If we get the opportunity, we should forge a palace artifact for ourselves. Otherwise, if we encountered such a situation again, our morale would be greatly reduced before the fighting even begins. Unfortunately, Void Land was currently short of resources, so now was not the time to consider such things. You didn't seize Wuquan Hui? Yang Kai turned to look at Mao Zhe. Mao Zhe slowly shook his head. No. Yang Kai focused his attention on the Heavenly Sword Palace. Since Wuquan Hui hadn't shown up, either he hadn't come here and was still hiding in Flying Smoke territory, or he was inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. Yang Kai estimated that the former was more likely to be the case. If he really came, he would not let Mao Zhe and the others leave so easily. Of course, he could have been hiding in Flying Smoke territory and had now come along with the Heavenly Sword Palace. Even though a great killing weapon like the Heavenly Sword Palace had been taken out, it was still standing guard near the territory gate. Obviously, they were only trying to probe the situation and weren't preparing to launch a large-scale attack. Otherwise, they would have mobilized the entire Heavenly Sword Palace and directly attacked Void Land. Of course, directly attacking Void Land was something Wuquan Hui definitely didn't have the courage to do. With Bai Shi and Zhu Jiaoyin standing guard, how could he dare to act presumptuously? Setting up the Heavenly Sword Palace near the territory gate, he could attack or retreat at will. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted, Wuquan Hui acting vigilant and cautious. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai stated in a low voice, "I'm afraid I won't be able to contribute much to the battle against Heavenly Sword Union. You can only rely on yourselves. Be careful." The group of Open Heaven Realm Masters around him were stunned, most of them not understanding what Yang Kai meant, but a few of them quickly reacted. Yang Kai's strength had far exceeded an ordinary 6th Order Master's, so if he were to take action, no one from Heavenly Sword Union would be his opponent. At that time he would definitely provoke Wuquan Hui to take action, and once Wuquan Hui appeared, the situation would become difficult to control. After all, no one on their side could restrain a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Currently Wuquan Hui was hiding, mainly because he was afraid of Zhu Jiaoyin, who hadn't made an appearance yet. If Yang Kai didn't show himself, Wuquan Hui also wouldn't show up easily, which would benefit Void Land greatly. Yuhi was the first to understand this point, so when she heard this she nodded and declared, "Young Master may rest assured. If Wuquan Hui doesn't take action, Heavenly Sword Union is nothing but trash." For the current Void Land, they indeed had the qualifications to evaluate Heavenly Sword Union as trash. "Let's set up camp first. I don't know how long Wuquan Hui's probing will last," Yang Kai ordered, and everyone readily agreed. Several figures flew out and disappeared into the void. Half a day later, a shattered spirit province from who knows where was brought over and set down before everyone landed on it. This shattered spirit province was a barren rock one could find floating about in great territory. Although it couldn't compare to the grandeur of the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was still a good place to temporarily establish a camp. After settling the necessary details, Yang Kai immediately summoned all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for a war council. Everyone expressed their own opinions and soon determined the most important task at hand, which was to determine the strength of Heavenly Sword Union. Know thyself, know thine enemy, and you will emerge victorious in 100 battles. It was a saying true in any circumstance. On the other side, Heavenly Sword Union's disciples were all holed up in and around the Heavenly Sword Palace, so it wasn't easy to identify or count them. Yang Kai had arranged for Luan Baifeng to enter the enemy's ranks in advance, but in this situation unless Luan Baifeng left the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was impossible for her to send out a message. The Heavenly Sword Palace's defensive array was active, isolating the outside world and making it impossible to send out any messages. In other words, to contact her, the battle had to reach a point where Luan Baifeng would be deployed. This matter wasn't actually difficult. As long as Yang Kai put enough pressure on Heavenly Sword Union, Luan Baifeng would definitely have a chance to move out and make contact. Yang Kai gazed at everyone and asked, "Who wants to lead the attack?" Iron Blood Great Emperor was the first to step forward and volunteer, "Let me." It had only been half a year since he had broken through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm and he had spent most of his time in retreat, consolidating his cultivation. It was an extremely boring process, so he longed for a good fight. Furthermore, fighting with others was far more efficient than cultivating in retreat to consolidate one's foundation. The dangers of wandering between life and death also often stimulated one's potential. Yang Kai denied with a smile, "Senior Iron Blood, please don't make a move for now. After your breakthroughs, you are all hidden forces of Void Land. I'm preparing to give Heavenly Sword Union a pleasant surprise when the time is right, so unless it's absolutely necessary, I want you to remain hidden. Iron Blood Great Emperor snorted unhappily but still sat back down. Mao Zedong stood up and proposed, let us take the lead, after all, we should retrieve the face we lost ourselves. Previously, the three mountain lords had been forced to retreat by Heavenly Sword Union, not because their strength was necessarily inferior, but because they were heavily outnumbered. Now that all of Voidland's forces were ready to be deployed, Mao Zedong naturally wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. Yang Kai agreed with a nod, then I'll leave the first team to the three mountain lords. Take 10 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 100 below the Fifth Order. Mao Zedong and the other two stood up and cupped their fists, yes. Turning around they walked out. After they left, Yang Kai continued, Hui Gu Huayong Shumu Dan. Hui Gu and the couple stood up and responded, Sir. The three of you will lead another 100 people and prepare to assist at any time. The three of them nodded and went out to prepare. Yuhi Mo Mei. Yang Kai called out again. The two women stepped forward. Ready 200 people as reserves, just in case. Yes. After issuing these orders, Yang Kai raised his head and looked outside. All 8 known 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland had been mobilized, so Heavenly Sword Union would have to arrange for Luan Baifeng to fight. As long as Luan Baifeng had the opportunity to leave the Heavenly Sword Palace, she could find a chance to send a message. A moment later, streaks of light flew out from the Shattered Spirit Province and headed straight for the Heavenly Sword Palace. Although there weren't many in this group, all of them were Open Heaven Realm Masters. This was a battlefield for the Open Heaven Realm, and those below it weren't qualified to participate. At the same time, in the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui was sitting on his throne with a group of 6th Order cultivators standing in front of him. There were old, young men and women, but all of them served Zuoquan Hui. A disciple dressed in Heavenly Sword Union's uniform rushed in and cupped his fist, reporting to Union Master, a 100-man team from Voidland is heading straight for Heavenly Sword Palace, led by Mao Zedong, Geng Qin and Zhou Ya. Hearing this, Zuoquan Hui coldly snorted, they sure are courageous, daring to take the initiative to attack. On his left, an old man stroked his beard and smiled, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, a young man's temper is too hot, but this is just what the Union Master wants. This old man was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union, but because of his advanced age, he stopped caring about worldly affairs and dedicated most of his time to secluded cultivation. After Zuoquan Hui had entered Heavenly Sword Union, Zuoquan Hui didn't care if he was willing or not and dragged the old man along to serve him. Zuoquan Hui swept his gaze over the crowd majestically, who will meet the enemy? The group of people below all looked at each other in dismay. Unlike Voidland's forces, who all volunteered to be the first to attack, no one here answered. Zuoquan Hui had not hesitated to drag Heavenly Sword Union into this war in order to avenge his fallen disciples, so the higher-ups of the Heavenly Sword Union were naturally not very motivated. Eventually someone suggested, Union Master, how about we let these weaklings come over and show them the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace? The Heavenly Sword Palace was a treasure that excelled at defense, offense and mobility. If the people of Voidland dared to approach within 10,000 kilometers of it, those inside wouldn't even need to take action personally. The Heavenly Sword Palace's various arrays were enough to deal with them. If the enemy was careless enough, they might even be killed. However, how could Zuoquan Hui do such a thing? If he wanted to destroy Voidland and kill Yang Kai, he would first have to cut off their wings. If he really used the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace, it would only cause Voidland to retreat helplessly, which was not in line with his goals. Moreover, the people of Voidland weren't fools, so why would they purposely put themselves in danger? This was to be the first real confrontation between Heavenly Sword Union and Voidland, yet no one had taken the initiative to help him resolve his problems, causing Zuoquan Hui to be quite annoyed. Chapter 4579 Pressure. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, Zuoquan Hui had a cold and gloomy look on his face. The oppressive pressure of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was filling the air, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. The one who spoke realized that he had said something wrong and couldn't help but feel a bit terrified. Union Master, this mistress requests permission to lead our counterattack. I hope Union Master can grant my request. Just as Zuoquan Hui was about to lose all face, Luan Baifeng stepped up and elegantly bowed. Zuoquan Hui glanced at her warmly and nodded, Warden Yuan is quite considerate, but with 3 sixth-order masters attacking together, you alone will be outnumbered. Although his cultivation was an order higher than Yuan Baifeng's, she had chosen to join him on her own, and now that she had taken the initiative to offer herself to save him some face, Zhuo Quanhui was naturally quite polite to her. Turning his head to the other side, he shouted, "Huang Quan Jing Gang Tsang Yen." Being called out, no matter how unwilling Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch's trio was, they could only brace themselves and step forward. They cupped their fists and responded, "This subordinate is here. I'll leave those 3 to you." Zhuo Quanhui looked at them indifferently. How could Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch and the others dare to refute? Since they had submitted to someone else, they had to act like lackeys. The trio respectfully agreed, "Rest assured, sir, we will make sure they never return." Turning around, they gathered their forces and left the Heavenly Sword Palace. A moment later, a great battle broke out in the void. This was not the first time the 3 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison Star had fought with the 3 Mountain Lords of Profound Yang Mountain. When Heavenly Sword Union had emerged from Flying Smoke territory, these 6 had been the first to fight. The 3 Mountain Lords who were standing guard in Void territory were outnumbered and had no choice but to retreat until Yang Kai arrived with reinforcements. Only then did they show their faces again. It could be said that both sides knew each other and were evenly matched. For a while, all kinds of large and small fights broke out in the void as the cultivators released various divine abilities and artifact attacks. It was an extremely spectacular sight. However, whether it was Heavenly Sword Union or Void Land, everyone knew that this was not the time for a decisive battle, so both sides acted with a certain degree of restraint. The scene might look exceptionally spectacular, but its participants were all acting cautiously. After fighting for half an hour, with the exception of a few who were injured, not a single fatality had occurred. It had to be said that this was not a small miracle, but a tacit understanding between both parties. Yang Kai, sitting in the Shattered Spirit Province, gazed at the distant battlefield. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zhuo Quanhui's face turned livid. If he couldn't gain an advantage in this battle, how could he force Yang Kai to take action? If Yang Kai didn't take action, how could he have the chance to kill him? Just as Yang Kai had planned to give Luan Baifeng a chance to participate in the battle so she could send him a message, Zhuo Quanhui's planned something similar. As long as he could force Yang Kai to show his face, his plan would be halfway there. Even if the Divine Spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was protecting Yang Kai, it was not impossible for Zhuo Quanhui to kill him. The last time he had been injured by Yang Kai was because he had been careless. This time he would not lower his guard. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, his revenge would be complete. As for the other residents of Void Land, he didn't care whether they lived or died. Seeing the state of the battle, Zhuo Quanhui was unhappy and called out once more, "Huang Mao, Liang Su, Qi Xian, Dan Yang." The 4 people below all stood up and accepted their orders. These 4 were all 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union. Yang Kai had once asked Luan Baifeng about the strength of Heavenly Sword Union, and she responded that there were 4 6th-order masters that she and the public were aware of. 2 of them had been killed by Yang Kai, leaving only 2 behind. However, she had no idea about those who were hiding in the dark. Huang Mao and Liang Su were the 2 who were known to the public, while Qi Xian and Dan Yang were the hidden masters of Heavenly Sword Union. Both of them were older generation masters, and basically spent all their time in secluded retreat. If Zhuo Quanhui hadn't taken over Heavenly Sword Union, how could they have appeared here? Then again, Heavenly Sword Union and Yang Kai did have a kind of irreconcilable enmity between them. They wanted to use Zhuo Quanhui's power to avenge the death of 2 of their Union masters, so they didn't have any objections to his orders. "The 4 of you will lead more people to support Huang Quan and the other 2. You must gain the upper hand." "Yes." The 4 quickly responded. Zhuo Quanhui then turned to the remaining 6th-order disciple from his lineage and ordered, "Ziyan, you go too and act according to the situation." "Master, don't worry, this disciple understands what she must do." Ziyan clenched her teeth and turned around. The hatred in her eyes threatened to burn the world. Zhuo Quanhui currently had many 6th-order subordinates, but he only had one true confidant, and that was Ziyan. After all, she was his direct disciple, so her loyalty was unquestionable. Furthermore, only Ziyan knew what Zhuo Quanhui was planning. "Does Martial Uncles will want to end this battle quickly?" A voice suddenly rang out in the hall. As soon as the battle began, Zhuo Quanhui had sent out almost all of his 6th-order Open Heaven Realm subordinates, so his intentions were obvious. A smart person would naturally be able to guess what he wanted. Zhuo Quanhui replied in a low voice, "Martial nephew is right, this monarch does have such intentions." Zhuo Quanhui didn't show any trace of politeness towards others. He ordered them around as he liked, but towards this person, Zhuo Quanhui was extremely amiable. He had no choice in the matter, as this person's background could not be underestimated, and just like Luan Baifeng, he had taken the initiative to join him. So, naturally Zhuo Quanhui had to treat him with respect. The person took a short pause before continuing. According to the information we've gathered, there are a total of 8 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land besides Yang Kai. On our side there are 3 from the Prison Star, which are Huang Quan and his men, 4 from Heavenly Sword Union, making it a total of 8 if we include your disciple. This time we've met a worthy opponent. It's going to be a good show. The man smiled slightly as he spoke, his eyes filled with anticipation. Zhuo Quanhui added in an earnest manner, "That's why we may need Martial Nephew and Warden Luan to put pressure on them later. Only then will Yang Kai show himself." The man assured with a nod, "Of course that's not a problem." Turning his head to look at Luan Baifeng, his eyes brazenly lingered on her towering chest for a moment before he smiled and added, "Warden Luan, I hope we can cooperate well." Luan Baifeng covered her mouth and giggled, "This mistress is a woman with a weak physique. I've never seen such a big scene before, so I'm quite anxious. I'll have to trouble junior brother to take care of me later." The man chuckled and stated, Of course. Luan Baifeng also smiled, but a trace of anxiety flashed across her beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected that she would be used by Zhuo Quanhui as a last resort. In this situation she wouldn't be able to inform Yang Kai in advance about the situation, and once Zhuo Quanhui's plan succeeded, Yang Kai would really fall into great danger. Now that she and Yang Kai were riding the same boat, if anything happened to him, she would not be able to survive either. She turned her head to look outside, and when Luan Baifeng saw that the battlefield was becoming more and more chaotic, the anxiety in her eyes became even more intense. Heavenly Sword Union had sent out 8 sixth-order Open Heaven Masters, so Void Land could only respond accordingly. Fortunately, Yang Kai had made arrangements long ago. After the 3 mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain, Huigu, Huayong, Yu He and Mo Mei also took action in an orderly manner. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm battlefield was evenly matched. After all, everyone had the same number of people, so neither side could gain any advantage. Although they fought fiercely, whether it was the enemy or their allies, none of them were in any danger of dying. On the other hand, the battlefields below the 6th Order soon had distinct differences in strength. Although Heavenly Sword Union was also a peak second-class force with many Open Heaven Realm Masters, it was still slightly inferior to the current Void Land. The countless years of accumulation of the abundant city cultivators from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had finally borne fruit in Void Land. Furthermore, Yang Kai had brought a large number of Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Shadowless Cave Heaven as well. Now, the total number of Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th Order in Void Land had reached about a shocking 1,500. This was an extremely large number, and under the Cave Heavens and Paradises, there were very few forces who possessed so many Open Heaven Realm Masters. Naturally, Heavenly Sword Union was inferior. Void Land didn't even need to mobilize all its forces, sending just half was enough to crush the enemy. In a situation where the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't interfere, the cultivators below that order became the key to victory. What's more, Void Land had many 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the battlefield and clearly saw Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters being suppressed to the point where they couldn't even breathe. From time to time, a small universe would collapse and the world force would erupt, the phenomenon following the death of an Open Heaven Realm Master. As he was looking around, Yang Kai was suddenly shocked and his eyes fixed on a fiery red figure as his brow twitched violently. The fiery red figure was none other than Zhu Qing, who had just undergone a bloodline transformation. Although the power of her dragon vein had greatly increased, overall she only possessed the strength of a 3rd or 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. In such a battlefield she was at great risk of being hurt or even dying. Who brought her out? The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged. However, on second thought he realized that no one would do such a thing and the most likely scenario was that she had run off on her own. Lu Shui, who had been standing next to Yang Kai, also saw this scene and leaned over to ask in a low voice, "Sir, do we need to bring the madam back? On the battlefield, swords have no eyes." Lu Shui had consumed a mid-rank world fruit in the past, allowing her to advance from the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm directly. Moreover, she was one of the earliest Open Heaven Realm Masters to follow Yang Kai, so she could be considered a trusted aide. Now she was staying by Yang Kai's side as a messenger. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No need. Since Zhu Qing was willing to fight, Yang Kai let her do as she pleased. Of course, what really reassured Yang Kai was that he could clearly see old Bai, chef and accountant sticking close to Zhu Qing's position, neither interfering with her battle with her enemies nor allowing powerful opponents to approach. With the three of them taking care of her, Zhu Qing's life shouldn't be in danger, and such a battle would be good for her growth. Moving his eyes away, Yang Kai continued to observe the battlefield with a frown. He didn't see Luan Baifeng on the battlefield, which meant that there were still more 6th Order Masters on the Heavenly Sword Union's side. It was just that he didn't know how much strength Zhuo Quanhui was concealing. No matter what, he had to take extra precautions. Turning his head, Yang Kai stated, "Everyone prepare yourselves, we may need your help later." Originally, he had wanted to hide Iron Blood and the others so that he could give Zhuo Quanhui a big surprise, but now it seemed that he wouldn't be able to hide them for long. Once Luan Baifeng was sent out, he would need someone to deal with her.